The first question. You have to read with me, do it with me, okay? The problem of scarcity exists in economics because. So we are asking, why is there a problem of scarcity? People have limited needs? No. People have unlimited wants, right? People have limited wants? No. All markets have shortages? No. Some markets can clear. There are limited resources to fulfill unlimited wants? Yes. Wants are unlimited and resources are limited. So the correct answer to this question is D, right? So all resources are scarce. Individuals and societies are forced to make choices about how they utilize resources. Okay? Resources are limited, right? And wants are unlimited, right? For example, let's take an example. There is only limited fresh water in desert, right? So we cannot fulfill unlimited water demand in the desert, right? So this is what it is about. That's the answer to the first question. Now let us go ahead to the next one. The basic economic problem of all countries is the existence of. So the basic economic problem of all countries is scarcity. That means that you have unlimited wants but limited resources. That's the problem of any economy. So scarcity is present in every economy. There are limited resources and no economy can fulfill unlimited wants from limited resources, right? And that's the reason why economy will face the problem of or the question of what to produce, how to produce, and for whom to produce, right? So the correct answer to this question is unlimited wants and scarce resources. इसीलिए सोचना पड़ता है कि क्या produce किया जाए. You have to think of what to produce. Come to the next question. The critical problem of economics is so again, beta, the critical problem of economics is that you have limited resources and you have to distribute them to fulfill the unlimited wants, right? So actually, again, same ही question है, wording अलग है. So the critical problem of economics is that you have to allocate scarce resources to satisfy unlimited wants. So wants are unlimited, right? Resources are scarce. So you have to allocate the scarce resources to fulfill unlimited wants. Better come to the next question. When one decision is made, there are alternatives that are not chosen. The next best alternative not selected is called. So we know that the next best alternative is called opportunity cost, right? So for example, when you have to go for a movie and the next best thing you can do with the movie money is maybe go to a restaurant to eat. So the opportunity cost is involved, right? That's the cost of the next best opportunity, cost of next best alternative, right? So answer is A. It is opportunity cost. Okay, come to the next question. Jiang prefers bicycling to running and he prefers running to swimming. So bicycling is preferred to running and running is preferred to swimming. If these are his only three choices, what is his opportunity cost of bicycling? So opportunity cost of bicycling is the cost of next best alternative. And the next best alternative that we have is running. So in this case, answer to this question should be C. It is running. Right? Come to the next question. Which of the following is an example of a resource? Wheat, oven, pizza. So beta, resource is anything. It can be wheat. Wheat is a land resource. It can be oven also. Oven is a capital resource. It can be used to cook pizza. It can be pizza also, is it? No. Pizza cannot be a resource actually. Why? Because pizza is the final good. Sorry. Pizza cannot be the resource. It is a final good, right? So resource is something which can be used to make something else. This is wheat, I can make dough for pizza. Oven I can use to bake pizza, but pizza I can't use further, right? So answer to this should be wheat and oven. That means D is the correct answer to this question. Okay, come to the next question. A truck driver receives safety training. What kind of resource has the truck driver acquired? So when you're getting some training, right? Training is always a human capital resource. So you have gone ahead and acquired a human capital resource. Training is always human capital, right? It is related to your productivity, right? Okay, come to the next question. Which of the following situations represents scarcity? Air pollution in a growing economy. Air pollution in a growing economy does not represent scarcity. Therefore, air is not scarce, right? Clean air is scarce, but air nahi, right? So no. Floppy disks are no longer being produced. If floppy disks are no longer being produced, then they're obsolete. They're not scarce in nature. They are obsolete. So this is not the correct answer. There is a finite amount of coal in the physical environment. Yes, that is scarcity because coal is actually scarce, right? So, so when is something scarce, right? The definition of scarcity is when something is desired but limited. So once something is desired but limited, that is a scarce resource. So yes, coal is a scarce resource. So answer to this question should be C. Coal is a scarce resource. Okay, come to question number 9. Microsoft finds it difficult to hire enough skilled computer programmers. This statement represents the concept of. So you find it difficult to hire enough skilled computer programmers. That means skilled programmers are scarce in nature, right? They are valuable, but they are scarce. You don't have enough of them. So answer to this should be B, that resources are scarce in nature. Okay, come to the next question. The school cafeteria has pizza, chicken, or cheeseburger for lunch. You decide to have chicken, but if they were out of chicken, you would have chosen pizza. Opportunity cost of choosing chicken is, so when you choose chicken, you are missing out on what? You're missing out on the second best opportunity, which is pizza. So answer to this question is A, that is pizza. Okay, come to the next question. If the supply of all resources were unlimited, then what will happen? So beta, if the supply of all resources is unlimited, then needs and wants would be limited, no. Technological research would no longer be necessary, no. Goods and service would be distributed equally, no. The concept of opportunity cost will no longer be relevant, yes. By opportunity cost is the cost of next best alternative. But if I have unlimited resources, then I don't have to think about choosing between things, right? If there were unlimited resources, then economies would produce unlimited goods at no cost, right? We would never make choices because we don't have to make choices, right? So if resources were not scarce, there would have been no concept of opportunity cost. So answer to this question is this. There is no concept of opportunity cost in that case. So this finishes topic 1, which is based on scarcity. Let us go to topic 2, beta. Production possibility curve. Okay. Suppose the nation of econo land decides to produce only books and resources. According to the production possibility curve, a book production increases, the production of records will. So we know that production possibility curve is basically going to go ahead and going to, it's like this, right? So if I go ahead and I can only produce books and records, as I increase the production of books, the production of records should decrease, right? So when you move from one point to another, in order to increase the production of one thing, you decrease the production of the other thing, right? So answer to this question should be E, decrease. Okay, come to the next question. What conditions exist if an economy is producing a level of output that is on its production possibility curve. Okay. So if you are on the production possibility curve, you cannot have idle resources. You have used all the resources. सारे resources use कर लिए हैं. Equitable distribution of goods and services not necessary. Even on the production possibility frontier, you can be somewhere here. You can be here. So equitable distribution ho not necessary, right? Inefficient resource ka use nahi. You're not inside the PPF. You are on the PPF, right? No idle resources and efficient use of resources. Correct. There is no idle resource left. You are on the PPC. So you are using it to the most efficient manner possible. Okay, come to the next question. A point inside the production possibilities curve represent. So when you are inside the PPF, it means that you are inefficient, right? So clearly the answer to the question is inefficient. So you have to just remember, if you are inside the PPF, you are inefficient. If you are on the PPF, you are efficient. If you are outside the PPF, it is not achievable. So these are the 3 points that you have. Okay, beta, come to the next question. The production possibility curve will shift outwards for which of the following reason? Unemployment rate decreases. So just think about it, It says it will shift outwards. So when unemployment rate decreases, then I cannot shift the curve outward. I can employ more people, but I am not going ahead and I'm not able to go ahead and produce more than what my economy can produce. Are you getting it? You can only go ahead. So basically unemployment, this may seem as a tempting answer to you, but a decrease in unemployment, it will only bring the economy closer to the PPF or PPC. So you may be inside the PPC, and when unemployment decreases, you will become closer to achieving the PPC, right? So unemployment rate decreases cannot go ahead and cannot shift the PPC outwards. This is incorrect, beta. There is significant natural disaster. No. When there is a natural disaster, it cannot go ahead and it cannot shift your PPC outwards. ऐसा नहीं हो सकता ना that you become more efficient, right? And then that you're able to shift your PPC outwards. That's not possible. So this would be an incorrect answer. Okay, come to the third one. Technology improves worker productivity. Yes, that's the correct answer. Only a new technology is able to go ahead and produce more output with the given resources. So if I take cloth here and if I take food here, with better technology, I may be able to produce more cloth, more food, right? So my PPC will shift outwards, right? So the correct answer to this question should be a new technology, which means it is C. Okay, come to the next question. The following 3 questions refer to the following graph of a country's production possibility curve. Okay. What's the question? If one land mover is currently being produced, the opportunity cost of producing the second lawn mover is. So I'm currently here. I'm producing one, I'm at point A. And I want to go to point B. I want to increase its production by 1 unit. How much of rakes would I be giving, beta? 95 minus 85. That's 10. I will be giving 10 to produce 1, right? So the opportunity cost will be 10 rakes, right? Come to the next question. Which of the following combination represents an inefficient level of production? 100 rakes and 5 lawn mowers. 100 rakes, 105. So beta 100 rakes and 5 lawn mowers together. This is unachievable. This point A, this is unachievable. Right? Okay, the next part says 95 rakes and 1 lawn mower. That's this point. This is achievable and efficient. So this is not inefficient. This is not inefficient. 85 and 2. 85 and 2, that's here. Again, on the PPF, not inefficient. 70 and 2. 70 and 2, that's here. 70 and 2. This is inside the PPF. So therefore, this is an inefficient level, right? So answer to this question should be D. This is inefficient level. Okay, come to the next question. The best combination of rakes and lawn mowers for this economy is, so now it is asking which is the best combination. But a best combination to nahi bata sakte. All the points that are on the PPF, they are the best combinations, right? They are the most achievable points, right? So you cannot go ahead and think that one is better than the other. I can't go ahead and say that, you know what? I can't go ahead and say that, you know, point A is better than point B or B is better than C. That's not what we do, right? So the best point or the best combination of rakes and lawn mowers, that is something which will be indeterminate with the current information. Okay, come to the next question. On the basis of the above diagram showing an economy's production possibility curve, which of the following statements are true? Let's look at the statement. The opportunity cost of moving from point X to point Y, from point X to point Y, is 25 per rockets. Just think about this. I am moving from point X to point Y, beta. So if I move from point X to point Y, then I am giving up on, this is opportunity cost for what? The opportunity cost of moving from point X to point Y is 25 rockets. This is 25. This is correct. But you have to understand that I am not producing any of the other good, right? While figuring out opportunity cost, you must calculate how much of a good is being lost to produce more of the other good. For example, when you move from X to Y to Z, from X to Z, right? You are increasing COGS and decreasing this. You are increasing good X and decreasing good Y. When you're moving here, one is increasing, another is decreasing. But when you go from point X to Y, your COGS remains the same. If this good remains the same, there is no opportunity cost. You're just reducing one, but not increasing the other. So this is incorrect. The opportunity cost from moving from point Z to X is 8 COGS. Now I'm going, it says Z to X. So when I go from Z to X, I am increasing this per rockets. So when I'm going from Z to X, I am increasing this by how much, beta? I'm going from 50 to 75. So I'm increasing this by 25. And how much am I decreasing this with? I am reducing this from 52 all the way to 44. So I'm reducing this by 8. Right? So to produce 25 additional units of this, I have to reduce COGS by 8. So I have to give up 8 COGS for additional 25 units for going from point Z to point X, right? So this statement is correct that when you go from Z to X, you have to give up 8 COGS. But when I talk about opportunity cost, it should have been change in one thing due to change in another, right? And ideally, this should have been 25 by 8. That should have been the correct value of this. The opportunity cost of moving from Y to X is 0 COGS. So when I move from Y to X, that's correct. When I move from Y to X, I am able to increase this by 25 units without giving up on a single COG, right? So that's the correct statement. That's correct, right? So answer 3 is correct, right? So it says which of the following statement is true? So Acha, this was X to Z. I thought this is X to Y. The first question was X to Z beta. X to Z. So you're going ahead and you're giving up on 25 sprockets for increasing the COGS production by 8 units. I just thought we're going from X to Y. So in that sense, we will go ahead and we will say that E is correct. E is the correct option, right? Okay. Now let's go to the next question. On the basis of the diagram above, showing an economy's production possibility curve for two goods, what does point F represent? So F is a point that is beyond the PPF. If it is beyond the PPF, you cannot achieve it. It is an unachievable point. So answer to this question should be D. A level of production that is unattainable with current resources. You cannot attain this point with the current resources. Okay, come to the next question. On the basis of the diagram above, showing an economy's production possibility curve for two goods, what does point E represent? E. That means you are inefficient. You are inside the PPF. So it should be point C. Answer C seems correct to us. It is attainable. You can easily attain it. It is inside the PPF, but it is not efficient because you're not on the PPF. So answer should be C to question number 10. Okay, come to the next question. Based on the diagram above, suppose economy is now producing 2 tractors. What is opportunity cost of producing the third tractor? So I'm already producing 2 tractors better. That means I'm here. If I want to produce an additional tractor, I must give up on tomatoes. How many units of tomatoes? 25 units of tomatoes, right? So the answer to this question should be C. 25 tomatoes must be given up to produce an additional unit of tractor. We come to the next question. An economy can be using resources more efficiently when it can increase its opportunity cost, it can distribute equitably, no. It can reduce poverty, no. It can make industrial production more profitable, no. It can make some people better off without making the other people worse off, yes. Answer to this question is E. When you can make more people better off without affecting other people, it means that you have been able to use your resources more efficiently. That's the definition of Pareto efficiency also, right? So you are able to go from a Pareto inefficient point towards a Pareto efficient point. Okay. So beta, that ends your next chapter also. This is the end of this chapter. Right? Now with this, we finish the first unit and we should be moving on to the next unit, which is called it's from your open economy side, comparative advantage, absolute advantage, and specialization and exchange. Okay, so the first question of this is, it says an economy is said to have absolute advantage in the production if what of the following will be true. So beta, when we talk about absolute advantage is simple. You should be able to produce more of the product than the other commodity in absolute terms. So produce the good which is more in absolute terms, which means it should be D, right? It should be D. Produce higher quantity of that good other than the other economy, right? Opportunity cost ko check nahi karne. Don't confuse absolute advantage with comparative advantage. Absolute advantage is a very simple concept. Absolute advantage is just asking which economy can produce more of a good or service. It is not concerned with opportunity cost. Do not confuse yourself. So answer is D. Come to the next question. An economy is said to have comparative advantage in production of a good if now opportunity cost is involved. It is said to have comparative advantage whenever you can produce a commodity with lower opportunity cost. So if I can produce a commodity with lower opportunity cost, that is called comparative advantage. So answer should be A. Produce the good at a lower opportunity cost than the other economy. Okay, come to the next thing. Use the table below to answer the following questions. Okay, so okay. Now let's see this. What is the domestic opportunity cost? Domestic opportunity cost of producing one cell phone in Northland and Southland before specialization and trade. So before specialization, it is asking what is the opportunity cost of producing one cell phone. Okay, let's see at the answer. So Northland can either produce 20 TV or 40 cell phone. 20 TV or 40 cell phone. So I must give up on 20 TVs to produce 40 cell phone. I must give up on 20 TVs to produce 40 cell phone. So answer ho gaya beta, this should be half. So 0.5 TVs. For every cell phone, I just have to give up half a TV. Hai ki nahi? For every cell phone, I must give up half TV. So when I give 10 TVs, I produce 20 cell phones. When I give 20 TVs, I produce 40 cell phones. Southland ka dekho. I must give up on 10 TVs to produce 10 cell phones. So that means 1 TV per cell phone. So answer will be 1. So answer to this question is A beta. 0.5 TVs and 1 TV respectively. Is this clear? Okay, now come to the next part. What is the domestic opportunity cost of producing 1 TV in Northland and Southland before specialization in trade? अब वो opportunity cost TV produce करने की पूछ रहा है. They are asking the opportunity cost of producing TV. So let's look here. So opportunity cost of producing TV, revert it. You have to give 40 cell phones, then you will be able to produce 20 TVs. That means you have to give 2 cell phone per TV. You have to give 2 cell phone per TV. That means when you give 40 cell phones, you will be able to produce 20 TVs. Better come to the next one. You have to give 10 cell phones to produce 10 TVs. So TVs. So it is going to be 1 cell phone per TV. So the opportunity cost will be 2 cell phone and 1 cell phone respectively. Always remember, whatever you want to produce should come in the denominator while calculating the opportunity cost, right? So answer to this question number 4 should be 2 and 1. That means it should be D. Right? Come to the next question. Achha, here. Use the graph below to answer the following question. What is the domestic opportunity cost of producing one strawberry in Eastern and Westland before specialization and trade? So opportunity cost requires that you are patient in finding the right appropriate ratio. For Eastern, it is asking what is the opportunity cost of producing strawberry. So whatever you want to produce, that should come in the denominator. So whatever you want to produce in denominator. तो बेटा अगर opportunity cost Eastern की निकालनी है, तो strawberry should come in the denominator and radios should come in the numerator. So one strawberry will cost you 20 radios. Buy 10 strawberry. That means it costs you 2 radio per strawberry. This is a little tricky. Try to understand this. It will cost you 2 radio per strawberry. So in each time, the answer should be B. Similarly, look at the Westland. In the Westland data, I will ask for cost of producing strawberry. I will be producing 30 strawberries or 30 radios. Okay. 30 strawberry or 30 radios. I want to produce strawberry denominator. So that means I will give up 1 radio per 1 strawberry. When I increase the amount of strawberry, I will increase the amount of radio. So answer should be 1. So the answer to this question should be B. B is the answer to this question. Can we come to the next question? According to the which of the following statement is true at the statements? Eastern has an absolute advantage in wheat production. Western has an absolute advantage in strawberry production. So let's try to go ahead and think about it. Okay, give me a moment, the voice is breaking, please. Okay, please give me in the comment section if the voice still breaks, okay? So let's look at the next question. Is it better now? Am I audible now? Okay, please give me in the comment section if the voice still breaks. Okay, let's continue. According to the diagram, which of the following statement is true? Eastern has an absolute advantage in radio production. Westland has absolute advantage in the strawberry production. So when we look here, beta, we see that Eastern had to go ahead and had to give up 2 radios to produce 1 strawberry. And Westland had to give up 1 radio to produce 1 strawberry. So Westland had to give up less radios to produce 1 strawberry, isn't it? So which means that Westland has comparative advantage in going ahead and producing strawberries, right? So from here, look here, beta. Let's write this down. Westland, this is very important from exam point of view, had to give up 1 radio to produce 1 strawberry. Eastern, on the other hand, had to give up 2 radios to produce 1 strawberry. So production of strawberry takes place better when we talk in the Westland, right? So therefore, Westland has comparative advantage in producing strawberries. Now just look here. Beta, you can only have comparative advantage in one product. You can have absolute advantage in both, but you can only have comparative advantage in one product. So if Western has a comparative advantage in producing strawberry, then Eastern automatically will have comparative advantage in producing radio. So therefore, let's look where that is coming. This is correct. Eastern has comparative advantage in producing radio. This is incorrect. Eastern has comparative advantage in strawberry is incorrect. Eastern has absolute advantage in radio is incorrect. So answer to this question is C. Westland has absolute advantage in production of both goods. Eastern has comparative advantage in radio production. Let us try to go ahead and think this a little more better. Look here. When you look at the production frontier of Westland, it is above Eastern. Because this is above Eastern, that means Western has absolute advantage in both products. When Eastern could produce 10 by putting all its resources to produce strawberry, Western could produce 30. When Eastern could produce 20 radios, if it puts all its resources, Western could produce 30. So Western has absolute advantage in both the products. Now talk about comparative advantage. We saw that Westland uses less, it has to give up less radios to produce strawberries. So along with having absolute advantage in both, Westland has comparative advantage in strawberries. Comparative can only be in one. So if Westland has comparative advantage in strawberry, that means that Eastern has comparative advantage in the other product, which means radio. This is the complete analysis that we have. Very important question. Okay, come to the next one, beta. Under what terms of trade would both Eastern and Westland find it mutually beneficial to specialize in trade? It will be mutually beneficial to engage in trade when the term of trade offers it a lower cost when trading than the good if it were to be produced itself. So let's write this down. This is again a very, very important question from a lot of exam point of view, from IGIDR, from Gokhale, from IFT, IIFT, very, very important chapter. Okay. So CUET, others also, huh? But currently IFT may this definitely comes, and IGIDR. So an economy, let's write this down, beta. An economy will only engage in trade for a good when the terms of trade offer it lower cost when trading for the good than the cost if it were to produce the good itself. Now, if Eastland, देखो ध्यान से समझो, if Eastland were to produce strawberries itself, it had to give up 2 radios. 2 रेडियो देता तो 1 स्ट्रॉबेरी बनती. So if it had to produce the good itself, it had to give up 2 radios. So if after trade, it has to go ahead and give less radios, right? Or for the same strawberries, it can get more radios, right? Then you will be going ahead and you will be having a comparative, I mean, you will be benefiting from trade. So before trade, he had to give up 2 radios to produce 1 strawberry. ठीक है जी. अब अगर मैं इसमें देखूं तो यहाँ पे तो 1 स्ट्रॉबेरी के अगेंस्ट 3 रेडियो देने पड़ रहे हैं इनकरेक्ट, क्योंकि बिफोर ट्रेड ओनली आई वाज गिविंग 2 रेडियोस. 1 स्ट्रॉबेरी के अगेंस्ट 1 रेडियो, 1 स्ट्रॉबेरी के अगेंस्ट 0.5 रेडियोस, कौन सा होगा? सो आइडियली यू कैन थिंक दैट ऑल दीज 3 वुड बी करेक्ट. यही लगेगा ना फ्रॉम ईस्टर्न पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. From Eastern point of view, all the 3 are correct. Because before trading, I had to give up 2 radios for 1 strawberry. If I have to give up anything less, I am fine. Now from Westland point of view, but a Westland had to give up, when he gave up 1 radio, he was able to produce 1 strawberry. So he will want a better one now. Only then he will trade. So he will not go for 1 or anything less than 1 because he was already at 1. So the only option which is mutually beneficial to both is B. So answer to this question is B. This is very good question, beta. Answer will be B. Okay, come to the next question. The following questions are based on the table below, which indicate labor hours needed to produce a single unit of each of the 2 goods in each of the 2 nations. Okay. If labor is the only factor used to produce the good in each nation, what is the opportunity cost of producing 1 unit of lobster? This table provides us the hours of labor needed to produce a unit of each good. We must go ahead and we must use the input method to calculate opportunity cost. So just note that I use 10 labor hours to produce 1 lobster or 20 labor hours to produce 1 banana. Now it is asking what is correct. So beta, either I can use labor hours 20 hours to produce 1 banana. So in 1 hour, either I can produce 1 by 20th banana, or I can use 10 hours to produce 1 lobster. So in 1 hour, I can produce 1 by 10 lobster. अब दोनों hour 1 hour में आ गए. So either I can go ahead and produce 1 by 20th banana, or I can produce 1 by 10th lobster. Is this clear? Now, the question is asking, what is the opportunity cost of producing 1 unit of lobster? So in order to go ahead and in order to do that, you simply have to go ahead and say that, look, let us just go ahead and divide this, right? So answer will be 1 by 20 divided by 1 by 10. But whatever you want to produce will come in the denominator. So 1 by 20 into 10 by 1. So this will be 1 by 2. That means 0.5 bananas. So the answer to this question for nation A will be 0.5 bananas. This or this. Now come to nation B. Directly bhi kar sakte the, but this is a better way to do it. Okay, now come to nation B. So for nation B, we have either you can use 15 labor hours to produce 1 lobster. So in 1 hour, you can produce 1 by 15 lobster. Or you can use 45 labor hours to produce 1 lobster. 1 banana. So in 1 hour, you can produce 1 by 45 banana. Now it is asking opportunity cost of producing 1 unit of lobster. So lobster hours will come down. So 1 by 15 will come down and 1 by 45 will go in the numerator. So it will be 1 by 45 into 15 by 1. That means it will be 1 by 3 beta. So 0.33 bananas. That is this. So answer to this question is A. This is the correct answer. A very, very important question. These are the kind of questions that can come in exam, right? Okay, come to the next. The table above indicates labor hours needed to produce a single unit of each of the 2 goods in the 2 nations. If labor is the only factor used to produce the good, which of the following statement must be correct? Okay. So, पहले समझो. देखो एब्सोल्यूट एडवांटेज में हम डायरेक्टली कंपेयर करेंगे. आई विल नॉट फाइंड एनी रेशियो. कंपैरेटिव में हम अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट निकालेंगे. वी विल फाइंड रेशियोज. सो फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लेट्स थिंक अबाउट एब्सोल्यूट एडवांटेज. बहुत क्लियरली विजिबल है दैट नेशन ए टेक्स 10 hours and B takes 15. So A is taking less hour. 10 is less than 15. No ratio for absolute advantage beta. So 10 is less than 15. So nation A is taking less hours than nation B. Similarly, A is taking 20 hours to produce banana. B is taking 45 hours. 20 is less than 45. So A has absolute advantage in both the goods because it can produce faster. So 1 is correct now. A has absolute advantage in both the goods. This is correct, right? So this is correct. B has absolute advantage in both the goods. This is incorrect. Now come to the third point. It's an important one. It says mutually advantageous trade can occur between 2 nations when 2.5 units of lobster are exchanged for 1 unit of banana. So I told you, beta, that mutually advantageous trade can take place only when you have the value between the 2 values. So if you go ahead and you look here, if you just go ahead and you look here, I notice that in case of nation A, beta, nation A is giving half banana to go ahead and produce 1 lobster. So nation A is giving half banana to produce 1 lobster. Nation B is giving 0.33 bananas to produce 1 lobster. So as far as the comparative advantage is concerned, nation B has a comparative advantage in going ahead and producing lobster. Right? So nation B has comparative advantage in producing lobster. समझो बात को, नेशन बी को एक लॉबस्टर प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए सिर्फ 0.33 बनाना देना पड़ता है, बट ए को एक लॉबस्टर प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए 0.5 बनाना देना पड़ता है. So nation B has to give less bananas. He has to only give 0.33 bananas to produce one lobster. एक lobster produce करने की cost कम है nation B में. So nation B has comparative advantage in producing lobster. उसी तरीके से nation A, I said comparative can only be in one. So nation A will have comparative advantage in producing the other good, which is bananas. So nation A will have comparative advantage in banana and B will have comparative advantage in producing lobster. First, make this absolutely clear. You should not have any issue with it. But now come to the third point. Mutually advantageous trade can occur between the two nations when 2.5 unit of lobster is exchanged for one banana. ठीक है, अगर nation B को, अभी तो ये देखो, यहाँ पे I am saying that nation A has to give 0.5 banana for one lobster. If I reverse this, then beta for one banana, nation B will have to give 2 lobsters. उल्टा हो गया, reciprocate. And for one banana, nation B will have to give 1 by 0.33. That means 3 lobsters. तो एक banana produce करने के लिए nation A को 2 lobster देने पड़ रहे हैं और B को 3. Anything between this, anything between 2 and 3 is mutually beneficial. And this is what we are getting here. 2.5. So yes, this is correct. So answer to this question is that 1 and 3 are correct statement. Very, very tricky questions होते हैं ये. You have to use your entire patience to solve this question. So 1 and 3 are correct. Okay, come to the next one, beta. If Northland and Southland were to specialize and trade, Northland would find it advantageous to, okay. We are not given any table, is it? Or did I miss out on the table? You can leave this question because I have not given any table here. I just missed out on giving the table. Okay, come to the next chapter beta now. So we have completed comparative advantage chapter. Now let us move on to the next chapter, and this is going to be demand, supply, and market equilibrium. Okay, the law of demand is illustrated when we know law of demand is when you increase the purchase of a commodity when the price decreases. So it should be C. Increase in purchase of cell phone results from lower prices. Right? Come to the next question. If people demand more honey when price of tea falls, then honey and tea are, so you are increasing the demand of honey when the price of tea is decreasing. That means you are using honey and tea together. That means they're complementary goods. So answer to this question should be B. They're complementary goods. Come to the next question. Suppose yams and sweet potatoes are considered to be substitute, holding everything constant. If the price of yam increases, what will happen? So beta, if price of one commodity increases, the demand of other should decrease when they are substitute goods. So answer to this should be A. Demand for sweet potato will increase. Answer is A. Okay, come to the next question. If technological advance occurs that makes the production of cell phone more efficient, which of the following is true? So whenever there is technological advancement, it means that the price of the input will decrease. When price of input will decrease, the supply will increase. So answer to this question should be B. The supply of cell phones will increase. Okay. Come to the next question. A shift to the left of the supply curve can be caused by, so beta, this cannot be the case. This will increase the supply. This is demand side. Increase in cost of producing input. So answer is C. Okay, come to the next question. The following diagram refers below shows the demand and supply of sandwiches per week. At a market price of 7, clearly supply is more than demand. Which of the following will happen? So supply is greater than demand. Whenever supply is more, demand is less, it causes surplus of the commodity. So answer to should be surplus of the sandwiches by how many units beta? 40. ये देखो यहाँ 70 आ रहा है और यहाँ 30. So surplus is 40 units. Right? Come to the next question. Suppose population in an economy were to increase, which of the following would occur? So whenever population increases, demand increases. So demand curve should shift to the right. And if that happens, then your quantity will increase and price will also increase. Right? So answer to this question should be price will increase, quantity will increase. Quantity supply भी increase होगी ना, movement along the supply curve. So this is also correct. So answer should be E. All the three options are correct. Come to the next question, beta. Which of the following changes will definitely result in an increase in both equilibrium price and quantity of the good? So I want to increase both price and quantity. So look at the first one. When supply increases and demand increases, but it doesn't mean that price will change. Na? Price can remain the same. So no, that's incorrect. Look at the next one. When supply increases and demand does not change. Oh, sorry. This is D, D dash, and S. When supply increases and demand does not change. So beta, if supply is increasing and demand is not changing, price will decrease now. I cannot increase the price. Look at the third one. This is also incorrect. The third one says when supply is unchanged and demand increases. So this is demand, supply. Supply is unchanged and demand increases. That will increase the quantity also and increase the price also. So C is correct. Answer to this question is C. Okay, that's the end to this part also. Now we begin with the next part. It is called macroeconomic issues, business cycle, unemployment, inflation, growth. Let's look at the first question of the day. Okay, it says a recession is described as a period. So beta, recession is any period when the unemployment is high, output is reducing. That is what recession refers to. So a period of falling output and employment is called recession. So answer to this question should be E. Come to the next question. In a typical business cycle, the business cycle peak is followed by, so whenever we have a peak in the business cycle, it is followed by a downward flow. And it's followed by down. I mean, it's followed by a recession, right? So answer will be A. Okay, come to the next question. Use the graph to answer the following question. In the above diagram of the business cycle, the movement from point A to B is called A to B. The movement, so A is basically, acha, हाँ, एक और बात है, हाँ? So ideally, the highest point of the business cycle, that is called the peak. That's called the peak. And the lowest point of the business cycle is called a trough. Right? When you move from peak to trough, that movement is a contraction of the economy, where GDP is decreasing, right? So when you move from peak to trough, that movement is a contraction in the economy, right? So answer to this question should be B. This movement from peak to trough, this is called contraction of the economy. Right? Okay, come to the next question. The alternation between expansion and contraction is called we know, that's the business cycle. So the term for that is business cycle. Okay. Economic expansion is typically associated with which trend? So when we talk about economic expansion, whenever the economy will grow, whenever it will expand, it is followed by, in expansion, unemployment decreases, output increases. So it is followed by decreasing unemployment, increase in real GDP. This is what the trend you will see in expansion, right? So answer to this question should be B, falling unemployment rate. Okay, come to the next one. In a command economy, who determines what to produce and how much to produce? So if it is a command economy, it is a dictatorship, right? So it is dictated by the central authority, right? Rather than the market. So answer to this question should be B, by central planning agency. Okay, come to the next question. Which of the following problems definitely exist in economic recession? So in a recession, you will see unemployment, definitely. In a recession, you will see underutilization of the resources, definitely. In a recession, you will not see inflation, definitely. Beta, ध्यान से समझो. Recession में unemployment is falling, is increasing. Employment is falling. So according to the Phillips curve, when unemployment increases, inflation should decrease, right? You should have deflation, not inflation. If you have unemployment plus inflation, that is called stagflation. Stagflation. That is not recession. Recession is unemployment, fall in output, but fall in prices also. So 1 and 3 are correct, which means D. D is the correct option. Okay, come to the next question. Okay, so we end this topic here. So we have ended 4 topics by now. Okay, the next is measurement of economic performance, national income accounting by topic 1, which is circular flow of income. Let's look at the question. In a simple circular flow diagram, households dash goods. So households will always buy the good and they will sell their services. So answer should be B. Households will buy the goods and serve, and in return sell their labor, right, to the firms. So answer is B. According to the circular flow model, which of the following statement is true? So circular flow model, households are demanders in both markets? No. Households are demanders in the product market and suppliers in the factor market? Yes. Households demand product and supply factors. So B is correct. Okay, come to the next question. Which of the following is not a part of household's income? Wages are there, profit is there, rent is there, interest is there. Saving is not income, beta. Okay, saving does not represent income. Saving represents proportion of the income which you don't spend. It's not the income. So income can be either saved or consumed, but saving itself is not income. So answer B is incorrect. That means this is what the answer should be. Okay. Use the diagram below to answer the following questions. Let us have a look at the questions. According to the circular flow diagram, how does the government fund its spending? So look here. This is the government. The government can fund its spending by taking money from household in the form of taxes. So the correct answer to this question should be D. According to circular flow of income, what is the GDP of this economy? So let's go back to the question. Beta, what do you see as the GDP of this economy? Dekho zara. You can add, so I can find out GDP of this economy using the income method. And using the income method, GDP should be wages plus profit or dividend plus interest plus rent. तो wages हो गई, wages, profit, rent and interest एक साथ ही आ गया as 700. So the GDP of the economy should be 700. So answer to this question would be C, 700. According to the circular flow diagram, what is the GDP of this economy? Why is this asked again? I think so. Not sure. Maybe I should have gone ahead and given something else here. GDP is being asked twice. I think so. This should be for some other. Something is wrong. I missed out. I should have asked GNP, or I should have done something else here. So leave this question. Okay, come to the next one. Which of the following economic behavior is considered to be a leakage from the circular flow income? So we know that leakage is the saving. Whenever households save money, that's the form of leakage. So answer will be A. A is a leakage. Come to the next question, beta. Use the diagram below to answer the following questions. According to circular flow diagram, which is true? A household's income equals expenditure. Do you think this is a true statement? That income and expenditure are always equal? Well, we know that this is why GDP method can be used. That income method and expenditure method are the same, right? So this is correct. A government's income equals to its expenditure. Income and expenditure are always equal. So this is also correct. Net exports are 75. Okay. So if you go ahead and you look at net export should be export minus import, right? It should be export minus import. Exports are 75. Import is 75. So net export should be 0, na? Export minus import should be 0. So this is not correct. This is not correct. Rest we can prove. If you see, government is spending 75. Government earned 100. Government transferred 25. So net earning of government was 75. So revenue 75 हुआ और spending भी 75 की हुई. So this is correct. है ना? यहाँ से भी prove हो रहा है. So the only thing which does not make sense in that case is the last point. Right? Is the last point. So answer should be 1 and 2 only. C is the answer to this question. Okay, come to the next part. What is, so this is the next topic, beta, GDP. Let's read out the question. Gross domestic product is defined as, we know, C plus I plus G plus NX. So it should be C. Right? Come to the next part. Use the table below to answer the following question. What's the question? What is the GDP in this economy? So GDP in this economy can either, we can either use the expenditure method or the income method. But if I were to go ahead and use the expenditure method, then it will be C 1800 plus I, investment value is not given, so I will just keep it at 0, plus G, this is import, this is export, this is unemployment benefit, this is interest, this is G, this is sales tax, this is R, and this is I. So I is 400. I is 400. So I is 400. C, I, G, G is 1100. N, X. So export is 100 and import is 200. So NX will be minus 100. This is your GDP of the economy, right? So it will be 3200. So the GDP of this economy will be 3200. So answer to this question will be B. Beta, you could have used the income method also to find GDP of the economy. So you could have done that wages plus profit or dividend plus interest plus rent. That is the GDP of the economy. You could have done that. Be sure in that case that you exclude the sales tax and unemployment benefit if you use this method. ये नहीं आएगा कहीं पे भी and unemployment benefit भी नहीं आएंगे. You should get the same answer of 3200. Okay, come to the next question. In an economy with GDP of 4000, income from wage is 1200, rent is 1100, interest is 1000. What is profit equal to? Very simple. So GDP will be wage plus rent plus interest plus profit. So profit will simply be 4000 minus 1200 minus 1100 minus 1000. 3300. So this will be 700. So answer will be A. Okay, come to the next question. Use the table below to answer the following question. C is 600. And it is asking, according to the data above, how much of gross domestic product is the result of government spending? So that means how much is the how much GDP is due to G? That is what the question is asking. So please understand this thing. While calculating government spending, one must go ahead and add all the government spending, whether it is local government, state government, or national government. So local government has spent 300 and the federal government has spent 200. So the total government spending that I have, beta, is 500. So G is equal to 500 in this case. That means answer will be E. G is 500. This is what it is asking. Okay, come to the next question. According to the data in the table above, what is the value of net export? So net export is export minus import. So 20 minus 40 will be minus 20. So answer to this question will be minus 20. B. Right? According to the data above, what is the GDP of this economy? Nikal do, it's very simple. So C is 600. I is 300. C plus I plus G is 500. And NX is minus 20. So 6, 11, 14, 1400 minus 20, 1380. So answer to this question should be 1380. That is, the answer is C in this case. Okay, come to the next question. A farmer sells cucumbers to a food processor for 1.5 per pound. The food processor makes the cucumber into pickle and sells at 2.5. The grocery store sells each jar of pickle for 3. How much do these transactions add to GDP? So we know that whenever we talk about GDP, GDP is always the last value, right? It is always the last value. Or value added method se kar lo, value at each level. So in that sense, the GDP of the economy is just 3. Because it is including everything. It includes everything that we have, right? So answer to this question should simply be B. That's the answer to the question. Okay, so we have finished the basics of GDP. Let's go ahead and take the next topic. This is going to be components of GDP. So the question is, which of the following examples is classified as consumption spending that would be counted towards US GDP this year? Beta US पे focus नहीं करना, किसी भी country के GDP पे focus करना. Okay, the purchase of computer by an accounting firm, the purchase of computer by a police department, by a high school student, by, let's go ahead and take the next. This is going to be components of the purchase of computer produced in the US by German student, the purchase of a used computer. इनमें से कौन से it says would count towards the GDP of the country, right? Now, each item is purchased, right? But to be included in this year's GDP, it must be produced within your country, right? First of all. So it must be produced within the domestic frontiers of your country, right? At the same time, it must be new, right? It must be purchased new. It must be purchased by private individual, right? And private use. Otherwise, तो वो intermediate good बन जाएगा ना? If I am purchasing as an accounting firm, I am using it to do something, right? So it must be produced within domestic frontiers. It must be a new product. It must be produced by a private individual for private use. So all this is satisfied only by point number C. So answer to this question is C. Come to the next question. Which of the following is an example? Examples is classified as investment spending that would be counted toward this year's GDP. So again, I have told you, beta, purchase of home built in 1927, no. It should be produced this year. Purchased a new dishwasher for her apartment. No, that's also not correct. Purchased a new luxury car. Pierre purchased a new luxury car. This is not an investment. No. AIS company purchased 9,000 shares. No. Investment does not include financial assets like stocks, bonds. ये सब नहीं include होता. It does not include that. So no, that's also incorrect. Damien purchased a new oven for his restaurant. This is investment. So this is the only investment. So beta, what is investment? Investment includes spending on goods used to produce other goods, right? So when you purchase it for your restaurant, you will be using oven for the production of the other goods. So this is correct. This is in fact counted as investment. Come to the next question. Which of the following is not included as part of this year's GDP? Families purchase of a new car, it will be included. Factories purchase of new drill press, it will be included. Child's purchase of school lunch, it will be included. And let's come to the next option. It says college students purchase of a used textbook. No. So answer is D. D will not be included. Used goods are excluded from this year's GDP because they were already counted in GDP in the year that they were produced. Okay, come to the next one. A lawn mower purchased by a private individual is considered to be consumption because it is private, na? Private individual word use ho gaya. So it has to be C, consumption expenditure. It is not I, beta. It is C. Okay. Which of the following transaction would cause increase in nation's GDP? Okay. Grandfather sells his house to his grandson. Na, used good ho gaya. An auto dealer sells a car from last year's inventory. No. Mrs. Jones buys a share. Shares are not included. Government purchases new computer equipment for use by public school. Yes. So answer is D. Answer to this question is D. Come to the next question. Which of the following transaction is not included in US gross domestic product for the year 2000? Okay. The rent paid in 2000 by tenants in a house built in 1980. No. It is built in 1980, na? So no. The value of old desk sold by an antique shop. Okay. So now, this will be included. Sorry, beta. A will be included. क्योंकि तो rent paid की बात हो रही है. Rent will be included. If the house would have been sold, तो house की value include नहीं करते. Rent will be included. Value of an old desk sold by antique shop, no, that will not be included. So answer is B. Used goods are not included in GDP because they were counted in GDP in the year they were produced. So if this desk was first sold, let's say 1925 at suppose $20, it was counted in 1925's GDP. It should not be counted in 2000's GDP. So that will be incorrect. Come to the next question. An automobile is produced in 2013 but not sold until 2014. How is this automobile counted in GDP? So beta, this automobile should be included in 2013. Because 13 mein produce hua na. So it will be included in 13. But kaise? It is not sold. Matlab wo inventory hai. Inventory should be a part of investment. So it is included in 2013's GDP as an investment. So answer to this question should be B. I hope you have got this point. समझ में आ गया? तो I am saying that it is not sold. मतलब वो inventory हो गया. Inventory is part of investment. At the same time, it is produced in 13. तो 13 के GDP में include होना है. So it will be included in 2013's GDP as part of investment. So answer will be B. So this completes this topic, beta. Come to the next topic. Real versus nominal GDP. Let's look at the first question. Real GDP is nominal GDP adjusted for inflation. है ना भाई? Price level. So answer should be C. Inflation. Come to the next question. Consider an economy that only produces two goods, record players and headphones. If 5 record players are sold at $20 each and 10 headphones are sold at $10 each, what is the GDP of the economy? But simple hai, 5 into 20 plus 10 into 10. So 100 plus 100, that's 200. Right? So answer to this question is B, that's 200. Okay, come to the next question. Use the table below to answer the following questions. So it says 1999 quantity, price, 2000 quantity and price. According to the data in the table, what is real GDP in 2000 using 1999 as the base year? So beta, जो भी base year लेना होता है, whatever you have to take as base year, you will multiply the price of that year. So price लोगे 1999 का. And you're supposed to calculate GDP for 2000. So you will take quantity of 2000. So you will take quantity of 2000 and price of 1999. तो अब देखो ध्यान से, quantity of 2000 and price of 1999. So GDP according to this will be 20 into 10 plus 10 into 10. Right? So it will be 200 plus 100, that will be 300. That will be 300. So answer to this question is C, 300. Come to the next question. If nominal GDP produced is increasing at 8% per year and real GDP is increasing at 4%, which of the following statement is true? So nominal GDP is increasing at 8% and real at 4%. So this means that price must be increasing. है कि नहीं? Inflation भी तो आ रही है. So nominal GDP 8% पे, real सिर्फ 4% से grow हो रही है. मतलब prices are also growing at 4%. So price level is increasing. So answer should be A. Okay. Come to the next question. If real GDP for a given year is 1000 and nominal GDP is 1500, then GDP deflator is. So beta, GDP deflator is nominal by real into 100. 1500 by 1000 into 100. So 150. So GDP deflator should be C. That should be 150. Okay, beta, come to the next question. If nominal GDP of economy increased in 2000 relative to previous year, it must be true that in 2000. So beta, nominal GDP is price into real GDP. So if this is increasing, it can be because price increased. It can be because output increased or both increased. So answer to this question should be A. Price and or real GDP have increased. Answer should be A. Okay. So with this, we finish the topic of GDP. And now we have the next topic coming up, which is inflation measurement and adjustment. In this, the first topic that we want to cover, beta, is called price indices. Let us have a look at this question. What does the consumer price index? So beta, as you would know, all of you have this book on your platform, right? And whoever has enrolled for the course, they have it on the platform. But this is just some part of this book, huh? The book is huge, right? Remember? So I, of course, cannot do all the AS, AD, IS, LM part today. But I would like all of you to do this entire book before you sit for the IGIDR exam. It's an important book, right? So before you go ahead and you sit for the exam, all of you should be going ahead and should be taking a note of this book and should be doing this thoroughly. We are still covering this topic, right? But I may not still be able to do all the topics today. It is very difficult to take you through all those questions. So just make sure that you go through the book and you know that I have also given a complete descriptive answer of each question. right? So you should also go through each and every answer of the question. That will help you learn more about it. So to be very frank, if you look at it, beta, we have this, right? So we have the first topic as basic economic concept. And this basic economic concept has scarcity. It has PPF, production possibility frontier. It has comparative advantage. It has demand and supply. And it has business cycles. This is the first topic. इसके अंदर ये सारे subtopics हैं. We have covered all of this in today's recording. Right? Then the second topic, which is important, is measurement of economic performance. In that, we have national income account. We have inflation. We have unemployment. But I have covered this for now. We have started with inflation. अभी हम consumer index and all की बात करें, that's part of inflation. Then beta, after this, if you look into the book, after this you have national income, in which you have AD, AS, equilibrium. Then you have financial sector questions. जिसमें demand of money, supply of money, इन सब पे question है. So in which you will find question related to money demand, money supply, loanable markets, central bank properties, right? And then beta, you will see questions related to stabilization policies, right? So if you look further, you will have questions on stabilization policies. हर एक का explanation ना मैंने वहाँ पे अच्छे से दिया है. So fiscal and monetary policy, and then you have the Phillips curve. ठीक है बेटा. Finally, you have open economy, in which you have BOP, foreign exchange market, all of this. You have BOP, foreign exchange market, you have import export, capital inflow, international this. So import, export, these are different chapters. Financial capital flows and exchange rate, something like that. 4 chapters are there. So beta, this is the entire booklet that is provided to you on your study with the study material, right? So we have still tried to cover this, and this. And now beta, we are doing this. I will cover this also today, but then I request you, please do the remaining book today itself, cover it today itself before your exam. Okay, that's what you have to do. Okay, come to the next level beta. So we are on the inflation part. So we are doing price indices. ठीक है जी, क्या कहता है price index? What does the consumer price index measure? So the consumer price index basically is a price of goods and services that the consumers use basically in the urban families. ठीक है, rural भी include होता है, but mostly urban, and it is used as a measure of inflation. So the answer should be C. It is price of specific sample, a basket of goods and services consumed by the consumers. Okay. Come to the next question. Suppose that a typical consumer buys the following quantities of the 3 products in 1999 and 2000. Which of the following can be concluded about the consumer price index from 1999 to 2000? So if I look from 1999 to 2000, note that the quantity is unchanged beta, but the price has increased for some goods. Quantity is unchanged, but the price has increased for some goods. So what can I conclude? I can conclude that definitely when it comes to CPI, CPI should have increased. Now let's calculate let's try to calculate it. So what is the cost of your basket in 1999? The cost of basket is 4 into 10 plus 2 into 15 plus 6 into 5. इसको multiply किए. So what is the cost of the basket? 40 plus 30 plus 30. So 100. What is the cost of basket in 2000? In 2000, the cost of the basket is 11 into 4 plus 15 into 2 plus 6 into 6. So it will be 44 plus 30 plus 36. 110. So the basket price has increased. The same basket costs 10 rupees more now. So 10 divided by base year into 100. 10 kya hai beta? Change. 110 minus 100 is 10 divided by base year into 100. This gives you 10%. So basket should have increased by 10%. CPI increased by 10%. That's the answer to this question. Answer is C. Come to the next question. The cost of market basket of goods and service is 200 in year 1 and 220 in year. This question is again broken. Okay, come to the next one, beta. Come to, acha, this is here na, in year 2. So year 2 mein it is 220. Okay. If year 1 is the base year, what is the price index for year 1? So beta, price index of the base year is always 100. This is just a confusing question. The base year price index is always 100. So answer is A. Come to the next one. The cost of market basket of good and service is 200 in year 1, 220 in year 2. If year 1 is the base year, what is the price index for year 2? So year 2 ke liye, how will you find? Change in value upon base year into 100. So 220 minus 200 upon 200 into 100. So 20 by 200 into 100. Right? So the answer to this question should be that it is 10% greater. That it is 10% greater. समझ में आ रहा है? This value is coming down as 10. So if the base year index is always 100 beta, so it has to be 10 more, right? So next year it will be 110. So answer will be B. Answer will be B, right? Okay, now let's go ahead and do the next question. The cost of market basket of goods and services is 180 in year 1, 240 in year 2. If year 2 is the base year, year 2 is the base year, the price index for year 1 is, so year 2 is the base year, beta. Okay. So how can you go ahead and do this question? So another formula of this is basket of price in whichever year you want to calculate. Current year upon price in base year into 100. तो current year ही हमारा year 1 है, is 180. Base year is 240. This is what it says now. Into 100. So 6 3s are, 6 4s are, 25. This will be 75. So answer to this question should be A, 75. So another way to calculate this is beta basket price in the current year by base year into 100. ये याद रखना है, ठीक है? Okay, come to the next question. Use the following table to answer the following questions. The rate of inflation from year 2 to year 3 is, so inflation rate is calculated as consumer price index in the current year minus consumer price index in the previous year upon consumer price index in the previous year into 100. So consumer price index in the current, कहाँ से जा रहे हैं हम? We are going from year 2 to year 3. So year 2 to year 3. So in year 3 it is 110. In year 2 it is 100 upon 100 into 100. So this will be 10%. So answer to this question should be A, 10%. Okay, come to the next question. The rate of inflation from 4 to 5 is, so from year 4 to year 5. So 150 minus 125 upon 125 into 100. So 25 by 125 into 100. So this will be 5. So this will be 20%. So it should be 20%. That means answer should be, did I make some mistake here? From year 4 to year 5 should be 20%. Just have a look, beta, if I've made some mistake here. I don't think there is any. 150 minus 125 is 25. Divided by 125 is 1 by 5. Into 100, that should be 20%. So we will keep the answer as 20% here, rate of inflation. Right? Okay, come to the next question. If consumer price index increases from 100 to 200, which of the following is true? So beta, if consumer price index is doubling, मतलब market basket जो है, जो आप goods खरीदते हो, whatever you buy, the value of that has doubled, right? So all prices in the economy on an average, जो consumer basket है, उसके लिए double हो चुके हैं. So answer to the question should be the price in the average consumer basket have doubled. All नहीं, सिर्फ उनके जो basket के अंदर goods हैं, उनके prices double हुए हैं. So the consumer price index, it measures price of market basket of selected goods, and only for those goods the price would have doubled. Okay, had it been GDP deflator, that is taken by the total price of the basket of good in one period and dividing it by the total price of the same basket in another period. याद रखना है, ठीक है? Okay, so come to the next question. If market price of goods and services 90 in the base year and 135 in the current year, what is the value of the GDP deflator? Again, so let's find out. So GDP deflator will be current year by base year into 100. So these are 4, 5, 15. It should be 150 beta. So answer to this question is E, 150. Okay, come to the next question. In particular year, the nominal GDP was 100, while real GDP was 80. What is the GDP deflator? So GDP deflator can also be written as nominal GDP by real GDP into 100. So 125. So answer to this question should be 125. That's the answer to this question C. Let us try to understand what is graphical interpretation of the number of zeros of a polynomial. But a number of zeros of a polynomial basically means when does your graph intersect the x-axis? When does your graph intersect the x-axis? Let us take some examples for this. So consider this. In this graph, the x-axis is only intersected one time. अगर यहाँ पे देखो, this is my x-axis, and the x-axis gets intersected only at one point of time. This means that the number of zeros of this polynomial is only 1. Okay, come to the next graph, beta. In this example, in this graph, you are going ahead and intersecting the x-axis 2 times, here and here, which means that there are two zeros of this equation. Whatever equation we will be drawing, whatever equation we will be writing, there will be two zeros corresponding to this equation. Come to the next graph, beta. See that in this graph, the x-axis gets intersected 1, 2, and 3 times, which means that there are 3 zeros corresponding to this polynomial. So there are 3 zeros corresponding to this polynomial. Come to the next graph. If you see the next graph, x-axis is never ever getting intersected. That means that there are 0 zeros of this polynomial. There are 0 zeros of this polynomial. So basically, what are the number of zeros of the polynomial? The number of zeros of the polynomial is the number of times, graphically, it is the number of times that you go ahead and you intersect the x-axis. You go ahead and you cut the x-axis. Okay, now let us come to one important theorem. This theorem says that a polynomial of degree n can have at most n zeros. A polynomial of degree n is called, can have at most n zeros. But beta, zeros hote kya hain? So zeros of the polynomial is nothing but when you put that value inside the polynomial, you should get the answer as a 0. It is also called the root of the equation, right? Take an example. For example, x square plus or x square minus 2x plus 1. I want to check whether x is equal to 1 is 0 of the polynomial or not. So it will be 0 of the polynomial if when you put x is equal to 1 in this equation, you get 0. So if I go ahead and I put x as 1, 1 square minus 2 into 1 plus 1, 1 minus 2 plus 1, 2 minus 2, 0. So this is in fact a 0 of the polynomial. Now we are saying that a polynomial of degree n can have at most n zeros. That means if the highest degree is 2, then the maximum number of zeros that can exist will be 2. You cannot exceed 2 zeros. This is the maximum number of zeros that will exist. Okay. Now let us go ahead and take another example. So it is saying minus 9 by 2 is 0 of the polynomial 2x plus 9. Q beta, when I put 2x plus 9 is equal to 0, I get x as minus 9 by 2, right? This means that whenever x will be minus 9 by 2, 2x plus 9 will come down to be 0, right? So the 0 of the polynomial is minus 9 by 2. Let us come to another example. So this says find the zeros of the polynomial, and the example given to you is x square plus x minus 6. So if I just look here at x square plus x minus 6, it says the two zeros of the polynomial are x is equal to 2 and x is equal to minus 3. Let us go ahead and check. When I put x as 2, I get 2 square plus 2 minus 6, 4 plus 2 minus 6, 6 minus 6 is 0. Similarly, when I put x as minus 3, I will get this. So 9 minus 3 minus 6 is 0. So these two are in fact zeros of the polynomial. So in order to find 0 of the polynomial, you have to find those x's such that when you put those x's, the equation becomes 0. Now, beta, this says find zeros of the polynomial, and you're given a polynomial px is equal to x cube minus 3x square minus 6x plus 18. Whenever you are given such equation, which is a cubic equation, the first thing that you should be trying is use hit and trial method. By using hit and trial method, try to find the first zero of the polynomial. So let's try it by hit and trial method. let me put x is equal to 1 and check. But when I put x as 1, what do I get? I will get 1 minus 3 minus 6 plus 18. This is what I will get when I will put, sorry, this is 8, huh? This is 8. This is the equation plus 8. So when I go ahead and I try this, what will I get? 1 minus 9 plus 8, 9 minus 9, which is 0. So I am in fact getting 0 by putting x is equal to 1, which means that the first 0 of the polynomial will be x is equal to 1. So x is equal to 1 is the first 0 of the polynomial. तो बेटा अब क्या करेंगे? So if x is equal to 1 is first 0 of the polynomial, it means the first factor will be x minus 1. X minus 1 should divide this equation. So beta, you will go ahead and divide this by x minus 1. So x cube minus 3x square minus 6x plus 8, go ahead and divide it by x minus 1. Is this clear? The first x you have to find by the method of hit and trial. After you have found out the first x, then you will divide the entire equation by that factor. So when I divide it by x minus 1, what will I get? Well, first thing should be x square. So this will be x cube minus x square. I hope you know how to divide. So this will be minus 2x square minus 6x. Then beta, this will be minus 2x. So this will be minus 2x into x minus 2x square plus 2x, right? And then beta, this will be minus 8x plus 8. So this will be minus 8 minus 8x plus 8, 0. So the remaining factor that you will have will be this. That means that this thing right here, beta, can be rewritten as x minus 1 into x square minus 2x minus 8. अब इसके zeros निकाल लो. What you have to factorize this such that it becomes 0. So beta, if I need to factorize this, this can be x square. 8 is 4 into 2. So plus 4x, sorry, minus 4x plus 2x minus 8. So this will be x minus 4 plus 2, x minus 4. So this will be x plus 2 into x minus 4. So the full factors that we have found out of this equation are this: x minus 1, x minus 4 and x plus 2. हर एक को अगर मुझे 0 करना है, if I want to make x minus 1 0, तो x की वैल्यू क्या होनी चाहिए? 1. If I want to make x minus 4 0, what should be x? 4. If I want to make x plus 2 0, what should be x? Minus 2. So these become the zeros of the polynomial. These are called the zeros of the polynomial. Is this clear? Okay. So beta, this is the next thing that we have learned. Zeros of the polynomial. Now let us talk further. There is a relationship between zeros and coefficient of the polynomial, right? So suppose you have a linear equation. You have a linear equation. But a linear equation is of the form ax plus b. In this linear equation, simply the zero of the polynomial is minus b by a. Check kar lo. Put this equal to 0. X की value minus b by a तो आएगी. So the zero of the polynomial is simply constant term upon coefficient of x. This can come in exam. This is a relationship. So the zero of the polynomial will be minus b by a. ठीक है. अब quadratic के relation की बात करते हैं. So if you have alpha and beta as zeros of the polynomial, then beta, we have two rules that you have to remember. The first rule. So suppose my equation is x square plus ax plus, acha, let's not write this. Let's write in the general format. My equation is ax square plus bx plus c. दिस इज योर पॉलिनोमियल, ठीक है। जब हमने इस पॉलिनोमियल को फैक्टराइज किया, व्हेन वी फैक्टराइज्ड दिस पॉलिनोमियल लाइक वी डिड राइट नाउ, वी गॉट x minus alpha, x minus beta. We got x minus alpha, x minus beta. So the zeros of the polynomial that you got, beta, they were alpha and beta. जैसे यहाँ पे जब हमने इसको फैक्टराइज किया, x square minus 2x minus 8 को, we got x plus 2, x minus 4. So the zeros of the polynomial were minus 2 and 4. X की क्या value करे that it becomes 0? What should be the value of x such that this is 0? So it was minus 2 and 4, right? So beta, here the rule is that once you get the zeros of the polynomial, 1, the sum of zeros, that means alpha plus beta should be minus b by a. And second, beta, the product of zeros, it should be c by a. So alpha into beta should be c by a. So the sum of the zeros should be minus b by a, and the product of the zeros should be c by a. Let us take some questions based on it. So it says, find the zeros of the quadratic equation and verify the relationship. So you are given the equation 2x square plus 17x minus 9. We know that 2 into 9 is 18. 18 is 18 into 1. So I can go ahead and rewrite this as 2x square plus 18x minus x minus 9. This beta can be written as take 2x common, x plus 9, take minus 1 common, x plus 9. This can be written as 2x minus 1 into x plus 9. So beta, this means your x will be half and x will be minus 9. If I have to equate this to 0, either x will be half or x will be minus 9. So we have found out the zeros of the polynomial. Now we want to go ahead and find out the relationship. So what is the relationship? That the sum of the zeros should be minus b by a, right? That the sum of the zeros should be minus b by a. So let us go ahead and try to verify this thing. So we have got alpha. Yeah, did I miss something here? Yeah, so the zeros have come out as x plus 9 and 2x plus 1. So you will have x either as half or x as minus 9. Okay, so now it goes ahead and it tells us that we want the sum of zeros to be minus b by a. So this is what we want to go ahead and verify. So alpha plus beta will be minus b by a. So minus b by a. Beta, what is alpha? Alpha क्या निकाला है? Half. What is beta? Beta क्या निकाला है? 9, minus 9. So this will be 1 minus 18 by 2 minus 17 by 2. So we have verified that alpha plus beta is coming same as minus b by a. Beta, what will be alpha into beta? It will be minus 9 into half. That will be minus 9 by 2. And what will be alpha beta ka from the formula? It should be c by a. What is c? Minus 9. What is a? 2. So it should be minus 9 by 2. So alpha into beta, the product of the power, the product of the zeros is giving minus 9 by 2, and c by a is also giving minus 9 by 2. So we have verified the relationship. Okay, so now beta, let us go ahead and let us take next question. It says, find quadratic polynomial, the sum and product of whose zeros are minus 14 by 3 and minus 5 by 3. So this tells us that the sum, matlab alpha plus beta is given as minus 14 by 3. And product, alpha into beta is given as minus 5 by 3. Beta, two equations hai, two variables hai. can you go ahead? Can you solve this two equation, two variable and find the value of alpha and beta? We can go ahead and do that. So from here, we can go ahead and we can solve for the value of alpha and beta. So this is how we have gone ahead and done this. Look that the required polynomial is given by this. So any polynomial can be written in the form of px is equal to k x square minus alpha plus beta x plus alpha into beta. Any polynomial, जब भी आपको ऐसा क्वेश्चन आए, you have to say any polynomial can be written in this format. Any polynomial. So now beta, we know that this is k x square minus alpha plus beta is given to me as minus 14 by 3. And alpha beta is given to me as minus 5 by 3. Right? So this becomes k x square plus 14x by 3 minus 5 by 3. But in order to solve this equation, I don't want anything in the denominator. ठीक है जी? तो denominator को हटाने के लिए what kind of things do? We usually go ahead and keep the value of k as that value, right? As that value such that the denominator cancels out. So what will I do? If the denominator has 3 here, I will go ahead and I will take k as 3. So it will be k x square plus 14x by 3 minus 5 by 3. And I will get the answer as kx square plus 14x minus 5. So this will be my required equation. This will be my required polynomial. So from given in the question, they have given me the sum and the product. I have been able to go ahead and get the required polynomial. Okay. So now is the rule for cubic polynomials. So for cubic polynomials, we have the following 3 things that should be satisfied. But the first thing, suppose your cubic polynomial is of this format. The format given to you is ax cube plus bx square plus cx plus d. This is the format of your cubic polynomial. If this is the format, then we know that cubic polynomial will have 3 roots maximum, alpha, beta, and gamma. So we can rewrite this as x minus alpha, x minus beta, x minus gamma. These will be the 3 roots of this cubic polynomial. Now we are saying that if alpha, beta, and gamma are the 3 roots, then these are the 3 rules that should be satisfied. The sum of the zeros should be equal to minus b by a. The product of 2 zeros summed up, alpha plus beta, beta plus beta gamma, alpha gamma, should be c by a. And the product of the 3 roots should be d by a. So these are the 3 rules that should be satisfied if you have a cubic equation. Beta, this all can come in exam. You have to be very thorough with it. So this covers our first chapter, which is called polynomials. We have successfully covered polynomials. Okay, beta, now what I will do is, I will give you some questions that you have to go ahead and solve right now. And then we will move on to the next chapter. Okay. So take the assignment, do this, and then let's go on to the next chapter. So first question, I will give you some time to solve this. The zeros of x square minus 2x minus 8 are 2 comma minus 4, 4 comma minus 2, minus 2 comma minus 2, minus 4 comma minus 4. What are the zeros of this polynomial? Take a moment, try to do this question yourself, Give me the answer and then we will move on to the next question. So in order to solve this, what will you do? You will say x square minus 2x minus 8 can be rewritten as x square minus 4x plus 2x minus 8. This will be x minus 4 plus 2, x minus 4. This will be x plus 2, x minus 4. So x will be, when you equate this to 0, minus 2 or 4. So answer to this question will be x can be 4 or minus 2. These are the two zeros of this polynomial. That's the answer to this question. Answer is B. Okay, please take the next question, beta. This says, what is the quadratic polynomial whose sum and product are 2 and 1 by root 2 and 1 by 3 respectively? This is the question. Okay, I'm giving you 4 equations. You have to tell me which polynomial is one whose sum and product are root 2 and 1 by 3 respectively. So beta, the options are 3x square minus 3 root 2x plus 1, 3x square plus 3 root 2x plus 1, 3x square plus 3 root 2x minus 1, and D, none. Take a moment, try to do this question yourself. So it says you have to give that quadratic polynomial whose sum and products are given to you. So sum is root 2 and product is 1 by 3. Please go ahead and try this. Okay, beta. I just taught you this. So you have to write the equation in the format x square k into x square minus alpha plus beta x plus alpha into beta. This is how you can write this equation. Beta, it is given to you that alpha plus beta is root 2. So alpha plus beta is root 2. It is given to you that alpha into beta is 1 by 3. So alpha into beta is 1 by 3. I told you we don't need anything in the denominator. Denominator should be 1. The only way to make denominator 1 is to put k is equal to 3. So the moment you put k as 3, you will get k x square minus root 2x plus 1 by 3. So when you solve this, you will get 3x square minus 3 root 2x plus 1. This will be the equation that you will have. And if you look here in the option, this is equation number A. So the correct answer to this question is A. Okay, please take the next question for the day. So the question is that if the zeros of the quadratic polynomial ax square plus bx plus c are equal, then first, C and B have opposite sign. Second, C and A have opposite sign. Third, C and B have same sign. Fourth, C and A have same sign. Better take a moment, try to do this question yourself. So the question is asking if the zeros are given to you, zeros of quadratic polynomial are equal, then what should be the relationship between A, B, and C? Okay, try to do this with me. बेटा just एक बारी थोड़ा सा हम एक बारी थोड़ा सोचते हैं. If my equation is of the format ax square plus bx plus c, यही तो equation है. Then how do I find zero of the polynomial that x such that this equation is zero? But one more way to solve for that x is by saying minus b plus minus root b square minus 4ac by 2l. इस equation से भी तो वो x's निकलते हैं, which put this equation as zero. So one way to find the value of x such that this equation is zero is by using this formula. Now, if I have equal roots, same root, if there is only one value of x, that means that this here should be zero. So b square minus 4ac should be zero. Only then I can have same roots. This means, beta, that if I solve for this, I will get b square is equal to 4ac. So ac will be b square by 4. But a product of two things is coming as a squared number. It is coming as a squared number, right? Square is always positive. So which means that this is always greater than 0. Square is always positive. This is greater than 0. So this means a into c should be greater than 0. But when is the product greater than 0? When either both a and c are positive or both a and c are negative. So that means a and c should have the same sign. So answer to this question is D, that a and c will have the same sign. That is the answer to this question. Okay. Now, let me go ahead and give you one more tricky question. So it says, if one of the zeros of cubic polynomial x cube plus ax square plus bx plus c is minus 1, then product of other two is a b minus a minus 1, b minus a plus 1, c a minus b plus 1, d a minus b minus 1. So it says, if one of the zeros of the cubic polynomial is minus 1, what will happen with the other two zeros? What will be the product of other two zeros? Beta thoda sochna shuru karo. One of the zeros is minus 1. Matlab, when you put minus 1 in this equation, you should be getting 0, right? So let's start by writing the polynomial. It is x cube plus ax square plus bx plus c. When I put minus 1 instead of x, I should be getting 0. So minus 1 cube plus a minus 1 square plus b minus 1 plus d, no, plus c should give me 0. So this means that minus 1 plus a minus b plus c should be 0. So this means, beta, that c will be nothing but 1 minus a plus b. C will be nothing but 1 minus a plus c. Itna clear ho gaya? Kuch nahi kiya. Minus 1 is given as the root of the polynomial. Minus 1 ko I just put back in the equation and that should be equal to 0. Now, beta, the question is asking me what is the product of the remaining two polynomials. So we know that the product, I have given you this just in my lecture right now, that the product of zeros is given by alpha into beta into gamma. These are the three zeros, such that it is equal to minus c by a here. So it should be equal to minus constant by coefficient of x cube. So constant term is c. So this should be equal to minus c, and coefficient of x cube is 1. So C by 1. So beta, one of the 0 can be alpha, other 0 can be beta, but one of the 0 is given to me, na? And what is that 0 that is given to you? That is given to you as -1, right? The third 0 is given to you as -1. So this implies beta that alpha into beta will be equal to C. But C is not given in any option, but I know that I just found out C is 1 minus A plus B. So this will be equal to 1 minus A plus B. So the product of the remaining two coefficients, very tricky question, but a good one, that the product of the remaining two coefficients should be 1 minus A plus B. That's the answer to this question. Okay. So these are the kind of questions, beta, that can come from the polynomial side. I'm giving you one question that you can go ahead and practice. So I'm saying that given that two zeros of the cubic polynomial ax cube plus bx square plus cx plus d are 0, third 0 is minus b by a, b by a, c by a, minus d by a. So you are given that two zeros of the cubic polynomial, this is cubic polynomial, and two zeros of this cubic polynomial are given as 0. What is the third 0? This is what you have to go ahead and find out. This is for you to practice. I will not solve this. I am simply marking the answer for you, that you should get the answer as minus b by a. This should be the answer to your question. Let us now begin with the next topic. The next topic that I want to take is called very, very simple AP. Now, what is arithmetic progression? Whenever you have numbers coming consecutively such that you have a common difference between the number, then it is called that the numbers are in AP. But in AP, except the first term, every next term is obtained by adding a common difference to the preceding term, right? So you have a common difference, and this common difference can be positive, can be negative, or it can be 0. This common difference can be positive, negative, or 0. Let us go ahead and let us take few examples to check whether it is in AP or not. But before that, let me give you the notation of AP. Whenever things are in AP, it can be written like this. So you have the first term as A. In the second term, you will add a common difference D. In the third term, you will add another D. So it becomes A plus 2D. Then you will add another D to the last term. So it will become A plus 3D, and so on and so forth. This will be your AP. Okay. Let us read the question. Which of the following list of number form an AP? If it forms an AP, then write its next three numbers. So the first is given to you as -4, 0, 4, 8, and so on. We can also see that this is an AP, but we can also verify. How do you verify this? If A2 minus A1, the difference between these two, is equal to A3 minus A2, the difference between these two, is equal to A4 minus A3, the difference between these two, that means that they are in AP. तो यहाँ पे check कर लो, 0 minus -4 will be 4 beta. 4 minus 0 will be 4. 8 minus 4 will be 4. There is a common difference. That means that this is an AP. And then it says what will be the next three terms of the AP. I just have to add 4, 4, 4 again. So beta here, 8 plus 4 will be 12, plus 4 will be 16, plus 4 will be 20. Very, very simple. So the terms are in AP, and these are the terms that you have. Now let us go ahead and come to the next question. So when we come to the next one, it says 2, 4, 8, 16, and so on. Of course, this is not an AP. The difference between 4 and 2 is 2. The difference between 8 and 4 is 4. The difference between 16 and 8 is 8. So the difference is not the same. So these terms do not form an AP, as we can clearly see. Now, now there are different type of APs that we have. One is called a finite AP and other is called an infinite AP. The APs which have finite number of terms, matlab sirf 5 terms or 10 terms, they are known as finite AP. And the AP which has infinite number of terms is called an infinite AP. Very simple. So now let us go ahead and let us talk about the formula of the nth term of an AP. So in exam, suppose they ask you find the 5th term of an AP, find the 10th term of this AP. So the nth term of the AP is given by n minus 1 into d. Let us take a question. Find the 12th term of this AP, and the AP is given to you as 5, 9, 13 and so on. So beta, what is difference? Difference is simply 9 minus 5, which is 4. Now I have to find the 12th term of the AP, 12th term. So I told you n minus 1 into d. N will be 12 because you have to find the 12th term. So this will be 12 minus 1 into 4. Right? So this will be 12 minus 1 into 4. Achha, sorry, I just did not add a here. A plus n minus 1 into d. A. So this will be 11 into 4 plus the first term. The first term was 5. So the 12th term will be 49. That will be your 12th term. This is the formula of your nth term of the AP, A plus n minus 1 into d. Sometimes they will ask you find the nth term from the end. I will give you a question right now to practice. So if you have to find the nth term from the end, then that will be given by beta last term minus n minus 1 into d. तो दोनों formulas को अच्छे से देख लो. If you start from the beginning, then nth term from the beginning will be a plus n minus 1 into d, and nth term from the last will be l minus n minus 1 into d. Usually this is what tricks student. This is tricky because you have, बहुत पहले कभी revise किया होता है ये चीज. So you tend to forget. Now let's talk about the sum of the n terms of an AP. The sum of the n terms of an AP is gone ahead and given by the formula this. This is n by 2. Let me write it here. N by 2, 2a plus n minus 1 into d. So this is called the sum of n terms of an AP, right? Supposedly that there are only n terms in an AP, sometimes instead of this, beta, just have a look here. I can go ahead and break this. This will be a plus n minus 1 into d. And this is that nth term. जैसे जब 12th term निकालना था, I had used this formula for n equal to 12. So even if I have to find the nth term, I can use this formula. So sometimes when you're only given the first and nth term, then you can rewrite it like this also. That this will be written as a plus an into n by 2. Let us go ahead and take some example. Find the value of 2 plus 10 plus 18 till 802. ठीक है, करके देखते हैं. So this says that the first term is 2. What is d? D will be 10 minus 2, which will be 8, right? Now, last term is given to you as 802. So last term is given to you as 802. That means the nth term, the last term is given to me as 802. But beta, in order to find the sum, I should be able to find the value of n. For finding the sum, I need this n. How can I go ahead and find this n? Well, I know that the nth term is 802. I know that the nth term can be written as a plus n minus 1d. This is 802. I know that the first term is 2 and n is not known to me, but I know that the difference is 8. So this is 802. So n minus 1 into 8 will be 800. N minus 1 will be 100. N will be 101. So I have now got that the value of n should be 101. Now I can just plug it here. So I know that number of terms are 101. I know that the first term is 2 and the last term is 802. Just plug this inside the formula and you will go ahead and get the answer. So the answer will be 40602. So this is how you can go ahead and find the sum of an AP. Let us go to the properties of AP. If constant is added or subtracted or multiplied to each term of AP, then resulting sequence is also an AP, of course. So if I start with an AP, my AP is 2, 5, so gap of 3, 8 and so on. And I multiply the entire AP by, let's say, 3. So 3 into 2 is 6, 5 into 3 is 15, 3 into 8 is 24 and so on. So if I multiply the entire AP with something beta, then this will also be an AP. So if you see here, 15 minus 6 is 9, 24 minus 15 is 9 and so on. So you will go ahead and get the corresponding also as AP. That's the property. Second, if each term of AP is divided by non-zero constant, then the resulting sequence is also an AP. Again, it holds for addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. But when you divide, you should be dividing by a non-zero term. बस यही जरूरी है. Zero से तो divide नहीं कर सकते है ना. So you should be dividing by a non-zero sum. Now, let us go ahead and come to another property. See, sometimes what it will say is a question like this. Let's read the question first. Insert 3 numbers between 2 and 18 such that resulting sequence is an AP. So whenever you are given that you have to insert certain number of terms between two terms A and B such that the resulting sequence is an AP, you must be able to go ahead and use this formula. The common difference is given by B minus A upon N plus 1. B minus A upon N plus 1. Question देखो एक बार यहाँ पे. So I want to go ahead and I want to insert 3 numbers between minus 2 and 18. तो बेटा ऐसा कुछ हो गया. Minus 2. Then I have the first number, second number, third number and 18. So if I insert 3 numbers between minus 2 and 18, how many numbers are there in my AP now? Well, I can clearly see that there will be 5 numbers in AP. So my N will be 5, right? And the last number will be 18, right? Last number will be 18. So beta, how do you go ahead and solve this thing? We know that the nth number is A plus N minus 1 into D. Last number is 18. First number is minus 2 plus I have 5 numbers that I want to have in the series minus 1 into common difference D. So it will be 20 is equal to 4D. So D will be 20 divided by 4, which will be 5. So the common difference that I will have in this case will be 5. Bas, ab to add karte jo 5, 5, 5, 5, you will get the answer. So basically, ये जो हमने D निकाला है बेटा, this D that I have found out. How did I find this D? Beta, this was the last number of the series. This was given to you. I subtracted the first number of the series and I divided it by N minus 1 and I got the common difference D. This is the formula to find the common difference D. Once you have found this common difference D, then you can go ahead and find the entire series. So A1 will be minus 2 plus 5. A2 will be 3 plus 5. And A3 will be 8 plus 5. So the terms will be, the three terms that you have inserted will be 3, 8, and 13. These will be the three terms that you have inserted. These are the only important things that you will have from arithmetic progression. Okay. Now let us start by doing some exercise questions better. So question number 1 that I want to give you is the following. Please write down. If 17th term of an AP exceeds its 10th term by 7, then the common difference is A1, B2, C3, D4. So 17th term of an AP exceeds the 10th term by 7, then the common difference is. Take a moment, try to do it yourself, then I will do it for you. So just think about it. What will be the 17th term of the AP beta? A17 will be A plus N minus 1D. N will be 17. So it will be A plus 17 minus 1D. So it will be A plus 16D. In the same way, what will be 10th term of the series A10? A10 will be A plus N minus 1D. This will be A plus 9D. Now it says 17th exceeds 10th by 7. That means A17 minus A10 is 7. So A plus 16D minus A plus 9D, this is 7. This implies beta that if you solve this, 16D minus 9D is 7. So 7D is 7. So D will be 1. So the common difference that you will go ahead and find out is going to be 1. That's the common difference, right? Okay, so write down the next question. Please try to do this yourself. The number of multiples of 4 between 10 and 250 is A50, B40, C60, D30. You have to tell what are the number of multiples of 4 between 10 and 250. Take a moment, try to do this yourself. It's a question on AP. So beta, when we go ahead and talk about number of multiples between 10 and 250, that means after 10, what's the first multiple? 12. Second multiple 16. Third multiple 20. 24. ये सारे तो 4 के multiples हैं, right? So पहले last multiple के बारे में सोचते हैं. If I divide 250 by 4, I will get remainder as 2. That means 250 is not completely divisible by 4. It's giving me a gap of 2. So 250 must be 2 must be subtracted from 250 to get the last number. Are you getting it? When 250 is divided by 4, I'm getting the remainder as 2. So that means 248 should be the last number that should be divisible by 4. Now this is in AP. This series is in AP. And the common difference that I have This is 16 minus 12, which is 4. The common difference is 4 because it is multiples of 4. So beta, now I know that AN, the last number is 248. And AN is given by A plus N minus 1 into D. First number of the series is 12. N I don't know. Common difference is 4. And the last number is 248. So 248 minus 12 will be N minus 1 into 4. 248 minus 12 is 236, will be N minus 1 into 4. So if you divide this, 59 will be N minus 1, N will be 60. So the number of, you would have never thought that this is a question on AP. The number of multiples of 4 between 10 and 250 are actually 60. That's the answer to this question, that there are 60 multiples of 4. Okay, please write down the next question. 20th term from the last term of AP 3, 8, 13 till 253 is. Options are 147, 151, 154, and 158. You have to tell what is the 20th term from the last, not from the first. So just go ahead and do this. But there is another trick to do these kind of questions. It is asking the 20th term of from the last. Tell me something. If I reverse this AP, can I write this as 253 dash 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 13, 8, and 3? Now, instead of finding 20th term from the last, I can find 20th term from the first, क्योंकि मैंने AP को ही reverse कर दिया. So instead of finding 20th term from the last, for this AP I had to find 20th term from the last. I reverted this AP, so now I have to find 20th term from the first. So beta, now the first term will be 253. The difference, how do you find the difference? The difference is this term minus this term. This term minus this term. So it will be 3 minus 8, which will be minus 5. N is 20, I know. So what will be the 20th term, beta? It will be A plus N minus 1 D. So 253 plus 20 minus 1 into minus 5. इसी का दूसरा formula is what I had given you in my lecture, that it is L minus N minus 1 into D. So अगर इस series पे directly आप ये apply कर दो, you apply this formula, you will get the same answer. The common difference is 5, N is 20, last term is 253, and there is a negative sign in between. So whether you apply this formula or you revert the series and apply the usual formula, it's the same thing. So beta, solve this. 253 plus 19 into minus 5. So 253 minus 95. So this will be 158. So 20th term from the last will be 158. That's the answer to this question, right? Okay. Now, I'm giving you one question and this is for you to practice. So if second term of AP is 13 and fifth term is 25, then seventh term is A 30, B 33, C 37, and D 38. So if second term of the AP is 13 and fifth term of AP is 25, then seventh term of the AP is which of the following? You have to do this question yourself. I am just giving you the answer to this question that it should be 33. It should be 33. You have to practice this yourself. Write down another question for your practice. Which term of AP 21, 42, 63, 84 is 210? And the options are 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Again, this is for you to practice. I am just giving you the answer to this question that this will be 10. This will be 10. One last question for you to practice, beta. What is the common difference of an AP for A18 minus A14 is equal to 32? And options are 8, minus 8, minus 4, and 4. And I'm telling you that the answer is 8. So these are the 3 questions for you to practice. Take another 15-20 minutes. Go ahead and practice these questions. Now we will begin with the next topic called triangles. But a very, very important topic, but a very easy topic also. Let us look at some of the important things. First, we want to understand the difference between what is a similar and a concurrent figure. Okay. So, two geometric figures that have the same shape and size, दोनों same होना चाहिए. Same shape and size, मतलब जितना एक उतना ही दूसरा, same shape and size, they are called as concurrent or congruent, right? Two geometric figures that have the same shape but not the same size, they are called as similar. Like all circles are similar, but they don't have the same size. They are not congruent. Okay. So let us go ahead and read this out. All circles are similar. All equilateral triangles are similar, because equilateral means all 3 sides will be equal to each other. All congruent figures are similar. If it is congruent, matlab same shape and size, it has to be similar. But converse is not true. Agar similar hai to congruent ho not necessary. But if it is congruent, then it will be similar. This is necessary, right? Okay, beta, now come to the similarity of polygons. Two polygons with the same number of sides are similar if the following is satisfied. Their angles, corresponding angles should be equal, and their sides should be proportionate. So जैसे अगर if I draw a polygon, then the angle between this polygon and even if I draw a bigger polygon, angle should be equal and side should be proportionate. If this is 2 and this is 5, and if this is 4, then the ratio has to be the same. If this is 2:5, तो यहाँ पर भी 2:5 maintain होना जरूरी है. So this should be 10. This length should be 10. Are you getting it? So we are saying that two polygons with the same number of sides, they are similar if two things are satisfied. Beta, first thing, that the corresponding angles are equal and the sides are in the same ratio. Only then we will go ahead and we will say that they are similar. Okay. Two line segments are congruent if they are equal in length. Two angles are congruent if they have the same measure. And this is called CPCT. CPCT means corresponding parts of congruent triangle. So if I have two triangles which are congruent, then corresponding parts of the two triangles should be equal to each other. Let us take an example. Let's say that triangle ABC and PQR, they are congruent. ABC, that means they have same size and shape, and PQR. And they're congruent. But a congruent will mean that AB should be equal to PQ, that BC should be equal to QR, and that CA should be equal to RP. These corresponding parts of the congruent triangles should be equal to each other. And the corresponding angles should also be equal. So angle A should be equal to angle P. Angle B should be equal to angle Q. And angle C should be equal to angle R. This is the property of congruent triangles. Yaad kar lo. This is the property of congruent triangles. Now next talk about the basic proportionality theorem. The basic proportionality theorem suggests that if a line is drawn parallel to one side of the triangle to intersect the other two sides in a distinct point, then the other two sides are divided in the same ratio. So I have this triangle A, B, C. If I draw a line parallel to one side, matlab I am drawing a line parallel to BC. This line is CD, not C, sorry, DE maybe. I am drawing a line parallel to this to intersect the two sides. Then they are divided in the same ratio. That means if this is A, D, B, C, then A by D should be equal to B by C. They should be divided in the same ratio. We also have a corollary that we must be satisfying. If D and E are points on the same sides, AB and AC respectively, then triangle ABC is such that DE is parallel to BC. DE is parallel to BC. What does this mean, beta? मतलब अगर मैं आपको एक triangle दे दूं, if I give you a triangle A, B and C, and I tell you, look, this ratio is same. This is 4, this is 12. This is 3, this is 9. So beta, this is 4 by 12, 1:3. This is 3 by 9, 1:3. So if it divides in the same ratio, then this line must be parallel to this line. This line must be parallel to this line. This is what it suggests. Okay, now let us take the first question for the day from this triangle topic. So you are given this triangle, and this is given as P, Q, and R, and you are given that this is 1.2 and this is 1.8. And I think this is given as 3 centimeter. This is 3 centimeter. It says this is, I am printing mein thoda, this is ST, huh? So it says find, so it says ST is parallel to QR. And it says find RT, hai na? Find PR. It says find PR. This is the question. Okay. So little printing there. Huh? Now we know that beta, if this line, what is the property? If this line is parallel to this line, then it must divide in the same ratio. So we know that 1.2 by 1.8 should be equal to 3 by RT. It must divide in the same ratio. So 6 2s are 6 3s are 3 and RT. So RT will be 9 by 2, which will be 4.5. So we have got that this RT should be 4.5. Now the question is asking find the length of PR. So PR is this beta. So what will be PR? PR will be 3 plus 4.5, which will be 7.5. So PR will be 7.5 That's the answer to your question. Okay. Converse of the basic proportionality theorem. If a line divides two sides of a triangle in the same ratio, then the line is said to be parallel to the third side. We have done this. Now we come to the next theorem, beta, which is known as the AAA similarity criteria. What does this say? It says that if there are two triangles such that the corresponding angles are equal to each other. So this is A, B, C, and this is D, E, F. But if I tell you that angle A is equal to D, angle B is equal to E, angle C is equal to F, so the corresponding angles are equal, then the corresponding sides are in the same ratio and hence the triangles are similar. So the ratio of AB by DE will be equal to BC by EF will be equal to AC by DE. This is called the AAA criteria, right? Similarly, we have another theorem which is called the AA similarity criteria. If in two triangles, two angles of one triangle are equal to two angles of third, तो तीसरा तो खुद से equal हो जाएगा because sum is 180. Then the two triangles are similar. Then the two triangles are similar. ठीक है बेटा. Let's take a question to solve this. In triangle ABC, angle C is acute. D and E are points on side BC and AC respectively, such that AD is perpendicular to BC and BE is perpendicular to AC. Show that. Show ki jagah pe you will be given an MCQ, which of the following is true, and you will be given one of the statement as this, that BC into CD is equal to AC into AC into CE. Beta ye dekho ek bari zara. You're given this triangle. A, B, C. It is going ahead and it is drawing a line perpendicular from B to E. It is drawing a line perpendicular from A to D. Right? And it is saying that BC, that means this, into CD, that means this. That means this should be equal to AC, that means this, into CE, that means this. So beta, what can we go ahead and do in this case? In this case, we can simply apply the AA criteria. If you look at this triangle, beta, ACD, a triangle yellow. And the other triangle that I am taking is this beta, BCE. So I am taking triangle ACE. No, let me just rename it. I am taking triangle ACD, this one, and triangle BCE. तो बेटा एक एंगल तो कॉमन हो गया, एंगल C, और दूसरा एंगल इक्वल है, एंगल D is equal to angle E is equal to 90 degree. So if two angles are equal in a triangle, then the two triangles are similar. So these two triangles will be similar. But if these two triangles are similar, then we know that their sides will be having the same ratio. So we know that CD by CE will be equal to AC by BC. So we have just proved this. You should remember these theorems, beta, please. Okay, now come to the next theorem. It says SSS similarity criteria. That was AAA, angle similarity criteria. Now we are doing side similarity criteria. If in two triangles, side of one triangle is proportionate to side of two triangles, then the two triangles are similar, right? So एक example देख लेते हैं. If PQR is an isosceles triangle, that means two sides of the triangle are equal. So PQR. It is given better that PQ is equal to PR. So this is equal to this. A is the midpoint of side QR. A. So beta, I am drawing a line through it. Prove that PAQ is similar to PAR. So just have a look beta. In this triangle, PAQ, in triangle PAQ, and in triangle PAR, can you see that one side is equal? One side is common. So beta, दो sides equal हो गई ना? So if side of one triangle are proportionate to side of the other triangle, triangles are similar to each other. So we have proved that in these two triangles, and this is the midpoint. So this is also equal to this. So sides are equal to each other. That means they're also proportionate to each other. So using the SSS criteria, we have proved that the two triangles are similar. This is called SSS criteria. Now you also have something which is known as beta SAS criteria. Side, angle, side. So if one angle of a triangle is equal to one angle of another triangle, right? And sides between these angles are proportionate, then the triangles are similar. So beta dekh lo. This is angle ABC. This is angle DEF. But I am saying that angle A is equal to angle D. And sides are proportionate. So AB by DE is equal to AC by DF. Then these two triangles are similar to each other. Let us take an example. If PQRS is parallelogram, prove triangle SOR is similar to POS. So you are given a parallelogram. PQRS. And it says triangle POQ is similar to triangle SOR. So पहले O समझ लो क्या है? O is when I join the diagonals. Then this is O beta. Now it says POQ, माने this. And SOR, माने this. I have to prove that these two triangles are similar to each other. बड़ा ही आसान है proof करना. This is a parallelogram. Property of a parallelogram, please write down that diagonals bisect each other. Diagonals bisect each other. That means beta SO is equal to OQ. Beta PO is equal to OR. And this is a parallelogram. So opposite sides ka we know, right? And we know that the vertically opposite angles are also equal in a parallelogram. So POQ should be equal to SOR. Please write down. Vertically opposite angles are equal. So diagonals bisect each other. Vertically opposite angles are equal to each other. So by SAS criteria, side, angle, side criteria, the two triangles will be similar. Right? Now, come to the next theorem beta. The ratio of area of two similar triangles is equal to the square of the ratio of their corresponding sides. So once I find the ratio of the area, it should be equal to square of the ratio of the corresponding sides. Take example ले लेते हैं बेटा. In triangle ABC, D and E are respectively the midpoints of side AB and BC. So I have AB and BC and their midpoint is given as D and E. It says find the ratio of triangle DBE and ABC. So just think about it. But D and E are respectively midpoints of the side AB and BC, midpoints. So from our first theorem that I told you, this means that DE will be parallel to AC. DE will be parallel to AC. Now consider the triangle DBE. इसमें भी angle common आ रहा है angle B, and consider the triangle ABC. इसमें भी angle common आ रहा है B. So in triangle DBE and ABC, you have a common angle coming up, right? And we know that angle BED must be equal to angle BCA. This is corresponding angles because the triangles are similar. So corresponding angles have to be equal. And this must be equal to this. So we have now that these two triangles are similar. And if the triangles are similar, then the area ratio should be equal to the square of the ratio of the sides. But midpoint है ना D. So if this is x and x, then the side will be 2x. So ratio of the side will be x by 2x. That means 1 by 2. So area has to be square of this. So it will be 1 by 4. So area will be in the 1 by 4. That's the ratio of the area. Okay, now let's talk about Pythagoras theorem. All of you know that. If I have a 90-degree angle, then we know hypotenuse square should be equal to base square plus perpendicular square. This is what the answer should be. So this is how you can go ahead and prove it, that hypotenuse square is base square plus perpendicular square. That's the Pythagoras theorem. So with this, we end the chapter on triangles. Let me give you some questions to practice better. And let us see how well we perform with these questions. Okay. So I am saying the following. In triangle ABC, AB is 6√3 centimeter. AC is 12 centimeter. BC is 6 centimeter. The angle B is, and the options given to you are 120, 60, 90, and 45. You have to give what angle B will be. Take a moment, try to do this yourself first. Okay, let's start. So beta, I will first of all try to see if directly Pythagoras theorem satisfies this equation or not. So if you see at AC, it is 12, it's the biggest side. So if the Pythagoras theorem is true, this must be hypotenuse. And beta AC square will come down to 12 square, which will be 144. AB square will come down to 6√3 square, which will be 36 into 3, which will be 108. And BC square will be 6 square, which will be 36. Clearly, we can see that AB square plus BC square is 108 plus 36, which is 144, which is AC square. That means that this has to be a right angle triangle. So angle B will be 90 degree. That's the answer to this question, that angle B will be 90 degrees. Okay, come to the next question, beta. Which of the following is not a similarity criteria? I just taught you all the similarity criteria. Which is not a similarity criteria? A, AAA, B, SAS, C, SSS, D, ASA. So you have to tell which is not a similarity criteria. Answer. Beta, ASA is not a similarity criteria. We studied about angle, 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 side, angle, side, 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 side. But angle, side, angle is not a similarity criteria. So that is an incorrect answer. Okay. Come to the next question, beta. The ratio of the areas of two similar triangle is equal to A, square of the ratio of their corresponding side, B, square root of ratio of sides, C, cube of ratio of sides, D, twice the ratio of sides. We just did this, beta. So what should be the correct answer to this question? We know that when triangles are similar to each other, we have just proved that the ratio of the areas should be equal to the square of the ratio of the corresponding sides. So answer to this question should be A. Okay, beta. Come to the next question. So now I am saying that in triangle ABC is similar, if triangle ABC is similar to triangle DEF, then which of the following holds true? A, AB by FD is equal to BC by EF is equal to CA by DE. B, AB by DE is equal to BC by DF is equal to CA by EF. C, AB by DE is equal to BC by EF is equal to CA by FD. And D, AB by BC is equal to CA by DE is equal to EF by FD. So the triangles are similar. You have to go ahead and tell me that which of the following will hold true. बहुत easy है, diagram बना के देख लो. So I have triangle ABC and triangle DEF. So ratio of corresponding sides must be equal to each other. So I must have that this AB by DE. AB by DE should be equal to BC by EF. BC by EF should be equal to AC by DF. So AC by DF. This is what should hold true. So AB by DE equal to BC by EF is equal to AC by DF. Beta, this thing is satisfied in answer C. So answer to this question is C. We just did the properties of similar triangles now. Okay, now let me give you the next question. So beta, it is given that triangle ABC is similar to triangle DFE. And angle A is given as 30 degree. Angle C is given as 50 degree. AB is given as 5 centimeter. AC is given as 8 centimeter. DF is given as 7.5. Then which of the following is true? Please write down the options, beta. First option, DE is 12, angle F is 50. Second option, DE is 12, angle F is 100. Third option, DEF is 12, angle D is 100. And fourth option, EF is 12, angle D is 30 degree. So which of the following is true? That is what you have to go ahead and tell. ABC and DEF are similar to each other. तो देख लो एक बारी जरा बेटा. ABC is similar to DEF. This is given to us. It says angle A is 30 degree. So beta, if angle A is 30 degree and they are similar to each other, मतलब D भी तो 30 degree हो गया. Then it says angle C is 50 degree. So beta, if angle C is 50 degree and they are similar to each other, तो F भी तो 50 degree हो गया. They are similar to each other, right? Any property you apply, A, they have to, all angles have to be equal. So beta, we know that F will be 50 degree. Automatically, this answer should be the correct one. A should be correct, right? Now, let's move one step ahead and try to solve further. DE को भी निकालते हैं. So AB is 5 centimeter and DF is 7.5 centimeter and AC is 8 centimeter. So beta, we know that AB by DE should be equal to AC by DF because they are similar triangle. So sides have to be in the equal ratio. So AB by DE should be equal to AC by DF. So what will be DE? 5 into 7.5 divided by 8. Right? This will be 5 into 7.5 divided by 8. That will be your DE. This is how you can go ahead and you can find the properties. Is this clear? So, वैसे तो हर एक में उन्होंने 12 भी दिया हुआ, but still you should be able to go ahead and do it. Okay. Now let us go to the next question, beta. So this question says that it is given that triangle ABC is similar to triangle PQR and BC by QR is 1 by 4. Find area triangle PQR by area triangle ABC. This is what you have to do in this question. I'm not giving the options. Kuch to 4 options hai, right? So now just think about this, beta. When triangles are similar to each other, what is the property? That the ratio of the area will be square of the ratio of the sides. So ratio of side is 1 by 4. Its square will be 1 by 16. So if the area of this triangle is 1, this area will be 16. The ratio will be 1:16. And that's the answer to this question. Okay, let's take one last question from triangles. Then you can practice on your own. In triangles, ABC and DEF, angle B is equal to E, angle F is equal to C, and AB is 3 times DE. Then 2 triangles are, first, congruent but not similar. Second, similar but not congruent. Third, neither congruent nor similar. Fourth, both. बेटा पहली बात समझो. We studied that if a triangle is congruent, it is automatically similar. That's the first thing I taught you. If a triangle is congruent, it is automatically similar. So that means that this is incorrect. Now just read about it. I can only have congruent triangles if they have the exact same size. But size to same nahi hai na, because AB is 3 times DE. AB is here and DE is here. They don't have the same size. They are in the same proportion, but they don't have the same size. So congruent to nahi hai. It is not congruent. So answer will be similar but not congruent. Can you tell me by which property? The property will be ASA, angle side angle, that we just studied. Angles are equal and the middle side is equal. It is proportionate. So by angle side angle, the two things will be similar to each other. So answer to this question will be similar but not congruent, right? Similar but not congruent. So these are some of the questions that I wanted to go ahead and discuss with you based on triangle. Of course, there are multiple other questions that you can go ahead and practice. I am giving you one question for your practice. So write down, if triangles ABC and DEF, thoda tricky hai, huh? Are similar. AB is 4, DB is 6, EF is 9, and FD is 12. Find perimeter of the triangle. Find perimeter of the triangle. So options are 18, 22, 20, and 21. But I am telling you right now that answer will be A. You have to try and see how. And I'm giving you the formula for perimeter of triangle. It is nothing but the sum of sides. Acha, perimeter of which triangle? Triangle ABC, huh? Find the perimeter of triangle ABC. So AB you know. Okay. BC and AC you don't know. But these two triangles are similar to each other. तो ratio equal होना चाहिए sides का. So ABC की बाकी दो sides निकाल लो. Find out the other two sides. Then the sum of sides is called the perimeter of the triangle. So find out the perimeter of this triangle. Please do this. Don't skip on this question. Try to do this. Find out the perimeter of the triangle. Let us go ahead and begin with the next topic, which is trigonometry. So in trigonometry, let us talk about the basic ratios first. We know that sine theta, this is going to be perpendicular by hypotenuse. So it's written as opposite side. So sine, if this is theta, then opposite side by hypotenuse, that is sine theta. So it is given by beta AB by AC. That is what sine theta is. Right? This is sine theta. Then the next thing that you have is called cos theta. Cos theta is a base by hypotenuse. So the angle के साथ वाला जो adjacent side है, adjacent side by hypotenuse, that is cos theta. So BC by AC is cos theta. Then we have beta tan theta. Tan theta will be perpendicular by base. So adjacent side by opposite side by adjacent side will be tan theta. So AB by BC will be tan theta. Next, beta, we want to talk about cosec theta. Cosec theta is 1 by sine theta. So if sine theta is AB by BC, AC, then cosec theta will be AC by AB. Sec theta is 1 by cos theta. So it will be AC by BC. And cot theta will be 1 by tan theta. So it will be BC by AB. Also, we know that tan theta can be written as sin theta by cos theta, and cot theta is cos theta by sin theta. These things should be known to you. Now let us go ahead and take a quick question. So it says sin theta is 7 by 25. Find sec theta 1 plus tan theta. So beta, we know that sin theta is 7 by 25. So if I go ahead and I take this to be 7, if I take this to be 7, this will be 25. So beta, what will be this? You can use Pythagoras theorem and you would know that this is 25 square minus 7 square under root. So this should be 625 minus 49 under root. So this should be 576 under root. So this should be 24. So beta, we know that this will come down as 24. Now what is sec theta? Sec theta is opposite of cos theta. So what is cos theta beta? Cos theta is base by hypotenuse. So 24 by 25. So sec theta will be 25 by 24. Right? Tan theta is sin theta by cos theta. So cos theta is 24 by 25. Sin theta is 7 by 25. Ya perpendicular by base kar lo. So 7 by 24 will come out to be tan theta. So now it is asking find out sec theta into 1 plus tan theta. Sec theta you have found out as 25 by 24 into 1 plus 7 by 24. So this is going to be 25 by 24 into 31 by 24. So this will be 775 by 576. So that will be the answer to this question, right? Come to the next question, beta. It says tan theta is 3 by 5. Find sin theta plus cos theta upon sin theta minus cos theta. ये निकालना है. So beta, tan theta is given as 3 by 5. What you can do is both numerator and denominator you can divide by cos theta. So sin theta plus cos theta by cos theta upon sin theta minus cos theta by cos theta. So this is going to be sin theta by cos theta plus 1, sin theta by cos theta minus 1. So this is going to be tan theta plus 1, tan theta minus 1. And tan theta is given as 3 by 5. So beta, this is going to be 3 by 5 plus 1 upon 3 by 5 minus 1. Solve kar lo beta, this will come down to be minus 4. Okay. Now this table is important. You should remember this table. So in this table for 0, 30, 45, 60 and 90, I have gone ahead and given sine, cos, tan, cot, sec and cosec values. So sine 0 is 0, cos 0 is 1, and then this goes to half, 1 by root 2, root 3 by 2 and 1. This goes to, this will be opposite, huh? So this goes from 0 to 1. This will go from 1 to 0. So ये हो जाएगा 1 root 3 by 2, 1 by root 2, 1 by 2 and 0. बेटा इन दोनों सिर्फ यही याद करने की जरूरत है. Just remember sin theta. बाकी सब खुद से हो जाएगा. So cos theta will go in the opposite direction as sin theta. Tan theta will be sin by cos. So 0 by 1, 0. 1 by 2 divided by root 3 by 2. 1 by root 3. 1 root 3 not defined. Cot theta will be reciprocal of tan theta. तो ये इसका reciprocal हो जाएगा. Sec theta will be reciprocal of cos theta. तो इसका reciprocal हो जाएगा. And cosec theta will be reciprocal. So ये इसका reciprocal हो जाएगा. Sorry. So beta, you can find all values if you are well aware of these values. This is what I have gone ahead and tried to do here. Okay, so now let us go ahead and ये table का एक मिनट, just take a snippet. Keep this table with you. Now let us take the next question. ABC is right angled at B and AB is 6 centimeter. BC is root 12. Find A and C. ABC is right angled at B. AB is 6. BC is root 12. So you have to find the measure of angle A and angle C. Beta, ye samjho zara that this is theta, huh? Tan theta will be perpendicular by base. So it will be 6 by root 12. Beta, root 12 is nothing but 3 into 4 under root. So this is nothing but 6 by 2 root 3. This is nothing but 2 into 3 by 2 root 3. So this will be root 3. If I go back to this table, when is tan root 3? When is tan root 3? Tan is root 3 at 60 degree. That means this angle will be 60 degree. This is 90 degree. So beta, what will be this angle? Some has to be 180. So this will be 30 degree. So this comes down to 30 degree. That's the answer to this question. We have been able to find all that. Okay. Evaluate the expression. 4 cos cube 60 degree minus sine cube 30 degree plus 3 sine 30 degree minus cos 60 degree. You need to go ahead and evaluate this expression. So what you can go ahead and do is, beta cos cube 60 degree matlab cos 60 ka whole cube. Sine cube 30 degree means sine 30 ka whole cube into 4 plus 3 sine 30 minus cos 60. ये सारी values तो known है ना. Cos 60 you know from here. Half. Sine 60 या sine 30 also you know half. So you know all those values, beta. Just values ही तो डालनी है. So you can just plug in that cos 60 की जगह पे, see I have written half whole cube. Sine 30 की जगह पे also I have written half whole cube. Sine 30 is half and cos 60 is also half. So half to cancel out हो जाएंगे. Half minus half is 0. So you will simply go ahead and get the answer as 0. So answer to this entire will be 0. Right? Now come to the next question. So these are some of the other identities that you should remember. Beta, sine 90 minus theta is cos theta. Cos 90 minus theta is sine theta. Tan 90 minus theta is cot theta. Cot 90 minus theta is tan theta. Cosec 90 minus theta is sec theta. And sec 90 minus theta is cosec theta. These are some of the identities that you should be remembering. Okay, now these are the identities. Let us try to do a question based on it. So the question says evaluate this term. And it says sine 28, sine 30, sine 54, sec 36, sec 60. You need to evaluate these terms. This is what the question is saying. Beta, can I go ahead and can I bring this and sec together. So I will get sine 28, sec 36, sine 30, sec 60, sine 54. ऐसे लिख लेते हैं इसको. I'm just trying to अच्छा यहाँ पे sorry, this will be 54. Sec is 62, sorry. Sec is not 30, 60. This is 62. तो अगर 62 है, then with 62, let me just bring in 28. I'll tell you why I am doing this. I can bring 28 here. And if this is 36, then 36 and 54 ho raha na sum. So I can bring in 54 here. And I can make this as 90. Aise. Just rewrite this. Okay. Now better think about it. Sec 36 from this rule will be cosec 90 minus theta. So this will be cosec 90 minus theta. That means it will be cosec 54 into sine 54. Similarly, sec 62 will be cosec 90 minus 62. So it will be cosec 28 into sine 28. Finally, into sine 30. This is 30. But cosec 54 will be 1 by sine 54. So this will be sine 54 into 1 by sine 54. This will be sine 28 into 1 by sine 28. This will be sine 30. So beta, this will cancel out, cancel out. You will only be left up with sine 30. That will be half. That is the answer to this question. Usually you get such kind of questions in exam. Okay, now let us go to the next part. I am leaving it to you. These are just using those same identities. So this is what you need to evaluate. 4 root 3 sine 40 sec 30 sec 50 sine square 34 plus sine square 56. जैसे यहाँ देखो बेटा, sine square 34 plus sine square 56. We know that sine theta is cos 90 minus theta. Cos theta is sine 90 minus theta. So this will be, so if I have to find in terms of cos, then I can go ahead and say that cos theta will be sine 90 minus 54. So sine 30 minus 56, sorry. So sine 34, right? So I can at any point say that cos sine square 34 की जगह पे I can go ahead and write cos square 56. So if I go ahead and solve this, this will be cos square 56 plus sine square 56. That means it will be 1. So numerator will be 1. Are you getting it? I'm just using these same identities. ऐसे बेटा this sec 50 can be rewritten as cosec 90 minus 50. That means cosec 40. And cosec 40 is 1 by sine 40. So sine 1 by sine 40 into sine 40 will cancel out each other. है ना? तो सिर्फ sec 30 ही बच जाएगा वहां पर. So you can go ahead and use these properties here, beta. And after using the properties, you will be able to solve it. So I am leaving this up to you to go ahead and solve this question. I am not doing it. I've given you the hint to solve this. Just use these 6 identities. Okay, now let us go ahead to the next question. And that is based on the trigonometric identities. So there are some more identities that you should know. The first identity is cos square theta plus sine square theta is 1. 1 plus tan square theta is sec square theta. And 1 plus cot square theta is cosec square theta. So these are the 3 important identities that you should go ahead and remember. Right? Let us take an example for this beta. So it says cos theta is 5/7. Then find the value of cot theta plus cosec theta. Cot theta is 5/7. Find cot theta plus cosec theta. This is what it says. So now we know that beta sine squared theta plus cos squared theta is 1. So sine theta will be 1 minus cos squared theta under root. Right. So sine theta will be 1 minus cos theta is 5/7. So 5/7 whole square under root. So sine theta की value ये आ जाएगी. Now cosec theta is 1 by sine theta. So 1 by sine theta will be opposite of the above. Cosec theta निकल गया. Beta cot theta is cos theta by sine theta. So I have found out sine theta. I know cos theta. If I find the ratio of the two, I will get cot theta. So I know cot theta, I know cosec theta. So therefore I can go ahead and I can find cot theta plus cosec theta also. Very simple. So this is the kind of questions that can come in exam. I am just telling you the identities and you can go ahead and do those questions. Now, simultaneously, beta, I will also go ahead and cover some part of application of trigonometry. Very, very important. So when we talk about application of trigonometry, you must understand something which is known as an angle of elevation. So supposedly, this is a right angle triangle. Right? Then, but this is the object. There is something which is known as a line of sight. The line of sight, it is the line drawn from eye of the observer to the point of the object viewed by the observer. So अगर मैं suppose I am standing on Qutub Minar and I am looking at something just below. So how do I observe it? That is called the line of the observer. This is the line of the observer, right? This is the object. This is the observer. I can be on top and looking at something below. I can be below and looking at something on top. So I can be on the ground and looking at the edge of the Qutub Minar, at the top of the Qutub Minar. So this is observer, this is the object, this is the line of the observer, how the observer is looking. Now, there is something which is known as angle of elevation. So angle of elevation is this. This is the angle of elevation. Right. T is the position of the eye of the observer. Q is the object here. Angle of elevation of the object Q with respect to observer is the angle made by the line of the side with the horizontal line. I hope this is clear to you. Now there is something which is known as angle of depression. The angle of depression is basically with respect to the line of sight, but now I'm just making this opposite angle. So basically, ye object hai. This is observer, right? The observer is now on the top. Just as I told you, this can be Qutub Minar. This is the observer, and he can be looking here. Then I'm elevating myself. I'm looking at the top. So this is the angle of elevation. But I can be on top of Qutub Minar itself. And I can be looking at my car below. So then I am looking below. This is the object. Now, this is the observer. Then I am more interested in the angle of depression. I am interested in the angle of depression, angle below, right? So these are the two angles that you are interested in. Now, the angle of depression here thus formed is XPQ, this XPQ. This is the angle of the depression formed. Now what does it say? It says that angle PQR, this one, is equal to angle XPQ, this one. And what is the reason that it states? It says that these are alternate interior angles, and we know that alternate interior angles are equal to each other. Okay, now let us go ahead and let us try to see how trigonometry can be used to find angle of elevation or depression. Take a question. The angle of elevation of the top of a tower from the foot of a building is 60 degrees. So this is the foot of the building. This is the building. The angle of elevation from the top of the tower to the foot of the building. This is 60 degrees. And the angle of elevation of the top of the building from the foot of the tower is 30 degrees. So this is this. This is 30 degrees. Right? If the building is 16 meter tall, this is 16 meter. Right? Then what is the height of the tower? So दो चीजें, एक बिल्डिंग है, एक टावर है. पहले हमने बोला टॉप ऑफ द टावर, ये बिल्डिंग है, दिस इज बिल्डिंग, दिस इज टावर. Top of the tower to the foot of the building, beta, this is 60 degrees. Top of the building to the foot of the tower, beta, this is 30 degrees. Building is 16 meter tall. Now it is asking what is the height of the tower. So we will go ahead and use simple trigonometry here. Now what we can do is, we know that we are given that these 60 and 30 degrees. So I will go ahead and find tan theta. Tan theta will be AB by BD. This. If I name this as AB and D and C. So beta tan theta will be AB by BD. And this should be tan theta. Theta ye wala loge. So theta will be 30 degrees. So tan 30 ki value we know. AB ki value we know 16. Only BD we don't know. Na? So we can find BD. So from here, we know that tan 30 is 1 by root 3. We know that AB is 16. We know that BD is not known to 1. So BD will come down to 16 root 3. So beta, this BD is now 16 root 3. Now look at this triangle. Isme bhi tan theta will be what? CD by BD. This will be tan 60 degree. Perpendicular by base will be this angle tan 60 degree. Tan 60 also we know. BD we know. We can find CD. So tan 60 is root 3. BD we know as 16 root 3. So CD we can find out as 48 meter. That will be the answer to this question. Okay, let us take one more question now. Two wells are located on the opposite side of 18 meter tall building. Okay. An observer from top of the building, the angle of depression of the two wells are 30 and 45. So beta, this is the building. This is well 1, opposite side. This is well 2. You see this well 1 from here, you see well 2 from here. This is observer. And angle of depression are 30 and 45 degree. So beta, this suppose is 45 degree and this is 30 degree. We just read that angle of depression and angle of whether I go ahead and I look from below or top, it should be equal. So that means beta, this will come down to 45 degree and this is opposite will come down to 30 degree. Okay. Now this says that 18 meter tall building. So building itself is given as 18 meter. This is 18 meter. Okay. Find the distance between the wells. So can you tell me what will this be, bache? Very simple. This will be here. If I go ahead and this, then I know that perpendicular by base is tan 45. Perpendicular is 18. Base I don't know, tan 45. Right? So beta base क्या हो जाएगा? 18 divided by tan 45. तो ये आपका ये हो गया. 18 divided by tan 45 is this. Is this clear? Tan 45 is 1. So 18 divided by 1 is 18. So this comes down to 18. Similarly, look here in this triangle. In this triangle, this is 30 degree, na? So 18 divided by base is tan 30. So base will be 18 divided by tan 30. So base of this will come down as 18 root 3. Tan 30 is 1 by root 3. So it will come down as 18 root 3. Now it is pretty simple. We know that this is 18. ये हमने 18 निकाला है. This is 18 root 3. So what is the distance between the two wells? Add the two together. 18 plus 18 root 3. That will be the distance between two wells. They've already given you what is root 3. So you can just put that and get the answer. Right? So this is the application of trigonometry. I hope this can come in exam where you can go ahead and talk about the angle of elevation and depression. I hope this is clear to you. Now, beta, let me give you some of the practice questions from trigonometry. So please try to do these questions. The first question that I'm giving you is this. Sine 30 plus cos 60 minus sine 60 plus cos 30 is A 0, B 1 plus 2 root 3, C 1 minus root 3, and D 1 plus root 3. So you have to tell me which of the following is the correct option. बहुत simple है. We know that sine 30 value is half, cos 60 is half, sine 60 is root 3 by 2, and cos 60 is root 3 by 2. So this will be 1 minus 2 root 3 by 2. So it will be 1 minus root 3. So answer to this question will be C. Okay. Now come to the next question. So find tan 30 upon 1 plus tan square 30 degree. This is the question. Again, this is pretty simple. 2 tan 30 by 1 plus tan square 30. Huh? So we know beta that tan 30 is 1 by root 3. So this will be 2 into 1 by root 3 upon 1 plus 1 by root 3 whole square. Right? Just solve this and get the answer. Okay. The next question here is beta, sine 2a is equal to 2 sine a is true when a is equal to 30 degree, 45 degree, 0 degree, or 60 degree. So try to solve this beta. See, बहुत ही simple है. If I hit and trial से भी करूँ अगर, if I just put 0, I know sine 2 into 0 will be sine 0. Sine 0 is 0. And 2 sine 0 will be sine 0, which will be 0. Right? So both will give me 0. So if it is 0, these two will be equal to each other, and therefore that will be the correct option. Right? So now I'm giving you a difficult one, and I want you to try this. The value of tan 1, tan 2 till tan 89 is, and the options are 0, 1, 2, or half. So which of the following is the correct option? You have to go ahead and tell this based on these 4 options. So just try to do this. I'm telling you the answer for this. So answer to this question beta will be 1. But I'm leaving up to you to try this. Just a hint. Tan 89 can be written as cot 90 minus 89. So it can be written as cot 1. And cot 1 is 1 by tan 1. So this and this will cancel out each other. Similarly, this and the one before this will cancel out each other, and so on. So based on that, just try to solve this question, right? Answer should be 1. Okay, one more question that I want you to try. The value of expression cosec 75 plus theta minus sec 15 minus theta minus tan 55 plus theta plus cot 35 minus theta is. So this is what you want to go ahead and try. And the options are -1, 0, 1, and 3 by 2. And I'm telling you that the answer that you should get should be 0. So take some time and try to do this question. Okay, beta. With this, we will go ahead and end today's session
based on your NAT type of questions of GATE Economics and of your IIT JAM Economics. Okay, beta, let's look at the question. It says your function is given by xy and function goes from r square to r. Then the maximum value of the function on the ellipse x square plus y square is equal to 1 is. There are two ways to solve this question, beta. Let us go ahead and let us look into the first way. So the first technique to solve this question is the following. Beta, your function is z is equal to xy. And you're given that x square plus 2y square is equal to 1. So from here, can you tell me what will be x? X will be 1 minus 2y square under root. You can go ahead and plug this value here. So your z will come as 1 minus 2y square under root into y. Everything is in terms of y. Find out the maxima. Dy by dz by dy. So differentiate the first function. This will be minus 4y into second as it is, plus differentiate the second into first as it is and equate it to 0. Okay, beta. So what will you get? You will get minus 4y square upon 1 minus 2y square under root plus 1 minus 2y square under root is equal to 0. So what will you get from here, beta? Minus 2y square plus 1 minus 2y square is equal to 0. So 1 minus 4y square is equal to 0. So 1 will be 4y square. So y square will be 1 by 4. So y will be 1 by 2. Y will be 1 by 2, right? And if y is 1 by 2, it says, what is it saying? It says the maximum value of function. So beta, your x was defined by this now. 1 minus 2y square under root. So x will be 1 minus 2, 1 by 2 whole square under root. So this will be 1 minus 2, 1 by 4 under root. So this will be 1 by root 2. And what is the value of your function? Your function is x into y. So it will be 1 by 2 into 1 by root 2. So 1 by 2 root 2. Better please check, make sure that you check that the second derivative is less than 0. Only then it is a maximum. Okay. There is another method to do such questions. So if you see, beta, you are given x square plus 2y square is equal to 1. This is your constraint that you are given. What you can do is you can write it like this. So this will be x square plus under root 2 into y whole square is equal to 1. But this is like an equation of the circle. So that means of radius 1. So that means that x will be cos theta. Right? So usually what is x? X is r cos theta, but radius is 1. So it will be cos theta. And beta, y is r sin theta. Radius is 1. So it will be sin theta. So I have to equate. So beta क्या equate करेंगे? X का coefficient 1 है ना? So I will equate cos theta to 1 into X. है ना? This is X whole square ना? And I will equate sin theta to 2y, root 2y. So what will be your function now? Beta, your function, it is X into Y. है ना? Your function, it is X into Y. Right beta? So your function का value यहाँ से क्या आ जाएगा बेटा? X is cos theta. And बेटा y क्या आ जाएगा? Y is going to be sin theta by under root 2. This will be y. है ना? इसको मैं बीच में हटा देती हूँ so that you understand these are two separate steps. पहले मैंने आपको बस ये समझाया है and then I have tried to find out the value. So y beta becomes sin theta by root 2. So this will be sin theta. कभी कभी ना ये मेथड बहुत यूजफुल रहेगा by root 2. Now what can I do? I can multiply and divide by 2. So if I multiply and I divide by 2, what will I get? I will get 2 sin theta cos theta by 2 root 2. तो बच्चे ये हो जाएगा sin 2 theta by 2 root 2. And we know that this takes, sin 2 theta takes the maximum value of, we know that this takes the maximum value when this is going to be 1 by 2 root 2. Right? So the answer can be found out using either method. या तो आप ये method से कर लो that this function takes the maximum value at, so this is maximum, sign can be between 0 to 1 ना, so ये numerator 1 हो गया, maximum value इसकी 1 हो गई, and denominator में 2 root 2 है, so xy का value आ गया 1 by 2 root 2. That's the maximum value it can take, or you can do simply by the method of differentiation. Up to you. So this is an important question.
Go ahead and take some questions related to functions. So consider this question first. You're given a function g of x as x squared plus x minus 1, and you're given g of f of x as this. And the question is asking you to find f of 5 by 4. Now, to find the value of the function evaluated at 5 by 4, you first will have to find that function. You have to find what f of x is. And in order to find out f of x, you'll begin with this. So g of f of x, if this is given as 4x squared minus 10x plus 5, then you have g, this is nothing but g of f of x. You take f of x and you put here in the g function. So this is given to you as 4x squared minus 10x plus 5. So imagine what we are doing. We are saying you had a function f of x. When you put this function in the gx function, it is given to you as x squared plus x minus 1, you got this. Which means that wherever x is given, you substituted it with the function. And once you substituted it, the final answer that you got was 4x squared minus 10x plus 5. So you just have to find out what this function is, right? What is this fx, which when substituted in the function gives you this. Now, the best way to do this is, why don't we bring this in exactly this form? If I'm able to bring this part in this form, I will be able to get my value of the function. So what I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do is I'm going to say, okay, 4x squared minus 10x plus 5. Let's rewrite this as 4x squared minus 8x minus 2x plus 4 plus 1. Let's say that this is 4x squared minus 8x plus 4 minus 2x plus 1. This is nothing but 2x minus 2 whole square minus 2x plus 1. You can also write it as 2 minus 2x whole square. It's the same thing. Anything should work. Right? If you open 2 minus 2x whole square, you will get 4 plus 4x square minus 8x. This is nothing but 2 minus 2x square. 2x whole square. And now if I go ahead, can I do some more manipulations and write this as minus 2x plus 2 minus 2 plus 1. I've just added and subtracted 2 here. So this will be 2 minus 2x whole square minus 2. So minus 2x plus 2 minus 1. So this will be 2 minus 2x whole square plus 2 minus 2x minus 1. Is this fine? I am doing some very basic manipulations. First of all, I wrote this minus 10x as minus 8x minus 2x. I wrote this 5 as 4 plus 1. Because I want to bring square of something here. That is why I did this. Then I brought 4x square, 8x and 4 together. And I got this term. And this became square of 2 minus 2x square. I wanted that same thing here also. So in order to bring that, I added and subtracted 2. And when I did this, then this part became 2 minus 2x. And then I had 1 here. If you compare it with this now, the function that you had f of x whole square plus f of x minus 1 is equal to this. This is, both of them are exactly synonymous. So this is the whole square of 2 minus 2x. This is the same term that is coming here. And then you have minus 1 coming here. So from here, it's clear that the function is 2 minus 2x. This is the value of your function. And now you want to find out the value of your function at 5 by 4. This will be 2 minus 2 into 5 by 4, which will be 2 minus 5 by 2, which will be minus half. So the answer to this question is minus half. Okay, take the next question. It says, find the inverse of function f of x, and the function is given to you as f of 8 to the power 2x minus 8 to the power minus 2x upon 8 to the power 2x plus 8 to the power minus 2x. And the options given to you are 1 by 4 log to the power base e, 1 plus x upon 1 minus x. Second option is 1 by 4 log e to the base 8 log e 1 minus x 1 plus x. The third option given to you is 1 by 4 log 1 minus x upon 1 plus x. And the last option is 1 by 4 log e log 1 plus x upon 1 minus x. Just try this once. You just have to find inverse of the function, then I will do it. Let's do it together now. So the function is y is equal to 8 to the power 2x minus 8 to the power minus 2x upon 8 to the power 2x plus 8 to the power minus 2x. In order to simplify this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write that, okay, 8 to the power 2x minus 1 by 8 to the power 2x, because it has a negative power. So it will be reciprocated upon 8 to the power 2x plus 1 by 8 to the power 2x. So now what I will do is I will bring it, multiply it and make the denominator common. 8 to the power 2x to the power 2 minus 1 upon 8 to the power 2x upon 8 to the power 2x whole square plus 1 upon 8 to the power 2x. So this will get cancelled. So I will have 8 to the power 2x to the power 2 minus 1 upon 8 to the power 2x to the power 2 plus 1. This will be my y. So this will be 8 to the power 4x minus 1 upon 8 to the power 4x plus 1. This is my y. From here, I have to find the value of x. That will be the inverse, right? So, this is y as a function of x. When you find x as a function of y, that will be its inverse. So in order to find the inverse of this thing, what can we do? We can go ahead and we can say that this is going to be 8 to the power 4x upon 8 to the power 4x plus 1 plus 1 upon 8 to the power 4x plus 1. Now, see, whenever you have this kind of fraction, these are some tricks that you should remember. Whenever you have a fraction which is of the form, ideally this is a minus b upon a plus b. One way to write it is this: a upon a minus b upon a minus a plus b, whatever, a plus b. The other way to go ahead and to solve this fraction is to write the same fraction as this: 1 minus 2 upon a plus b. When b is equal to, so ideally this is a minus 1 upon a plus 1, right? So whenever you have this fraction, you can write it in this format. Now this is easy to see, because if my b is 1, then this is just a plus 1 minus 2 upon a plus 1. So this is a minus 1 upon a plus 1, right? But when I write this a minus 1 upon a plus 1 in this format, 1 upon 2 upon a plus 1, I have simplified it a lot, because now I'm just going to have my x term in this. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to simplify this thing. So I'm going to say if y is equal to 8 to the power 4x minus 1 upon 8 to the power 4x plus 1, a minus 1 upon a plus 1. This is nothing but it is 1 minus 2 upon a plus 1. Simple. You can solve this and check anytime. This is a plus 1 minus 2 upon a plus 1. This is a minus 1 upon a plus 1. So I'm going to rewrite this thing as 1 minus 2 upon 8 to the power 4x plus 1. This will be my y. Now it's simple. I just have to keep solving. So I'll bring this here and this here. So I will have 2 upon 8 to the power 4x plus 1 is equal to 1 minus y. So I will have 8 to the power 4x plus 1. I'll bring this here and this here. Will be 2 upon 1 minus y. So I will have 8 to the power 4x is equal to 2 upon 1 minus y minus 1. So I will have 8 to the power 4x is equal to 2 minus 1 minus y upon 1 minus y. This will be 1 plus y upon 1 minus y. So 8 to the power 4x is equal to 1 plus y upon 1 minus y. I will take log on both sides. Log of 8 to the power 4x will be log of 1 plus y upon 1 minus y. Remember, log m to the power n is n log m. So I will have 4x log 8 is equal to log 1 plus y upon 1 minus y. Okay. So 4x will be 1 upon log 8 into log 1 plus y upon 1 minus y. Remember, this is to the base e. Just remember this. And then x will be 1 by 4 log 8 log 1 plus y upon 1 minus y. So the answer to this one will be D, 1 plus 1 minus. Whenever they give the answer in inverse, just remember, because it's, you usually rechange and convert y by x. So you will always write the inverse in terms of x only. So you will write it like this. Instead of y, you will just write it in terms of x. So this will be f inverse x. But the important part here is that this all is simple. You're just doing some basic maths. This is what you have to remember. This is where I just used a bit of manipulation. A minus 1, a plus 1, I wrote it as 1 minus 2 upon a plus 1. That is what was difficult here. Okay.
Question 1 on your screen is this. Try to answer this question yourself. Pause your screen. Try to do it yourself. Then I will do this question for you. The mean of 6 number is 30. One of the number is excluded. Mean of the remaining number is 29. Find the excluded number. This is the question that you need to go ahead and solve. Take your time, try to do this question, then I will do this. Dekho beta. Mean of 6 number is 30. So let those numbers be A1, A2, A3, A4, A5 and A6. So A1 plus A2 plus A3 plus A4 plus A5 plus A6 divided by 6. This is given to you as 30. So what will be A1 plus A2 plus A3 plus A4 plus A5 plus A6 beta? 30 into 6, that means 180. Okay. It says the mean of 5 number is 29. एक कोई भी एक number हमने हटा दिया. Mean of 5 number is 29. A1 plus A2 plus A3 plus A4 plus A5 divided by 5 is equal to 29. ठीक है बेटा? A1 plus A2 plus A3 plus A4 plus A5 will be 29 into 5. This is going to be 145. So what is the remaining number beta? देखो ध्यान से. The sum of 6 numbers is 180. The sum of 5 numbers is 145. तो 6th number क्या होगा? It will be sum of 6 numbers minus sum of 5 numbers. So this will be 35. The correct answer to this question should be 35. It should be 35. Clear hai? Okay, beta. Question number 2 on your screen now. Try to solve this question yourself. Post your answer in the chat window. Then I will do this question. Read the question. The arithmetic mean of n observation is m. N observation का mean m है. If the sum of n minus 4 observation is a, the mean of the remaining the mean of the remaining 4 observation is. The arithmetic mean of n observation is m. तो मतलब जब मैंने n observation को I from 1 to n divide by n, when I find the mean of n observations, I am getting m. So what will be the sum of these n observations, beta? It will be n into m. Clear? It says the sum of n minus 4 observation is a. ठीक है, तो मतलब जब मैंने इन ऑब्जर्वेशंस को ऐड करना स्टार्ट किया, बट कौन सा? द सम ऑफ n माइनस 4 ऑब्जर्वेशंस. ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड द सम ऑफ n माइनस 4 ऑब्जर्वेशंस. माने इफ आई हैव n ऑब्जर्वेशंस, तो इसमें से आई एम फाइंडिंग द सम ऑफ n माइनस 4 ऑब्जर्वेशंस. सो आई एम एक्सक्लूडिंग द 4 ऑब्जर्वेशंस. आई एम एक्सक्लूडिंग ऑब्जर्वेशन 1 2 3 4 और फ्रॉम n इक्वल टू 5 टिल n मैंने सारी ले ली. I am taking the sum of n minus 4 observation and its sum is given to me as a. This sum is given to me as a. ठीक है. It says what is the mean of the remaining 4 observation. तो हमें ये बताना है, we need to tell कि what is x1 plus x2 plus x3 plus x4 divided by 4. The sum of the 4 observations. जो हमने skip करके बाकी observation का sum निकाला तो a आया. So what is the mean of these 4 observations? This is what we have to tell. Am I making sense? ठीक है बेटा. अब क्या करेंगे? We will try to open this up. तो इस sum को हम लिख सकते हैं. We can write this as x1 plus x2 plus x3 plus x4 plus the sum of remaining observation from 5 to n xi. And I have written this as, ये पूरा sum क्या है बेटा? It is n into m. यही तो है. The sum of all n observations, it is n into m. I have written n into m here. Clear? Now, the sum of 5 to n is given to me as a. So this is a beta. Right? So I will get x1 plus x2 plus x3 plus x4 plus a is equal to n into m. So I will get x1 plus x2 plus x3 plus x4 is equal to n into m minus a. So the sum of the 4 observation will be n m minus a. So its mean will be n m minus a by 4. So the correct answer to this question should be a. Am I clear with this? Okay, beta. Next question on your screen now. Read it out. Try to do this question on your own. Then I will do it. Try to answer the question in the chat window. The mean of n items is x bar. If the first item is increased by 1, second by 2, and so on, find the new mean. Mean of n items is x bar. n items का mean x bar है. हर item को हमने बढ़ाया. कैसे? First को by 1, second को by 2, and so on. Find the new mean. So let's see this. Mean of n items. So x1 plus x2 till xn by n. This is given to me as x bar. This is given to me as x bar. अब ये क्या बोल रहा है? That we have gone ahead and we have increased the x's. कैसे increase किया बेटा? New mean. Let new mean be x bar dash. ये कैसे निकाला है? The first observation I have added 1 to it. So it will be x1 plus 1. Second observation I have added 2 to it. x2 plus 2. Nth observation I have added n to it. xn plus n by n. Clear? Clear? अच्छा, I will open this up. Beta, what I will do now, मैं इसको rearrange कर देती हूँ. I'll rearrange it. x1, x2 till xn I will take together. So x1 plus x2 till xn. I have taken this together. Plus 1 plus 2 till n divided by, right? Acha, now let us try to go ahead and tell me what is. Acha, let me just do one more step in between. X1 plus x2 plus xn divided by n. 1 plus 2 till n divided by n. Right? This is the old me, isn't it? What is the sum of n observations, beta? What is the formula of the sum of n observation? It is n plus 1 by 2. And then this is getting divided by. I will cancel this out. This will give me x bar plus n plus 1 by 2. This will be your new mean. So your new mean will be old mean plus n plus 1 by 2. C is the correct answer. Clear? Okay, beta. Question number 4. Try to do this question on your own, beta. Then I will do this. Just try this question. Just give me 1 minute, huh? Yeah, I think this is mine. Okay, try to do this question on your own. 4 options are given to you. The mean of income group of person is 400. Another person of group has mean of 480. If mean income of all person in the 2 group is 430, find the ratio of the number of person in the 2 group. Take it. Let us try to do this thing. The mean of the income of groups of person is 400. Take it. So when I do, this is group A, but okay. So when I do summation x by n, I get the mean as 400. ये group x है. इनके सारे values को I add, divide by n, I get 400. The mean income of the second group is 480. So when I do summation y by, I name this as n1 by n2, number of observation, I get 480. Okay. If the mean income of all person in the 2 group together is 430. So if I do the sum of all observations together, jitna x or y hai, sara ek saath kar lete hain. If I add all observation together and divide by the number of observation, I get the sum as 430. So dekho beta. From here, what will I get summation x? 401. What will I get summation y? 480 into. When I add all observation together and divide by the total number of observation, to jo mean diya hua hai, that is given as 430. Instead of summation x, I can put 400 n1. Instead of summation y, I can put 480 n2 divided by n1 plus n2. This is 430. So I can just take this here. 400 n1 plus 480 n2 is equal to 430 n1 plus 430 n2. All right, just solve. Take this here, beta, take this here. 50 n2 is equal to 30 n1. So n2 by n1 will be 3 by 5. So the ratio will be 3 by 5 or 5 by 3. n1 by n2 nikal lo. Yeah, n1 by n2 will be 5 by 3. n2 by n1 will be 3 by 5. The correct answer to this question is A. Am I clear? Homework question, beta. Homework. Try to answer this question yourself. The weighted mean of first n natural number whose weight is equal to the number of selection out of n natural number is given to you. You need to tell what will be the weighted mean. So it's a homework question. Try to do this yourself. Okay? Clear? Okay, beta. Thank you. Just before I go, hint towards your answer. Hint towards the homework question. Okay, thank you. It says there are 4 men and 5 women in group A. So group A has 4 men and 5 women. And 5 men and 4 women in group B. So group B has 5 men and 4 women. If 4 persons are selected from each group, so there are 9 people here and 9 people here, and I am selecting 4 from each group, the number of ways of selecting 4 men, and in total, I need 4 men and 4 women in this group. Am I clear? Now, there are different ways in which you can go ahead and make different permutations and combinations here, right? So what we can go ahead and do to begin with, we can take case 1, in which I am saying that from group A, I am going to go ahead and select all men. So I need 4 men. So from group A, I will select 4 men. And from group B, I will select all women. That means 4 women. Right? Now try to understand this thing. How many men are there in group A, beta? There are 4 men. I need 4 men. I need to select 4 men. So it can be done in 4 ways. How many women are there, beta, in group B? In group B, there are 4 women. And I need 4 women. So it can be done in 4 ways. So 4 is 1 into 1. That means this can be done in exactly 1 way. Now I take case 2. In case 2, I am saying I will go ahead and I will select 3 men from group A. So I will go ahead and I will select 3 men from group A. And that remaining 1 man, I will go ahead and I will take from group B. So 3 men from group A and 1 man from group B. So how many men are there in group A, beta? 4 men are there. So out of 4, I'm going to select 3. And how many men are there in group B, beta? There are 5 men in group B. So out of 5, I have selected 1. Right? Then what I'm going to go ahead and do, now I need 4 women also. So from group A, I am going to select 1 woman. And from group B, I'm going to select the remaining 3 women. Because the point is that in total, I just need 4 people from each group. So the moment I have selected 3 men from this group, I can only select 1 woman from this group. And the moment I have selected 1 man from this group, I can select 3 women from this group. So 1 woman from group A has 5 women. So out of 5, I need 1 woman. And 3 women from group B. Group B has 4 women. So out of 4, I need 3. So 4C3 means 4 factorial, 3 factorial, 1 factorial. 5C1 means 5 factorial, 1 factorial, 4 factorial. And this is going to be the same, right? So 5 factorial, 1 factorial, 4 factorial, 4 factorial, 3 factorial, 1 factorial. So when you will just solve this, this is 4 into 3 factorial. This is 5 into 4 factorial. This is 5 into 4 factorial. And this is 4 into 3 factorial. So you will get 4 into 5 into 5 into 4. So 20 into 20, that means 400. So you will be getting 400 here. You will be getting 400 here. Is this clear? Okay. The next thing that we can do is we can go ahead and we can select 2 from each group, right? So I can say, okay, I selected 2 men from group A, 2 men from group B, right? So how many men are there in group A? 4. How many men are there in group B? 5. So out of 4, I am selecting 2. Out of 5, I am selecting 2. And then I am saying that I will go ahead and I will select 2 women from each group. So 5 women here and 4 women here. So from group A, I have selected 2 women. And from group B also, I have selected 2. It's a long question, but it's an easy question. So from group A, I have selected 2 women. There are 5 women in group A. And from group B, I have selected 2 women. And there are 4 women in group B, right? Right? So into 4C2. So 4 factorial, 2 factorial, 2 factorial, 5 factorial, 2 factorial, 3 factorial. And this is just repetition of this. So I will just multiply it with 2. It's just getting repeated. I mean, even if you don't want to do it, you can just rewrite this thing. 5 factorial, 2 factorial, 3 factorial, 4 factorial, 2 factorial, 2 factorial. Right? So this is going to be 4 into 3 into 2 factorial, 5 into 4 into 3 factorial. So this and this will get cancelled off. And here you will be getting 2. So this is going to be 6 into 10 into 6 into 10. I mean, not multiply with 2, squaring the thing. I should have said I'm just squaring this thing. It will give me the same answer. Okay, so this is going to give me the answer as 3600. This is going to be the third part to it. Now, I need to take more cases here. So what I can go ahead and what I can do now is I can just go ahead and take the next case, which is going to be where I have, so I have taken 3 men, 2 men, 1 man, 3 women. And from the other group, I will take 3 men and 1 woman. Because total I need 4 women. Total I need 4 men. So 1 man. So now how many men I have in the group 1? 4. So out of 4, I'm selecting 1. How many women I had? 5. So out of 5, I am selecting 3. How many men I had in group 2? 5. In group 2, how many men we have? 5 men. So out of 5, I need 3. And women, I think we had 4. So out of 4, I need 1. So 4C1 is 4, 5C3 is 10, 5C3 is 10, and 4C1 is 4. Just solve this up. This will give you 1600. Now let's take the last case here, beta. So I am going ahead and I am saying that I am going to have, I started with 4 men. So I will go with 4 women and 4 men in this group. So 4 women, how many women were there? 5 women here and 5 men here. So out of 5, 4, out of 5, 4. So 5C4 is 5 into 5, 25. Now we need the total number of cases here. So the total number of cases will be 1 plus 400 plus 3600, 1 plus 400 plus 3600 plus 1600 plus 25. Okay. Just recheck, the answer should be this is 3600. Sorry. Okay, so just recheck it. The answer that you will be getting, this will be 5626. That should come out as the answer. I hope that this question is clear to you. Such type of questions are very common in the IIT exam, NAT part. So you need to go ahead and practice such kind of questions. Okay, beta. Thank you. Question of the day, देखो. Let the system of equations be. You are given 3 equations. 3 equation आपको दी हुई है. X plus alpha y plus z is equal to 1. 2x plus 4y plus z is equal to minus b. 3x plus y plus 2z is equal to b plus 2. Has infinitely many solution, then value of 2a plus 8b is. अगर इसके infinitely many solution है तो हमें 2a plus 8b का value निकालना है. We have to find the value of 2a plus 8b. ठीक है बेटा, तो let us look at the equations first. तो क्या बोल रहा है? x plus alpha y plus z. This is not alpha, हाँ? या alpha ले लो या a. Take this as the same thing, okay, beta? Plus ay plus z is equal to 1. 2x plus 4y plus z is equal to minus b. 3x plus 1y plus 2z is b plus 2. Beta, we know for infinitely many solution, the determinant of this matrix should be 0. So 1, A, 1, 2, 4, 1, 3, 1, 2. इसका determinant निकाल लेते हैं. What will we get? Equal to 0. 1, 8 minus 1, minus A, 4 minus 3, plus 1, 2 minus 12 equal to 0. 1. 7 minus a, 1 plus 1 minus 10 equal to 0. 7 minus 10 minus 3 minus a equal to 0. A equal to minus 3. A equal to minus 3. ये हमारा part 1 हो गया. We have found the value of a. अच्छा, now we know that whenever we write this in the augmented matrix format for infinitely many solution, we know that अगर जो last row है, if it is of zeros, the right hand side should also be zeros. ये हमने पढ़ा है that if the last row is zeros, then the right hand side should also be zero बेटा. तो 1 a की जगह पे I will plug the value minus 3, 1, 2, 4, 1, 3, 1, 2 and यहाँ पे आ जाएगा 1 minus b plus 2. Let us convert this matrix in the RREF format. Convert this matrix in the RREF format. तो बेटा R2 goes to R2 minus 2R1. R3 goes to R3 minus 3R1. तो क्या आ जाएगा 1 minus 3 1 1, 2 minus 2 0, 4 minus 2 times minus 3, 4 plus 6 10, 1 minus 2 times 1, 1 minus 2 minus 1, minus b minus 2 times 1 2, 3 minus 3 0, 1 minus 3 times minus 3, 1 plus 9 10, and 2 minus 3 times 1, so minus 1, और ये हो जाएगा b plus 2 minus 3, तो b minus 1. क्लियर बेटा? क्लियर? ठीक है, अब हम कर सकते हैं R3 goes to R3 minus R2. तो क्या मिल जाएगा 1 minus 3 1, 0 10 minus 1 0 0 0 1, minus b minus 2, b minus 1 minus minus b minus 2, b minus 1 plus b plus 2, 2b minus plus 1, 2b plus 1. ठीक है बेटा, I want that this should be 0 because यहाँ पे zeros आ रहे हैं ना. So for infinitely many solution in the RREF format, if the left hand side is 0, you will need the right hand side to be 0. 2b plus 1 0, b will be minus half. ठीक है बेटा, what question is asking? What we have to find out? 2a plus 8b. 2a plus 8b. 2a plus 8b minus 6 minus 4 minus 10. So the correct answer to this question will be minus 10. It will be minus 10. Is this clear beta? Okay beta, thank you. To look at today's question, beta देखो ध्यान से, you're given a matrix A and it is asking then the sum of all elements of A to the power 100 equal. ठीक है, देखो आपको मैट्रिक्स A दिया हुआ है. So let's find A. Matrix is given to you as 0 1 0 1 0 0 0 0 1. बेटा let's find A square. A square निकाल के देखते हैं. So A square will be A into A. बेटा it will be 0 1 0 1 0 0 0 0 1 into 0 1 0 1 0 0 0 0 1. ठीक है, क्या आ जाएगा बेटा? This will be 0 into 0 plus 1 plus 0 1, 0 into 1 0 plus 0 plus 0 0, 0 plus 0 plus 0 0, 0 plus 0 plus 0 0, 1 plus 0 plus 0 1, 0 plus 0 plus 0, 0. 0 plus 0 plus 0, 0. 0 plus 0 plus 0, 0. 0 plus 0 plus 1, 1. Right, beta? ये a square आ रहा है. We are getting this as a square. Let me just check if I have written it correctly or not. 0 1 0 1 0 0 0 0 1. ठीक है, तो a square आ गया आइडेंटिटी मैट्रिक्स 1 0 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 1. तो बेटा एक बात बताओ, what will be a to the power 4? It will be a square into a square, right? 1 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 1 into 1 0 0 0 1 0 0 0 1. So beta, what will you get? 1 plus 0 plus 0 1, 0 plus 0 plus 0 0, 0 plus 0 plus 0 0, 0 plus 0 plus 0 0, 0 plus 1 plus 1 1. You will get this only. Please verify. है ना, ये हो गया a to the power 4. बेटा अगर a to the power 4 निकल गया तो अगेन a to the power 8 भी निकाल सकते हो, right? तो a to the power 8 will be a to the power 4 into a to the power 4. You will get same only. ठीक है, तो you will get nothing but you will get identity matrix only. So a to the power 100 maybe you will get identity matrix only. So now you can do the sum of the elements. It will come out as 1 plus 1 plus 1, 3. So the sum of the elements will become 3. ठीक है बेटा? Okay बच्चे, thank you. Okay बेटा, let us look at today's question. बेटा देखो क्या लिखा है. For real constant a and b, let M be a matrix. So this matrix is given to you. And it says that this is an orthogonal matrix. ठीक है? Which of the following statement is or are always true? A plus b is 0. B is equal to 1 minus a square. A into b is half minus half and m square is equal to I2. तो देख लेते बेटा. What is an orthogonal matrix? क्या property रहता है orthogonal matrix का? The property of orthogonal matrix that A into A transpose is equal to identity matrix, right? Also, there is another property of orthogonal matrix, which is that the determinant of A is plus minus 1. The determinant of A is plus minus 1. तो बेटा यहाँ देखो जरा, if I just do 1 by root 2, 1 by root 2, A, B, and I try to find its determinant, what will I get? 1 by root 2B minus 1 by root 2A, and the determinant is always plus minus 1. So I will get plus minus 1. If I take 1 by root 2 common, B minus A is equal to plus minus 1. So beta B minus A will be plus minus root 2. If I take root 2 here, है ना? तो बेटा B, अगर मैं यहाँ से I want to find the value of B minus A whole square का जरूरत ही नहीं है. If I just find out B will be plus minus root 2 plus A, है ना? माने ऑप्शन नंबर दिस इज इनकरेक्ट. ऑप्शन नंबर बी इज इनकरेक्ट. ठीक है. अच्छा, नाउ इफ आई गो अहेड एंड इफ आई टेक दिस फर्दर, if I try to take this further beta, so what else can we go ahead and what else can we do? Let us try to go ahead and let us try to find out what happens if I go ahead and if I supposedly square on both sides. ठीक है, अगर हम इसको square on both sides कर देते हैं, so what will happen if I just square this on both sides beta? So I will get b minus a whole square is equal to 2. So b square plus a square minus 2ab is equal to 2. है ना? तो what will I go ahead and what will I get beta? I will get that b square plus a square is equal to 2 plus 2ab is equal to 2 plus 2ab. ठीक है. अच्छा, अब This also is not making a lot of sense as of now. अभी तक तो इसका भी कोई sense नहीं मिल रहा. So I will use the third property to check if anything can be done. Right? So A is given to you as 1 root 2, 1 root 2, A and B. And if I just transpose this matrix, I will get 1 root 2, 1 root 2, A and B. And this should give me identity matrix 1, 0, 0, 1. So if I start solving this beta, 1 root 2 into 1 root 2 is 1 by 2 plus 1 root 2 into 1 root 2 is 1 by 2. 1 by root 2 A plus 1 by root 2 into A plus 1 by root 2 into B. देखो इसको इससे multiply करो plus इसको इससे 1 by root 2 into A plus 1 by root 2 into B. Beta 1 by root 2 into A plus 1 by root 2 into B and A square plus B square. I think now it is solved. This should be equal to 1001. It should be equal to 1001. So माने A square plus B square will come out as 1. A square plus B square should be 1. So from this beta, if I just put A square plus B square as 1 here, I'll get 1 is equal to 2 plus 2AB. This can go here. Minus 1 is equal to 2AB. So AB will be minus half. A into B will be minus half. है ना? So which means that this option is correct. A into B will be minus half. अच्छा, अब अगर हम इसको equal to 0 कर दें तो what will I get? 1 by root 2A plus 1 by root 2B will be A, 0. So if I take 1 by root 2 common beta, 1 by root 2 common, I will get A plus B is equal to 0. Mana I will get A plus B is equal to 0. I'll get A plus B is equal to 0. So beta, which means that option number A is also correct. A plus B is in fact 0. है ना? And beta, अगर आप A into A करोगे तो I नहीं होता है. A into A transpose I होता है, which means that option D is incorrect. So the correct options are A and C. The correct options are A and C. ठीक है? Okay, beta. Thank you.
That I'm going to give you today, beta, are going to be true-false questions. For each question, I will give you 5 minutes to solve the question. You can tell me whether the answer will be true or false, and then I will move on to the next question. So, question of the day. Okay. So, if Mohit utility function Mohit's utility function is given by xy, and Seema's utility function is given by u is equal to root of xy, right? Then Mohit will always derive more happiness than Seema. Please take care of my handwriting. So Mohit will always derive more happiness than Seema does from any combination of x and y. So beta, this is the question. You have to go ahead and try to solve this. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to solve this question. Just made up this question. So the question is, you have to tell me whether this statement is true or false. If Mohit's, this is based on one of the IIT JAM mock papers series that we have in our course. So if Mohit's utility function is u is equal to xy and Seema's utility function is root xy, then Mohit will always derive more happiness than Seema for any combination of x and y. I'm giving you 2 minutes to solve this question. Jot down your answer, think about what the answer can be, then I will solve it with you. Tell me whether this is a true statement or false. Just try to think about it, please. So take a moment, think whether the statement is true or false. You can write your answers below and you can tell me whether the statement is true or false. The statement is this. Mohit's utility function is u is equal to xy and Seema's utility function is u is equal to root xy. You have to tell me whether Mohit will always derive more happiness than Seema for any combination of xy. Is this true or not? Okay, now I will answer the question for you, beta. So this is a test of how well you are doing in your preparation, how close you are to IIT JAM. As I told you, we have already covered the consumer theory. I am going to start with uncertainty and then the producer theory. But this is a test on consumer theory, how well you are performing currently for your IIT preparation. Okay? Acha, solution dekho. But the solution to this is that this is a false statement. Why? Because we know that X and Y, they represent consumption of the two goods. Hai ki nahi hai? X and Y represent consumption of the two goods. But all that we know is that X and Y should be positive. But imagine a scenario where X into Y is less than 1. Imagine a scenario where X into Y is less than 1. Suppose X and Y is still positive. X represents the consumption of good X. Y represents the consumption of good Y. Now X into Y is less than 1. So imagine a case where beta X into Y, let's say, is 0.5. Right? So what is the utility of Mohit? Mohit's utility function is X into Y. So Mohit will get the utility X into Y, which in this case will be 0.5. What will be the utility of Seema? Seema will get the utility root xy, na? So root of xy. So it will be root of 0.5 and root of 0.5 is 0.7. So in this case, utility of Seema is more than utility of Mohit. So although from the utility function, you may think that, xy is always greater than root xy, but that is not always true. The reverse is also possible. So the current statement is false. That is the first question of the day. Is that clear? Okay, beta.
First question on your screen is this. Try to do this question yourself. Write the answer to this question in the chat window. Then I will go ahead and solve this question. You are given a matrix A. A is 1, 0, half, 1. And you're asked to find out what will be A to the power 50. And you are given 4 options. Right? You're given 4 options. Try to do this question on your own. I'll give you a minute. So this is your A beta. What will be A square? It will be A into A. So 1 into 1 plus 0 into half 1. 1 into 0 plus 0 into 1, 0. Half into 1 plus 1 into half, half plus half, 1. Half into 0 plus 1 into 1, 1. This will be your A square. Find out A cube beta. A cube will be A square into A. This will be 1 into 0 into half, which means 1. 1 into 0 plus 0 into 1, 0. 1 into 1 plus 1 into half, 3 by 2. And 1 into 0 plus 1 into 1, 1. Can you see the pattern? The pattern that we see is that a to the power n, here it is a to the power 1, a to the power 2, a to the power 3, will be 1, 0, n by 2 and 1. Isn't it? Isn't it? This is power was 1, half. Power is 2, 1. Power is 3. 1 is 2 by 2, right? 3 by 2. So when the power will be 50 beta, what will happen? 1, 0, 50 by 2 is 25 and 1. Right? So the correct answer to this question should be this. Okay? It will be 1, 25, 0 and 1. All right. The second question on your screen. Now, try to do this question. It says you are given a matrix A such that A square is equal to 2A minus I. I is unit matrix. A to the power n will be. Try to do this question. Tell me which of the option is correct. Post it in the chat window. Okay, let's try to write. A square is 2A minus I. What will be A cube, beta? A square into A. 2A minus I into A. 2A square minus I into A. 2A square minus A. A square is 2A minus I. 2A minus I minus A. 4A minus 2I minus A. 3A minus 2I. 3A minus 2I. Are we seeing some pattern as of now? Let's find out one more, then it will be easy. I'll find out A to the power 4. A cube into A. A cube is 3A minus 2I into A. 3A square minus 2A. A square is 2A minus I. 3. 2A minus I minus 2A. 6A minus 3I minus 2A. 4A minus 3I. Now, yes, if this is 2, here you see 2 and here you see 1. If this is 3, here you see 3, here you see 2. If this is 4, here you see 4, here you see 3. So if this is n, here you will see n and here you will see n minus 1. Here you will see n minus 1. That's the answer to this question. So correct answer will be A. Clear? Okay, beta. Question on your screen now. Try to do this question on your own. I thought to make it a bit difficult, I removed the options. Try to do this. The product of n matrix, you're given these n matrix, is equal to 1, 378, 0 and 1. Find the value of n. Find the value of n. Try to do this question yourself. Pause your screen for a second. Try to do this yourself, beta. Then I will do this question. Okay. Okay. Now what we will do, we will just look at first two observation beta. I am getting 1, 0, 1, 1 into 1, 2, 0, 1. Of course, this is getting multiplied with others. But if I just find the product, I will get 1 into 1 plus 1 into 0, 1. 1 into 2 plus 1 into 1, 2 plus 1, 3. 0 into 1 plus 1 into 0, 0. 0 into 2 plus 1 into 1, 1. Which is the third observation. Which is the third observation. So I see that the product of the first two observation is the third observation. But there is something very interesting happening. If I find the product of first two, I've got this. If I just multiply, if I just go ahead and multiply this with the third observation, I will get this as 1 into 1 plus 3 into 0, 1. 1 into 3 plus 3 into 3, 6. 1 into 0 into 1 plus 1 into 0 is 0 and 1. So when I find the product of first two observation, I am getting this third observation. And if you look into this third observation, it is 1301. तो देखो यहाँ पे जो मेरा product आ रहा है ना, what product I am getting ना, that product, if I find the product of these two observation, it is coming 1013. So if I just compare, each of these have 10101. This is 1 here and this is 2 here, and product is coming 3. So product is coming 1 plus 2. Making sense? Similarly, this was product of first two observation. First observation and second observation. When I multiplied it with the third observation, so notice that these three elements are same. And in the answer that I am getting finally, also I see 101. But here I am getting 6. And 6 is 1 plus 2 plus 3. So if there are n observations, if I am multiplying till n, what will be the product? Can anyone tell me? 1, 0, 1, 1 plus 2 plus 3 till n. That will be the product, right? And this beta will be nothing but sum of n observation is n plus 1 by 2 and this. And the final matrix is given to me as 101378. So this final matrix is 101 and here I have 378. I can do the comparison. I can just compare. So n plus 1 by 2 will be equal to 378. Just give me a minute. Sometimes the pen shows tantrums, right? So n square plus n is equal to 378 into 2. Quadratic equation. Just solve it. So when you will be solving this, you will get n as 27. That's the answer to this question. Good question. Tricky one. Right? This is the kind of questions that are asked in ISI. So good one. Okay, beta. At last, homework question for you. You're given A is 0 alpha 0 0. Right? You're given A plus I to the power 50 minus 50A is this. You need to find out A plus B plus C plus D. It's a homework question. Try to post your answers in the chat window. What will be A plus B plus C plus D? Okay? Okay, beta. Thank you. So please go ahead and try to solve this question on your own. And then I will be discussing the solution to this question. So you're given a function and the function is defined in two ways. Whenever x is less than 2, the function takes its value as 5x minus 4. And whenever x is greater than or equal to 2, the function takes its values as 2x square minus 1. So this is when x is less than 2 and this is when x is greater than or equal to 2. The aim is to go ahead and find what happens to the function when limit x tends to 2. So when x tends to 2, you need to give me the answer as to what would be the value of the function. I'm giving you a minute to go ahead and solve this. Try to do this yourself before I go ahead and solve this question. Okay, beta? Just try this once. Go ahead and post your answers in the chat window. I will be having a look at it. Always remember, whenever you go ahead and find a limit as x tends to something, first check whether limit exists or not. So the first thing that any one of you should be doing is to check whether the limit exists or not. Only when the limit will exist, then you can find the limit now. So you need to go ahead and, okay, so the answer you're saying is 6. So we need to go ahead and check whether the limit exists or not. So let us go ahead and try to find that out. In order to check whether limit exists or not, what should I be doing? But I should be going ahead and I should be finding what happens limit when x tends to 2 minus. That means I am approaching it from the left hand side. So when I approach it from the left hand side, then everywhere instead of x, I will go ahead and I will replace it with 2 minus h and 10 h to 0. And wherever I have the right hand limit, I will convert it into limit x tends to 2 plus, and I will just replace it with 2 plus h, and then it will become h tends to 0. So those are my first steps that I have to do. Always first check whether limit exists or not. If limit exists, then you will put that x in the function and find the limit. Okay, beta? So we need to check that first. So let us go ahead and do that here in this case also. So in this case, when I go ahead and I put 2 minus, ये देखो क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पर? I substituted, instead of x, I am plugging in 2 minus h, and then you know my function was 5x minus 4, and this x is now becoming 2 minus h. So instead of x, I have written 2 minus h, and then h is tending to 0. Okay, beta? तो ये क्या हो जाएगा बेटा? This will become 10 minus 5h minus 4 and h tends to 0. So now when instead of h I will put 0, what will I get? 10 minus 0 minus 4, that means I will get 6. So I understand that the left hand limit that I have, that is actually 6. Now go ahead and try to find out the right hand limit. तो राइट हैंड लिमिट के लिए मेरा फंक्शन बदल रहा है. माय फंक्शन वाज डिफरेंट ना. सो व्हेन आई गो एंड चेक द राइट हैंड लिमिट, आई सी दैट बेटा माय फंक्शन it was 2x square minus 1. So for the right hand side, when x is greater than or equal to 2, I have my function as 2x square minus 1. So I need to go ahead and I need to put that in my function. So my function में मेरा value हो जाएगा 2 plus h and my function will be 2x square minus 1. So everywhere instead of x, I will put 2 plus h. So what will I get beta? I will get 2 plus h whole square minus 1, and again limit h tends to 0. So h will go to 0. So when you plug in 0 here, what will you get? 2 square will be 4 minus 1. So 2 into 3, that will be 6. So what we see here is that the right hand limit is also 6. The left hand limit is also 6. So limit exists. Now this is what we have proved, that limit exists. And what is the answer to the question? What is the value? Of course it is nothing but 6. So everyone who answered 6, you are correct. And I know that all of you would have simply gone ahead and put 2 here. यहीं 2 डाल दिया होगा because x is equal to 2 is coming here. That is fine beta. But the idea is for you to first check whether limit exists or not. पहले ये check जरूर करो, and we know that limit exists. So now let us go to the next question. Question number 2 for the day is this. Try to do this question on your own first, then I will do it. So it is asking you find limit x tends to 1. No, it is given to you that limit x tends to 1, fx minus 2 upon fx plus 2. This is given to you as 0. And they are asking you to find out what will be limit x tends to 1 fx. Okay, beta? So you are already given this and you have to find out what happens to limit x tends to 1 fx. I am giving you a moment. Try to solve this yourself, then we will do it together. Just try to do this. Post your answers on the chat window. So I have to go ahead and use a very important rule here, that when I say limit x tends to a fx by gx, है ना बेटा? So I can go ahead and I can just put this limit separately in the numerator and separately in the denominator. So beta, this can become limit x tends to a fx by limit x tends to a gx. So whenever you have limit for the fraction, you can take it separately to the numerator and separately to the denominator. तो यही हम यहाँ पे करने वाले हैं. That is exactly what I am going to go ahead and do. So have a quick look at this solution that I have done. So here I was given that I want to go ahead and I want to tend the limit for the fraction, है ना? So what can I do? I can take this limit separately to the numerator, take this limit separately to the denominator. तो बेटा जब numerator में दी तो मेरा आ गया limit x tends to 1 fx minus 2. Constant की लिमिट तो नहीं लगेगी, so it will be limit x tends to 1 fx minus 2. And similarly, when I take this in the denominator, what will I get? I will get limit x tends to 1 fx plus 2. So what I have done is the limit which existed for the fraction, I have taken that limit separately for numerator and separately for denominator. अलग-अलग हमने दोनों के लिए ले ली है. Now बेटा, just notice that this is given to me that this is equal to 0. है ना? This is equal to 0. So beta, if numerator by denominator is equal to 0, can I just take denominator here? Yes, ma'am. So numerator will simply be 0 into denominator. 0 into denominator means 0 only. So that means I can simply equate numerator to 0. So that is what I have done in the next step. That if this fraction is equal to 0, that simply means that the numerator is equal to 0. So I get limit x tends to 1, fx minus 2 is equal to 0. But can I take 2 on the right hand side? I can. And that is exactly what I have gone ahead and I have done in the next step. So in the next step, what I have done is, if limit x tends to 1 fx minus 2 is 0, this means that limit x tends to 1 fx will be 2. So the correct answer to this question should simply be 2. That limit x tends to 1 fx, that is going to be 2. Is that clear? Everyone tell me a yes, a no. I hope this is making sense to you. Come to question number 3. Again, I will give you some time. Try to solve this yourself, then I will do it better. Take a moment. Try to do it yourself first. So you are given that limit x tends to 4 minus x upon 2 minus root x. You have to find this value. Very simple. Try to do this yourself. Give me the answer to this question. What should this be? I am giving you a hint. Try to write numerator as a factor. So try to use this rule that a square minus b square will be a minus b into a plus b. बेटा if you directly solve this, you will get 0 by 0 form ना. अगर x को directly यहाँ लिखा, अगर x की जगह पे यहाँ पे 4 और यहाँ 4 लिख दिया, तो you will get 0 by 0 form. That is not right. So you should try and use a square minus b square, which is nothing but a minus b into a plus b, and try to solve this. So let me know what the answer should be. Okay. So you are saying answer should be 4. Let's see if that's correct. Okay, so let's start. So see that beta numerator has been broken down into a minus b, a plus b. So how can I do that? Very simple. So I have 4 minus x, that means 2 minus root x into 2 plus root x. A minus b, a plus b is a square minus b square. तो बेटा न्यूमरेटर को हमने ऐसे लिख लिया. Denominator is 2 minus root x. So what happens? This and this gets cancelled. And what do I get? I get limit x tends to 4, 2 plus root x. Only this is left. Right? Now you can just put 4 instead of x. So instead of x, if you put 4, what will you get? 2 plus root 4, that means 2 plus 2, that means 4. So the correct answer to this question is simply 4. It is simply 4. Everyone is okay with it? Everyone is clear? I'll move on to the next question. Let's start with. Okay, so the next question is this. What is going to be limit x sine 1 by x? You need to give me the answer to this question. Limit x into sine 1 by x will be. I am giving you a moment. Try to do this yourself, then I will do this. X sine 1 by x. I am waiting for your answer. Please remember that the rule that we have with sine is not with sine 1 by x, beta. It is with sine x. But I am here asking what will be x sine 1 by x, not sine x by x. Try to think about it. Okay, anyone else? Any idea whether it should be 1, minus 1, 0 or minus infinity? Let's try this. So what I am doing here is I am trying to do a bit of substitution, Sorry. So what I have done here is I have taken let x is equal to 1 by y. Let x is equal to 1 by y. So beta, if x is 1 by y, then that means y is 1 by x, right? That means when x tends to infinity, then 1 by infinity means 0. So y will go towards 0. So I am saying when x tends to infinity, y tends to 0. Y goes to 0 when x goes to infinity. So beta, now I have replaced it. Instead of x going to infinity, I have written y going towards 0. Instead of 1 by x, I have written y. And instead of x, I have written 1 by y. ध्यान से समझना है, रूल इसके लिए है, साइन x by x के लिए. साइन 1 by x के लिए रूल नहीं था directly that it will be 1. No, we don't know anything about it, na? So what happened here? Beta, we know that limit x tends to 0, sin x by x, this is 1. But हमें क्वेश्चन में दूसरी चीज पूछी गई है, x is going towards infinity, right? And I have 1 by x there, right? So I do a bit of manipulation. I say that, okay, let y be 1 by x. So if x goes to infinity, then y will go to 1 by infinity, that means 0. So now I have been able to convert this, that when x goes to infinity, y must have been going to 0. And if y is 1 by x, x must have been 1 by y. So instead of x, I just go ahead and write 1 by y. And instead of 1 by x, I just write y. Now I have got this form, that y is going towards 0 and this is sin y by y. So this should simply be 1. So the correct answer to this is 1, that this goes towards 1. Is that clear? Everyone, are you able to understand this? Okay. Come to the next question. Again, try to solve this yourself and then I will do it. It's a pretty easy question. The value of k such that limit exists everywhere is. So take a moment, try to solve this question yourself, beta. What should be the value of k such that the limit exists everywhere? Please try to do this. So when limit exists, just use the rule that the left hand side and the right hand side should be the same. Left hand limit and right hand limit should give you the same answer. I can only check my limit at 2. Try to do that. Tell me what the answer should be. Okay. So when I approach my function from anything less than 2, the function I am using is 2x plus 3. तो इसमें 2 डाल के देखते हैं what will come. So when I put, let me zoom this a bit. Okay, beta. So start. When I approach my function from anything less than 2, then my function that I have is 2x plus 3. So what happens when I go ahead and I put it from this side? Beta 2x plus 3. I am putting x as 2, so I will get 2 into 2 plus 3. So it will be 4 plus 3, that means 7. When I put 2 in this side of the function, because left hand and right hand have to be equal, what will I get? Instead of x, put 2, 2 plus k. For the limit to exist, your values from left hand side and right hand side should be equal. That means if one is giving me 7, the other should also give me 7. So 2 plus k should be equal to 7. So k should be equal to 5. So the correct answer to this question is 5. That limit will exist only when the left hand side and the right hand side are equal to each other. Okay, beta, now what I am doing is I am just going ahead and giving you one homework for you to try. Please write down the question and you should try it on your own. Okay, so the question that is there is the following, beta. You need to go ahead and find limit x tends to infinity root x plus root x minus root x. You need to find the value of limit x tends to infinity root of x plus inside root you again have root minus root of x, and you have some options given to you, so I am giving you those options also. So the first option that we have, that is 1. The second option that we have is half. The third option we have is 1 by 3, and the fourth option we have is 1 by 4. So please try to solve this question and post your answers in the comment section. You need to find the limit of x tending to infinity. Okay, beta, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and do one session on business cycles. But this is a very important topic, and if you look into your GATE syllabus, you can see that business cycles are referred as part of that syllabus. Similarly, this is also a very important topic when it comes to your CUET exam. In your CUET entrance exam also, this topic can definitely come. I will show you a few questions today, the kind of questions that can be asked from this topic. Okay. So before I go into this topic, beta, let us just try to understand the business cycle once. We have, when the economy is going through this upward phase, this upward prices are also growing, demand is growing. So the phase of expansion is when everything is positive, everything is growing. Then we go ahead and we reach a phase which is known as the peak. Peak means the highest point. It means that you have your maximum full employment level, you have your maximum level of output, you have your prosperity all around, right? And then you start with the period of contraction. Period of contraction means what? That people start losing out their jobs, that the demand starts falling, prices starts falling, which is followed by a period of drop or a period of depression. Depression means what? When I talk about depression, it means that you are at the lowest point in your economy. very less people are employed, people don't have bargaining power as part of asking for good income, wages are falling, prices are falling, and you need some stimulus from the side of government also. You need some fiscal policies, some monetary policies, etc. Right, beta? Acha. Now I have brought in some questions that are going to be related to this business cycle concept, whatever we have discussed now. ठीक है जी? Let us look into the first question. So the first question is the following. It says there is full employment of resources and production is at its maximum is a period of. So go ahead and try to answer this question for me. You have to go ahead and tell me which is that period where you have full employment level of resources and production is at its maximum. Now, many students, of course, I know that the contraction period cannot be true, but many students tend to think that the answer to this question should be D. It is both peak and expansion. That is what is confusing. That is what is incorrect. Why? Because when I talk about period of expansion, as I mentioned to you, there is increasing jobs. Jobs to बढ़ रही हैं. There is increasing employment. Employment भी बढ़ रही है. But employment is increasing. In economics, we have a concept of full employment level. You haven't attained that full employment level yet. You are increasing the employment opportunities, right? But here the question is asking me that you have full employment, jobs are at its maximum. So which means that I have been at my peak in the economy. So the correct answer to this question should be A. It should be peak, not the phase of expansion. Expansion means yes, jobs are increasing, production is increasing, but they are not at their maximum. So it should be, the answer should be peak. Okay, beta. Come to the next question. I hope you are able to see the question completely. So try to answer this question now. So the question says the following. It says output prices also rises rapidly, leading to increased cost of living and greater strain on fixed income, and income earner is a phase of. So what is it saying? एक बारी देख लो ध्यान से क्वेश्चन को. It says output prices also rises rapidly, leading to increased cost of living. So cost of living is increasing and greater strain on the fixed income. So fixed income earners, they have higher strain on their income. They have higher strain on themselves. Which is that phase? Try to answer this question. Which is that phase where output prices are rising rapidly, where the cost of living is very high, and where you have greater strain on the income level? Just try to think about it. Try to answer this question. So I know most of you will again be confused between A and B. Try to think. What should be the answer to this question? Okay, let us look into it. So, just see here. See. Let me go ahead and talk during the period of expansion. ध्यान से समझना इस स्टोरी को. During the period of expansion, what happens? What is happening? Beta, the demand is increasing. When demand is increasing, it is putting pressure on the output. यहाँ देखो, something like this, huh? This is my demand, this is my supply. During the period of expansion, the demand is increasing. When the demand is increasing, it is increasing the price. When the price is increasing, your real income, W by P, P is increasing, so your real income is decreasing. So this is a phase where your real income is decreasing, demand is increasing, prices are increasing. Real income क्यों decrease हो रही है? Because according to the question it says that you have fixed income earners. So nominal income is fixed. That is what the question is saying. So you should be thinking that the answer is expansion, because during expansion ही तो demand बढ़ रही है. Fine, absolutely correct. But बेटा price rises rapidly लिखा हुआ है. And when does price rise rapidly? It rises during the peak. Why? Because once you have attained your peak, you are at your full employment level. Everybody is employed. So you are at maximum output possible. You cannot increase the output. तो सोचो क्या हुआ उस केस में बेटा? When in my economy I am at my maximum output, so ma'am, what will happen here is my AS curve will become vertical. My supply is fixed. I am at full employment level. So in that case, whenever you increase demand, it will increase price more. देखो, if my AS curve would have been upward sloping, the usual AS curve, मतलब ये, है ना? Then in that case, you would have seen, if this would have been my AS curve, my price would have increased. But price would have increased from P to P double dash. इतना ही बढ़ता, right? But because the moment demand would have increased, suppliers would have tried to go ahead and supply for that demand. जो demand बढ़ रही है उसके against they could have increased the output also. But now when I am at my peak, I cannot increase my output. My output is also already at its maximum. मेरा output तो full पे है, इससे ज़्यादा बढ़ ही नहीं सकता. I can't increase my output further. So if I cannot increase my output, then demand is only going to cause inflation. So when will you have maximum strain? You can have maximum strain only when it is a peak situation. These questions are tricky. Whether the answer should be expansion or peak, contraction or depression, that is where you will get confused. So try to understand the concept. I am saying that when I am at peak, my AS becomes vertical and the price strain will be maximum. Okay, beta, come to the next question. Let us try to take the next one. So the next question is the following. Right, so this is your question. During the dash phase, there is fall in level of investment and employment. When does it happen that the investment decreases and the employment also decreases? Contraction, peak, expansion, or both B and C? Just answer this. Try to answer it in the chat window, then I will do it. Okay, let's see. So I am saying that employment is falling. That itself is a hint. People are losing jobs. That can only happen when my economy is contracting, when there is a contraction. So when people lose jobs, their income will fall. When their income will fall, they will save less. When they will save less, investment will be less in the economy. So we know that investment and employment are falling, implies that it is a period of contraction. Right, beta? So answer to this question should be contraction. Okay, let us come to the next question. So the next question question is the following. During dash phase of business cycle, growth rate becomes negative and national income declines rapidly. So which is the phase when growth rate becomes negative? Hint, growth rate is becoming negative and national income is declining rapidly. But again, I am telling you, I know you will be confused between depression and recession. Peak तो नहीं हो सकता, national income is falling. Recovery भी नहीं हो सकता. Recovery means you are recovering, income should not fall. So the only confusion that students are going to go ahead and have will be in depression versus recession. Try to answer this, then I will go ahead and answer this question. I'm looking into the answers, try and do that. Okay, let's see. So, to do this, I just want you to remember this. That should be enough. See, depression period, as I mentioned to you, the period of depression is also called as the period of draw. When it comes to the growth rate, ये word समझना है. Growth rate. The growth rate is increasing in expansion, decreasing in recession, but negative in depression. So when is it negative? In depression. Decrease करता है recession में, but it is negative in depression. So out of depression and recession, the answer to this question will be depression. Draw the minimum point that I have reached in my economy. That happens at A. So the answer to this question should be depression. Please try to understand the concepts well. Okay, we'll move on to the next question. So the next question that I have is the following. Okay, beta, this is my next question. The external causes, external means exogenous. So all of us know that there are two kinds of factors. One is exogenous, outside the model. One is endogenous, determined within the model. This is saying the external causes or exogenous factors which may lead to boom or bust are. So which are the exogenous factors of your business cycle? Go ahead and try to answer it. Fluctuations in demand, fluctuations in income, fluctuations in technology, or the variation in the government spending. So try to answer this question. So which of these are exogenous factors? That is what you have to tell me. Okay. Let us try to do this together. अच्छा देखो, but a business cycle can be mapped in two parts. There are two kind of factors that I can talk about. One is called external or exogenous factors, and one is called internal or endogenous factors. What are my endogenous factors? पहले वो discuss करते हैं. The first one is fluctuation in demand. Of course, when demand changes, then the prices will change. Inflation, deflation. So when there is more demand, then there will be more price. More price, firms will be wanting to produce more. More production, more employment. More employment and more output. It will keep going on. Business cycle के boom के period को define करेगा. So what we are saying, demand is an internal factor to business cycle. Similarly, all these are internal factors. ये सारे के सारे internal factors हैं. Investment, government spending, macroeconomic policies, money supply, psychological factors. These are all internal factors. they are internally, endogenously affecting your business cycle. In सबसे business cycle पर, these are the factors directly affecting the business cycle. These are determined within the model, right? जैसे for example, take the first one. बेटे demand increase होगी या decrease होगी will depend on which phase of business cycle you are, right? So these are all endogenous. But what are the exogenous factors? What are determined outside the model? Ma'am, सबसे important बात है technological shocks. That is an outside factor. Wars, situation like COVID-19, all these are external factors which affect your business cycle. So what are the external factors that I have? Technology, war, post-war recovery, natural factors. External, they are outside the model, right? So what would be the answer to our question? The answer would be technological shocks. All the other three, they are internal. The only factor that is external will be technological shocks. Clear हुआ? अच्छा, let us go ahead to the next question, huh? So taking you to the next question. Okay, beta. Again related to business cycle, it says which indicator reflects economy's historical performance. इनमें से वो कौन सा इंडिकेटर है जो इकोनॉमी की हिस्टोरिकल परफॉर्मेंस के बारे में बताता है? लीडिंग इंडिकेटर, लैगिंग इंडिकेटर, let me just write this again. This is receding indicator or none of the above. So which is the indicator which tells me about the historical performance of my economy? Go ahead, try to answer this question, then I will answer it for you. Okay, let's see. So, when it comes to business cycle, we have something which is known as, let me just pull this up, okay. We have something which is known as BCI. BCI means business cycle indicators. What is an indicator? An indicator helps me understand more about my economy. It tells me how my economy is performing. It tells me understand the turning points of my economy. इससे पता चलता है, is your economy at the peak? Is it at the trough? Is it in the expansion phase? Is it in the contraction phase? इकोनॉमी किस फेज पे है और क्या वो फेज चेंज होने वाला है या नहीं होने वाला है? Whether that phase is going to change or not, that is what the indicator is going to tell you. Now there are three indicators that are there as part of business cycle indicators. The first indicator that I have, that indicator beta, it is known as leading indicator. What is a leading indicator? A leading indicator means, as the word suggests, it leads. इसको देखते ही पता चलता है that the economy is going to change its phase. Imagine, suppose till now the economy was in the phase of peak. Everybody was employed, and all of a sudden I see that so many people are getting unemployment insurance done. So many people are going ahead and getting some random jobs they're looking for some side jobs, etc. These all are hinting points. They tell me that maybe till now everybody was employed, but slowly people are losing their jobs. So it is giving me an indication that something is going wrong. We are going towards the period of recession, right? So a leading indicator, it is a measure of economic activity that something is going to shift, that my economy's business cycle, the phase I am in, is going to go ahead and take a shift. So beta, example will be unemployment insurance. When all of a sudden, if you see more people taking this unemployment insurance, just be confident enough to understand that something is going wrong in your economy. ये हो गया पहला. The second one is lagging, as the word suggests. Lag, it comes with a lag. So what is lagging doing? But lagging is going ahead and it is telling me that something has already gone wrong or something has gone right. It is telling me about the phase of the business cycle. So leading to directly bata raha tha that look, if more people have started buying unemployment insurance, be alert. Economy is going towards a period of recession. Okay? It gave you a hint. Lagging is after you have entered that shift. So once you are in the period of recession, you will see people that they are more unemployed. You will see greater weeks of unemployment. So if in your economy, let's say on an average, people are unemployed for 2 to 3 weeks. अब एकदम से I am seeing that people are unemployed for 10 weeks. It's an indication that the economy is in recession. So this happens after your economy has entered that phase. वो हुआ when your economy is just transiting. उसने signal पहले ही दे दिया that something is going to go wrong. But this is telling you after that has happened. So like length of unemployment period. So now I know my economy is in recession. Why? Because now I can see that the length of the unemployment period has increased. The third one that you have, beta, that is known as coincident indicator. What is coincident? Coincident is a measure of economic activity that shifts as the business cycle shifts. So when I am in different phases of business cycle, there will be some parameters which will have different values. Like when I am in the boom period, then I know कि मेरी economy का unemployment rate ये रहता है. When I am in the recession period, I know मेरी unemployment rate इतना रहता है. So this is just telling me what is that number that exists during different periods, right? So try to understand the three indicators. This is just a number, an indicator for different phases. This helps me understand after I have reached a particular phase, and that helps me understand that okay, I am going to enter a particular phase. Am I clear with all three indicators? So I hope that you found the session useful for the day. I could only, there are multiple questions that we have on business cycle. So I could think of these 6 questions that I wanted to discuss in today's session. So the topic that I want to go ahead and take today is a very, very important and relevant one. And that is the 5-year plans. This is something which has been consistently asked over the years in the IIT paper and the GATE paper. In fact, even in your CUET, in your MSc, in your IGIDR also, they ask these kind of questions. But definitely, in the Indian eco part that we are talking about, in IIT, consider this as to be one of the most important topics. So all of you know that when we talk about IIT exam, the Indian economy, that is going to go ahead and come for approximately 8 to 10 marks, right? So out of those 8 to 10 marks, you can go ahead and easily consider that 2 to 3 marks will be from these 5-year plans. So we should go ahead and definitely take questions based on these 5-year plans. Okay, beta, look at the first one. Under which 5-year plan did the government introduce agricultural strategy which gave rise to green revolution in India? Many students will go ahead and focus on the word green revolution. That itself is wrong. It is not asking which 5-year plan brought the green revolution. Now, it is asking which 5-year plan focused on agriculture, which later brought the Green Revolution. So it is not asking which 5-year plan had Green Revolution in it. I am telling you, this is a very common mistake. Now, it is asking you which 5-year plan had that initialization of agriculture, but later in some other 5-year plan, Green Revolution might have come in. So go ahead, try to answer this question. I am looking into the chat windows. Try to see what the answer should be. Which 5-year plan did the government introduce to in agriculture, which gave rise to Green Revolution in India later on? Okay. So in order to go ahead and understand this kind of question, what I have done is I have made a small shortcut to help you revise this question. So try to see this. I've just taken this shortcut, and this shortcut is going to give you the answer. So this is actually the third 5-year plan, beta. There are 3 important things in the third 5-year plan. First, we focused on self-reliance. That means that India wants to now, so you remember, right? See, when India just got its independence, India was only going ahead and producing the raw material. It was not into the machinery sector, not into the capital sector, not also into the final goods and service sector. India was only into producing the raw materials. So the one thing that we want to go, we wanted to do in the third 5-year plan itself was self-reliance. Even now, if you go ahead and read the policies of the government, we know it is Atmanirbhar Bharat. We want to focus on growing ourselves, right? But that self-reliance was into the mind of the government even during the third 5-year plan. We wanted to be sure that we wanted to grow our industries, we wanted to grow our capital sector, right? We wanted to grow our machinery sector. That's the first thing. The second thing, of course, was a focus on agriculture. So in the second 5-year plan, somehow we started focusing on the industries. But then the government realized that majority of our labor force is still in the agriculture sector. So if majority of people are in agriculture, majority of people are drawing their income from agriculture, you should not be focusing on industries itself. You should not deviate from the agricultural sector. So they wanted to go back into the agricultural sector and put their initiative in that also. So that's the second thing, they wanted to go into the agricultural sector. But at the same time, self-reliance has to be of industries. So they wanted to also go ahead and develop the industries. So the short form to remember the third 5-year plan is SAD. Self-reliance, development of agriculture and development of the industry. So the correct answer to this question is third 5-year plan. Remember, I am not talking when Green Revolution came. I am asking when is the first time agricultural sector came. I mean, the focus went on the agricultural sector in a way which led to further thinking by the government and introducing the Green Revolution. Okay, let us look on to the second question. So the second question is this. The major emphasis of first 5-year plan of India was. So the first 5-year plan, did it focus on industry, employment, agriculture or export? I am giving you a minute to try to write down the answers and then I will go ahead and answer. Okay. So let's see. Okay, A. What else? Who are others? A. Okay. So the emphasis of the first 5-year plan is what we want to talk about. Now again, try to see. I have tried to make a short form out of it. Okay. So when I talk about the first 5-year plan, the first 5-year plan was focusing on the agricultural sector, right? We were focusing on the Harrod-Doman model. Beta, you should remember the different models also. Whether we focus on the Harrod-Doman model or whether we focus on the Mahalanobis model or is it the Gadgil model, what model we are talking about should be very, very clear to you, right? So the focus of the first 5-year plan was on the Harrod-Doman model. We were focusing on agriculture, we were focusing on transport, we were focusing on community, we were focusing on power, we were focusing on the price stability. So these are some of the things that we were focusing on as part of the first 5-year plan. Again, when we just started, again I will go ahead and tell you the story that when we just started, we knew we wanted to go into the agriculture. So we started our our attention with the agricultural sector. Then we moved on to the industrial sector. Then we came back to the agricultural sector after realizing that majority of India is in the agriculture. So we followed a haphazard process. We started with agriculture, we moved into industries in the second 5-year plan, we came back to the agricultural sector as part of the third 5-year plan. Does not mean we did not pay attention to the industries in the third 5-year plan or first 5-year plan. Just that we had an emphasis more on the agricultural sector. So, I will not say that I was not into the industrial sector. I was into the industrial sector, but I wanted to start thinking more about my agricultural sector. Okay. So that's the answer to this question. So all of you who are marking it as C is the correct answer. Okay. So the way that I think, again, try to make some keywords to remember this. So I could not come up with an exact one, but I could come up with hat cob. Right? So hat cob what is important here? Why? So just remember that CO means in a way you have to take C twice. So you have community development program that also started in 1952. A lot of times this can come and match the following. That when was the community development program started? When did we start focusing on different communities? And our focus was also on communication. ये कौन सा communication है? मतलब transport and communication पे focus था, railways पे focus था. अच्छा, just because we are talking about communication, I want to talk about one more thing here. So, when we just got independence, after that, during this phase, we started focusing on the railways. We wanted to grow our railways. We wanted to grow road. We wanted to grow transport. ये तो अच्छी बात है. But one issue with this was that these railways were not being used in the right purpose. Railways का काम होना चाहिए था to give more empowerment to the economy. But railways were only being used for going, so suppose this is an industry, this is the port. So it was transferring all the raw material from India to the port so that it could be exported. And जब कोई भी final good आता था, whenever any final good used to come on the port, to take it to India. So the role of railways was only to take the raw material and to give it till the port so that it can be shipped out, to pick the final product from the port and transfer it within the system, within the country. So it was just used as a medium of transportation with not giving enough empowerment to India itself. So इसको हम क्या बोल सकते हैं? What is this called in the economic language? As an economic student, we can say that railways didn't have any backward or forward linkage. Okay, beta. रेलवेज की कोई भी बैकवर्ड या फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज नहीं थी. बैकवर्ड फॉरवर्ड लिंकेज मतलब इट वॉज नॉट एम्पावरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज टू ग्रो. रेलवे के डेवलप होने से ना कोई और इंडस्ट्री, लाइक फॉर एग्जाम्पल नो अदर इंडस्ट्री स्टार्टेड ग्रोइंग एकदम से, राइट. सो इट डिड नॉट कम विद एनी लिंकेज, इट डिड नॉट कम विद एनी प्रोग्रेस ऑफ द अदर इंडस्ट्रीज. इट ओनली केम as a medium of transport initially, right? Okay, so enough deviation. Coming back to the point, so our focus was on communication also. Okay, right, let's go ahead and take the next question. But this is an MSQ question, not an MCQ question, so try to go ahead and do this. Inclusive growth is a phrase used in which plans in India, and I am telling you it is an MSQ question. So try to answer this, then I will do this for you. Okay, anyone? Good, very good. So it was actually for 2 5-year plans, which is 11th and 12th. Now it is very interesting, and this actually, you know, a lot of students, they asked me last time also that how do we distinguish if inclusive growth comes? You cannot. Inclusive growth is something used both in 11th and 12th 5-year plan. So if it comes as an MCQ, either they will give you 11th or 12th, दोनों नहीं mentioned होंगे, MCQ हुआ तो. But if it is an MSQ, then both can also be mentioned. Okay, so beta, now let's go ahead and try to see what are the words that can be used to explain the 11th and 12th 5-year plan. Again, you will see me writing a lot of similar things for 11th and 12th 5-year plan. एक बार ध्यान से देखो जरा. So if you go ahead and you look into the 11th 5-year plan, it says faster growth, it says inclusive growth. Actually इसको हमेशा साथ में ही लिखते हैं. You always write faster and inclusive growth. What is inclusive growth? Inclusive growth means you want to go ahead and grow every individual. So again, when you read development eco ना, तो एक पॉइंट आता है जिसमें वो ये बोलते हैं that whenever growth is introduced in the economy, its benefit should reap into the other sectors, to the traditional sectors of the economy also. Now, whenever an economy is developing, जब भी एक economy develop कर रही होती है, the first benefits of development always will go to the urban sector. हमेशा. It will always go to rich people. It will always go to urban sector. But as the economy's growth progresses, जैसे जैसे वो grow करती जाती है, as it progresses its growth, its benefit will reap into the other sectors also. वो आपका traditional sector में, into the villages, slowly the growth will reach all sectors. Take very simple example. Take the example of mobile phones. When mobile phones just came, ऐसा तो नहीं हुआ होगा ना कि हर विलेज के अंदर हर इंसान के पास मोबाइल फोन होगा. Everybody in the village had a mobile phone. No. But today you see these shorts and these reels being made by every individual of the village. You see it being made by the urban people also and the rural people also. So in that sense, mobile phone has become inclusive. It has included everyone. So inclusive growth का क्या मतलब है? Taking everyone into consideration. Every caste, every race, gender, every rural, urban person, that is what I want. I want to include everyone. Then poverty reduction, focusing on health, education, environment and gender equality. Achha, from here you can make the word FIPHEG. But that is very, very similar to what happened in the 12th 5-year plan also. देखो, faster growth, inclusive growth, job creation. By the way, job creation was here also. They focused on creating new jobs. ठीक है? अच्छा, health, education, sustainable development. Sustainable development as a word. ये सिर्फ 12th 5-year प्लान में यूज हुआ है। 11th में they said we want to focus on environment, but more particular word sustainable development usually is seen as part of the 12th 5-year plan, right? So again you can just try to make some word to remember this, right beta? So try to see that faster and inclusive growth that came in both the 5-year plans, right? Environment was also in both the 5-year plans, job creation also was there, health also, education also. कुछ words हैं जो particular हो जाते हैं, जैसे sustainable development. That is something which is actually mentioned only in the 12th 5-year plan. Okay, let us go to the next question. Let me just take this out. Okay. So again an MSQ question, please try to answer this. The question says which 5-year plan had the objective of rapid industrialization focusing on basic and heavy industries. This word basic and heavy industries itself should ring a bell. So try to answer this question. Let me see what you are saying. Which 5-year plan focused on rapid industrialization with emphasis on basic and heavy industries? Okay. Fine. Let's see this together. The answer is second, and here I have again a small keyword for you. Second 5-year plan, it had 3 main things that you have to remember. First, it was focused on the Mahalanobis plan, Mahalanobis model. But this is available on my YouTube channel only. If you just look on our YouTube channel, I think I have posted a video of this complete Mahalanobis plan. You should be able to go ahead and see this, okay? So the second 5-year plan, the first thing which is important is that it is based on Mahalanobis model, very important point. Second, it was based on atomic energy. It focused on, okay, again another story. So when India just got independence now, if we look at the resources that India had during that time, it had the highest raw materials available for a lot of industries. A lot of gypsum, a lot of magnesium, magnite, a lot of material required for atomic energy, iron, steel, bauxite oxide. ये जितने भी raw material I can count, all these raw materials were available in plenty in India. Of course, its industries were not doing good because the Britishers never focused on Indian industries. Industries were not doing good, but the resources that were available in India were at its highest. So on resources we can put to the right use. That is what the plan of government was. So therefore it focused on atomic industry, and D stands for Durgapur steel industry. This word specially you will only see in the second 5-year plan. Beside that, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. So second 5-year plan, it had rapid industrialization. पूरा का पूरा focus ना agriculture से हटा दिया. अब सिर्फ एक ही aim था. You wanted to grow your industries. You wanted to go ahead and grow both, consumer and heavy industries. Why? Because we thought that we don't make any finished product. जितना capital था, जितने heavy machinery थी, everything was imported from outside. India didn't have a single heavy machine available to itself. 90% import hota tha, by the way. So India wanted to now be self-reliant. It wanted to make its own heavy industries. It wanted to make its own, it wanted to do its own industrialization process, right? And that's the reason it started focusing on steel, it started focusing on atomic energy, it started focusing on other industrialization techniques. So that is associated with the second 5-year plan. Okay, beta. Let us go ahead and do the next question. Okay, so I've just mentioned this already to you. So the total word that we have here in the second 5-year plan, that's Madras. So we studied Mahalanobis model, atomic energy, Durgapur steel industry. Then beta R stands for rapid industrialization, and also you can remember it as Rourkela Steel Company. A is agriculture, not a lot of focus on agriculture though. S is very important, socialist pattern of society. So the Mahalanobis model, it focused on becoming a socialist. What does it mean when I want to be a socialist? It means that I want to increase the role of government. I want to increase the role of government. Second 5-year, जब first 5-year plan खत्म हुआ ना, it seemed that you could not leave market to itself. You could not leave just people to itself. अभी उस level पे हम नहीं पहुंचे थे that we should become a mixed economy. It seemed that in a lot of places, government was very important, right? Especially investing in places where private individuals could not invest. So role of government was realized during that period, right? And that is when you thought, why not just increase the role of the government? So you can just remember the second 5-year plan with these points. Okay, let us go to the next question. Let me just remove this one. So the next question for you is this. In which 5-year plan high yielding varieties program was started? High yielding variety program was started. Try to understand this again. High yielding means I need high yield crops. I need crops which do well, commercial crops, जो पैसा भी अच्छा दे, right? Secondly, I am just starting with it. I haven't yet reached a phase where I have already high yield crops. It's not green revolution. I am just starting with high yielding crops. मतलब I am focusing on agriculture to go towards green revolution. I am focusing, एक तरीके से इसको अगर मैं reword करूँ, तो it's a way of saying I want to focus on agriculture to increase productivity. I want to focus on agriculture to increase yield of crops. I want to focus on agriculture ताकि मैं fertilizers better quality use करूँ. I have better irrigation. I want to improve the yield of my crops. So we have already done this. It is very, very easy now. That high yield मतलब agriculture पे ज़्यादा focus करना. Agriculture पे ज़्यादा focus third 5-year plan में हुआ था. So we know that the answer to this question should be third 5-year plan. So beta, we have already read this now. SAD as part of third 5-year plan. So we wanted to become self-dependent or self-reliant. We focused on agricultural sector. और इसी agricultural sector में ही sub point है that you want to focus on the high yield variety program. Okay. What I have for you today, that's a NAT question. Fill in the blanks will also come in IIT. Na? So consider this as a 2-marker NAT question. Try to do this yourself first, then I will do this. Okay. The number of points where you're given a function where this function crosses the x-axis. What are the number of points where this function crosses the x-axis? Try to take a moment, try to solve this yourself, then I will do this. Okay, let's try to think this together. So what I have done in this case now, beta, I have tried to find out, so if I need to see when it is crossing, I have to see when it is going from increasing to decreasing or decreasing to increasing. Those are the points it will go ahead and cut the x-axis. तब तक पता चल सकता है. So somehow I need to go ahead and look at its slope. So what I have done in this case, I have started by this function that is given to me, x to the power 5 minus 20x cube plus 50x plus 2, and I have tried to go ahead and find f dash x. So beta my f dash x that I have got here is this, right? So once you find this f dash x, just take this 5 common and you will have your f dash x equal to this. Now I need to check where it is cutting the x-axis, right? So what I can go ahead and do before that is I can just equate f dash x to 0. So that is exactly what I have gone ahead and done. I just equated f dash x to 0. Acha beta, now just see here, huh? So f dash x equal to 0, it means that either I would have attained a maxima or I would have attained a minimum. तभी तो f dash x 0 रहा होगा, right? So if I take this coefficient out, I am supposed to go ahead and solve. This equation. But let's say that your x square is some y. So what will be your equation? It will be y square minus 12y plus 10. So what is going to be your y? Very simple. This will be using the determinant method. So y will be minus b plus minus root b square minus 4ac by 2a. So minus b plus minus root b square minus 4ac by 2a. Just solve this. That will be your y. But y was nothing but x square. So that will be your x square. So from here you will get x approximately as its under root. So x का value आ जाएगा 11.1 and 0.9. These are the two values of x that you will have. ठीक है जी. So I have found out those x's where I am either at a maxima or at a minima. ये निकल गए क्योंकि f dash x 0 है. Okay. So now what I can do? So I have got my x's. What are my x's that I have got in this case? But I have got my x as plus minus 3.31 and 0.95. Now I need to somehow find the nature of this function. ये तो समझ में आ रहा है कि इन पे या maxima रहेगा या minima रहेगा. But I need to find more about this function, how this function is working. So it is very difficult to evaluate the function at these values. है ना? क्योंकि these are decimals. 3.31 minus 3.31, 0.95 minus 0.95. So instead of evaluating this function at exactly these values, I will want to get an idea of about the nearby points. So what I am going to go ahead and do is I am going to find out some nearby points. So in order to find those nearby points, what I did is I just took points like 1. 1 is very close to 0.95. Points like minus 1. Minus 1 is very close to minus 0.95. Points like 2, minus 2, 0. You can also take points like 3 and minus 3. As a points there. And try to evaluate what happens at these points. Try to see what your function does at these points. So what did I find? I find that when I took the, my x as 0, my function's value was 2. When I took x as 1, my function value was positive. When I took x as 2, my function's value was negative. When I took x as minus 1, my function's value was negative. When I took x as minus 2, my function's value was positive. So based on whether it is positive or negative, I was able to get the curve of the function. And based on that, what do I see? That my function looks somewhere like this. Now if my function looks like this, then can I see how many times it is intersecting the x-axis? Of course. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So my function intersects my x-axis 5 times. And that is how you can go ahead and solve. There is another way you could have tried. you could have seen how many times your f dash x goes from negative to positive and positive to negative. So when you do that, you can check when it goes from increasing to decreasing, decreasing to increasing, increasing to decreasing to increasing. You based on these 4 points. So what happens at to f dash x when x is less than 3.31 in points पे evaluate कर लो, when x is greater than 3.31. Similarly, when x is less than 0.95, greater than 0.95. But because it's a little difficult, these numbers are messy, these are decimals. इसलिए instead of working directly with these numbers, I just went ahead and took corresponding closer numbers to just see how my function looks closely, and I found out that there should be 5 intercepts. So that is how you can go ahead and solve this question. Okay, beta, let's come to the third question. So as I told you, today's class is going to be a little difficult one, but these are the kind of questions you will expect in IIT paper. Don't expect easy questions in IIT. Okay, so the third question that you have, it is this. This kind of question also can come in an ISI paper, ISI MSQE paper. ठीक है बेटा, तो दोनों में ही ये questions can come. Try to solve this. An excellent question. So this says that you are given gx, and how is gx defined? Gx is defined as fx plus f1 minus x. It says f double dash x. This is greater than 0, माने convex. For x between 0 to 1, g is decreasing in 0 to alpha and increasing in alpha to 1. तो ये जो g function है ना, this g function बेटा, this is decreasing. Decreasing माने g dash x would have been less than 0. In which interval? In 0 to alpha. And this g dash x, it would have been greater than 0. In which interval? In alpha to 1. Now what's the question asking? The question is asking you to find out this. So it says find tan inverse 2 alpha plus tan inverse 1 by alpha plus tan inverse alpha plus 1 by alpha, and which value would that be? अच्छा, now think. ये पूरा ऊपर का information जो दिया हुआ है, it will only help you to identify the value of alpha. इसके लिए दिया हुआ है कि किसी तरीके से you identify what is alpha. And once you find that alpha, you can just plug that alpha here, here, here and get the answer. Just try this yourself, then I will do it. Try to find alpha. Okay? Try to do it. Just tell me what the answer should be. Let's see. Okay, beta. See here. You are given gx, huh? Gx is fx plus f1 minus x. तो बेटा g dash x क्या होगा? Differentiate कर लो. Differentiation of fx will be f dash x. Differentiation of f1 minus x will be f dash 1 minus x into 1 minus x की differentiation क्या हो जाएगी? -1. So I have this minus here. So g dash x will be f dash x minus f dash 1 minus x. G dash x is saying, it says that it is decreasing in 0 to alpha and increasing in alpha to 1. Beta, what is the meaning of decreasing? Decreasing means that the slope is negative. If something decreases, मतलब उसका slope negative है, and increasing means उसका slope positive है. So if it is decreasing in 0 to alpha, its slope should be negative. If it is increasing in alpha to 1, its slope should be positive. in very simple terms, can it also mean that when I evaluate its slope at 0, it should be less than when I evaluate its slope at 1? That is what I have done. I evaluated its slope at 0, I evaluated its slope at 1, and I just said that its slope at 0 should be less than its slope at 1. अच्छा, tell me something again. बेटा g dash 0 मतलब क्या हो जाएगा? G dash, it was f dash x minus f dash 1 minus x. So if I put x as 0, तो क्या आएगा? F dash 0 minus f dash 1 minus 0. So f dash 0 minus f dash 1. So g dash 0, it will be f dash 0 minus f dash 1. उसी तरीके से g dash 1 क्या होगा? Instead of x, put 1 here, 1 here. What will you get? You will get f dash 1 minus f dash 1 minus 1, f dash 1 minus f dash 0. This is what you will get. Just take, write things on the right side. So ये वाला चीज यहाँ ले जाओ, ये वाला चीज यहाँ ले जाओ. What will you get? You will get 2 f dash 0 less than 2 f dash 1. मतलब f dash 0 less than f dash 1. So I have gone ahead and given you. I didn't know anything about the function f, but now I have proved to you that f dash 0 should be less than f dash 1. A clear one, the point? Okay. Now let us try to find out when g dash x will be exactly 0. So now I am trying to go ahead and I am trying to find out when g dash x will be 0. So beta g dash x क्या था? It was f dash x minus f dash 1 minus x. So if this is 0, what does this mean? F dash x should be equal to f dash 1 minus x. Clear? F is a decreasing function. ये मैंने अभी ऊपर prove किया. Didn't I prove this? I just proved to you that f is a decreasing function. So if your f is a decreasing function, if I have proved that your f is a decreasing function, then can I say it will be a one-to-one function? I can, na? It is decreasing. So each x has a unique value of the function. So it's a one-to-one function. So if it is a one-to-one function, then what is the property about one-on-one functions? That if f dash x is equal to f dash 1 minus x, this implies that x is equal to 1 minus x. हुआ ना? So if x is equal to 1 minus x, beta 2x is equal to 1, x will be half. So the value of x comes down as half. Half is that value where your function has a point where it reaches either maximum or minimum. Clear my baat? So beta, now you can check that between 0 to half it is increasing and between half to 1 it is decreasing. So वो जो point cut करने का point है. So g function, it is increasing between 0 to half and decreasing from half to 1. So ये alpha का value क्या आ गया? किस point पे function has that cut off point? Half, right? So we have been able to derive this. ये जो alpha था ना, we have been able to go ahead and derive this. If you just read back the question, so this is g is decreasing in 0 to alpha and increasing in alpha to 1. ये जो alpha है, this alpha itself is half for me. This is what I have derived. अब alpha निकल गया, अब बस इस function में put कर दो. Just put it in this function. So let's just go ahead and do that. Okay, cool. So if I just put it in this function, alpha की जगह पे मैंने यहाँ पे half put किया, ये हो जाएगा 2 और ये हो जाएगा half plus 1 upon half. So when you solve this, you will get this. हाँ? बेटा tan inverse 1 क्या होता है? Pi by 4. So ये हो गया pi by 4. Now you will not know कि tan inverse 2 या tan inverse 3 क्या होता है. Of course, we don't know that, na? So what can we do? We can use the formula that this will be tan inverse A plus B will be A plus B upon 1 minus AB. So A को ले लो 2 and B को ले लो 3. So 2 plus 3 upon 1 minus 2 into 3. So what will this give you? 5 upon 1 minus 6. 5 by minus 5, that means minus 1. So this will give you tan inverse minus 1. And what does that mean? 3 pi by 4. So you have pi by 4 plus 3 pi by 4. That means it will be 4 pi by 4. That means it will be pi. So the answer to this question is pi. That is called policies in the long run. Right, beta? So the topic is policies in the long run. Let's start. Okay, everybody go ahead and try to answer these questions. So the first question for today. With reference to the characteristics of non-excludability and non-rivalry, law and order is a classic example of. So it talks about two properties here. The first property is non-excludability. And the second property is non-rivalrous. So which, according to you, which kind of goods or which thing out of the four, which of these it is actually an example which follows these two things, and law and order is also an example of that. Try to answer this in the chat window. Okay. So the correct answer to this question is, we know that it is going to be a public good. So public goods are those goods which basically are non-excludable and non-rivalrous. What does non-rivalrous mean? That usage by one individual does not reduce the usage by the other individual. Right? So if I go ahead and I walk in a park, it does not reduce park for you. Right? And non-excludable means that I can go ahead and I cannot exclude anyone from using it. Can you exclude me from using the defense service of the country? No. अगर defense available है तो सबके लिए available है ना. आप मेरे को exclude नहीं कर सकते defense use करने से. So law, order, defense, these are non-rivalrous. मेरे defense service use करने से आपके लिए वो कम नहीं हो जाती, and it is non-excludable. मेरे को आप एक्सक्लूड नहीं कर सकते हो उसको यूज करने से. राइट बेटा? ओके, कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. ट्राई टू रीड दिस. एग्जाम्पल ऑफ नॉन डिस्टॉर्शनरी टैक्सेस आर. सो 4 points are given. Those levied unexpectedly after economic decisions have been taken place. Ad valorem taxes. Those consistent with Ramsey principle of public finance or proportional income tax, which is an example of non-distortionary taxes. Better take a moment, try to answer this question. खुद से answer करो एक बारी. What is a distortionary tax? Anyone? A distortionary tax is any tax which causes distortion. बेटा distortion का क्या मतलब है? Which changes your preferences. जैसे ad valorem tax. What does ad valorem tax does? बेटा it increases the price of the commodity जिस पे भी charge होता है. And by increasing the price, it causes distortion. For students who have enrolled in our program, beta, if you go to your intermediate micro, usme there is this chapter called budget line. हाँ, and then उसी के नीचे you will find preferences, choice. उन्हीं में I have tried to explain why lump sum tax is better than proportional or ad valorem tax. Why lump sum tax is better than ad valorem tax? Because lump sum tax में प्रेफरेंसेस चेंज नहीं होती हैं. इट मेक्स यू पुअरर, आपको कंपेरेटिवली आपके पास कम इनकम रह जाती है, बट इट डज नॉट चेंज योर प्रेफरेंसेस. But an ad valorem tax changes your preferences, right beta? So, okay, come to the question now. So now it is saying which of the taxes are non-distortionary, distortion नहीं करते हैं. तो those taxes which are levied unexpectedly. बेटा distortion का क्या मतलब है? जो भी कंज्यूमर की प्रेफरेंस को चेंज करे. अगर एक टैक्स मैं अनएक्सपेक्टेडली लगा देती हूं, इफ आई जस्ट पुट अ टैक्स अनएक्सपेक्टेडली, यू विल नॉट हैव टाइम टू चेंज द वे यू थिंक, यू विल नॉट हैव टाइम टू चेंज योर प्रेफरेंसेस. तो वही तो कह रहे हैं हम यहाँ पे. अनएक्सपेक्टेड टैक्सेस डू नॉट एंटर कैलकुलेशन ऑफ मार्जिनल कॉस्ट वर्सेस मार्जिनल बेनिफिट ऑफ अ डिसीजन मेकर. They involve ex post redistribution, making them perceived as particularly unfair, but they don't change the way consumer think. बात समझ में है? Distortionary tax वो टैक्स है जो डिस्टॉर्शन क्रिएट करे. डिस्टॉर्शन मतलब जो प्रेफरेंसेस को बदले. मतलब अगर आप कल मुझे बोल दो कि अब मैकडॉनल्ड्स बर्गर इज टैक्स्ड, तो मैं मैकडॉनल्ड्स के बर्गर की कंजम्पशन कम कर दूंगी ना, क्योंकि उस पर टैक्स है. तो उसने मेरी प्रेफरेंस को चेंज किया, इसलिए वो डिस्टॉर्शनरी हुआ. बट अगर किसी टैक्स के बारे में मुझे पता ही नहीं था, इट कैन नॉट चेंज माय प्रेफरेंसेस, इट विल बी नॉन डिस्टॉर्शनरी. ओके बेटा, कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. द रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन नंबर ऑफ अनफिल्ड जॉब वैकेंसीज एंड नंबर ऑफ अनएम्प्लॉयड वर्कर इज डिस्क्राइब्ड बाय. बहुत ही tricky question है. Not many of you would have heard about it. So this is from the labor market, and in fact it's a rarely taught concept. बहुत कम जगहों पे इसको पढ़ाया जाता है. Let's see this, what it is saying. I want to find the relationship between unfilled job vacancies and number of अनएम्प्लॉयड वर्कर. कितनी वैकेंसीज फिल नहीं हुई वर्सेस कितने लोग अनएम्प्लॉयड हैं, वो जो रिलेशनशिप है बिटवीन दीज टू थिंग्स, हाउ मेनी वैकेंसीज कुड नॉट बी फिल्ड एंड हाउ मेनी वर्कर्स आर अनएम्प्लॉयड, आई वांट टू डिस्क्राइब दैट रिलेशनशिप. तो अगर आप लोग थोड़ा सा मेथड ऑफ एलिमिनेशन यूज करो, if you try to use method of elimination, बेटा सॉल्व हो जाएगा. रामसे प्रिंसिपल नहीं, ये तो क्लियरली नहीं है. दिस इज रिलेटेड टू टैक्सेस, कितने टैक्स चार्ज करने चाहिए, पब्लिक इकोनॉमिक्स. लैफर कर्व नो, अगेन रिलेटेड टू टैक्सेशन कि मैक्सिमम टैक्स रेवेन्यू कितना हो सकता है, नो. फिलिप्स कर्व नो, इट टॉक्स अबाउट इन्फ्लेशन एंड अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट. तो क्या आंसर बन गया? Beveridge curve. So let's see the answer. The Beveridge curve is an indicator of effectiveness of labor market, matching of heterogeneous workers in job. तो कितनी unfilled jobs हैं और कितने unemployed लोग हैं, इनके बीच के एक रिलेशन को हम डिपिक्ट करते हैं, और ये हमें बताता है कि लेबर मार्केट कितनी एफिशिएंट है. इट टेल्स अस हाउ एफिशिएंट इज द लेबर मार्केट. बेटा इफ लेबर मार्केट इज सुपर एफिशिएंट, तो अनफिल्ड जॉब कम होंगी, ज्यादातर जॉब्स फिल हो जाएंगी. सो वी कैन नो अबाउट द एफिशिएंसी ऑफ द लेबर मार्केट थ्रू दिस कर्व. ओके, कम टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. ट्राई टू डू दिस. आई एम गिविंग यू अ मिनट. Which of the following is not a consequence of strict job severance regulation across the economy? So, it is saying, ध्यान से देखना है, not a consequence. इनमें से कौन सी ऐसी चीज है जो strict jobs regulation लाने से नहीं होती? It does not happen. What are the options? Firm delay new hires in good times until they are really sure. Such regulations increase effective cost. Firms will be able to pay lower wages. Firms will make increased use of temporary work. Just try to answer this. Take a minute. chat window. Okay, let's see. So the answer will be firms will be able to pay lower wages because greater job security has offsetting value to worker. Let us try to understand this thing. See, there is something called as reservation wage. Reservation wage क्या है बेटा? The wage at which an individual is indifferent between working and not working. तो वो कौन सी वेज है जिस पर मैं इंडिफरेंट, मतलब अगर आप मेरे को बोल दो कि इफ यू आस्क मी मैम व्हाट इज योर रिजर्वेशन वेज एंड बट आई टेल यू 1000 rupees पर डे, मतलब if you pay me 1000 then I may or may not work. If you pay me less than 1000 I will definitely not work for you. If you pay me more than 1000 I will definitely work. तो ये हो गई हमारी रिजर्वेशन वेज. कौन सी ऐसी वेज है एट विच आई एम इंडिफरेंट? अब अगर आप मेरे को कल को आके बोल दो कि गवर्नमेंट ने बोला है कि सबको जॉब करनी ही करनी है, इट इज कंपल्सरी दैट यू हैव टू वर्क, कंपल्सरी कर दिया सपोज, अब मैं 1000 से कम में भी वर्क करना चाहूंगी, आई वुड वांट टू वर्क इवन एट अ लोअर वेज. व्हाई? बिकॉज देयर इज दिस रेगुलेशन व्हिच आस्क्स मी टू वर्क. So I will be ready to work at a lower wage also. I will have to work at a lower wage also. So in that case, firms will be able to pay lower wage, right? That is exactly what the question is saying. Okay, fine. Beta, come to the next question. Economic policy makers find supply side policies attractive because. So try to answer this question. सप्लाई साइड की जो पॉलिसीज हैं, सप्लाई साइड पॉलिसीज क्या होती है एग्जैक्टली? आई वांट यू टू थिंक अबाउट इट एंड कम बैक टू मी. सो व्हाई वुड द पॉलिसी मेकर्स गो फॉर सप्लाई साइड पॉलिसीज? सो ऑप्शंस आर गिवन. सप्लाई साइड पॉलिसी एलिमिनेट डेडवेट लॉस. सप्लाई साइड पॉलिसी डू नॉट इंप्लाई शॉर्ट रन ट्रेड ऑफ. सप्लाई साइड पॉलिसी रिड्यूस आउटपुट गैप. सप्लाई साइड पॉलिसी हेल्प शिफ्ट द बेवरेज कर्व अवे फ्रॉम द origin. Try to think about it, then I will answer. Answer it in the chat window. Okay. Fine, let's see. So the answer is supply side policies do not imply the trade-off between unemployment and inflation. जब आप सप्लाई साइड पॉलिसीज पे फोकस करते हो तो जो एक ट्रेड ऑफ है अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट और इन्फ्लेशन का, दैट हायर इन्फ्लेशन लोअर अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, हायर अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट लोअर इन्फ्लेशन, ये जो फिलिप्स कर्व ट्रेड ऑफ देता है ये ट्रेड ऑफ नहीं रहता. इट डज नॉट इम्प्लाई with the supply side policy. They do not imply this thing. The demand side policies can affect this, right? But not the supply side policies. They will not imply this short run trade-off between unemployment and inflation. So try to read. The focus is getting potential GDP to increase and not merely attaining full utilization of human and non-human resources. So when we focus on supply side policies, एम सिर्फ इतना नहीं होता कि हमें फुल यूटिलाइजेशन करवानी है, एम होता है कि हमें अपने जीडीपी को इंक्रीज करना है. आई होप ऑल ऑफ यू आर डूइंग मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक्स एंड यू आर अंडरस्टैंडिंग व्हाट इज द डिफरेंस बिटवीन सप्लाई साइड एंड डिमांड साइड, राइट? एंड we will also, better for those who are with me, you will know what supply side and demand side is and which economist gave what a little later. जैसे हम next month में जाते हैं, we start with macro, we will do this. But as of now, just try to interpret this कि जो supply side policies होती हैं, they don't imply this trade-off that comes. Okay, fine. Better, let's go to the next question. Last question for the day. What would happen according to Adam Smith, if wages were offered above the market clearing level? So you have demand and supply of labor. You have a particular wage at which it is clearing. And now I am asking what happens if wage is above this market clearing level. Try to read. Firms lose money, workers make welfare gain, firms restrict employment, only workers who are willing to work get a job. Try to answer it, then I will answer it. Go ahead. Okay, so try to understand. देखो समझो एक बारी बेटा, when I put higher wage, जब wage बढ़ती है above the market clearing wage, तो it's like a floor. हमने price floor, price ceiling के concepts किए क्लास में. So it is like a price floor. तो मतलब क्या हो रहा है? This is demand, this is supply. और अब मैंने बोल दिया कि बेटा wage will be higher. So let's say this is my wage. मैंने wage यहाँ पे कर दिया. So if I am keeping a higher wage, तो इस wage पे what will be the demand of labor? Only this much. Who is demanding labor? It is the firms that are demanding labor. तो जो labor की demand है ये firms की side से आ रही है. So I have restricted the demand क्योंकि wage ज़्यादा देनी पड़ रही है because you have to pay a higher wage. So therefore with higher wage you will demand less labor. So employment will be restricted. Clear है? But बेटा इस wage पे supply कितनी है? इतनी LS. So more workers are willing to work. ज़्यादा workers काम करना चाह रहे हैं इस wage पे, but less workers are demanded. So beta, can I say this is nothing but excess labor in the market? LS labor is willing to work, only L star are working. This is the gap, right? Leading to involuntary unemployment. Involuntary unemployment क्या होती है? वो unemployment जो लोग voluntary ना करें. मतलब if I go ahead and I say I don't want to work for the next 1 month, I am getting voluntarily unemployed. But if someone just pushes me out of their organization, I still wanted to work, na? So it will lead to involuntary unemployment. Unless people wanted to work, only L star will get work. तो ये जो gap है, ये unemployed रह जाएगा. So this is what is being asked in this question. Is it clear? Okay. So beta, these are the questions I wanted to discuss today. These questions were from long run policies. I am giving you one homework question. Try to do that and come in the next class. So this is your homework question for the day. Try to answer it in the chat window. Read it out. What is the force that lowers wage to the market clearing level if they are high, too high? Competition, bargaining, government or firms? Answer it in the chat window. For a consumer, marginal utility of good X and Y are 50 and 100 respectively. The price of good Y is 20. The consumer is in equilibrium. What is the price of good X? Let's start. So what is given to you, beta? It is given to you that MUX, this is 50. MUY is given to you as 100. PX is not known and PY is given to you as 20. So this information is given to you. You need to go ahead and find the price of good X. Very simple. So we will just use the equilibrium condition. Beta क्या हो जाएगी? MUX by MUY is equal to PX by PY. तो बेटा MUX क्या है? 50, MUY 100, PX not known, PY 20. So when you solve for this, you will get PX as 10. So the correct answer to this question is 10. Very simple. You're just using the condition that at equilibrium, the slope of indifference curve is equal to the slope of the budget line. The slope of the budget line is Px by Py. The slope of indifference curve, also called as MRS, is Mux by Muy. You go ahead, you equate the two, you get the value of Px. Okay, beta, this was an easy one. Let's go to the difficult one now. Let's go to the next question. Let me just erase this. Okay, so the second question for the day. Okay, beta, read. Determine the equation of expansion path of production function given by, so you're given some production function, Q is equal to LK square, where Q stands for output, priced at $10. So price of output, where Q stands for output, I just forgot to write beta, labor priced at $10 and capital priced at $15. So your labor is priced at $10. Mane the wage rate is 10 and capital is priced at $15. So the rent is 15. So beta, what is my equilibrium condition? My equilibrium condition is where MRTS is equal to W by R. What is MRTS? MRTS is basically MPL by MPK. So what is going to be MPL? Differentiate this function with respect to L. So क्या आएगा? If I differentiate this with respect to L, let's look. If I just differentiate this beta with respect to L, what will I get? MPL क्या हो जाएगा? My MPL will be how output changes as labor changes. So if I differentiate this with respect to L, what will I get? I will get K square. But what will be MPK? MPK will be how output changes as capital changes. So if I differentiate this with respect to capital, with respect to K, holding L constant, क्या आ जाएगा? L into 2K. So beta, what will be my MRTS? MRTS will be MPL by MPK. करो. MPL by MPK. So this will be K by 12. And MRTS should be equated to what? W by R na? तो कर दो W by R से equate. So MRTS has to be equal to W by R. So MRTS is K by 12 equated to W by R. So this is 2, this is 3. So I will get 3K is equal to 4L. This will be the answer to this question. So what are we saying? We are saying we need to find MPL, we need to find MPK and equate it to W by R, right? So this is what we should be going ahead and doing. This is the rule that we have. So dekh lo ek bari dhyan se zara. What is the question saying? The question is saying you are given a production function. Whenever it gives you a production function and gives you the cost of the inputs, it means that you have to find the equilibrium condition. Equilibrium से ही expansion path आ सकता है. So when I talk about the equilibrium condition, it means that I have an iso-cost line. It means I have an iso-quant, and it means I need to find the tangency point. All such tangency points will give me the expansion path. हाँ बेटा, तो slope of iso-cost line क्या हो जाएगी? W by R, 10 by 15. Slope of ice production function क्या हो जाएगा? Very simple, MPL by MPK. So this will be MPL by MPK. When you differentiate with respect to L, you get K square. When you differentiate with respect to K, you get 2KL. right beta? So what will this give you? This will give you k by 2. This will be your MRTS. Equate it to W by R ratio and get the answer to this question. So I think in this case, because I have to equate this to 2 by 3, none of them is matching the answer. The answer should be 3k is equal to 4l. That should be the answer to this question. Okay beta, come to the next question. So question number 3 for you is this. So everyone try to do this question. So you need to go ahead and find the value of x and y, and you are actually given two matrices. So just try to find out the equilibrium, the values of x and y. I'm giving you a moment to do this. Just try this. In the meanwhile, I just want to highlight, if you go ahead to the ArthaPoint website and you click on the mock tests, you will now go ahead and you will find a series of mock tests that we have come up with. So we have already introduced 10 recorded solution, 10 mock tests of IIT. We have already introduced 5 mock tests of GATE. We have introduced 1000 plus recorded questions of CUET JAM Economics, and we have also introduced the mock tests of CUET. So you can go ahead, you can log in into our page and you can look into all these different mock test series that we have launched, right? So maybe in the next session I will also take you through those series. I will show you what all is included on those series, and you can also get more details about it on our contact number. Beta. Achha, let's go to the question now. So the question is this. So now I just have to go ahead and multiply 2 inside. So what will I get? 6, 8, 10, 2x plus 1 y 0 1. So if I solve this, what will I get? 6 plus 1 7, 8 plus y here, 10 plus 0 10, and 2x plus 1 here. So this will be the matrix that I will be getting. This matrix has to be equated to this one. So kar do equate 7, 10, 2x plus 1 and 8 plus y must be equated to 7, 10, 0 and 5. Element to element, element to element. So beta 7 is equated to 7. 8 plus y is equated to 0. So if I equate, देखो ध्यान से जरा. If I go ahead and I equate 8 plus y, if I equate 8 plus y to 0, what will I get? 8 plus y is equal to 0, so y will be minus 8. And if I equate 2x plus 1 to 5, so beta 2x plus 1 is 5, so 2x will be 4, so x will be 2. So x will be 2 and y will be minus 8. That's the answer to your question. Achha. In exam, what the examiner can do sometimes na, that better they can go ahead and give you this as a determinant. इसको determinant बना देगा instead of a matrix, something like this. तो कुछ नहीं होता ना, just find the determinant in that case. तो बेटा ये हो जाएगा 2, determinant will be what? 3x minus 20 plus this का determinant will be what? 1 is equal to इसका determinant will be what? 35 minus 0. And find the values of x. Y तो निकल गया, it has gone. So any y will satisfy it. Find the value of x. So in exams sometimes instead of giving you the matrix, they will give you the determinants and you have to find the determinant and solve that question. Okay beta, ठीक है जी. Next question पे आते हैं. Let's take the next one. Next one has been asked multiple times in the JNU paper. बहुत often आता है JNU exam में. So now JNU is CUET, है ना? तो CUET में शायद it can come, so we should be looking into it. So try to see this. Okay बेटा, ये काफी interesting question है, ध्यान से हम देखेंगे. Average tax rate is given to you as 1/3, 0.33 हो गया. Marginal tax rate is given to you as 0.5, 0.20. What type of tax it is? Now, for this you should know the different rules of tax. हाँ बेटा, there is something which is called as a progressive tax. What is a progressive tax? As your income increases, the tax rate that you pay increases. तो जो इंडिया में है कि इतने स्लैब के लिए 0%, then 10%, then 20%. So as my income increases, the tax rate increases. So the tax I pay at margin, जो with change in income, जो additional tax मैं pay करूंगी, बेटा it will be higher and higher as my income is progressing. मतलब marginal will be more than the average I end up paying. So this where marginal is more than average, it is called as progressive tax. Second is your proportional tax. Proportional मतलब क्या? Whatever be your income, you will always pay the same percentage. तो average भी वही निकलेगा और additionally जो आप pay करोगे वो भी same ही होगा. So for example, government says you have to always pay 10%. किसी भी income level के क्यों ना हो. तो on an average you are paying 10%. And marginally जो extra आप pay कर रहे हो वो भी 10% है. So when marginal and average are equal, it is proportional. When marginal is less than average, it is regressive. ये 3 रूल याद रखने हैं. उसके बेसिस पे कोई भी क्वेश्चन आए, you should be able to do that. Is that clear? Just sometimes what happens is, now you can answer this. Huh? Sometimes what happens is, you are given something like this. You just remove this. Amita, you are given a tax function, जैसे ऐसे, t is equal to t bar plus small t y. What will be average tax rate? Total tax divided by income. ध्यान से समझना है आपको. Total tax divided by income. तो बेटा if t is t bar plus ty, t by y क्या हो जाएगा? t bar by y plus small t. बेटा t by y tax by income, ये तो हो गया average tax rate. Small t हो गया marginal tax rate. So average tax rate is marginal plus something. ये क्लियर हुई बात को? अब ध्यान से समझना है. In प्रोग्रेसिव में क्या होता है? प्रोग्रेसिव वो टैक्स है जिसमें मार्जिनल इज मोर देन द एवरेज पेड. सो ATR इज लेस देन MTR. MTR स्मॉल t था, ATR ये पूरी चीज है. So I am saying marginal is such that ATR is less than MTR. मतलब बेटा ये जो चीज होगी, ये जो ATR निकला है, it has to be less than जो marginal है. तो ये this and this cancels out. So I will have t bar by y less than 0. So t bar less than 0. तो progressive tax is that tax which will also t bar 0 आ रहा है ना, मतलब गवर्नमेंट आपसे t bar क्या था बेटा यहाँ पे? If my y is 0, then t is equal to t bar. थोड़ा सा समझो. When y is 0, t is equal to t bar. And when it is progressive tax, ATR is less than MTR. ATR was what? ये पूरे फंक्शन को हमने y से डिवाइड किया था. तो जब मेरा टैक्स t bar प्लस ty था, तो ATR के लिए मैंने इसको डिवाइड बाय y किया. सो आई गॉट दिस. MTR क्या है? मार्जिनल टैक्स. हाउ टैक्स चेंजेस एज इनकम चेंजेस. सो हाउ टैक्स चेंजेस एज इनकम चेंजेस से स्मॉल t आएगा. अब क्या हो रहा है? फॉर प्रोग्रेसिव टैक्स द MTR इज ग्रेटर देन ATR. MTR is greater than ATR. बेटा MTR क्या था? T. T is greater than ATR क्या था? ये पूरी वैल्यू. T bar by Y plus t. It means remove everything else. Just look into this much, huh? So MTR is small t. ATR is t bar by y plus t. So beta, what are we saying? We are saying for progressive tax, MTR is greater than ATR. Mane this. So t and t will cancel out. Y, so this becomes t bar by y less than 0. Income तो हमेशा पॉजिटिव होती है, तो this gives me t bar less than 0. न्यूमरेटर नेगेटिव रहा होगा. तो प्रोग्रेसिव टैक्स वो टैक्स है जिसमें t बार की वैल्यू नेगेटिव होती है, जिसमें t बार की वैल्यू नेगेटिव होती है. अच्छा, ये t बार है क्या? व्हाट इज दिस t बार? अब इसको समझते हैं. सो बेटा, इफ आई पुट इस फंक्शन में y एज 0, t क्या आ जाएगा? t बार. तो जब इनकम 0 होती है, व्हेन इनकम इज 0, जो टैक्स एक इंडिविजुअल पे करे वो t बार. ऑटोनॉमस टैक्स हो गया ये. आई कैन कॉल दिस एज ऑटोनॉमस टैक्स. और बच्चे ये नेगेटिव आ रहा है ना प्रोग्रेसिव के लिए, मतलब प्रोग्रेसिव टैक्स में 0 इनकम लेवल पे आपको सब्सिडी मिलती है. यू गेट सब्सिडी व्हेन योर इनकम लेवल इज 0, क्योंकि ऑटोनॉमस टैक्स नेगेटिव आ रहा है. तो इस केस में, इन दिस केस, व्हाट विल बी माय फंक्शन? कैसे बनेगा प्रोग्रेसिव टैक्स का ग्राफ? इट विल बी लाइक दिस. इट विल बी like this. This is income beta. This is tax. जब income 0, I am paying a subsidy, तो tax negative. ये रहा t बार. जैसे जैसे इनकम बढ़ेगी टैक्स बढ़ेगा, बट स्लोप कांस्टेंट नहीं है. रेट इंक्रीज होता जा रहा है. पहले आप टैक्स की जगह सब्सिडी दे रहे हो, फिर मे बी 10% टैक्स दोगे, फिर 20%, फिर 30%. टैक्स रेट इज इंक्रीजिंग. ओके, लेट्स मेक एन इंक्रीज इन टैक्स रेट. सो व्हेनेवर यू सी अ ग्राफ लाइक दिस, दैट इज प्रोग्रेसिव. बेटा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये एग्जाम के लिए, वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर एग्जाम. दिस इज अ प्रोग्रेसिव टैक्स. प्रोपोर्शनल लाइन, प्रोपोर्शनल का रेट चेंज नहीं होता. सो प्रोपोर्शनल इज assumed to be a line. Is this clear? Okay, fine. This is it that I wanted to explain. Let's go to the next question. Again a tricky one. देखो ध्यान से बेटा. Calculate the current account balance. You are given export of goods, services, balance of visible trade, and the transfers. Take a moment, try to do this yourself. So current account क्या होता है बेटा? Current account is export minus import plus net income abroad plus net current transfer. हाँ बेटा, when we talk about export and import ना, तो ये होता है export and import of goods and services. Right बेटा? Clear हुआ बात को? अच्छा बेटा, goods are also called visibles and services are called invisibles. तो इस क्वेश्चन में क्या ट्रिक किया ना, they have given you export of goods, but they have also given you balance of visible trade. Balance of visible trade माने they have given you export minus import of goods. ये वैल्यू है. This is x minus m of goods. ठीक है बेटा? तो इसको नहीं कंसिडर करना. I already have x minus m of goods given to me. I don't have to consider anything else. Now can you tell me what is going to happen to the export of services? Is there any import of service given? No. So I will consider export as it is. So beta, this is x minus m. M is 0 of services. I have to consider this value and this. I will not consider this value. Am I clear with it? This is the tricky part. They have given balance of visibles. So that means export minus import of good is given to you. Then they have given export of services. So import का जरूरत नहीं है, right? Import is not given, so I will consider export as it is. So now this implies this should not be considered. Now I am leaving it up to you. Everyone will post in the answer comment section what is going to be the current balance trade, current account balance, right, beta? Okay. Okay, beta. So what is Gaussian's second law saying? Gaussian's second law, basically, it talks about your law of equimarginal utility. So, beta, there are two laws that we have. The first one that we have, that is called law of diminishing marginal utility. है ना? वो नहीं, that's the first law. We are talking about the second law, which is law of equimarginal utility. And beta, what does that say? It says that MUX by MUY should be equal to PX by PY. इसको अगर हम थोड़ा सा और सोचें, तो this is very simple. This is nothing but this is saying MUX क्या होता है? MUX by MUY. This is nothing but this is your MRS. And we are equating MRS to PX by PY. So beta, this is nothing but your tangency condition. So I have this as budget line and this as my IC and this is my equilibrium. So we have got that the equilibrium condition is where we see the tangency between indifference curve and the budget line. अच्छा, अब ध्यान से समझते हैं. If I talk about the assumptions here, what are the different assumptions that we have? The first thing which is important here is that marginal utility is a cardinal concept. Marginal utility को हम कैसे measure करते हैं? We measure it in terms of numbers, right? So ordinality indifference curve का concept हो गया. But जब तक Gaussian was talking about marginal utility or Marshall was talking about marginal utility, they were talking in terms of numbers, right? So we have to understand that marginal utility is a cardinal concept. Take the next thing. It assumes rationality of consumers. So we assume that consumers are rational. मतलब I will take decision based on what is best for me, based on maximizing my utility. So I am going to go ahead and act rationally. What's the third thing? There is no time gap. कोई time gap नहीं है. If I am consuming the first unit today, consumption should be consecutive. अभी ही दूसरा यूनिट कंज्यूम करूंगी, अभी ही तीसरा, and so on and so forth. It should not happen that I consume the first unit today and the second unit tomorrow. Then this rule will not be there. The next is there should be fixed income and taste and preferences should be unchanged. And better the last is I should be maximizing satisfaction. तो ये जो भी हम कर रहे हैं, why are we doing this? Because we want to maximize the utility of the consumer. हमें consumer की utility को maximize करना है. और वो utility कब maximize होगी? जब tangency attain होगी indifference curve और budget line की. और उसी के लिए वो rule था equimarginal utility का, right? So, but if I now come to the question back, we have to understand rational behavior of consumer एकदम ठीक है. Consumer is rational. Cardinal measure of utility एकदम ठीक है. Utility is measured in numbers. Comparability of utility. Now, I am not comparing utilities. I am finding where my utilities are equal from different products, right? Desire for attaining satiety. I aim to go ahead and achieve the maximum level of satisfaction. So there are such questions now. These can come as part of your MSQ also. ये questions MSQ में भी आ सकते हैं. And we know that in GATE you have multiple select questions as well. And it can go ahead and come in that. हाँ बेटा. Okay. So बेटा ये देखो ध्यान से समझनी है बात को. A is the right assumption. This is an assumption. Comparing utility is not an assumption. ये assumption नहीं है. Equality of utility result है. Assume नहीं कर रहे हैं तो no. And consumer desires to attain satiation या bliss या maximum utility, yes. So third point is not assumption. It is a result that we want to get equal marginal utilities. समझे बात को? So answer should be A, B and D. Okay, beta, come to the next question. ठीक है जी. The next question is this. Which of the following is not the probability based sampling technique? So 4 techniques are given to you. I'm giving you a minute. Try to solve this. Tell me which of these is not a probability based sampling technique. So beta, try to think that there are 2 kinds of sampling techniques. Probability based and non-probabilistic. Probability based sampling techniques वो sampling techniques होती हैं जिसमें randomness involved होती है. जैसे for example, if I am saying that I will take 3 people to a village for research, and in my class there are 50 students, and I want to randomly select who will be going. तो क्या कर सकते हैं? I can put each of their roll number in a chit. I can put all those chits in a box. I can select 3 chits, and जो भी बच्चे आए I can take them. That's completely random, completely probabilistic, right? So when I talk about a probabilistic approach means random approach, right? So the probabilistic approach has 4 main sampling techniques under it. क्या क्या होती हैं? Random, simple random, systematic, stratified and cluster, right beta? I think there is a lecture present on these techniques that I have recorded on our YouTube channel only. हाँ, try to see that lecture बेटा. उसमें मैंने ये सारी sampling techniques को explain किया है. And within cluster ना there are 2, which is single stage and multi-stage. Right बेटा? So when I talk about cluster, stratified and multi-stage, ये तीनों ही probabilistic techniques हो गई. These are probabilistic techniques. The only non-probabilistic technique is snowball. So students who are studying with me, पूरा 1 to 1.5 hours we have dedicated on this topic in stats, है ना? So try to revise this, okay? Fine, beta. Let's go to the next question. Let me just erase this. Okay, but look at the third question. Which of the following are components of the capital market? 5 are given to you. Let me give you a brief till then. Try to answer till then. Huh? So, but when I talk about financial markets, financial market can be divided in 2 parts: money market, capital market. Money market is a market which is the short-term market, maximum 1 year तक का ले. Capital market is a market which is medium and long-run market. So when firms need money for long-run purpose, जैसे I need money to buy machine, I won't be able to repay within 1 year. I need money for factory, I won't be able to repay within 1 year. Then I will be approaching the capital. But if I need money for short-term purpose, जैसे for example for working capital requirements, कि I want to buy raw material, that can be repaid within 1 year, then I will be approaching the money market, right beta? So whenever you need money for medium or long run purpose, that is when you will be approaching the capital market. Within capital market, you have 2 points here. एक को बोलते हैं प्राइमरी मार्केट और एक को बोलते हैं सेकेंडरी मार्केट. When I talk about the primary market, it is when firms directly sell to the one second. So when I talk about the primary market, it is when firms directly sell to the consumers. जैसे for example shares, equity, है ना, debentures, debt. बहुत केस में when I am issuing the share, firm is issuing to the customer. Like अभी जब Zomato का आया था या LIC का आया था, firm directly issued share to the customer. That is primary market. Now suppose I purchased LIC share using some app, जैसे Zerodha से मैंने खरीद लिया. Now I want to sell you that share. That will take place through the secondary market. So when it is the second resale of these shares, that is secondary market. The first sale that takes place through the primary market. ठीक है बेटा, coming back to the question now. So security markets जो होती है, government security हो या industrial security, these are long run markets. So these are capital in nature. Long term loan लिखा है तो automatically capital हो गया. But commercial bills, T-bills जो within 365 days के लिए introduce किए जाते हैं, they are all short term markets. तो ये money market में आ गए. So these are B and C are part of the money market and A, D, E are part of the capital market. Okay, let's go to the next question. Okay, beta, come to the next question. Which of the following are qualitative methods of control of credit creation practiced by RBI? बहुत ही simple question है. So we know that ये बहुत clear है हमें that open market operation and variable reserve ratio. बेटा open market operation क्या होता है? Purchase and sale of securities. Reserve ratio क्या होता है? SLR, CRR, repo rate, reserve repo rate, इन सब से जब हम fluctuate करते हैं, repo rate, reserve repo rate को keep it separate, SLR या CRR को जब हम fluctuate करते हैं, that's reserve ratio. These two, these are quantitative measures. These are quantitative measures. But credit rationing मतलब क्या? When you fix the amount of credit, आप उस पे एक seal लगा दो. You do a ceiling that you cannot give credit more than this. जैसे for example, बेटा something like this, हाँ? So let's say this is the market of loanable funds. ये demand है, ये supply है. Let's say these are the loans that are coming at equilibrium and this is the interest rate. Now I go ahead and I put a ration कि इससे ऊपर loans नहीं देते हैं, right? Then it is credit rationing, right? So credit rationing is a qualitative measure. अच्छा, now you know that देखो when we were talking about the period of 2008, तो तब क्या हुआ था? That the credit that used to be given, उसमें ना not a lot of checks were made, so you had a very bad quality of credit that you were giving. Not bad quality of credit, but that turned out to be SAR. बहुत लोग repay ही नहीं कर पाते थे credit को, right? And then you know there was also something which was known as evergreening of loan. Evergreening of loan क्या होता है बेटा? जब एक लोन को रीपे करने के लिए आप दूसरा लोन लो, जैसे मैं अपना हाउस लोन नहीं रीपे कर पा रही हूँ तो मैंने एक पर्सनल लोन लिया और उससे हाउस का पे कर दिया. दिस इज एवरग्रीनिंग ऑफ लोन. आप एक से दूसरा, दूसरे से तीसरा रीपे कर लो. सो during the period of 2008 when there was this crisis that came, there were a lot of NPS, non-performing assets with bank. तो तब बैंक्स में ना बहुत ज्यादा आकर restrictions put की गई. We plugged in a lot of restrictions whereby we said now you have to check the CIBIL score, now you have to check the income of the person, now you have to check this, that, right? So that is what is called as credit rationing. You ration, I mean that's one aspect of it. You also see the quality to whom you are giving credit, right? But the last is called as margin requirement. Okay, so let's see what is margin requirement. So imagine the following. Imagine that you have taken a house loan, right? Now when you take a house loan you have to keep some collateral. Collateral मतलब कि क्या, लोन लेने के लिए जो बैकग्राउंड में सिक्योरिटी रखते हो. So to take house loan, let's say I keep my house itself as collateral. So I tell banks कि ठीक है, in case I am not able to repay my loan, then you can just take this house with you. This house has some value. I have taken loan worth some money. The difference between the value of the collateral and the value of the loan, that is called as margin. Margin क्या होता है? The difference between value of collateral and value of loan is called as margin. So margin requirement is also a qualitative measure. This is also something you should be knowing. So what will be the answer to this question? Beta, C and D. They are the right answers. Okay. Let's go to the next question. Okay, beta. So it says that you are given two regression equation. Y is equal to a plus bx and x is equal to c plus dy. And what is the correlation coefficient? What is the correlation coefficient between x and y? बहुत simple है. Beta, what is our correlation coefficient? It is b by x into bxy under root. What are b by x and bxy? Slope coefficients. कैसे आते हैं slope coefficients? Regress करके. What do you regress? You regress y on x and x on y. So beta, when you regress y on x, you get one slope coefficient. When you regress x on y, you get another slope coefficient. You put those two slope coefficients, find their under root, and that is correlation coefficient. So what is the right answer to this question? A. Right? Under root of B. Is that clear? Okay. So the topic that I want to go ahead and that I want to take today, the topic for the day, that is basically covariance. So it is a very important topic from the point of view of CUET and from the point of view of GATE entrance exam. And in this we want to discuss questions on correlation and questions on covariance. Right, beta? Okay, let's take the first question for the day. Read out the question, try to do it yourself first, then I will explain you. The question says, it calculates the relationship between two variables and how one would change in response to change in another. जब एक वेरिएबल चेंज होगा, अल्फा चेंज होगा, तो बीटा कितने से चेंज होगा? By how much will beta change? This helps us to understand that also. So it gives us a magnitude of how one changes as another changes, and it is a relationship between two variables. So which of the following is correct? बेटा comparison तो नहीं हो सकता. You are not comparing two variables. Causality भी नहीं हो सकता. Causality भी नहीं हो सकता. One is not causing the other. It's a relationship between two. So it will either be correlation or it will be covariance. यही दो चीजें हो सकती हैं. Either correlation or covariance. Only these two things are possible. Actually speaking, both of them are correct. दोनों ही correct हैं. Correlation is also correct and covariance is also correct. But if I want to define more in terms of magnitude, then I will be going with covariance. But both of them are actually the correct options in this case. So let us just read down the explanation for each of them, beta. So read it out. Covariance calculates the relationship. ये covariance की definition ही ये है. And because of the definition, I said we should be going with covariance. So it calculates the relationship between two variables and how one would change in response to the change in another. If it is positive, the relationship is direct. If it is negative, the relationship is indirect, inverse. Okay, a correlation has three distinct values, 1, 0 or -1, and it measures the link between two random variables. Actually, it's not true. A correlation, यहाँ पे आप लिख सकते हो, correlation is between -1 to 1, right? So suppose correlation is beta 0.96. This tells me there is strong positive correlation, and if it is -0.80, strong negative correlation, right? The impact causality, the impact by which one event contributes to the production of the other event. तो causality क्या होता है कि ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन की वजह से एग्रीकल्चर इंप्रूव हो गया. ग्रीन रेवोल्यूशन causes agriculture to improve. So it's a causality relationship. It is not a relationship between two variables. It is where one is causing the other. Right, beta? Okay, come to the next question. Read it out. Try to do it yourself. A population is said to be stationary if which of the following is true? So what is the meaning of stationary, beta? Stationary means non-changing. So when suppose मेरा output, if it does not change from one period to another, then I will call my output as stationary output. So population stationary का मतलब क्या हो गया? That the population should not change. Beta, when will population change? What is population in period t plus 1? पिछले साल की population minus death plus birth. यही तो अगले साल की population होगी. So if I am saying that population should not change, what do I mean by that? It means that population last year should be equal to population this year. Population को change नहीं होना चाहिए. So instead of pt plus 1, I can just put pt for stationarity. दोनों साल की population same होनी चाहिए. It should be the same. So this will cancel out. So 0 is equal to minus death plus birth. It means death rate is equal to birth rate. So in any economy where death and birth rates are equal to each other, that is basically a stationary population. So according to that, the answer should be A. Every year the number of birth is exactly equal to the number of death. Clear हो ये बात बेटा? Okay, come to the next question. Read it out. Try to do it yourself first. करो बेटा. The covariance of x and y for given joint probability distribution is given by, and you are given that E of x is equal to 29 by 24 and E of y is 18 by 24. And you are given these probabilities. ये joint PDF करके एक table दिया हुआ है. You're given these probabilities and you have to find the covariance. So what will be covariance? Covariance is given by the formula E of xy minus E of x into E of y. Covariance is given by E of xy minus E of x into E of y. बेटा जब भी किसी भी चीज की एक्सपेक्टेशन निकालनी होती है, whenever you have to find the expectation of anything, so E of xy can be given as summation P into xy, probability into xy. जिस भी चीज की एक्सपेक्टेशन निकालनी है, whichever expectation you have to find out, you must multiply it with probability and sum that over. Clear हुई ये बात एकदम? So summation P into x y. Okay. Okay. So beta, in this case, if I have to find out E of x y, what will that be? ध्यान से देखना, हाँ? Look very very carefully. Look very carefully, huh? So E of x y, this will be, ये है probability 0 0 होने की, so it will be 0 into 3 by 24 plus 0 into 1 into 8 by 24 plus 0 into 2 into 1 by 24 plus 1 into 0 into 2 by 24 plus 1 into 1 into 5 by 24 plus, ऐसे बेटा एक एक को लेना है, 1 into 2 into 2 by 24 plus 2 into 0 into 7 by 24 plus 2 into 1 into 1 by 24 plus 2 into 2 into 2 by 24. ऐसे करके एक एक बॉक्स देना है. I am finding E of xy. So probabilities have to be multiplied with this xy का combination. Okay बेटा. Let's try to find this out now. What will be the answer to this? So I will get 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0. ये सारे 0 हो गए. So I will have 5 by 24 plus 4 by 24 plus 2 by 24 plus 2 into 2, 4 into 2, 8 by 24. This is what I will get. This is what I will get. Is that clear? तो अगर आप ध्यान से देखो, यहाँ इस पूरे का तो 0 हो रहा है, and this is also becoming 0. So ideally मेरे लिए सिर्फ यही matrix useful रहा. Only this matrix is useful for me, right? So 5, 4, 2 and 8. This is correct, huh? So beta, here you will get 19 by 24. So this will be E of xy. This will be E of xy. ठीक है? Now you can go ahead and find the covariance through this formula. So this is what I have done here. So now you can just find this. I helped you find out this beta. This is coming as 19 by 24. So what did I say covariance will be? E of xy, जो हमने 19 by 24 निकाल लिया, minus E of x, E of y, and these two values are given to you. So 19 by 24 minus 29 by 24 into 18 by 24. So when you will solve this, you will get the answer as minus 11 by 96, and that's the answer to this question, minus 11 by 96. I hope everyone is clear with the concept. Okay beta, look into the next question. क्या कहता है ये? Correlation coefficient between x and y, R is given as 0.8, covariance is given as 121, sigma y is 64, sigma square y, variance is given to you as 64. क्या फाइंड करना है बेटा? सिग्मा स्क्वायर x. Take a moment, try to do this yourself. Very easy question. So what is the formula बेटा? क्या formula है? R is equal to covariance by sigma x into sigma y. R is given as 0.8. Covariance is given as 121. Sigma x नहीं पता, सिग्मा y, तो बेटा सिग्मा स्क्वायर y, वेरिएंस y का दिया हुआ है 64. So what will be standard deviation of y? It will be root of 64. That means it will be 8. So standard deviation of y will be 8. Can you find sigma x for me? Quickly करके दिखाओ. Find sigma x बेटा. So this is your equation. Just find sigma x from here. So sigma x will be 0.8 into 8 by 121. ये sigma x हो जाएगा. ये वेरिएंस ऑफ x के लिए क्या करेंगे अब हम? स्टैंडर्ड डेविएशन का होल स्क्वायर. सो इफ आई जस्ट स्क्वायर दिस अप, इट विल बी वेरिएंस ऑफ x. क्लियर हुई बात? So I am just going ahead and I am simply using the formula, nothing else. कुछ और नहीं करना है. That's it. Okay बेटा? Try to see this. So correlation coefficient formula is R is equal to covariance by sigma x into sigma y. Covariance is given to you as 121. R is given to you as 0.8. सिग्मा y है अंडर रूट ऑफ 64 बिकॉज सिग्मा स्क्वायर y 64 दिया हुआ है. सिग्मा x हमने निकाल लिया एंड इसको जब स्क्वायर करेंगे सो यू विल गेट 357.59. ओके, लुक इनटू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन बेटा. ओके, क्या कहता है ये? x1 x2 till xn is a simple random sample without replacement of size n from finite population. Population size capital N. Population है n और sample है small n. Mean of the population is mu and variance is sigma square. Find the covariance. बेटा कोवेरियंस निकालना है सैंपल का. सैंपल के ये वैल्यूज हैं x1 till xn, सैंपल की वैल्यूज है. सो कोवेरियंस सैंपल का निकालना है. सो सैंपल का कोवेरियंस कैसे निकलेगा? वेरियंस ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन डिवाइडेड बाय n माइनस 1. तो ये कर लेते हैं हम. दैट इज इट दैट यू हैव टू डू. सो this is simply going to be variance of the population divided by n minus 1. So whenever you find the parameters of the sample, जिसको हम statics बोलते हैं. So whenever you find statics, you have to divide it by n minus 1. Clear हुई ये बात? Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. I have brought all maths questions today, including increasing, decreasing function matrices, etc. Let's wrap up a sequence, a marathon on maths today. So go ahead, try the first question. Tell me what the answer should be. Okay. That's right. All of you are correct. Whenever you go ahead and whenever you interchange the row or column, for every one time that you go ahead and interchange them, you need to multiply it by -1. You need to multiply the determinant by -1, right? So it is interchanging the first and last column of A, which means there is only one time that you are interchanging it. Right? You're only interchanging it one time. So yes, the answer will go ahead and become B. That would be the correct answer to this question. All of you are correct. Yes. Go ahead. Give the next question a try. Okay. So yes, so what you can do in such sequence question, that is correct. So -1 to the power n, 1 plus 1 by n. You can go ahead and you can take two parts to it. One, you can, whenever you see this, no? Whenever you see -1 to the power n, you will take two parts to it. One, when n is odd, and second, when n is even. So if n is odd, so in that case, -1 to the power n will become -1 because -1 is getting multiplied odd number of times. And when n is even, then -1 to the power n will become 1 because n is odd. So power is even, right? So -1 is getting multiplied even number of times, like -1 to the power 2 or -1 to the power 4 and so on. So what happens is that you can go ahead and you can rewrite this function. For odd, it will become -1, 1 plus 1 by n. And for even, it will become 1, 1 plus 1 by n. Right? Now to check the limit points, what you can do is you can plug n as infinity. So if I take limit n tends to infinity, -1, 1 plus 1 by n, I will go ahead and I will get -1. 1 plus 1 by infinity, anything by infinity will be 0. And I'll get the answer as -1. Similarly, if I will be plugging it here, then I will go ahead and get 1 plus 1 by infinity and I will get the answer as 1. So there will be two limit points. But my question is that will limit exist? If I would have given you this question as a limit question, will the limit of this function exist? Absolutely correct. The function will not have any existence of limit because you're getting two limit points. You're not getting a unique limit point. So if you get two separate limit points, then limit of the function does not exist. That is the correct answer. So answer would be C. Okay. Go ahead, give question number 31 a try. Now, the first two questions can be considered as a 1-mark question. And this question can be, the questions that we do now can be considered as 2 marks questions. Okay, that is, so let's see here. So you have a function fx, and the function fx is given to you as x cube minus 3x plus b. Find the number of points in closed interval at which fx is equal to 0. So, which we know, therefore, that first we should be going ahead and checking whether this is an increasing or a decreasing function. So if I find out f dash x, I will get this as 3x square minus 3, which will be 3x square minus 1, right? And the interval that I am given is that x belongs to minus 1 to 1. It belongs between minus 1 to 1. So if it belongs between minus 1 to 1, you will put anything here. You know, if x belongs between minus 1 to 1, including these values. So if I square this, then this will belong between 0 to 1. Right? And in that case, if I do x square minus 1, this will be strictly less than 0. It will be negative, right? So this value will be negative. So which means f dash x, if I talk about this function, this will be less than equal to 0. It means that it will be a decreasing function, right? It will be a decreasing function. Now we know that whenever we have increasing or decreasing function, so an increasing or a decreasing function can cut the x-axis at most one time. या तो एक बार भी नहीं करेगा. If my increasing function is like this, it is not cutting x-axis ever. Or if my increasing function is like this, it will cut the x-axis once, right? These are the only two things that can happen. Similarly, if it is a decreasing function, either it will cut x-axis at 1 or it will never cut the x-axis like this. So whenever you have increasing or decreasing function, maximum it can go ahead and cut the x-axis. At most, it can cut the x-axis at once. At most. It will not do it more than one. It can maximum go ahead and maximum cut the x-axis as once. This is the first thing that you have to go ahead and you have to remember. Okay. Now, will it? So at most once means either once or 0. Now, are we sure what it will be going ahead and doing in this case? Will it cut exactly once or not? No, we are not sure about that. It can happen that it never cuts the x-axis, and it can happen that it cuts the x-axis exactly once. So we are not very sure of what will happen in that case. Now, what you can also go ahead and do is, suppose there was some value of b given to you. अगर यहाँ पे b दिया होता, then you would have evaluated the function that what happens when x is minus 1. Right? So you would have got some value here. And when x is 1. Okay. For now, I don't know what will happen, right? But if some b would have been given to me, I would have commented further. Just supposedly, let's assume that b would have been, supposedly, b would have been 1. So this would have become 3. And this would have become minus 2 plus 1. That means it would have become minus 1. So then I would have known that, okay, when x is taking the value minus 1, my function takes the value 3. And when x takes the value 1, my function takes the value minus 1. And I know it's a decreasing, strictly decreasing function. So I know it will cut exactly once. Because I'm certain now. I know the value. But currently I don't know what b is. Supposedly, what if b is, say, 5? B is 5. So what will happen now? This is 5 here. And now this is 5 here. So this would have become 8 and this would have gone ahead and become 3. Right? So now I know that here the function value is 8 and here it is 3, which means my function is only till here because it is only defined between -1 to 1. Then it is not cutting the x-axis at all. So it will be dependent on the value of b, which we don't know. So maximum that I can go ahead and say is that, okay, it will cut at most once, but will it exactly cut or not once? That will depend on what value of b we have, right? So yes, most of you have gone ahead and answered it correctly. The correct answer to this question will be, in fact, B. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Do this one. Anyone? Yes, that is the correct answer, of course. Absolutely. The correct answer will be A. Definitely, this is a false statement, right? So if you find out, if you look at the denominator should not be 2h. That is incorrect, right? You look here, the denominator is always the gap between these two. So denominator is h, right? Denominator should not be 2h here, right? So definitely all of you are correct. The answer will be A. That is the correct answer. Okay, do question number 33. These two statements are given to you. You need to say which is true, which is false. We'll take maximum likelihood in the next class, okay? Okay. The best way to do these kind of questions is just take some number and check. Just take some number. So let's say I take x to be 10 and I take y to be -4. The ideal way will be you take one positive, one negative, then one negative, one positive, both negative. 4 cases leke dekho, but I start with the first one. If I'm able to negate with the first one itself, then I am done. So if I just take the first one, mod of x will be 10, mod of y will be 4. It should be less than equal to 10 minus -4 in mod. So 6 is less than equal to 14. This is true, right? Take the next one. So mod of x is 10, mod of y is 4. I take a this and this is equal to 10 minus -4. So 6 equal to 14. This is false. So statement 2 is definitely coming out to be false, right? Statement 2 is coming out to be false. Statement 1 is coming out to be true using this example. Now you can just alter the example. Take x to be -4, y to be 10 and just take statement 1 क्योंकि 2 को तो हम पहले ही false declare कर चुके हैं with one example. So you just have to check statement 1 again. So -1 का mod will be 4 and y का mod will be 10 less than equal to -4 minus 10 mod. So minus 6 less than equal to 14, which is also coming out to be true. Right? You can also check with x equal to 4, y equal to 10, and x equal to minus 4, y equal to minus 10. You will find that in all cases it will come out to be true only. So answer will be A. Answer will be A, that statement A is true and statement B is false. So yes, all of you have answered that correctly. Okay, come to question number 38. Try to do this one. Give this one a try. There is a function given to you from R to R, and A is less than B. F of A is 0. F of B is also 0. D square fx plus D fx minus 1 is given to be 0. Now you have to go ahead and tell what of the following is true. Pretty simple question. Don't take a lot of time in this. Okay. D, A, B, all different answers. Okay. So what's the formula of f dash x? F dash x is what? How can I write this as? Can I write it like this? Which theorem would this be if I want to write it like this? F dash x equal to f of b minus f of a upon b minus a. Given f of a and f of b are 0. Which theorem would this be? Yes, you need to remember what is mean value theorem, what is intermediate value theorem. ये याद रखना जरूरी है. ठीक है? So I am writing f dash x as f of b minus f of a upon b minus a. Now, what is given to me that when we do the double derivative of the function, माने f double dash x plus the single derivative of the function minus 1, I am told that this is 0. I am told that this is 0, right? Now, please understand that using this theorem, I anyways know that when f of a and f of b are equal to 0, f dash x will be equal to 0. So instead of f dash x, I can plug in 0. So I will get f double dash x plus 0 minus 1 is equal to 0. So I'll get f double dash x is equal to 1. Now, when I get f double dash x as 1, it means that the double derivative is coming out to be positive. It's not a very difficult question. Double derivative is coming out to be positive. If double derivative is positive, it is the condition for minima. It is a condition for minima. So it means that this function has a minima, right? This function has a minima. So what should be the answer to this question? B. Answer will be B. How was f dash x 0? Because of usage of the theorem that when f of a and f of b are both equal to 0, then f dash x can be written as f of b minus f of a upon b minus a, which is equal to 0. Okay. So answer would be that the function has a minima. Maxima ka condition yahan dikh nahi raha hai. So the function has a minima and therefore answer would be B. Okay, go ahead, give this question a try. Consider a function as described in the previous question. So question is using the same function. I hope you have written that function down. Then, which of the following condition is true? You need to tell which condition is true. Very simple. Yes. How about others? Anyone? I just wrote the condition. See, we said that f dash x will be equal to 0, right? And if you f of a and f of b are given to you as 0, so just think about it. Suppose this is a beta. तो at a फंक्शन का वैल्यू 0 आ रहा है. This is b. b पे भी फंक्शन का वैल्यू 0 आ रहा है. और ये जो फंक्शन है ये मिनिमा अटेन कर रहा है. माने कि ये फंक्शन मैक्सिमा नहीं अटेन कर रहा, ये फंक्शन मिनिमा अटेन कर रहा है. इट इज अटेनिंग मिनिमा. तो between a and b, can't we see that the function will always be less than equal to 0? The value of the function will always be less than equal to 0. Function is attaining minima. We proved it in the last question. At a function का value 0 है. At b भी function का value 0 है. That means it's going like this. It has to attain a minima. Minima कौन से function होते हैं? Which go from decreasing to increasing. Those functions which go from decreasing to increasing, they have a minima. So this function must be here. So the function between a and b must be less than equal to 0. So the correct answer will be A. That's the correct answer. Any doubt in this? Pretty simple question. You just have to think about basic differentiation, right? Okay. Go ahead. Try the next one. Try this question.
Read out the first question. Radius as well as height is increase of cone. Radius as well as height of cone is increased by 10%. What is the percentage increase in the volume of the cone? Now make sure that you go ahead and just writing it here. Please revise all the formulas of area, volume, perimeter for all cases, right? So you should be well aware about what is the volume of the cone, how do you find the volume of the cube, how do you find the volume of the cuboid, right? So make sure to revise all of that. Make sure to revise all area and volume formulas, right? Okay, read out this question. It says radius as well as height of the cone is increased by 10%. तो हम क्या करेंगे? Let the initial radius of the cone be r and the initial height of the cone be h, right? And now what we can go ahead and we can do is, so I am just saying that initial radius of the cone is r, right? And initial height of the cone is h. Now the radius of the cone is increased by 10%. So 10% of r will be 10 by 100 into r. So this is going to be 0.1 r, right beta? So your initial radius is r and the increase in radius is by 10%, which is 0.1 r. So what is going to be your new radius? It is going to be initial radius plus the increase in the radius. So when we go ahead and we do initial radius, new r will be initial radius plus the increase in the radius. This is going to be 1.1 r. Similarly, you are given that the initial height is h, right? and you are given that there is a 10% increase in the height. Same thing. If initial height was h, 10% of h will be 0.1 h. So the new height is going to be 1.1 h. Now can you tell me what is going to happen to the volume? So the formula of the volume is, again, this is important that you remember the formula of the volume. So the formula of volume is 1 by 3 pi r square into h. This is the formula of the volume. So the new, just think about it. The new r is 1.1 r. The new h is 1.1 h. So if I just plug in the formula here, I will get 1 r to the power 3, 1 by 2 pi r square h. But beta, this is your original volume. जब r और h radius था, r radius था, h height था, तो this was your original volume. And this is your new volume. So new volume, original volume का कितना time है? 1.1, 1.1 to the power 3, right? This is what I've done here. That the new volume is going to be 1.1 to the power 3 times the old volume. So what is the percentage change in the volume? The percentage change is going to be the new volume minus the old volume divided by the old volume into 100. So you will get the answer as 33.1%. That's the answer to this question. Right, beta? Okay, I am just skipping the homework. Please do these homework. Solution will be posted on the portal. Look into the next classwork question. This says a square of side length 4 centimeters. So you are given that the length of the square is 4 centimeter. And the boundary of the shaded region is defined by one semicircle on the top and 2 circles at the bottom. So ध्यान से देखो बच्चे. It says there is this one semicircle that has been formed. And there are these 2 circles which have been formed. जो circle पूरे दिख नहीं रहे हैं. These are these 2 circles that we have to go ahead and we have formed. Huh? It says find the area of the shaded region. And by area of shaded region, yes, beta, you have to remember all the volumes and areas. So the area of the shaded region, by that we mean the blue area. तो अब ध्यान से देखना, हाँ? See, in order to find the area of the blue portion, I can find the area of the square. I can directly find the area of the square. And after finding the area of the square, I can subtract this area. That is one way in which I can go ahead and do that question. The another way you do it with me, huh? The another way of going ahead and solving this question can be, tell me something. If this is a circle, if I just extend this, if this is a circle, can you tell me what will be the area of the circle, beta? The area of the circle will be pi r square. Can you think about what is going to be the radius? Clearly, I can see that the radius is this. It is 2 centimeters. So if I were to find the area of the circle will be pi into 2 square, which is going to be 4 pi. Right? And if you notice, this entire circle, I am taking 1/4 of this circle. Now, this kind of question will come a lot times in GATE exam. So I am just taking 1/4 of the circle. मैं तो सिर्फ ये वाला part ले रही हूँ ना circle का, 1/4 of the circle. So if you think about it, then this area, just this area that I can think about, this area will be 1/4 of the entire area of the circle. So it is going to be pi. So I know that this area, just this area, this is going to be pi. Similarly, I am given that this is 2 pi. This is 2 centimeter. Again, you can think that this is going to be a bigger circle. And I am going ahead and I am taking 1/4 of this circle now. So the area of this circle will be pi r square. So it is going to be pi into 2 square, again 4 pi. These are symmetric. So I am again taking 1/4 of this circle. So 1/4 of this circle would mean that I need to divide this by 4, right? So if I divide this by 4, I will get this also as pi. So this is also going to be pi, beta. So I have found out that this part is pi, and I have also found out that this part is pi, right? If I can find this and this part, I can add them together and I will get the area of the shaded region. So just think about it. Now, if you just think about just this part now, just see this part, huh? Just see this, the one that I'm highlighting. This is a rectangle. This rectangle again has this one given to me as 2 centimeter. So I know that the area of this rectangle will be length into breadth, which means it is going to be 4 into 2, which means it is going to be 8. And this is half a circle. So, bache, what is the area of the circle? Pi r square, right? So, what is going to be area of half of the circle? Divided by 2. So, pi, radius of this circle is also 2 only, because this is made in the complete zone. So, diameter is 4, radius is 2 only. So, it is going to be pi 2 square by 2. So, this is going to give me 2 pi. So, try to think about it. I have found out that the area of this semicircle, this is actually 2 pi. And I have found out that the area of this rectangle, this is 8. So what is going to be the area of these shaded region? This shaded region, the one I am marking in pink, what is going to be its area? Area of the rectangle minus the area of the semicircle. Now I want the total area, whatever is shaded, this also and this also. So I need to add pi of this and pi of this. So it is going to be 8 minus 2 pi plus pi plus pi. That means the answer will be 8. So the correct answer to this question should be that it is 8. Such kind of questions are very, very common in GATE exam. You will get find the area of the shaded region. ऐसे question बहुत often आते हैं. So you need to be well aware of such questions. So the correct answer to this question will be 8. Okay, beta. This is homework question. I am skipping the homework questions. For homework questions, I have provided the answer in the portal. You can just look at those. Huh? Coming to the next question, beta. It says a right angle triangle with side 3 centimeter, 4 centimeter and 5 centimeter is rotated to side of 3 centimeter to form a cone. Dhyan se samjho. You have a triangle. It's a triangle. You are trying to go ahead and rotate the triangle in such a way that it becomes a cone. Aise rotate kya? So if you have a triangle, if you just keep rotating it, it will become into a cone like a cap, right? This is what it is saying. You have a right angle triangle and with side 3, 4 and 5 and you are rotating side 3 centimeter and forming a cone. The question is the volume of the cone formed will be. So this is my 3 centimeter. It's a right angle triangle. So clearly I know that we need to understand that hypotenuse square should be base square plus height square. So hypotenuse is the biggest. So I can't have 5 here. This is common sense that we will have 5 in the hypotenuse, right? So perpendicular square plus base square is hypotenuse square. So we need to have smaller perpendicular and base. And I am taking 3 centimeter in the base because around that only I am rotating to form a cone. That is what the question is saying, right? So this becomes 3 centimeter, 4 centimeter and 5 centimeter. Now what is the volume of the cone? We already know the formula. The volume of the cone is 1 by 3 pi r square h. R is the radius, that is 3 centimeter. H is the height, that is 4 centimeter. So if I will just put instead of R3 and instead of H4, I will get the answer as 12 pi. And that's the answer to this question, right? Okay, beta, homework questions I am skipping. So that was the first kind of question set that we have covered. Just remember that in this kind of question set, you will be given to find area, you will be given to find volume, you will be given to find perimeter, and you must be aware of all 3 formulas. This is very important and there will be a sure shot question in part A based on this. Either you can be given question based on shaded area, right? That find the shaded areas. Or you can be given question based on the volumes. Or you can be given question based on quadrilateral, based on parallelogram, based on circles. So you need to go ahead and try to do all such kind of practice questions, right? I have given those in the homework also. Now let's do the second type of question, and those questions are related to time and work. Now, what happens in time and work kind of questions? In such kind of questions, you will be actually gone ahead and given that, suppose A takes this much time to complete a task, B takes this much time to complete a task. How can the task be completed if they do it together? In how many days they will be able to do it? Okay. Or questions like, suppose A, B and C started the task together, but A left. Then B and C continued the task. In how many days task will be completed? तो ऐसे questions exam में बहुत ज़्यादा आएंगे where you will be given time and work kind of questions. Let us see the first question of this. Type it up. So this says that A can do a work in 10 days. अगर A अकेले लगे, if A is individually putting all his effort, then A can do the task in 10 days. So बेटा, if A can do in 10 days, हमेशा इसको 1 के टर्म्स में निकालो. So in 1 day, how much task can he do? 1/10 of the task. Similarly, if B can do the task in 15 days. So बच्चे, in 1 day, how much task can he do? He can do 1/15 of the task. Right? So if I just ask कि एक दिन में, अब मैं इन दोनों को एक साथ रख रही हूं, I am putting A and B together, right? How much task will A and B be able to do together if they sit together? In 1 day, A will do 1/10 of the task. In that same day, B will do 1/15 of the task. So together, A and B will do 1/10 plus 1/15 of the task in 1 day. So if I just take this will be 150, 15 plus 10, it means this will be 25/150. It means 1/6 of the task. अब ध्यान से समझो, एक टास्क है, उसका 1/6 out of the entire task, 1/6 can be done in 1 day if A and B do them together. अगर A और B साथ में उस टास्क को करते हैं, if A and B do a task together, then they can do that task in 1/6, right? So how many, एक दिन में 1/6 work complete करते हैं वो. So how many days will they take to complete the entire task? 6 days. Just revert it. In 1 day, they are doing 1/6 of the work. So in 6 days, they will do the entire work. So when I will just revert this, I will get that they will take 6 days to do the work together. So it is very easy. You find out how much time A is taking alone, how much time B is taking alone. You add them together. And you're telling how much time they take to do together. They can do 1/6 of the work in 1 day together. So which means they will take 6 days to complete the entire task. Okay, beta, come to the next question. So this says A, B and C. ध्यान से पढ़ो question को. A, B and C complete work in 15, 12 and 10 days respectively. So A is taking 15 days to complete the task. So how much can he do in 1 day? 1/15. B is taking 12 days to complete the task. So how much work can he do in 1 day? 1/12. C is taking 10 days to complete the task. So how much work can he do in 1 day? 1/10. Ab padho question. A and B started work together and left after 4 days. If remaining work can be done by C, how many days will the total work get completed? तो शुरू में C involved नहीं है. In the beginning, C is not involved. It is saying that initially A and B started work together and they left the work after 4 days. अब ध्यान से देखते हैं हमने, हाँ? So to complete the task, A is taking 15 days. So in 1 day, he can do 1/15 of the task. To complete the task, B is taking 12 days. So in 1 day, B can do 1/12 of the task. So but together, how much task can they do in 1 day? So together, 1/15 plus 1/12. So 12 plus 15 divided by 12 into 15. So this is going to be 27 divided by 15 into 12. So this is going to go ahead and give me 3 9s are, 3 5s are, into 12. And this is going to be 3 by 5 into 4. So this is going to be 3 by 20. In one day, अगर वो एक दिन काम पे लगते हैं, in one day, they can go ahead and cover 3/20th of the task. So let me write this statement. In one day, they can do 3/20th of the work. Right, beta? 3/20th of the work is completed in one day. So in 4 days, how much work will they complete? 4 दिन एक साथ है. So 4 into, in one day, they are covering 3/20th of the work. So in 4 days, they will cover 12 by 20th of the work. Total work 1 है beta. Out of which 12/20th of the work has been completed. So what is the remaining work left? Kitna kaam bach gaya? What's the remaining work left? The remaining work left will be 1 minus 12 by 20. This is going to be 8 by 20. So C alone has to complete 8/20th of the task. और C को कितने दिन लगते हैं बच्चे? C can do 1 by 10th of the work in one day. So C can do in one day 1/10th of the work. So how many days will he take to do 8/20th of the work? How many days will he take? He will go ahead and he will take. How do you find this out? You need to find this. In one day, he is covering 1 by 10th of the work. So how many days will he take to cover 8/20th of the work? 1 into 8 by 20 divided by 1 by 10. So 8 into 10 by 20, that means he will go ahead and take 4 more days. So in the first 4 days, पहले 2 दिन में A और B ने काम किया. जब उन्होंने काम किया, तो उन्होंने 3 by 20th of the काम को खत्म कर दिया. एक दिन में. 4 दिनों में, in 4 days, they have covered 12 by 20th of the work. जो remaining काम था, वो 8 by 20 था. 8 by 20 काम को करने के लिए always use unitary method. Day को work से multiply करोगे और work से divide करोगे. So you are getting that he takes 4 more days. So what are the total days taken? The total days taken will be 4 plus 4, that means 8 days. So the total work can be completed in 8 days. Read out the next question. Let's try another one. It says A, B and C can do work in 20, 30 and 60 days. फिर से बेटा, we will find for one day. So A is taking 20 days to cover the work, B is taking 30 days to cover the work, and C is taking 60 days to cover the work. So in one day, A will do 1/20th of the work. In one day, B will do 1 by 30th of the work. In one day, C will do 1 by 60 of the work. It says in how many days can A do the work if he is assisted by B and C every third day? तो क्वेश्चन को समझने की कोशिश करो जरा. इसका क्या मतलब है? इसका मतलब ये है that on day 1 only A will work. On day 2 only A will work. On day 3 A, B and C all 3 will work. Then again on day 4 A will work. Day 5 A will work. Day 6 पे A, B and C will work. Like this, if they keep working, then in how many days will the work be completed? कितने टाइम में काम पूरा खत्म हो जाएगा? How many days the work would be completed? Okay, now just try to think about it. Beta, in one day, A can complete 1/20th of the work. तो पहले दिन जब A आया, he completed 1 by 20th of the work. On the second day, A can again complete 1/20th of the work individually. And on the third day, all 3 of them are working. So A will cover 1/20th of the work, B will cover 1/30 of the work, and C will cover 1/60 of the work. So after 3 days, उसके बाद तो it's a repetition of this pattern. So in every 3 days, how much work is getting completed? If I just take LCM, this will be 3, 3, 3, 2, 1. So this will be 12 by 60. So in every 3 days, हर 3 दिनों में 12 by 60th of the work is done. In every 3 days, 12 by 60th of the work is done. So we want to do the complete work. How many days will it take? It will go ahead and take 1 into 3 divided by 12 by 60. So you will always cross multiply and divide by this unitary method. So this is going to be 3 into 60 by 12. So this is going to give me 15. So the entire work can be completed in 15 days. That's the answer to this question. Right, beta? So this is the second kind of questions which can come in exam. These are known as work and time questions. You will be given that A can do task in these many days, B in this, C in this, how many days the task will be completed. Such questions can be asked in exam. Okay, beta, this is your homework. I am just skipping it. Please practice your homework. Now, let us go to the third kind of question that can be asked in exam, and that is related to the train questions. Now, what happens in train questions? In train questions, you will be asked to go ahead and find the length of the train. You will be asked to find the length of the train. So what will happen in this kind of question? They will go ahead and they will say, you look, there is a train which is going to cross a pole. Find the length of the train. Or there is a train which will go ahead and cross a still person. Find the length of the train. Or there are two trains moving in the opposite direction. Find the length of the trains. Or find the speed of the trains when they will cross each other. Or there are two trains moving in the same direction. When will they cross each other? Something like that. So in such kind of questions, these are all called as train questions. And again, these are very, very important from the point of view of exam. So look into the first kind of question, beta. Here we are saying that there is one pole and one train. So you have a pole here, right? You have a train here, right? And we want to ask ourselves, what is going to be the length of the train? So the formula for this is that the length of the train is going to be the speed of the train into the time taken to cross the pole. Similarly, suppose you are given that there is one train and one bridge, right? And they're asking you find the combined length of the train and the bridge. There is a big bridge, not a pole. There is a bridge. There is a train. The train is crossing the bridge. And it is asking you find out the length of the train plus the bridge. So the length of the train and bridge together can be written as speed of train into time taken to cross the entire bridge. Now, another question that can be asked in exam is, there are two moving trains. One is moving at speed U, other is moving at speed V. Find the total length of the train. So the total length of the trains together can be written as U minus V into T. So U is the speed of one train, the bigger speed. V is the speed of the other train, the train which is going at a slower speed. U minus V is the net speed into T. That is going to be the length of the two trains together. Similarly, suppose they ask you that the trains are not moving in the same direction, but they're moving in the opposite directions, right? And then they ask you find the length of the two trains together. In that case, the length of the two train is going to be U plus V into T. So here you're going to add the speeds together, and here you're going to subtract the speeds. Let us look into one of the questions first. This is a basic question. In this case, what happens is you must know how you can convert the speed which is given in kilometer per hour into meter per second. Sometimes in exam, we need some conversion, right? So we need to know how to convert. हमें दिया हुआ है 180 kilometer per hour, and we need to convert this in meter per second, right? So how can we convert? If you want to go, listen to me carefully. If you want to go from kilometer per hour into meter per second, you will multiply with 5 by 18. And if you want to go from meter per second into kilometer per hour, you will multiply with 18 by 5. So whenever you want to go from kilometer per hour to meter per second, you will multiply with 5 by 18. And whenever you want to go from meter per second into kilometer per hour, you will multiply by 18 by 5. Look into the first question. It says a train is moving at the speed of 180 kilometer per hour. Then the speed in meter per second is. So as I told you, if I have to convert into meter per second, I need to go ahead and I need to multiply it with 5 by 18. So when I multiply it with 5 by 18, I will get the answer at 50 meter per second. Come to the next question. This says a train is 75 meter running at the speed of 20 kilometer per hour. So notice very carefully, beta. जो speed दी हुई है, it is in meter per kilometer per hour. But जो length दी हुई है, it is in meter. So since the length is in meter, first of all, I have to convert this in meter per second. And in order to convert this in meter per second, I need to multiply this with 5 by 18. So I have multiplied 20 with 5 by 18. And when I did that, I got 50 by 9. Now it says, when will it pass the standing man? The formula to check how it will pass the standing man, that means you need to find the time, right? So I need to just revert this formula that I have just told you, right? So I have told you that length is equal to velocity into time. So what will be time? Time will be length by velocity. Time will be length by velocity. So the length of this is 75 given to me. The speed or velocity is 50 by 9. So if I just divide it, I will get the time it will take to pass the pole or pass the man. So the time is going to be 13.5 seconds. And that's the answer to this question. Okay. Come to the next question. This says there is a train which is 250 meter long, right? And it also goes ahead and it tells you that the speed of the train is 50 kilometer per hour. Again, notice the speed is given in kilometer per hour. Notice that the length of the train is given to you in meters. It is asking you when will it pass the electric pole. So it is asking you the time, right? So we know that the length of the train is equal to velocity into time. So the time is going to be length by velocity. But before we go ahead and do that, we need to convert the speed into the meter per second, right? So we are given that the speed is 50. And when I convert this 50 into meter per second, I will get 50 into 5 by 18. So I will get 125 by 9. Now I just need to use this formula that T is equal to L by V. So length divided by speed. The length is given to me as 250. So I've just plugged 250 here. And the speed is given to me as 125 by 9. And when I just solve this, I will get the answer as 18 seconds. Right, beta? Come to the next question. It says there is a train which is 300 meter long and it is passing a standing man and it is passing in 15 seconds. Find the speed of the train. Again, we know that the formula is that the length is equal to velocity into time. The length of the train is velocity into time. So we know that from here, the speed of the train will be length divided by time. So length is given to me as 300 meters and time is given to me as 15 seconds. So 300 divided by 15, that is going to give me 20 meter per second. So the answer to this question will be 20 meter per second. And suppose in exam, they have given you in kilometer per hour, then you can just multiply it with 18 by 5 and you will get the answer in kilometer per hour. Right, beta? So that is the next part of the question set where there can be questions based out of trains, right? So this is your homework. Please do this homework well. I'm just skipping this homework. Okay. The next kind of questions which can be asked in exam, they are the questions related to percentage and fractions. Now, percentage fraction is very simple. You will be asked that suppose there is a square and its length has been increased by so and so percentage. find the change in the area of the square. Or suppose they will go ahead and ask you that there is basically an investment where you're investing your money and it is giving you so much interest rate. But at the same time, there is an inflation which reduces your return by this much percentage. Find the net return, right? So percentage has various application. Percentage can be clubbed with geometry. Percentage can be clubbed with your simple interest, compound interest. Percentage can be clubbed with basic questions, right? Where they will go ahead and tell you that a batsman scored this much runs, how much in terms of percentage, what is his efficiency or something like that. So percentage is a very wide part and it can be asked in different ways. Let me take the first question to you. So look into the first question, beta. It is saying a batsman scored 100 runs. Welcome everyone. Thank you so much. Keep joining such sessions so that I can take those in the future as well. A batsman scored 100 runs, which included 3 boundaries and 8 sixes. What percentage of his total score did he make by running the run in between the wicket? So try to see. He is making 3 fours and 8 sixes. So 3 fours means 3 into 4, 12 runs he has made out of those fours. And he has made 8 sixes. So 8 sixes means he has made 48 runs out of those. So total runs he has made is, suppose this is 110. Total run he has made is 110. Out of which 60 he has earned out of the boundaries and out of the sixes. So how many runs he made in between? That means 50 runs. 110 minus 60. This is asking you to find in terms of percentage. So he made 50 runs in between wickets. His total runs are 110 into 100. That is in terms of percentage. So when you will solve this, you will get the answer as 45/5 by 11%. Take the next question. It says 2 students appeared in exam. One of them scored 9 marks more than other and his mark was 56% of the sum of their marks. Dekho dhyan se, what is it saying? It is saying there are 2 students involved. So I can take the marks of the first student as X. What will be the marks of the second student? 9 more than other. So 9 plus X, right? His 9 more than his other and his marks were 56% of the sum of their marks. So ye jo iske marks hai, the marks of the first person, sorry, marks of the second person, it is 56% of what beta? Of the sum of their marks of X plus 9. Are you understanding it? I am saying that the first person has scored X. The second person has scored X plus 9. And then it is saying that the marks scored by the second person is 56% of the sum of the marks. So of X plus 9. Just solve this equation. So you will get X plus 9 is equal to 0.56 2X plus 9. Right, you have got an equation next. Solve for the value of X. So when you will solve for X, you will get X as 33. So marks of the other person is X plus 9. So 33 plus 9 will be 42. So the 2 marks will be 33 and 42. Okay, come to the next question. This is a good one. So it says, what percentage of numbers between 1 and 70 have either 1 or 9 in the unit digits? So what will be our numbers, beta? It can be 1, it can be 9, it can be 11, it can be 19, it can be 21, it can be 29, and so on till 61, 69. Ab dhyan se socho ek bari. How many numbers for every 10 numbers? 2 numbers, 2 numbers, 2 numbers, and so on. So in every 10 numbers, I see 2 numbers. How many numbers I am taking in total? 70. So in 70 numbers, how many such numbers will be there? 14. Har 10 number mein, from 1 to 10, there are 2. From 10 to 22, 20 to 32, and so on and so forth. So in total, there will be 14 such numbers which end with 1 or 9. Out of how many numbers? Out of 70 numbers. So 14 by 70 into 100, that is going to give you the answer as 20%. Read the next question, beta. It says, let A be defined as X% of Y. Let B be defined as Y% of X. Then, which of the following statement is true? A is smaller than B. A is greater than B. There is no relation between A and B, and none of the above. Dekho, A is defined as X% of Y. So it will be X% of Y. So X Y by 100. Ye ho gaya A. Beta, B is defined as Y% of X. So Y by 100 into X. So it will also be XY by 100. So if I just notice, A is also XY by 100. B is also XY by 100. So both of the numbers are same only, na? So this is incorrect. A is smaller than B. This is also incorrect. A greater than B. This is also incorrect. That relationship cannot be determined. This is correct. None of the above. Because we know that A and B are equal to each other. Okay. Come to this question. It says that the length of the rectangle is half while the breadth is tripled. What is the percentage change in their area? So what is the area of the rectangle? Length into breadth. What will be the new area of the rectangle? Beta, length is halved. Breadth is tripled. So it will be 3 by 2 into LB. This will be 3 by 2 times the old area. Because old area to LB tha. So what is the change in the area now? Can you tell me what is the change in the area? The change in area will be new area minus old area. So this is going to be 1.5A minus A, 0.5A. What will happen in terms of percentage, beta? Change in area by original area into 100. So the area is changing by 0.5A, original A into 100. So this is going to be 50%. So the area will change by 50%. Okay, beta. I am leaving this up to you. You can do this as a homework, please. So you need to, as I've told you, you need to remember all the formulas of perimeter, of your volume, of surface area, of area. ये सब formulas याद रखना बहुत जरूरी है. You need to keep those in your tips. ठीक है? Class 8th, 9th में जो maths पढ़ते थे, you need to go ahead and revise that once. Quickly revise all the formulas before you sit for this exam. Okay, beta, this is your homework. I am just leaving this. Please go ahead and do these homework questions. Okay, come to the next type of question that can be asked in exam. The next question that can be asked in exam is from number system. Right? In number system, they can go ahead and give you some basic questions like how many integers lie between 1 to 1 lakh, which are a multiple of 4. How many integers lie between 1 lakh to 9999 that are divisible by both 4 and 7? ऐसा कुछ basic question भी पूछ सकते हैं. And they can give you some word problem also. Just for example, something like this. Read it out. A positive integer n is multiple of 7. The square root of n is between 17 and 18. How many positive values of n are there? तो क्या बोल रहे हैं कि एक integer है जो 7 का multiple है. But because it is a multiple of 7, it means that जो भी number होगा, जैसे for example, if I tell you 49 is multiple of 7, so you can write 49 as 7 into 7. If I tell you 63 is multiple of 7, you can write 63 as 7 into 9. So if I tell you that a number is a multiple of 7, you can write that number as 7 times some number x. 7 times something, 7 times something. So whenever a number is a multiple of some number, You can write it as 7 times that number or 8 times that number, जिस भी चीज का वो multiple है. Now, it tells you that this number, it is between the square root of this number, it is between 17 and 18. I can square both sides. So, beta, if I square both sides, I will get 289 less than 40, less than 7x, less than 7x, less than 324, 328 by squaring both sides. Now, if I divide throughout by 7, what will I get? I will go ahead and get 289 by 7 less than x less than 328 by 7. So if you will be solving this, you will get that x should be between 41.28 and 46.25, right? Now it is asking you how many integers are there. तो बेटा कितने integer हैं 41 से लेके 46.25 के बीच में? You have the integer 42, 43, 44, 45 and 46. So how many such integers are there? 5, na? So what's the number? What are the number of integers between it? How many numbers are there? The answer will be 5. Am I clear with it? So the correct answer to this question will be 5. Okay. So what you need to do for today, beta? As of now, you will go ahead and you will revise all questions related to area, volume. You will do all questions related to percentage. Right, beta? You will do all questions related to number system. You will do all kind of questions related to time, right? And related to trains or distance. This is time and work. Right? That is your task for today. Right?
Hi, good evening, everyone. I have brought all maths questions today, including increasing, decreasing function matrices, etc. Let's wrap up a sequence, a marathon on maths today. So go ahead, try the first question. Tell me what the answer should be. Okay. That's right. All of you are correct. Whenever you go ahead and whenever you interchange the row or column, for every one time that you go ahead and interchange them, you need to multiply it by -1. You need to multiply the determinant by -1, right? So it is interchanging the first and last column of A, which means there is only one time that you are interchanging it. Right? You're only interchanging it one time. So yes, the answer will go ahead and become B. That would be the correct answer to this question. All of you are correct. Yes. Go ahead. Give the next question a try. Okay. So yes, so what you can do in such sequence question, that is correct. So -1 to the power n, 1 plus 1 by n. You can go ahead and you can take two parts to it. One, you can, whenever you see this, no? Whenever you see -1 to the power n, you will take two parts to it. One, when n is odd, and second, when n is even. So if n is odd, so in that case, -1 to the power n will become -1 because -1 is getting multiplied odd number of times. And when n is even, then -1 to the power n will become 1 because n is odd. So power is even, right? So -1 is getting multiplied even number of times, like -1 to the power 2 or -1 to the power 4 and so on. So what happens is that you can go ahead and you can rewrite this function. For odd, it will become -1, 1 plus 1 by n. And for even, it will become 1, 1 plus 1 by n. Right? Now to check the limit points, what you can do is you can plug n as infinity. So if I take limit n tends to infinity, -1, 1 plus 1 by n, I will go ahead and I will get -1. 1 plus 1 by infinity, anything by infinity will be 0. And I'll get the answer as -1. Similarly, if I will be plugging it here, then I will go ahead and get 1 plus 1 by infinity and I will get the answer as 1. So there will be two limit points. But my question is that will limit exist? If I would have given you this question as a limit question, will the limit of this function exist? Absolutely correct. The function will not have any existence of limit because you're getting two limit points. You're not getting a unique limit point. So if you get two separate limit points, then limit of the function does not exist. That is the correct answer. So answer would be C. Okay. Go ahead, give question number 31 a try. Now, the first two questions can be considered as a 1 mark question. And this question can be, the questions that we do now can be considered as 2 marks questions. Okay, that is, so let's see here. So you have a function fx, and the function fx is given to you as x cube minus 3x plus b. Find the number of points in closed interval at which fx is equal to 0. So, which we know, therefore, that first we should be going ahead and checking whether this is an increasing or a decreasing function. So, if I find out f dash x, I will get this as 3x square minus 3, which will be 3x square minus 1, right? And the interval that I am given is that x belongs to minus 1 to 1. It belongs between minus 1 to 1. So if it belongs between minus 1 to 1, you will put anything here. You know, if x belongs between minus 1 to 1, including these values. So if I square this, then this will belong between 0 to 1. Right? And in that case, if I do x square minus 1, this will be strictly less than 0. It will be negative, right? So this value will be negative. So which means f dash x, if I talk about this function, this will be less than equal to 0. It means that it will be a decreasing function, right? It will be a decreasing function. Now we know that whenever we have increasing or decreasing function, so an increasing or a decreasing function can cut the x-axis at most one time. या तो एक बार भी नहीं करेगा. If my increasing function is like this, it is not cutting x-axis ever. Or if my increasing function is like this, it will cut the x-axis once, right? These are the only two things that can happen. Similarly, if it is a decreasing function, either it will cut x-axis at 1 or it will never cut the x-axis like this. So whenever you have increasing or decreasing function, maximum it can go ahead and cut the x-axis. At most, it can cut the x-axis at once. At most. It will not do it more than one. It can maximum go ahead and maximum cut the x-axis as once. This is the first thing that you have to go ahead and you have to remember. Okay. Now, will it? So at most once means either once or 0. Now, are we sure what it will be going ahead and doing in this case? Will it cut exactly once or not? No, we are not sure about that. It can happen that it never cuts the x-axis, and it can happen that it cuts the x-axis exactly once. So we are not very sure of what will happen in that case. Now, what you can also go ahead and do is, suppose there was some value of b given to you. अगर यहाँ पे b दिया होता, then you would have evaluated the function, that what happens when x is minus 1. Right? So you would have got some value here. And when x is 1. Okay. For now, I don't know what will happen, right? But if some b would have been given to me, I would have commented further. This is supposedly, let's assume that b would have been, supposedly, b would have been 1. So this would have become 3. And this would have become minus 2 plus 1. That means it would have become minus 1. So then I would have known that, okay, when x is taking the value minus 1, my function takes the value 3. And when x takes the value 1, my function takes the value minus 1. And I know it's a decreasing, strictly decreasing function. So I know it will cut exactly once. Because I'm certain now. I know the value. But currently I don't know what b is. Supposedly, what if b is, say, 5? B is 5. So what will happen now? This is 5 here. And now this is 5 here. So this would have become 8 and this would have gone ahead and become 3. Right? So now I know that here the function value is 8 and here it is 3, which means my function is only till here because it is only defined between -1 to 1. Then it is not cutting the x-axis at all. So it will be dependent on the value of b, which we don't know. So maximum that I can go ahead and say is that, okay, it will cut at most once, but will it exactly cut or not once? That will depend on what value of b we have, right? So yes, most of you have gone ahead and answered it correctly. The correct answer to this question will be, in fact, B. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Do this one. Anyone? Yes, that is the correct answer, of course. Absolutely. The correct answer will be A. Definitely, this is a false statement, right? So if you find out, if you look at the denominator should not be 2h. That is incorrect, right? You look here, the denominator is always the gap between these two. So denominator is h, right? Denominator should not be 2h here, right? So definitely all of you are correct. The answer will be A. That is the correct answer. Okay, do question number 33. These two statements are given to you. You need to say which is true, which is false. We'll take maximum likelihood in the next class, okay? Okay. The best way to do these kind of questions is just take some number and check. Just take some number. So let's say I take x to be 10 and I take y to be -4. The ideal way will be you take one positive, one negative, then one negative, one positive, both negative. 4 cases leke dekho, but I start with the first one. If I'm able to negate with the first one itself, then I am done. So if I just take the first one, mod of x will be 10. Mod of y will be 4. It should be less than equal to 10 minus -4 in mod. So 6 is less than equal to 14. This is true, right? Take the next one. So mod of x is 10. Mod of y is 4. I take a this and this is equal to 10 minus -4. So 6 equal to 14. This is false. So statement 2 is definitely coming out to be false, right? Statement 2 is coming out to be false. Statement 1 is coming out to be true using this example. Now you can just alter the example. Take x to be -4, y to be 10 and just take statement 1. क्योंकि 2 को तो हम पहले ही false declare कर चुके हैं with one example. So you just have to check statement 1 again. So -1 का mod will be 4 and y का mod will be 10 less than equal to -4 minus 10 mod. So minus 6 less than equal to 14, which is also coming out to be true. Right? You can also check with x equal to 4, y equal to 10, and x equal to minus 4, y equal to minus 10. You will find that in all cases it will come out to be true only. So answer will be A. Answer will be A, that statement A is true and statement B is false. So yes, all of you have answered that correctly. Okay, come to question number 38. Try to do this one. Give this one a try. There is a function given to you from R to R, and A is less than B. F of A is 0. F of B is also 0. D square fx plus D fx minus 1 is given to be 0. Now you have to go ahead and tell what of the following is true. Pretty simple question. Don't take a lot of time in this. Okay. D, A, B, all different answers. Okay. So what's the formula of f dash x? F dash x is what? How can I write this as? Can I write it like this? Which theorem would this be if I want to write it like this? F dash x equal to f of b minus f of a upon b minus a. Given f of a and f of b are 0. Which theorem would this be? Yes, you need to remember what is mean value theorem, what is intermediate value theorem. ये याद रखना जरूरी है. ठीक है? So I am writing f dash x as f of b minus f of a upon b minus a. Now, what is given to me that when we do the double derivative of the function, माने f double dash x plus the single derivative of the function minus 1, I am told that this is 0. I am told that this is 0, right? Now, please understand that using this theorem, I anyways know that when f of a and f of b are equal to 0, f dash x will be equal to 0. So instead of f dash x, I can plug in 0. So I will get f double dash x plus 0 minus 1 is equal to 0. So I'll get f double dash x is equal to 1. Now, when I get f double dash x as 1, it means that the double derivative is coming out to be positive. It's not a very difficult question. Double derivative is coming out to be positive. If double derivative is positive, it is the condition for minima. It is a condition for minima. So it means that this function has a minima, right? This function has a minima. So what should be the answer to this question? B. Answer will be B. How was f dash x 0? Because of usage of the theorem that when f of a and f of b are both equal to 0, then f dash x can be written as f of b minus f of a upon b minus a, which is equal to 0. Okay. So answer would be that the function has a minima. Maxima ka condition yahan dikh nahi raha hai. So the function has a minima and therefore answer would be B. Okay, go ahead, give this question a try. Consider a function as described in the previous question. So question is using the same function. I hope you have written that function down. Then, which of the following condition is true? You need to tell which condition is true. Very simple. Yes. How about others? Anyone? I just wrote the condition. See, we said that f dash x will be equal to 0, right? And if you f of a and f of b are given to you as 0, so just think about it. Suppose this is a beta. तो at a फंक्शन का वैल्यू 0 आ रहा है. दिस इज b. b पे भी फंक्शन का वैल्यू 0 आ रहा है. और ये जो फंक्शन है ये मिनिमा अटेन कर रहा है. माने कि ये फंक्शन मैक्सिमा नहीं अटेन कर रहा, ये फंक्शन मिनिमा अटेन कर रहा है. इट इज अटेनिंग मिनिमा. तो between a and b, can't we see that the function will always be less than equal to 0? The value of the function will always be less than equal to 0. Function is attaining minima. We proved it in the last question. At a function का value 0 है. At b भी function का value 0 है. That means it's going like this. It has to attain a minima. Minima कौन से function होते हैं? Which go from decreasing to increasing. Those functions which go from decreasing to increasing, they have a minima. So this function must be here. So the function between a and b must be less than equal to 0. So the correct answer will be A. That's the correct answer. Any doubt in this? Pretty simple question. You just have to think about basic differentiation, right? Okay. Go ahead. Try the next one. Try this question.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Just give me a minute. I'm going to write the questions today. I don't have a scanned version of the questions. So this is the first question for the day. If minus 4.5 minus 4 and 1 is eigenvector of 8 minus 4, 2, 4, 0, 2, 0 minus 2 minus 4, find eigenvalue. Try to do this question. Try to give it a try. I can give you some options also. 1, 4, minus 4.5, and 6. The topic of discussion is linear algebra. All questions related to matrix, determinants, and vectors. Try to do the first question. You're given an eigenvector of a matrix, and you need to find the eigenvalue corresponding to that eigenvector. That's the question in hand. Just do this one. What is the property of eigenvectors, eigenvalues, beta? Try to use this property. That if lambda is an eigenvalue, then what will happen? You will have A into X is equal to lambda into X. Right? Where X is the eigenvector. Try to use this property. And now solve. Solve for lambda. Quickly. Anyone? Okay, let's try to do this together. Ax is equal to lambda x. A is given as this matrix. 8 minus 4, 2, 4, 0, 2, 0 minus 2 minus 4. X is the eigenvector. X is given as this, minus 4.5 minus 4 and 1. Minus 4.5 minus 4 and 1. Lambda, I don't know. It's just a scalar. I will keep lambda. Right. And X is given to you this, minus 4.5 minus 4 and 1. Take it. Just go ahead and multiply. So 8 into 4.5, that means 32 and 2. Plus 16 plus 2. Right? Just keep looking at the multiplication.
4.5 into 4, 9 plus 9, 18. So minus 18 plus 0 plus 2. 0 plus 8 minus 4. And this will be minus 4.5 lambda, minus 4 lambda, 4 lambda. Right? So minus 36 plus 18 minus 18, minus 18 plus 2 minus 16 and 4. Minus 4.5 lambda, minus 4 lambda and 4 lambda. Right? This will be just lambda, sorry. Here I had 1. This is just lambda here. Right? Now just solve for the value of lambda from any one equation. So 4 is equal to lambda. The correct answer to this question will be 4. Just use the property of eigenvalue and eigenvector that AX is equal to lambda X. So the answer to this question will be 4. Yes, that's the correct answer. Okay, let me just move on to the next question. Please write it down. So the question is that you have a matrix P and this is given to you as 0, -1, -1 and 0. Right? And you need to tell which of the following statements are correct. More than one can be correct. First, the eigenvalues of P are iota and minus iota. Second, the eigenvalues of this P are 1 minus iota and minus 1 plus iota. Third, the eigenvector of P, this is 1 iota and iota 1. And fourth, eigenvector of P, it is 1, 1 and minus 1, 1. Try to do this question. More than one statement can be correct. Try to go ahead and do this question. MSQ question. Give it a try. Use the same property. I've already taught you the property of eigenvalue. Just use the same property and try to solve. Here eigenvector is not given to you. So क्या property use कर सकते हो आप? What property can we go ahead and what property we can use here? You can use the property that if X is an eigenvector, lambda is an eigenvalue, then P into X should be equal to lambda into X. So Px minus lambda X should be 0. From here, we get another important property that P minus lambda into the identity matrix determinant is always 0. So if lambda is an eigenvalue, right? So matrix minus eigenvalue into identity matrix ka determinant will always be 0. It will always be 0. Just try to use this property and try to solve this question. Go ahead, give it a try. Tell me about the first option. Is the first option true or false? false, false. ठीक है? Okay, let's check. So P is given to you as 0, -1, -1 and 0, right? Let us go ahead and do P minus lambda I. So P minus lambda I will be 0, -1, -1, 0, minus lambda 1, 0, 0, 1. It is going to be 1, 0, -1, -1, 0, minus lambda 0, 0 and lambda. This will be minus lambda, -1, -1 and minus lambda. So if I try to find the determinant of P minus lambda I, this will be this minus this. So minus lambda into minus lambda minus -1 into -1. It will be lambda square minus 1. It will be lambda square minus 1. Okay. So I will put this as 0. So I will get lambda square as 1. So lambda will be plus minus 1. Lambda will be plus minus 1, which means that eigenvalues are coming as +1 and -1, which means this is incorrect. Just a tweak here. I think, I think we should just try another one. So tell me what happens if matrix P is this 0, -1, +1 and 0. अगर P ये matrix होता 0, -1, +1 and 0. तब क्या होता? Then what would have happened? Then you would have noticed that here I would have got a +1. This would have been 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 +1. And here it would have been +1. So in that case, lambda square would have been -1. So then in that case, beta, lambda would have been under root of -1. Right? So plus minus iota. It would have been plus minus iota. Right? So you would have got this as your answer if your matrix would have been this. Agar matrix ye hoti 0, -1, +1 and 0, then option A would have been the correct option. Is that fine? Then it would have been the correct option. So now currently it is A is false and currently B is also false. Now try to find out the eigenvectors of the matrix. We have already found out the eigenvalue. अभी के लिए जो हमारा eigenvalue आया है, for the current matrix, it is coming out as +-1. It is coming as +-1. So if I want to find the eigenvector, it will be Px is equal to lambda x. So my matrix P, it is 0, -1, -1, 0. So I will take my matrix P, 0, -1, -1, 0. And I will multiply it with x1, x2. And I will take lambda as 1 currently. So lambda is 1. And I will get x1, x2. Right? So I will get 0, x1 minus x2 here. And I will get minus x1 plus 0, x2 here. And I will get this as x1 and x2. As x1 and x2. So I will get minus x2 in the numerator, minus x1 in the denominator. And I will get here x1 and x2. It means what will be an eigenvector here? An eigenvector will be of the form wherever x2 will be negative of x1. Eigenvector will be of the form wherever x2 is negative of x1. So x1 kuch bhi ho, but x2 should be negative of x1. This is the form of the eigenvector that I have got. x2 is negative of x1. Right? So it means that in this part here, I need to check where I am getting the denominator negative of the numerator. right? So am I getting a denominator negative of the numerator? No. Am I getting denominator negative of numerator? No. Am I getting denominator negative of numerator? No. Am I getting denominator negative of numerator? Yes. At least this part is correct. And this is corresponding to lambda as 1. So when lambda is 1, अगर मैं x1 को -1 रखूंगी, I will get x2 as +1. I will get x2 as negative of x1. So that part is actually making the right sense. This is correct. Now let us go ahead and take the last part. So suppose now I take lambda as -1 because we got two values of lambda, right? +1 and -1. So I need to repeat this exercise for -1. So if I repeat this exercise for -1, I will have a negative sign here. Ye -1 ho jayega. I'll have negative here. I will have negative here. I will have negative here and negative here. So from here, I will get x1 equal to x2. Right? See this? I will have x1 equal to x2. So it means that my vector will be of the form, ये जो x1 x2 है, दोनों same element होना चाहिए. x1 and x2 should be equal to each other. Which is happening here. Which is happening here. So this corresponds to lambda is -1. Isn't it? So it means that option number D seems to be the only option which is correct. Right? Option D is the only option which is correct. So we will go ahead with option number D. Okay, let me repeat this. Yes. So what I have done is, I am using the property Px is equal to lambda x. When we solved P minus lambda I determinant as 0, we got two values of lambda. Once I got lambda as +1 and once we got lambda as -1. ये दो values आया lambda का. What I am going ahead and what I am doing is, first of all, I am plugging lambda as +1. So I am getting Px is equal to 1 times x. So I am getting the equation Px is equal to x. And once I am plugging lambda as -1. So I am getting Px is equal to -1 times x. So Px is equal to -x. I already know what my P is. My matrix P is this. 0, -1, -1, 0. So now I am just plugging. P की जगह पे I am just putting 0, -1, -1, 0. X की जगह पे I am plugging x1, x2. And यहाँ पे भी x की जगह पे I am plugging x1, x2. For this also I do the same. This is when lambda is 1. This is when lambda is -1. So for lambda -1 also I do the same thing. So I start with 0, -1, -1, 0. Here I take x1, x2. And then I just equate it to, because there is a negative sign. So I multiply with -1, -x1, -x2. Right? I get two equations. Isko solve karoge to you will get -x2 in the numerator, -x1 in the denominator when you multiply, equal to x1, x2. When you will solve this side, you will get -x2 minus x1 equal to -x1 minus x2. So this side, it tells me that x1 is negative of x2. So my vector can be any number. कुछ भी हो सकता है x1, x2, but x1 will be negative of x2. So if x2 is 1, x1 will be -1. Right? If x2 is -1, x1 will be 1. They will have different sign. This is what it is telling me. -x2 equal to x1. Right? They have opposite sign. And this part goes ahead and tells me that -x2 is equal to -x1. So it tells me x2 and x1 take the same value. It means that my eigenvector should have both values same. So I've got two types of eigenvector. पहला जिसमें both values are same, and दूसरा जिसमें the sign reverse. So we go ahead and we check where that happens. It happens here. x1 equal to x2 and x1 negative of x2. So these are your eigenvectors. These are your eigenvectors. Any doubt in this? Anyone? Okay. So we'll move on to the next question. Please write down. So you have matrix A, which is given to you as 8, -4 and 2, 4, 0 and 2, 0, -2 and -3. And its eigenvalue is already given to you as 4. And the eigenvector is given to you as -4.5, -4 and 1. You find out what will be a to the power 5 into x. And I'll give you some options here. Option number A, -18, -16, 4. Option number B, -4.5, -4, 1. Option number C, -4608, -4096, 1024. And option number D, -0.0043, -0.003, and 0.0097. Try to do this question. Hi, good evening, everyone. Sorry, some glitch was there. Some other video started playing actually. It was a recorded video. Okay, let's start with the questions for the day. So I'm going to go ahead and take questions based on linear algebra. It includes vector and matrices and determinants, right? We'll start with, let's see how many questions we are able to do. Take the first question, try to do this question yourself. Which of the following is a subspace of R3? Okay. You are given 4 options. Option A, B, C, and D. Try to do this question yourself. Give this question a try. Which of the following is a subspace of R3? We will go option by option, huh? Achha, this can be an MCQ question also, and it can be an MSQ question also. दोनों में से कुछ भी हो सकता है, right? So try to answer this one. Tell me what will be the answer to this question. First, tell me for the first one, beta. Option A का बताओ. Is it a subspace or not? How do you check for a subspace? There are 2 methods to check for a subspace. ठीक है? पहला मेथड क्या है? That if vector V belongs to W, vector U belongs to W, then alpha v plus beta u should also belong to w. अगर ये कंडीशन सेटिस्फाई होता है, if this condition is satisfied, then we can say that it belongs to subspace. It belongs to subspace. Okay, this is method number 1. But a method number 2. We can check for 2 things. 2 चीजें हम एक साथ चेक कर सकते हैं. The first is called as closure addition, and second is closure multiplication. ठीक है. Closure addition क्या कहता है? That if u belongs to w, v belongs to w, then u plus v should belong to w. And closure multiplication क्या कहता है? That if u belongs to w, then some scalar into u should also belong to w. Some scalar into u should also belong to w. Okay. So these are 2 methods of checking subspace. अब यहां देखते हैं. Let's try to understand this one. So let me start with an easy example. एक easy example ले लेते हैं. For example, if I tell you that, you know, I want to go ahead and I want to create a condition that my vector stands for x greater than equal to 0. I am defining a vector such that x is greater than equal to 0 और मेरा vector है x, y. And I'm asking that is it in subspace of R2? क्या ये R2 का subspace में होगा या नहीं होगा? So try to understand the question. By R2, I mean that I want to go ahead and I want to consider all possible coordinates, right? I want to consider all possible coordinates. So when we talk about all possible coordinates, it means that I am taking all positive, negative values of x and y. That is my R2, right? So when I go ahead and I consider R2 beta, तो R2 माने क्या हो गया? R2 is any x, y such that x belongs to real numbers and y belongs to real number. If this condition is satisfied, अगर ये वाला condition satisfy हो रहा है, then we are in the R2 space. ठीक है. अब देखो हमारा condition क्या कहता है? We want x and y such that x is greater than equal to 0. I want to ensure that x is greater than equal to 0. This is the condition that has been given to me. Okay. Now suppose I begin with a closure property, closure addition property. So closure addition में क्या होगा ना? I will get my vector u. Suppose vector u is x1, y1 such that x1 is greater than equal to 0. ठीक है. I will take another vector v beta. Vector v is x2, y2 such that x2 is greater than equal to 0. So tell me something. If x is greater than equal to 0, y is greater, यहाँ पे भी x is greater than equal to 0. So even when I will sum them, तो मेरा sum आ जाएगा x1 plus x2, y1 plus y2. Now, if they are individually greater than equal to 0, so I will get this also greater than equal to 0. Because they are individually greater than equal to 0. Mane, I am able to go ahead and I am able to satisfy the condition that the x coordinate is greater than equal to 0. ये condition यहाँ पे satisfy हो रही है. I am able to satisfy this condition. Now try to see the second condition. So second condition is closure multiplication. Okay. Closure multiplication is when you multiply some scalar to your vector. तो अब हमारा वेक्टर हमने फिर से कुछ ले लिया x1, y1 And this scalar quantity, this belongs to real number. ये जो हमारा scalar होगा, this is belonging to real number. I have done I think I've done more than 10-15 questions in my advanced video lecture only on this topic. So in case you want to practice more and more questions, I've taken every permutation combination kind of question in the advanced video lecture. Okay. Okay. So now if I do C into U, so beta C into U means C into x1, y1. This will give me cx1, cy1. But is it necessary that cx1 will be greater than equal to 0? No, because C belongs to real number and C can be negative also. And if C तो बस एक scalar है. If C is negative, then this x coordinate will become negative. So this is not compulsory that the x coordinate will come out to be 0, greater than 0. So माने the closure multiplication property is not getting satisfied. When we are multiplying it with scalar, हमारा जो यहाँ पे एक property था that we want our x coordinate to be greater than equal to 0, that property is not getting satisfied. So is this a subspace? The answer is no, because it is violating a property. I am given a certain property. I need to check if that property is getting satisfied for closure, addition and multiplication. अगर वो satisfy नहीं होता है, then it is not a subspace. That is the concept of being a subspace. Now let's try and see here. देखो यहाँ पे. Look at option number A. In option number A, I am given 2y plus z should be equal to 1. And my coordinates are of the form x, y and z. So suppose beta I create a vector u1. u1 मेरा vector हो गया x1, y1, z1. u1 will belong to this. That means u1 will satisfy this property. So u1 satisfies the property that 2y1 plus z1 is 1. Now I create a vector v. This is just u. Vector v is x2, y2, z2. ठीक है. It will, ये given है. They satisfy the property. Vector v will also satisfy the property. माने 2y2 plus z2 will also be 1. ठीक है. Now let's go ahead and let's do closure addition. So I will get u plus v as 2y1 plus z1 plus 2y2 plus z2. यही आ जाएगा. This is what I will get, u plus v. So if I take 2 common, I will get y1 plus y2 plus z1 plus z2, and the sum on the right hand side will be 2. So when I am adding the two vector together, their sum is not coming 1. Their sum is coming as 2. They are not satisfying the property कि उनका जो x coordinate and y coordinate इस equation में डलेगा, that will satisfy the property that the sum will come out to be 1. So closure addition is not getting satisfied. So therefore this is not a subspace. This is not a subspace. So the first is not a subspace. Now try the second one yourself. Can you give the part B a chance yourself? Just try the second one yourself. Tell me if this is a subspace or not. Give it a try. Is this a subspace? Okay. Give it a try, beta. Take u vector. Vector u is x1, y1, z1. Vector v is x2, y2, z2. किसी भी condition से शुरू कर सकते हो. You are given 2 conditions. You need to check for both the conditions actually. So suppose I check this condition first. So it says y plus x is 0. ठीक है. I think this should be z, but it's okay. X भी ले सकते हैं. So it is given y plus x is 0. So this vector will satisfy that condition. Mane, it is given to me that y1 plus x1 is 0. This is given. Similarly, it is given to me that y2 plus x2 equal to 0. Ye bhi given hai. Now, what is u plus v, beta? If I add these two vectors together, if I add the two sides together, what will I get? I will get x1 plus x2 plus y1 plus y2. Yahi milega in dono ko add karke, if I add them together. So, but I know that x1 plus y1 is 0 and x2 plus y2 is also 0. So even this will satisfy the condition that even when I am adding the two together, तो उनका sum भी 0 ही आ रहा है. That sum is also coming as 0. It means that the property remains intact. That even when I add the two vectors together, the sum will come to be 0. And actually you will see that it will be a subspace only when you see a 0 here. 0 के अलावा any number you see, it will never be a subspace. क्योंकि अगर 1 और 1 को add करोगे, you will get 2. 2 और 2 को add करोगे, you will get 4. So if it is any other number here, it can never be a subspace. Only when you add 0 and 0 together, it will be still a subspace. Achha, now let's go ahead and do the closure multiplication. Any scalar multiplied with this u. Okay, so even if I multiply any scalar to this condition, y1 plus x1, so y1 plus x1 to 0 hi hai. So even if I multiply it with any scalar, I will get the answer as 0. That means this condition will be satisfied for closure multiplication also. Same you we can check here also. Ye bhi satisfied aayega because the sum is 0. So when you will add two vectors together, to bhi sum will be 0. So this will be a subspace. Ye ek subspace aayega. This will be a subspace. Check for part number D now. Check for part number D. See, I will tell later. Just check for D now. If this is a subspace or not. Okay, good. Others, is this a subspace? Yes, because the sum is 0. Simple. Agar sum 0 hai, if I take two vectors, vector 1, u1, vector u, which is x1 plus y1 plus z1, vector v, which is x2 plus y2 plus z2. So u plus v. These are satisfying the conditions that the sum is 0. This is given. Now what will be u plus v? x1 plus x2 plus y1 plus y2 plus z1 plus z2. We will get the sum as 0 only. So sum will satisfy the condition. Similarly, if you even multiply this with some scalar, it will satisfy the condition that the answer will come 0. So yes, it will be a subspace. Yes, if it is 0, you can automatically say that. Yes. But I just want to show you a proof. But if you see 0, you can automatically say. So yes. So what we have got that B is a subspace. We have got that D is a subspace. We have got that A is not a subspace. Now let us consider C. C is not a subspace. This is tricky because you may think that 0 is coming here, but this is non-linear. We can only do this for linearity. जो subspace check करते हैं, we only check them for linearity. Non-linear में you can directly call them out as they are not subspace. So since here I am seeing x cube plus y cube equal to 0, you can simply say that they are not subspace. Okay. So the correct answer to this question will be B and D. That's the answer to this question. Okay. Let's see if you are able to do one more question. Let me give you first one more question on subspace first. Try to do this one. It is very important from IIT point of view, beta. Dekho ye wala karke. Try to do this one. Which of the following is a subspace? C was not a subspace because any non-linear condition is not a subspace. Here you see it is cubic condition. So it is not a subspace. Any non-linear condition is not a subspace. Okay, try this again now. Give it a try. Try this one. Give me one by one. First, tell me about one. So what condition is given to you that determinant of A should be 0? Check and tell me. Anyone? It's matrix, na? It says M. It says A belongs to M. By M, we mean matrix. So whenever it is M, it's matrix. So this means determinant. You can see other options also. Na? It talks about trace, rank. It's a matrix question. थोड़ा सा आपको alertness रखना है. You will be able to do these questions, but that alertness is required. So it says that determinant of matrix A is 0. You need to tell if it is a subspace or not. ठीक है? तो basically उसने क्या बोला कि एक ऐसा matrix, so we need to create two matrix and check closure addition. देखो ध्यान से. There is a matrix A whose determinant is 0. तो I can take suppose this matrix A, बेटा ऐसा ले लो 1 0 0 0. Alertness. You have to think. इसका determinant, what will be the determinant, बेटा? Determinant will be 0, right? This minus this. So 0 minus 0 will be 0. Fine. Take a matrix B whose determinant is also 0. So I am taking a matrix B और ये matrix B है 0 0 0 1. What will be its determinant? 0 minus 0. That means 0. Now I need to check closure addition. Closure addition says that ये condition अगर satisfy हो तो determinant of A plus B should also give me 0. यही तो closure addition है, that when you add them together, the condition should be satisfied. But when I do A plus B, what will I get? Matrix 1 0 0 1. यही तो matrix आएगा. So if you add these two matrix together, element by element, you'll get 1 0 0 1. Is its determinant 0? No. Determinant is non-zero. Mane closure addition is not satisfied. Closure addition is not getting satisfied. The new matrix formed by adding the two matrix doesn't have the determinant 0. So this is not a subspace. Try to open up the mind. Now look at the second option. Tell me about this. Trace of A is 0. Trace क्या होता है? Sum of diagonal elements. Now give it a try. Yeah, for simplicity, you can check 2 cross 2 matrix. You don't have to check closure multiplication because addition itself got violated. So why go for multiplication? You go to multiplication only when addition is satisfied. What about the second one? Yes, yes. Okay, 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 good. Yes. So for the second one, trace of a matrix is 0. माने एक matrix ले लेते हैं A11, A12, A21, A22. It is given that A11 plus A22 is 0. Trace of this matrix is 0. Now take another matrix B. B11, B12, B21, B22. ठीक है? Again, you know that B11 plus B22 is 0. Now take A plus B. ठीक है? So you will get A11 plus B11, A12 plus B12, A21 plus B21, A22 plus B22. Okay, find its trace. So it will be A11 plus B11 plus A22 plus B22. यही तो होगा इसका trace. But we know A11 plus A12 is 0 and this plus this is also 0. So sum will be 0. So it means that yes, it is satisfying the condition of closure addition. When we add the two matrices together, the sum of the diagonal remains 0. Now check closure multiplication. So now just multiply this with some C. So you will get C times A11, A12, A21, A22. So C A11, C A12, C A21, C A22. Find the trace of this matrix. It will be C A11 plus C A22. Take C common. A11 plus A22, which is 0. So closure multiplication is also satisfied. So both are satisfied. So you can say, yes, this is a subspace. Right, that is a subspace. Correct. Okay, go to the next part. Try option number C. Rank of a matrix is 1. Hi, good evening, everyone. In today's class, we are going to go ahead and we are going to take some questions from again the vector space. They're going to be more on the topic of basis, dimension part of vector space. And I think I would be able to wrap up all questions related to vectors maximum by the end of this week. So next week we will dedicate to doing questions from macroeconomics. Okay, next week's marathons will be on macroeconomics. So if you want to go ahead, you can take the weekend, Saturday, Sunday, and revise macroeconomics so that you understand the MCQs better when we take them in the live classes. Okay, look at the first question, try to do it yourself, try to answer this one, then I will answer this question. Give it a try. Write your answers in the chat window. Anyone? So what is dimension of a matrix? How do we find the dimension of a matrix? The dimension of a matrix is the number of unique elements in the matrix. So for example, it's more than that, but for example, what dimension means is that if I want to generate any matrix, say I want to generate a 2 cross 2 matrix, then how many standard matrix would be required to generate this 2 cross 2 matrix? So we have 4 standard matrices, right? The first one is 1, 0, 0, 0. The second one is 0, 1, 0, 0. The third standard matrix is 0, 0, 1, 0. And the last standard matrix is 0, 0, 0, 1. So, we always want to create a given matrix as a linear combination of these matrices. So I can say alpha 1 plus alpha 2 plus alpha 3 plus alpha 4. And if you will be solving this side, if you will be solving this, what will you get? You will get alpha 1, alpha 2, alpha 3, alpha 4 equal to A, B, C, D. It means that it will go ahead and it will give you alpha 1 as A, alpha 2 as B, alpha 3 as C, alpha 4 as D. So as these alphas will be taking different values, you will be able to generate different matrices. So for example, if I want to generate a matrix 1, 4, 5, 6, it means that the first matrix should be given a weightage of 1 because alpha 1 is equal to A. The second matrix should be given a weightage of 4. Third should be given a weightage of 5 and last should be given a weightage of 6. So this way we can go ahead and we can use these 4 standard matrices to generate this matrix, right? We need 4 different alphas for it, right? So dimension of any M cross M matrix, I have talked about dimension in my advanced video lecture. You can also have a look there. So dimension of any M cross M matrix is M into M. Dimension of any M cross N matrix is M into N. Right? Dimension is simply the number of elements, rows into column. Now, if I just go ahead and if I look into the question, ab kya hai yahan pe? It is saying that this is a symmetric matrix that I want to go ahead and I want to generate of order 5. So one property about the symmetric matrix is that we have the elements above the diagonal and below the diagonal to be the same. Mane, if I create a 2 cross 2 symmetric matrix and I have 4, 5, then this will be 5 and 10. So if this is A, I will also have A transpose equal to A. I will have A transpose equal to A. For that, what do I require? I require that these off diagonal elements should be equal. Right? So which means that we have done this property in matrices that if it is a 2 cross 2 matrix, the first row, it has 2 unique elements, but the second row will only have 1 unique element. So the total number of elements will be 3, right? We have already seen that if it is a 3 cross 3 matrix, suppose, so just yahan pe 1, 2, 3. So I know I need a 2 here. This can be 4. I know that when I want to transpose this, I need a 5 here. This can be 6. When I transpose, I need a 6 here, and this can be 7. So when I go ahead and I transpose a matrix, then I should be able to go ahead. Sorry, this is 3. And this is 6. When I transpose this matrix, I should be able to get the same matrix. So isme kya hoga? I have n elements, n unique elements here. Is case mein wo n ho gaya 3. All 3 unique elements here. I have 2 unique elements here, and I have 1 unique element here. So 3 plus 2 plus 1, that means 6 unique elements. So the dimension becomes 6. Ab yahan dekho, it says order 5. It means that the first row will have 5 unique elements. Second can have 4 unique elements, 3 unique elements, 2 unique elements, 1 unique element. Right? So what will I get the answer as? I'll get the answer as 15. So the dimension should be 15. So the dimension of this subspace of order 5, it will be 15. But you can also do it for a general case. Just for example, if I would have asked you, what about order n? Then what will be the dimension of a symmetric matrix of order n? So we are adding the first n elements. When order is 5, so we are adding the first 5 natural numbers. So if order will be n, we will add the first n natural numbers. And what is the sum of first n natural numbers? It is n plus 1 by 2. n plus 1 by 2. So we know that the dimension of a symmetric matrix, it is going to be n plus 1 by 2. Now just put n as 5 and check. What will I get? 5 plus 1, 6 by 2, 30 by 2, which means 15. So answer is coming as 15. So the order of this matrix will become, the dimension of this matrix will become 15. Any doubt in this? Anyone who's not clear with what we are doing? Okay, let us go to the next question now. Try this one. This was asked in DSC 2011 paper also. Okay, give this a try. Try to do this question. Suppose V1, V2 till Vn is a set of linearly dependent vector, none of them being 0. C1, C2, Cn are scalars not all equal to 0. But you are given that summation Ci, Vi is 0. What is the minimum number of non-zero scalars? Give it a try. Try to do this question. This is one of the most common topics in exam, and you have to go ahead and understand this topic very well from exam point of view. Definitely it will be asked in exam, in IIT exam. Okay, A. What about others? If you don't know how to solve, try by doing elimination of the options. That can also help. Zaruri nahi hai that you would know how to solve each question, right? But elimination of options will always help you to solve these questions. Let's give this a try. एक एक चीज देख लेते हैं. So what it is saying V1, V2 is set of linearly dependent vector. So let's just revise the concept of linear independence and linear dependence. When are vectors said to be linearly independent? When C1 V1 plus C2 V2 and so on till Cn Vn, it is equal to, so this is equal to 0, implies if and only if all Ci's are 0. That means you are having a trivial solution. The only C's that solve this equation is when C's are 0. Then it is called as linearly independent. This is definition number 1. Better definition number 2 is what? In terms of determinant, vectors Vi, V1 till Vn, they are linearly independent if determinant of vector is non-zero. Then they are linearly independent. Definition number 3. They are linearly independent if rank of the matrix created from these vectors, it is equal to order of the matrix. Same ही बात है. Determinant non-zero. Then they are linearly independent. What do we get for linear dependence? क्या definition रहेगा linear dependence का? It is linearly dependent if C1 V1 plus C2 V2 and so on till Cn Vn equal to 0. It is true for Ci's non-zero. There exist at least some Ci's which are non-zero. For example, बहुत simple सा example है. Suppose I tell you that there are two vectors. And I tell you C1 is 1 and C2 is -1. So what will I get? 1 into V1 plus -1 into V2 is equal to 0. Mane I will get V1 minus V2 equal to 0. Mane I will get V1 equal to V2. So it means that there is some dependence now. V2 is dependent on the value of V1 because V2 is equal to V1. So V2 is dependent on the value of V1. So it means that there is some dependence that we have here, isn't it? So when these C's take non-zero values, it means that there is some kind of dependence which is there. But when these C's take zero value, if it is only possible to get 0 by doing this, 0 V1 plus 0 V2 is 0. That means I am getting what is called as a trivial solution. So it means that they are independent. There is no relationship between them. कोई relationship नहीं है. So therefore, what we can say is that when C1 V1 plus C2 V2 and so on till Cn Vn is 0, for these C's not equal to 0, when these C's are not 0, they are non-zero, then we can go ahead and say that yes, they are linearly dependent. The other definition can be if determinant is 0, then they are linearly dependent, or if rank of the matrix created is less than the order of the matrix. Again, meaning the same thing, that determinant is 0, then they are linearly dependent. So this is the definition for linear independence and linear dependence. 3 definitions. 3 main definitions. Okay. But now let's go ahead and look at what the question is saying. So question is saying that V1, V2 till Vn, it is a set of linearly dependent vector. Mane, we are saying that C1 V1 plus C2 V2 so on till Cn Vn ये तो 0 है. But for not all Ci's equal to 0. There are some Ci's which are non-zero because it is linearly dependent. Now it says none of them being 0. Mane no vector themselves is 0. All vectors are non-zero. Suppose C1 to Cn are scalars, not all 0, such that this holds true. I've already written this. Minimum number of non-zero scalar will be. Minimum number of non-zero scalar will be. So let's try with option number A, beta. Let's try with option number A. That means 1. So 1 says that, this means that, A means that only one scalar is non-zero and other scalars are 0. सिर्फ एक स्केलर नॉन जीरो है और बाकी सारे स्केलर जीरो हैं, तो व्हाट विल वी गो अहेड एंड गेट कि C1 V1 all other scalars are zero. That is what option A means. 0 into V2, 0 into V3 till so on, 0 into Vn is 0. So C1 V1 is 0. ठीक है, we have assumed that C1 is non-zero, एक scalar non-zero है and every other scalar is zero, बाकी सारे C's zero हैं. This is what option A is telling me. The minimum number of non-zero scalar is 1. So only one scalar is non-zero and others are zero. So now we have got this as C1 V1 equal to 0 when we go ahead and when we simplify this thing. अब एक बात बताओ, what is given to me in the question? That all vectors are non-zero. So if all vectors are non-zero, what will I get? I will get C1 as 0. But option A says that C1 is non-zero. One scalar is non-zero. So I have reached a contradiction. I've reached a contradiction. This is the sign for contradiction. I've reached a contradiction. So I can go ahead and I can say that option A cannot be correct because I've reached a contradiction. Now try with option B. B says that two scalars are non-zero. So let's start again. So what will I go ahead and get? I will get C1 V1 plus C2 V2 and so on till Cn Vn equal to 0. Now option B tells me that all scalars 0, two scalars non-zero. यही तो बोल रहा है option B, that I have two scalars which are non-zero. Okay, let's put C1 not equal to 0, C2 not equal to 0 and other scalar 0. So what will I get? C1 V1 plus C2 V2 plus 0 into V3 and so on till 0 into Vn equal to 0. So I will get C1 V1 plus C2 V2 equal to 0. Right? This is possible. There is nothing wrong with this. I am getting summation Ci Vi as 0. I am able to verify this condition and I am not from anywhere here getting that C1 and C2 are 0. I am able to satisfy the condition that both are non-zero. It is possible now one is positive, one is negative and then they cancel out and give me the answer as 0 and they satisfy the condition. So it means when two scalars are non-zero, I will be able to satisfy what the question is telling me to do. So yes, answer 2 is correct. This is the minimum number. सबसे कम number ही तो बताना था. So I will not exceed beyond 2 because 2 is able to go ahead and satisfy this condition for me. So the answer to this question is 2. So all of you who have said B, that is the correct answer. Yes, it is correct. Any doubt in this? Anyone? Are we clear with this? Okay, let's go on to the next question. Try the next question now. Give this one a try. I'm not sure if this is from DSC or not. Just give this a try.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So today we will take questions from macroeconomics. These are going to be mixed questions across different topics, okay? And it will include, whenever I say macro, it means I will include the numerical part of DEVICO also. Okay, just try and do the first question here. Give this question a try. Let me know your answer, in the chat window. It's a different kind of question than the expected macroeconomics question. Just give this a try. Okay, A. How about others? A. How about others? Okay. Yes, beta. This is the first question. Don't worry. D, C. Okay. Everyone has a different answer. Okay. Okay. Let's read the question together. Dekho the answer. The next two questions make use of the following notation. H stands for head count ratio of poverty. So what is head count ratio? Definition is already given to you. Beta, क्या definition दी हुई है? Number of poor divided by total population. So let's represent number of poor by say कुछ एक वो ले लो कुछ एक let's say P कुछ भी notation ले सकते हो and total population by say N. ठीक है? I am writing it as a function of T beta. T क्यों? Because कितना population होगा और कितने poor होंगे. It has to be dependent on which year we are talking about, which time period we are talking about. ठीक है? So let PT ये represent कर रहा है number of poor in period T और NT represent कर रहा है the total number of population in period T. So head count ratio हो गया poor divided by population. So we have written head count ratio as poor divided by population. ठीक है? अब आगे let's see बेटा. C is mean consumption, E is elasticity of H with respect to C. ठीक है? NSS means National Sample Survey, NAS means National Account Statistics. ठीक है? Okay. अब देखो what the question is saying. You are given some information here. आपको ये एक टेबल दिया हुआ है. And question बोल रहा है from this table 1 we can conclude that the number of poor people were क्या what is it saying? Rising before 1991,
falling after 1991, falling before 1991, rising after 1991, and so on. माने हमें before and after 1991, we need to go ahead and we need to find some kind of relationship. And but ध्यान से देखो, you are given two things. You are given rate of change of head count ratio and you are given rate of population growth. These two things are given to you. ठीक है? Okay, let's start solving. देखो. Try to understand that the population in period t plus 1, ठीक है? It is given to you. If I just go back, the population in period t plus 1, देखो यहाँ पे, it is given that it is 2.2% rate of growth of population. माने new population minus old population upon old population. यही तो होता है. This is the formula of percentage change into 100. This is given to you as 2.2%. 2.2%. This is given to you as 2.2%. So if I just remove 100, then I can make this like this. 2.2 divided by 100 percentage can be removed. So I am seeing that nt plus 1 minus nt upon nt. But this is given to you as 0.022. 0.022, right? Acha. Now if I solve this further, so nt plus 1 minus 1 upon nt, I have just divided this. It will be 0.022. माने I can say that nt plus 1, इसको यहाँ ले जाओ. This will be 1.022 और फिर ये भी यहाँ आ जाएगा into nt. So I have got a relationship. What relationship? क्या relationship मिल गया मेरे को? I have got the relationship that population in period t plus 1 can be written as 1.022 times the population of period t. In which years I can find that relationship? That relationship is as long as time period is before 1991. So as long as time period is before 1991. अब I will not do a similar thing in every case. माने आप you can do it yourself बेटा. ये आपको बस आपको इसको लिखना होगा. Suppose this is given as 1.7. So if I convert 1.7, so it will become what? 1.017 times nt when time is more than 1991. Right? Similarly, if I have to write for head count ratio also, अगर मुझे ht plus 1 के लिए लिखना है, I am given in terms of percentage. So I know percentage को convert करने के लिए you make this in decimal and you add 1 to it. यही तो हमने किया है. We convert this in decimal and we are adding 1 to it. So for head count, I will not do the long process. I will simply write this down that head count ht plus 1. This is going to be, here it is negative. So minus 1.1 divided by 100 और यहाँ पे आ गया 1. So I'll get 1 minus 0.011. So you will get 0.989. ठीक है? So you can go ahead and you can use exactly same method. तो इधर आ जाएगा 0.989 times head count ratio when time is less than 1991. And the last value है that is minus 2.4. So you will get 1 minus 2.4 divided by 100. 1 minus 0.024. You will solve this. You will get as 0.976. So it will become 0.976 times head count ratio when time is more than 1991. This is most important. To convert percentage in these terms. अगर ये हो गया, then you can solve the question. This is the process which I have followed. But once you understand कि percentage से कैसे convert करते हैं, then I am not going to follow the same process. It's an MCQ question. I don't have to show my working. So I will just go ahead and I will just write this information that is given to me. Converting percentage into the relationship between previous year and new year. Any doubt in this? Please ask me right away. Because now question is solved. Any doubt? Okay. Now what the question is asking, please read. We need to talk about what happens to poor number of people. Last part, H. Yes. This one. So simple, beta. I am using the same method. यहाँ पे I have been given कि change in headcount ratio. This is given to me in terms of percentage. ये आपको यहाँ दिया हुआ है -1.1. So in terms of percentage, this is given to me as -1.1. I have just solved this. If I just go ahead and I solve this, I can take this here. इसको open up करो. So this will be and take this here, right? And then you can take this here. This is how you can solve. Okay. So this is exactly what I have written here. You will get 0.989 when you solve this. Is this clear? Can we do this by taking log and differentiating? You can do it, of course, yes. But just remember that you should be able to convert this percentage part back. Matlab, you have to go ahead and you have to use this information and do. Right? And since percentage is given, I am assuming year is discrete, not continuous. Easily, I am just using a discrete formula. But you can go ahead and you can try that also. No problem. Okay. Now let's see what happens to the number of people before 1991. Before 1991. माने अब क्या करना होगा? I need to find the ratio of the number of poor people before 1991. तो number of poor people का formula क्या हो सकता है? Very simple. We have found out that the formula of headcount is poor divided by population. So number of poor people will be what? Headcount ratio into number of population. I can take this here. So number of poor people in period T plus 1 can be written as headcount ratio into the population. Number of poor people can be written as headcount ratio into the population. मैंने यहां से number of poor people का formula निकाल लिया है. And now we know that I can rewrite this thing. इसको I can take it together. Sorry, this is M. And I can take this part together. So this is something which I already know. I know that instead of HT plus 1 before 1991, this HT plus 1, it can be written as this 0.89989 HT, and population can be written as 1.022 NT. Before 1991, ये वाला value use करना है और ये वाला value use करना है. So let's use these values. What will I go ahead and what will I get? I will go ahead and get 1.022 NT by NT. और ये HT plus 1 की जगह पे 0.989. HT upon HT. Right? Now just cancel this, cancel this, cancel this, cancel this. So you will get 1.022 into 0.989. Solve this, you will get approximately 1.01. Which is, if I multiply this by 100, तो percentage terms में हो गया 101%. माने growth in period T plus 1 is more than period T. Grow हो रहा है population. It's more than 1. है ना? So because it is increasing, it's an increasing growth, right? So we can say that definitely it is rising before 1991. It is increasing before 1991. And I have found out the exact value also. Okay, let me explain this again. So now what we have to do is, beta, कि 1991 से हमें ये before 1991 हमें ये देखना है कि population बढ़ रही है या गिर रही है. So how can we find what is happening to population? We can find the ratio of the population of the 2 year. Example, अगर मैं आपको बोलूं कि population in 2001 is greater than population in 2000, तो हम क्या करेंगे इसको? Population in 2001 divided by, if I take this down, population in 2000 will be greater than 1. माने if the ratio of the 2 year population, if it is greater than 1, so we can say that we have increasing population. अगर एक साल से दूसरे साल जाने पे पॉपुलेशन बढ़ती है तो उसका जो रेशियो आना चाहिए वो मोर देन 1 आना चाहिए. This is what I am checking here. When I find the population in period T plus 1, तो population हो जाएगा head count ratio into number of people. Population in period T, head count ratio into number of people. अब जो भी हमें डेटा डालना है, we have to use the data before 1991. So if I go to this, I will pick up the data before 1991. I will pick up the data before 1991. माने I will pick up these figures, 1.022 and 0.989. I have plugged in those figures in this formula. इसकी जगह पे I have plugged in 0.989 HT और इसकी जगह पे I have plugged in 1.022 NT. And I have just solved this and I'm getting approximately 1.01. This is more than 1. And whenever the ratio of population is more than 1, so population is increasing. मतलब 1991 से ये देखा गया बिफोर 1991 कि जब भी हम 2 साल के पॉपुलेशन का रेशियो निकालेंगे वो मोर देन 1 आएगा. Whenever we will pick any 2 years before 1991, suppose 87 and 86, उनका रेशियो मोर देन 1 आएगा. This is what this is concluding. That means before 1991 population is continuously increasing. Is this clear? Any doubt in this? If this is clear, can you tell me what happens after 1991? मेरे को बताओ what will happen after 1991. Please solve it. Okay, good, good. ठीक है, absolutely correct. Yes, that's the correct answer. So after 1991, I will use the same formula कि population in period T plus 1 upon T. Population will be head count ratio into number of people. Head count ratio into number of people. ठीक है, और अब हम we will pick up on the data after 1991. That means this and this, right? So I will go ahead and get 1.017 NT 1.017 NT, and I will go ahead and get 0.976 HT. 0.976 HT. So this will cancel out, cancel out, cancel out, cancel out. 0.976 into 1.017. And as all of you are suggesting it correctly, it will be 0.992, which is less than 1. So this less than 1 means PT plus 1 is less than PT. Right? So population अगले साल कम हो गई इस साल से. The population is continuously falling. So now what should be the right answer to this question? It is rising before 1991 and falling after 1991. A is the correct answer. A is the correct answer. Is this clear? It was a good question, very tricky, but good question. Hi, good evening, everyone. Today we are going to go ahead and take some questions on double limits. This is a sure shot guaranteed topic asked in the exam, and no one should go ahead and skip this topic. It is very, very important from the point of view of the exam. Okay, let's take the first question. You try and do it with me. We'll begin easy and then we'll go towards the tougher questions also. Okay, try to do the first question better. The value of limit x tends to 2, limit y tends to 1, xy minus 3x plus 4 is. Give it a try. Try to do this yourself also. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and try this one. So first we need to put y as 1. ठीक है, पहले y को 1 equate कर दो. So when you will go ahead and when you will put y as 1 in this question, you're going to get x instead of y put 1 minus 3x plus 4 and limit x tends to 2. So you will go ahead and get limit x tends to 2, x minus 3x plus 4. And this is going to go ahead and give you 2 minus 3 into 2 plus 4. So 6 minus 6, which means 0. So yes, the correct answer to this question is D, which is 0. Correct. Okay. Let's go ahead to the next question. Try to do this one. Tell me the answer for this one, huh? If limit of a function fxy as xy approaches x0, y0 exists, then it is unique, not unique, infinite, none. Try to do this question. Anyone? Okay, A. But a recording of all these marathons are on the portal. If you're not able to find the recording, just quickly message Rohit sir on WhatsApp. He will send you a screenshot of where you can find it on the portal. Okay? All recordings are posted on the portal. Okay, that is correct, beta. The answer will be A, unique. So this is a property of limits. Kya property hai limits ka? That whenever we talk about the existence of limit, it has to be unique. Agar limit exist karegi, तो it must be unique. So the answer to this question is that is unique. That's the correct answer. Okay, try the next one. Give this question a try. Limit x, y approaching 1, 2 and you are given x square plus 3y square. Okay. So what should be the answer to this one? Okay, let's give it a try. So just replace x की जगह पे I will put 1 and y की जगह पे I will plug in 2. So I will go ahead and get 1 plus 3 into 4 and this will be 1 plus 12. So this will be 13. So yes, all of you are correct. The correct answer to this question will be A, that means 13. That is the correct answer. Okay. Now let's move on. Take the next question. Try to do this one now. This means does not exist. Whenever you see the word DNE, it means does not exist. Try to do this question. Limit xy approaching 0, 0, 3x minus 2y upon 2x minus 3y. Give this a try. Mostly you will see questions coming in the ratio form in exam. Okay, B. What about others? Anyone? So step number 1, whenever you see these questions, पहला step तो बहुत simple है. We will go ahead and we will put 0, है ना? तो 0 लगा के देख लेते हैं. So 3 into 0 minus 2 into 0 upon 2 into 0 minus 3 into 0. This is 0 by 0 form. This is 0 by 0 form. Now, whenever you see 0 by 0 form, and it is 2 variable. So what is the method that you can apply? You can check the limit along any path. किसी भी एक path के along हम limit को check कर सकते हैं. For example, the most common path along which we can check the limit, it is y is equal to mx. क्यों y is equal to mx ही क्यों? Because this equation, it passes through origin. What is my point, beta? Point is x, y, 0, 0, which means that the point that I am talking about, it is my origin point. This is 0, 0. And when I have to plot this line, y is equal to mx. So suppose m is 1. तो ये 45 degree line हो जाएगा. Y is equal to x का line हो जाएगा. If m is 2, then it will be a different line. If m is half, it will be a different line. Whatever be m, but y is equal to mx, it will always pass through this origin point. Hamesha. It will always satisfy the point that whenever x will be 0 in this equation, you will get y as 0. माने वो इस point से हमेशा pass होगा ही होगा. It will pass through the point of this origin. So if it passes through the origin and we need to check at the point of origin and we get a 0 by 0 form, so we can always check the limit along this path. So let us try to go ahead and let us try to check this limit along this path. कैसे check कर सकते हैं? Instead of y, I will replace mx. So I will get 3x minus 2. Instead of y, I will write mx upon 2x minus 3. Instead of y, I will write mx. Limit remains the same, that x, y are 0, 0. What will happen here, beta? I will get 3x minus 2mx upon 2x minus 3mx. I can take x common. From the numerator, I will get 3 minus 2m. I can take x common from the denominator. I will get 2 minus 3m. And this x and x will cancel out. So what will I get? 3 minus 2m upon 2 minus 3m. अब बहुत simple है. If you get this value as a function of m, it means this limit is not unique. Because as this m will fluctuate, जैसे जैसे ये m अलग अलग value लेगा, 1, 2, half, the value of the limit will also fluctuate. So it means that if it is a function of m, it is not unique. If it is not unique, then limit doesn't exist. Because limit exist ही तब करेगा अगर वो unique value होगा. So if it is a function of m, then it is not unique. If it is not unique, then limit does not exist. But if it is not a function of m, माने वो m का independent आ जाए, right? If it is not a function of m, so whatever value comes, that will become the limit. So in this particular question, we see that it is coming out to be a function of m. ये m का एक function बन रहा है. So if it comes out to be a function of m, I can say that limit does not exist. I can say that limit does not exist, and that's the answer to this question. We cannot use L'Hopital here. This is a two variable case, not one variable. Right? किसके respect में differentiate करोगे? X या Y? Right? We cannot use that. So it's a coordinate now. X is 0 and Y is 0. L'Hopital can only be used when you have a single variable. No, we cannot use that. This is the best approach to go ahead and apply this kind of question. Okay. Let us go ahead and let us take another question. Try to do this one now. Tell me the answer to this one. All of you are correct. Absolutely, this is an easy one. Put x as 0. Put y as 5/2. Answer will be 5. So B is the correct answer. Correct. Easy. Take it. Come to the next one. Now try this one. Very common question in exam. Commonly asked question. Very common. Now give this question a try. Tell me how you will solve this. Okay. How about others? Okay. Let's see. So when I go ahead and when I put x as 0 and y as 0, what will happen? 0 into 0 upon 0 square plus 0 square, 0/0 form. So therefore, I need to go ahead and I need to check along any path. So we can check along the same path, y is equal to mx. Okay, let's try along this path. So x, instead of y, I will put mx upon x square. Instead of y, I will put mx whole square. And x and y are approaching 0, 0. Not x and y actually. Y has been replaced with mx now. So only here you can actually just write that x is approaching 0 now. Your entire function is just a function of x now. Y is eliminated. So it will get mx square upon x square plus m square x square, limit x tends to 0. Okay. So now take x square common. M square upon x square common, 1 plus m square. Limit x approaches 0. This will cancel out. So you will be left up with m square upon 1 plus m square. Now notice that this is coming as a function of m. It is a function of m. It is not independent of m. So therefore, it is not a unique value. If it is not a unique value, then limit does not exist. Limit does not exist, right? So that is what will happen. Yeah, thank you for correcting. That is just m here. Absolutely. So limit does not exist. Okay. Come to the next question. Try this one now. So this is a new pattern now. Try this one. Give it a try. Over next 2-3 marathons, I'll try to take all possible cases of different two variable limits so that, we have covered every possible question from the point of view of exam. This is a most common topic asked in exam. Please don't leave this topic. Try this one. Okay. See. Achha, before we do this, before I go to this question, I have two questions for you. Limit x, let's take theta here. Theta tends to 0. Sine theta by theta. Can you tell me what this value is? Limit theta tends to 0, sine theta by theta. What is this value? 1, 0, 1. कैसे पता चलेगा? Now you can apply your L'Hopital. तो अगर हम यहाँ देखें, it will give you sine 0 by 0. Sine 0 is 0. 0 by 0 form. So you can apply L'Hopital. Differentiation of numerator will be cos theta. Denominator will be 1. Limit theta tends to 0. So cos 0 and cos 0 is 1. Always remember this rule. Always. ये rule हमेशा याद रखना है. This is an important one, that limit theta tends to 0. Sine theta by theta is 1. This is very important. Very, very important. In exam, इतना time नहीं है कि हर बारी L'Hopital लगाएं. Right? Although it's just a minute work. You differentiate numerator, you differentiate denominator, you get cos theta, you put theta as 0 and cos 0 is just 1. But you can just remember this thing. Similarly, can you tell me what is limit theta approaching 0, tan theta by theta? Can you solve this for me? Limit theta approaching 0, tan theta by theta. What is this? Okay. So again, try this. Tan 0 by 0. That means 0 by 0 form. So when it is 0 by 0 form, you will apply L'Hopital. Isn't it? If it is 0 by 0 form, you will apply L'Hopital. So differentiate numerator separately, differentiate denominator separately. So you will get what? Anyone? You will get the answer as 1. That is correct. Absolutely. You'll get the answer as 1. Right? Remember the basic formulas and the basic values of all of these, right? So we'll get the answer as 1. So this is another very important property. You can simply remember. You don't have to even apply L'Hopital every time. Just remember this. Just remember this. Now revisit the question. Try to look at the question now. देखो, ये tan के अंदर का angle बन रहा है. Try to think. And that same angle I am seeing in the denominator. So can I do something around it? Can something be done around it? What can we go ahead and what can we do? Can I take x square plus y square as some angle theta? Now, if x is 0, y is 0, so what will be theta? Theta will be 0 square plus 0 square, which means 0. So I can go ahead. Most of the angle questions will be solved in this way. Try to remember different types. So I can go ahead and instead of x square plus y square, I can write theta. And instead of x square plus y square here also I can write theta. And when x and y approaches 0, so my theta is also going towards 0. So I can take limit theta approaching 0. So this question from 2 variable has been converted to 1 variable, limit theta approaching 0, tan theta by theta. Tell me if there is a doubt. I can go ahead and solve that now. Hi, good evening, everyone. Sorry for the confusion that we had regarding the timings today. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do these marathons very frequently now. I will inform you in advance whenever we go ahead and whenever we do these marathons. The aim of the marathon would be to pick up any one subject and to go ahead and revise that subject thoroughly with you guys. Right? So the subject can be anything. It can be micro, macro, maths, stats, econometrics, anything. We will pick up on a subject. We will pick up on some questions related to subject and we'll try to revise that subject using those questions, right? But in the background, you go ahead and you continue revising your syllabus also and keep checking how many questions you are able to do in the marathon, right? The faster you reply in the marathon, which means that you are able to now understand the topic well. That's the idea behind these marathons. So go ahead, take this first question, beta. Try to do this question. Try not to take more than 5 minutes to solve any question. Okay. So this is the question. It says, an analyst is trying to estimate the demand for rice, and there is a model that is given to you, and the R square value is also given to you. It says the standard error associated with coefficient y is 0.1, that associated with p is 0.05, and n is 3. You're given another model, right? And you're given its slope coefficient, standard errors. And it is asking which of the following is correct. Which of the following option is correct? Try to do this question. I am posting some excellent questions in the question bank. So make sure that you also do the question bank. Okay. Don't miss on the question bank. Anyone? So the question is based out of dummy variable. And in this question, we need to see, so you're also given the R square value. That is an important thing here. We need to see which model is better. Okay, B. Others? What do you think? One very important point in econometrics is that two models are comparable only if their y coefficient or y variable rather is in same format. I can compare two variables only if my y variable, it is in the same format. What do I mean by the same format? I mean that, I should be able to write so if I'm writing my y side as this, yi is equal to beta 1 plus beta 2 x2y, then other model cannot be ln yi equal to beta 1 plus beta 2 x2y plus ui. I cannot compare the R square of these models and tell which model is better. If this would have been yi, agar dono hi yi hote, then the model which has higher R square is a better model. It's a better model. But in case you have yi in the different format, one is telling you yi and other is giving you ln yi. When yi is in the different format, then you cannot go ahead and then you cannot compare the two models, right? So if the dependent variable itself is different, then the two models cannot be compared. You cannot compare their goodness of fit. That is not something which is possible. So in this case, if you notice, in model 1, we notice that it is D here. And in model 2, we notice that this is D by N here. So my dependent variable is not in the same format, right? It is different. So since my dependent variable is different, I cannot compare the two models, right? So the correct answer to this question will be C, that the two models are not comparable in terms of fit. एक बारी दोबारा देख लो. Here I am saying that I would have had a column D. And I would have regressed this D on Y, on N, and on one more variable that is given, which is P. Whereas in the second case, I would have created a variable D divided by N. I would have got some values. And I have regressed this on Y and P. So the two models that I have in hand, these are different models. So if these models are different, how can I compare their goodness of fit? That cannot be compared. So the correct answer to this question will be C, that the models are not comparable in terms of their fit. I hope this is absolutely clear to you. Okay, try to go ahead and answer this question. Try to answer this question. You're given a model and it says that there is no intercept term and you're given the variance. So it is a model through origin. This is regression model through origin. You need to be very careful with the regression model through origin and what it means. Okay? Iska properties 150% it can be asked in exam. You have to remember its properties very, very well. The R square from this regression can be large. Least square residuals need not sum to 0. Mean square error is this. Least coefficient is this. Tell which of the following is not true. Okay. Which of the following statement is not true? B. Others? How about others? What do you think? Okay, B. Let's see. What are the properties of OLS estimators passing through origin? First, सबसे पहला, the first thing that I had told you, that is that whenever you write the formula of beta, this is in non-deviation format. It is in the non-deviation format. It means that this beta is given to you by summation xy upon summation x square, beta 2 hat. And when you have a regular model, yi equal to beta 1 hat plus beta 2 hat xi, in that case, beta 2 hat was in the deviation format. It will be in the deviation format. And when you go ahead and when you open this up, you will get this. Remember, we opened it in one of the lectures. You will get exactly this. You can try opening this up. This was the other formula that you had. You can just see this into this summation xi yi minus y bar summation xi minus x bar summation yi minus summation x bar y bar upon, you can just open the denominator also. Just do some changes here. जैसे mean की जगह पे summation y by n लिखो, take n common, you will get exactly this. So this is the formula in the deviation format. But in case of passing through the origin, it is in the absolute format. It is in the absolute terms. So when it passes through the origin, it is in the absolute terms. इसी से don't we know that at least the last option is incorrect because it is not in the absolute terms, isn't it? So we know that option D definitely is incorrect. It is not true because it has to be in the absolute terms. अब बाकी actually true है. R square from regression can be large. So we said that this R square, it has no meaning. It has no meaning when it passes through origin. It can be negative, it can be positive, it can be 0, it can be very large, very small. So this is correct. Least square residuals need not sum to 0. This is correct. The summation of the error term need not be 0. Summation of error term was 0 only when we had the intercept model. In this case, it may or may not be equal to 0. It may or may not be equal to 0. So this is correct. The mean square error is given by this summation yi minus y hat. Summation yi minus y hat upon n minus 1. No. अगर mean square error है, तो deviation will be from mean, not from y hat. Deviation should be from mean. So that is also incorrect, right? Sorry, mean square error. So this is the MSE. So this is the mean square of RSS, residual sum of square. This is saying mean square error, mean square of the error term. So residual sum of square. And what is the mean square of the residual sum of square? We have done this. It is nothing but summation ui square upon n minus k. In this case, what is my number of parameters? I just have one parameter, that is basically this beta 2. My model is this, yi equal to beta 2 hat xi plus ui. So I just have one k parameter. So what will happen here? I will get this is equal to summation ui square upon n minus 1. Right? You can put hat, this is sample. And what is ui hat? The difference between actual and predicted values. Isn't it? So I can rewrite this thing as summation yi minus y hat whole square by n minus 1. That means this is correct. This is the correct statement. This is mean square of the error terms, MSE, mean square of error terms, right? So this is correct. This formula is also correct. So the only thing which is incorrect is option number D. You don't only have to look at what is incorrect. The idea of these questions is to give you information about what is correct also. जो ठीक है उसको भी सीखना जरूरी है, उसको भी समझना जरूरी है, उसके नोट्स बनाना भी जरूरी है. It is important that you make a note of this, you make a note of this, you make a note of this, because this can also come in exam this year. है ना? तो हमें हर चीज को clearly we have to write in notes. Isn't the error term free of degrees of freedom? No. Remember, we had done an F test. In F test, we had written ESS, RSS, TSS. Then we had gone ahead and done mean sum of square. So we had done mean sum of square of explained, which was ESS divided by its degree of freedom. Then we had done mean sum of error terms, which was RSS divided by its degree of freedom. And then when we divided this and this, we got F calculated value. It is asking this. So it will be RSS divided by its degrees of freedom. Right? So no, we will have degrees of freedom there. Right? Okay. Any doubt in this? Anything else? Okay. The last part, let me explain. So it is asking find mean square error. Right? So mean square error, what was the formula of mean square error? It was summation ui hat whole square divided by n minus k, where k is number of parameters. My model is yi equal to beta hat xi plus ui hat. So there are two ways to represent ui hat. ui hat can be the difference between actual and predicted values. Error क्या है? Actual और predicted value के बीच का gap था. Or from this equation also you can find ui hat, and ui hat can be yi minus beta hat xi. Sometimes they can use this also in exam. Currently they are using this form. Right? Number of parameter k. How many k betas are there? Only one beta is there. So k is 1. So I can write this formula again, and I can say summation yi minus y hat whole square upon n minus 1. Upon n minus 1. This will be mean square error term. This is what they're asking. So this statement is true. You can call it like that. Absolutely. MSE is variance of sample error. Definitely. Mean square error is that. Yes. Is this clear? Okay. Anything else in this question which is not clear? Anything? Make a note of the formulas very, very well. Formulas will be asked in exam from regression point of view. Okay. Any doubt in particular? Anything which is not clear in these options? I'll move on then. Try to do question number 11 now. Try this one. Give it a try. Hi, good evening, everyone. Before we go ahead and we take the lecture on dummy variables, we'll go ahead and take some questions on econometrics and let's see how much we are able to do from some past year papers. Okay. I will also go ahead and add these questions. I'm going to prepare a separate question bank now, which will be called econometrics question bank for IIT and CUET. Right? I'll prepare actually separate because the type of questions are separate in econometrics. I'll prepare separately for IIT, GATE and CUET. So I will also add these questions and whatever other questions I find to this question bank also. Okay. Okay. Read out the question. Try to do this. For variable X and Y, we have the data. Summation XY is 350. Summation X 50. Summation Y 60. Mean of X 5. Variance of X4, variance of Y9, which of the following holds? Before you go ahead and before you try to attempt this question, try to see that this is talking about the value of beta. पहले दो option अगर आप देखोगे, it is saying 1 unit change in X is associated with 1.2 change in Y. 1 unit change in X is associated with 0.6 change in Y. Covariance between X and Y, regression of this passes through origin. It means that we need to go ahead and we need to find the values. So try to go ahead and try to find BYX, try to find BXY. So what do? When we have a model, Y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 x1. So इसमें ये what is beta 1? How do you find this beta 1? There are two formulas. Formula number 1, summation small xi yi upon summation xi square in deviation format. The second format, which is in the absolute format, so summation capital X y. मतलब ये वाला जो second formula है ना, you can also derive from the first formula if you just try to open this up. Suppose you don't remember the second formula. You just try to write x minus x bar, y minus y bar upon summation x minus x bar whole square and just open this up. So if you will open this up, what will you get? Summation xy multiplying this with this minus y bar summation x minus x bar summation y plus summation x bar y bar upon, when you will open this up, a minus b whole square you will get summation x square minus or plus first summation x bar square minus 2 summation x bar. So you can also, if you don't remember the second formula well, then you can also open the first formula and then you can do some tweaking around, कुछ changes कर सकते हो. जैसे like for example, you can write y bar as summation y by n, right? Because you're given summation y, you're given the value of mean of x, है ना? And then you can write summation x as it is. So you can make some changes around, but when you will be making those changes around, the other formula of beta 1 वो आपको derive हो जाएगा. So that is summation xy minus summation x summation y by n upon. Now this is interesting. So when I go ahead and I write the actual formula, it is n summation x square minus summation x whole square. But if you look here in the options given to you, you will see that there is variance of x given to you. माने जो हमारा denominator है, whatever denominator is, it is not matching this also and it is not matching this also. I need to convert my denominator in the variance of x. Only then I will be able to get the answer, right? So ये जो थोड़ा बहुत here in bits and pieces में you need to make these changes ना, that is what will make the question interesting for you, right? So what I can go ahead and do? Well, if I look here, can I go ahead and can I do something like this? Summation x minus x bar, y minus y bar, and denominator में I can just write summation x minus x bar whole square, divide and multiply by n. Then I will get this as variance of x, isn't it? So then this can be written as summation x minus x bar, y minus y bar upon, this will become the variance of x into n. Now you can open this up, right? So when you will open up the numerator, you will get summation xy minus y bar summation x minus x bar summation y plus, because x bar y bar is getting summed up, both are constant, n times x bar y bar upon sigma square x into n, right? So the point here is to tweak the formula. Formula को थोड़ा सा आपने alter करना है. And how will you tweak that formula? You will tweak that formula based on the information given to you in exam. What information is given to me? Now I know what summation xy is. This is given to me here. This is given to me. So I can simply plug in. I am given summation x as 50. So which means that I can go ahead and plug this summation x here, right? I am given summation y as 60. And I am given that the variance of x. So I am given that the variance of x is 4, right? So I can plug the variance of x here. I am given this information. I am given this. I am given this. I am given summation y. I can plug that here. I am given that the mean of x is 5. So I am given this information. I can plug this. I am given this information, mean of x. I can plug this. Now I need to find the number of observations. Very simple. I know summation x is 50. I know x bar is 5. So what will be number of observation? Summation x by n is 5. Summation x is given to me as 50. So it means that I can go ahead and I can say that 50 by n is 5. So n will be 10. Now I know what n is. So I can plug the value of n also. I know what n is. I can plug the value of n here. Right? And I know what y bar is. Because I know that summation y is 60. And number of observations are 10. So y bar is 6. So I know what y bar is. I can plug it here. It means I have filled in all the gaps. I have filled in all the possible information. So I can go ahead and I can also solve this now, right? Try to go ahead. I'm giving you 1 minute. Try to go ahead and try to find, using the same information, regress x on y and find beta x y. Try to do this. Try to find beta x y. Give it a minute. Use the formula of beta xy. What will be beta xy? Summation xi yi upon summation yi square. You're given variance of y. Convert this in terms of variance. Denominator in terms of variance. Okay, 5 by 9. Let's check. So I'll convert this in terms of variance by multiplying and dividing by n. Right? Now, if I try to go ahead and I try to do this, you see that the denominator has become the variance now, right? So I will get summation xi yi by sigma square y into n. Numerator you have already solved when doing this. Numerator you have already solved. So ideally you don't even have to solve again. So numerator you already know that what will happen when you will be opening the numerator. You will get this summation x minus x bar y minus y bar upon sigma square y into n. So summation xy minus x bar summation y minus y bar summation x plus n x bar y bar upon sigma square y into n. We have already found out number of observations are 10. We have found out summation y is given as 60. So mean of y is 6. Plug in these values, try to find the answer. Go ahead. So we'll get 350 minus mean of x is 5, summation y is 60, mean of y is 6, summation x is 50, number of observations are 10, mean of x is 5, mean of y is 6, sigma square y is 9, and number of observations are 10. Plug in these values, get the answer. Okay, so it's coming as 5 by 9 for all of you. Okay, good. So if it is coming as 5 by 9, we can go ahead and we can say that the correct answer will be A. For the first one, you were getting 5 by 4 as the answer. देखो यहाँ पे जब इसको solve किया था, you should get 5 by 4 as answer, 1.25. And here you should get 5 by 9 as answer. So yes, option A itself is correct. Option A is correct. But I will not stop here. Please tell me what will be the covariance between x and y. Please check this. Quickly do this, beta. Find the covariance between x and y. It will be very easy. Quickly do this. Find covariance between x and y. What will you get? They've just approximated that to 0.6 actually. That's it. So you're right. You will not get exactly 0.6, but they've just approximated that to 0.6. What is the covariance between X and Y? The covariance between X and Y will be summation small xi yi by n. Isn't it? Again, you have already solved for the numerator. Summation xi yi is this. Right? So every option is linked. एक बारी अगर आपने पूरा solve कर लिया, then you don't have to solve again and again and again. So this is your numerator. Summation xi yi. And what is this value coming as? This value will come as 350 plus 300 minus okay, good. Minus 300 minus 300 upon 10. Right? And what is the mean of y? The mean of y was 5. Sorry, 6. So mean of y is coming as 6. The covariance, if you solve this, it is going to not exceed 6, isn't it? So it means that we are going to go ahead and say that this option is incorrect. Option C is incorrect. And does it pass through the origin? How will we check this? How do we know if it passes through origin or not? How can we check if it passes through origin or not? Intercept 0. And how do I know if intercept is 0 or not? Find it out. So what is my intercept term? What is beta naught? It is y bar minus byx x bar. Y bar is 6 beta in this question. Y bar is 6 minus 1.25 into 5. Isn't it? Mean of x is 5. Mean of y is 6. Right? And we are assuming that we are going through this right formula and we are getting the answer as 1.25 here. So it means that here, if I try to solve this, is this giving me the answer as 0? If this is not giving me the answer as 0, it means that the intercept term is non-zero. This is the only way I can use to check this term. Right? So I will get 6 minus 6.25, which is not equal to 0. Therefore, we can go ahead and say that the regression is not through origin. The intercept term is not 0. Right? So the only thing we see here is that option A is correct. Why I wanted to evaluate all options is because in this kind of question, what if it comes as an MSQ question, multiple select question? So it is a good idea to go ahead and evaluate all the options. सारे options को आप check करोगे, and then you will go ahead and you will tell what is the right answer in this case. Any doubt, anyone, please ask me now. Any doubt? Okay, I'll assume we are fine. We will go to the next question now, right? So try to see this one.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. The aim of today's session is to take you through few of the questions from past years based on whatever we have covered till now in our classes. So, the questions are going to be based on these topics, beta, whatever we have covered in class. So we have gone ahead and done kinked ICs. We only saw this kind of question yesterday also. This came in IIT last year's paper. It was a NAT question. That means no option will be given to you. You have to simply give the answer. It's a 2 marks question. You have to fill in the blank, right? So that's the first kind of question that came in exam. Clearly, kinked demand curve is very important because you get a 2 marker question from it. So that's the first that we will discuss. Then the second topic that you should be very aware of is clearly budget lines. It is ICs. So, we will be going ahead and focusing on budget line and IC also. There are few questions I will be showing you. Within IC, we have gone ahead and seen Marshallian demand of different kind of ICs, right? So we saw Marshallian demand of min function, Marshallian demand of max function, Marshallian demand of substitute goods. So we will see how such questions are also asked in the past year paper and how to solve those questions. Other than that, beta, if you go to your basic videos now, you will see chapter on elasticity. Very basic chapter now. You must read that also once. In almost every exam, you will see question based on elasticity. So we have to be well aware of such kind of questions of what is elasticity, of how do we find elasticity using different methods. So you will find the video on your platform, but I will show you that question also comes in the IIT exam. So then see here, this is a quasi-linear function. We have gone ahead and done the Marshallian demand and Hicksian demand of quasi-linear function. It has come in IIT exam. Note that this is a substitute good function. We have done Marshallian and Hicksian demand of substitute good. That kind of question can come in exam. Then these are GATE exam papers, beta. Again, substitute good. But this is very interesting. It is substitute good with constraint. So I will show you how to do that. Then it is complementary good. And then this is what we discussed in the class, monotonic transformation. So let us go ahead and start taking one question at a time, and let us start solving these questions. As and when we complete a topic in our class, we will go ahead and take such marathons, and we will go ahead and discuss all the past year questions related to the topics that we have covered in the class. Okay, come to the first question. Beta, the utility function given to you is max 0.5 x1, 0.5 x2 plus min x1, x2. This is the utility function given. Read the question. It says she has positive income Y and faces positive prices P1 and P2 for good 1 and 2 respectively. P2 is given to you as 1. There exists a lower price P1 bar such that if price is greater than P1 bar, then unique utility function choice is to buy only good 2. So beta, you have to find when will a corner solution exist and when will you consume only good 2. This is what the aim is. But before we do that, as we have been doing in the classes, we should be plotting IC. With practice, this should not take more than 2, 3, 4 minutes for you to do the entire question. But because we are still doing this, let us just try it. So beta case 1. Kya hoga? When, please do it along with me only, when x1 is less than x2. If x1 is less than x2, clearly, if I multiply 0.5 on both sides also, 0.5 x1 will be less than 0.5 x2, right? So out of the two, what will be maximum? Clearly 0.5 x2 will be more, right? So maximum will be 0.5 x2. And out of the two, what will be minimum? Clearly x1 will be minimum. x1 is less than x2. So x1 will be minimum. So my utility function will be 0.5 x2 plus x1. When will this be my utility function? When x1 is less than x2. Now take the next case. Case 2. When x1 is greater than x2. But if x1 is more than x2, even if I multiply half on both sides, then 0.5 x1 will also be greater than 0.5 x2. Na? If this is the case, my utility function will be, so out of the two, what is the max value? The max will be 0.5 x1. And out of the two, what is the min value? The min value will be x2. This is if x1 is greater than x2. Then you can go ahead and take some values. So let's say utility level is kept at 4. If I will keep utility at 4, what will I get from the first utility function? I will get 4 is equal to 0.5 x2 plus x1. So I can just keep this like this. When x1 is 0, if I plug in 0 here, what will be x2? x2 will be 8. And when x2 is 0, if I plug in 0 here, x1 will be 4. Right? This is for the first one. Try a similar thing for the second case. So we can have 4 is equal to 0.5 x1 plus x2. When I will keep x1 as 0, x2 will be 4. And when I will keep x2 as 0, x1 will be 8. Right? So I have to go ahead and plot these two utility functions, these two lines. So look here, this is x1, this is x2. This line has the intercepts. When x1 is 0, x2 is 8 now. So 8 here or 4 here. This is the line. Let me just draw it like this. For this line, what is your utility equation? 0.5 x2 plus x. Better look at the second one. This line is either 0, 4 or 8, 0. So the line that I will be having will be like this. This is 4, this is 8. And this equation of this line will be 0.5 x1 plus x2. Right? Again, you can go ahead and find the kink line also by equating the two lines. So 0.5 x2 plus x1 is equal to 0.5 x1 plus x2. So you will get from here x1 is equal to x2. This is the line of kink you're having. Now, what did we do? We do that here you have x1 less than x2. And here you have x2 greater than x1. Sorry, x1 greater than x2 and x2 greater than x1. So when x1 is greater than x2, what is the equation that we have? When x1 is greater than x2, the equation is this one. 0.5 x1 plus x2. So we have 0.5 x1 plus x2 in this region. And when x1 is less than x2, what's the equation we have? 0.5 x2 plus x1 in this equation. So beta, the shape of the IC is much clearer to us now that in this case, our IC looks like this. What is this part equation? This is 0.5 x2 plus x1. And this is 0.5 x1 plus x2. What is your MRS in this case? MRS is MUX by MUY. So MU1 by MU2. When you will differentiate this with respect to x1, you will get 1. With respect to x2, you will get 0.5. Beta, 1 divided by 0.5 is 2. Here, dekho, the MRS is going to be MU1 by MU2. When you differentiate with respect to x1, 0.5. With respect to x2, 1. So you will get 0.5. So this has a slope of 2 and this has a slope of half. Now, I will not do all the cases. We have done this multiple times in class. Just come to the case that has been asked. When will you buy only good 2? So you will buy only good 2 if your equilibrium is here. That means somehow in my mind, I can think that my budget line must have been like this. Right? This would have been my budget line, very, very steep. Right? So beta, if Px by Py, this is greater than 2, greater than half. That means it is simply greater than both the MRS. One MRS is half and other MRS is 2. So if Px by Py, in other words, is greater than MRS, then what do I get? I get consume only good Y. Because good Y is cheaper. Right? It's given to me that the price of the other good is 1. So given that Py is 1. So I want Px by 1 to be greater than 2. Right? I simply want it to be greater than 2. It has to be very, very steep. So this means that I want my Px to be greater than 2. So the minimum value of the price for which I will be consuming only good Y will be 2. So that's the answer to your question. The minimum P1 bar, that is what it is asking. Price should be greater than what value? It should be greater than 2 for me to be on the y-axis and consume only good Y. So you see how, I mean, not every time the same will come. We have done so many different kind of kinked questions, right? And any kind can come in exam. But this is how you have to go about the approach. Now it took me 15-20 minutes because I was explaining you. In exam, you should not be taking this much time. You have to practice all those assignments, all those questions multiple times so that in exam it is quicker for you. You have to do 60 questions, right? So it has to be very quick for you in exam. Okay. Now better come to the next question. You can see how with time IIT has increased their level. 2023 people found the paper very difficult as compared to 2021. So this year it's going to be even more tough. I'm telling you in advance. Okay, come to question number 48 now. This says a consumer always spends 50% of his monthly income on food. Introduction of value added tax on food item has led to 20% increase in price of food, while his income has remained unchanged. Consumers' price elasticity of demand for food is. So beta, this is your expenditure or revenue method. Very commonly asked in multiple exams, not only in IIT, but in CUET also, in IGIDR also, multiple GATE also. This expenditure or revenue method is asked a lot of times. So what is this? This basically is, so A, if price increases, revenue or expenditure increases, or price decreases, revenue or expenditure decreases. That means they move in the same direction. Then it is inelastic. Second, when price increases, revenue decreases, or price decreases, revenue increases. That means they move in opposite direction. Then it is elastic. Third, when price changes, but your expenditure or revenue is unchanged, then beta, it is unit elastic. Now, our question clearly suggests that it is unchanged. I will always spend 50% of my income. My expenditure is always the same. And income is not changing in the question. So, if my income is 100, I am always spending 50 rupees on the good, 50% of my income. So this expenditure has remained unchanged even when you introduced the tax, right? So which means that it should be unit elastic. Elasticity should be 1. And that's the answer to this question. So elasticity should be 1. Okay, come to the next question. This was pretty simple. And you see this is 21 paper. Now it says the utility function given is x1 plus 2 root x2. So yesterday in the group, one of you had asked me, ma'am, will utility function of quasi-linear be always, will you always have convexity being followed, or will you always use the MRS equal to px by py equation or not? No, I've given you the example of exponent also, right? So you have to check that MRS should be diminishing for me to be able to use MRS equal to px by py. Only then I will go ahead and use it. Okay. So, okay.
Excuse
so
me,
this
ma'am.
is, yes. Yes.
In the previous question, the answer will be 1, but over there it's written -1.
Because this is demand elasticity, right, beta? So elasticity of demand is always negative.
Yes.
So this is a fill in the blank. Usually they will give you marks even when you write in absolute values. But yes, because it is elasticity of demand, it should always be negative. So it's a good idea to put a minus sign. Okay. Okay. Come to the next question. So utility function is x1 plus 2 root x2. And it says that you are initially consuming x1 as 10 and x2 as 10. And now it says income increases by 50%. Prices are unchanged. What will be the demand of x2? So let's see. Utility function given is x1 plus 2 root x2. Initially, x1 star is 10, x2 star is also 10. This is given to me. Now, prices are unchanged. Income increases by 50%. It is asking what should be x2 star now. But note that this is quasi-linear preference. And this part, it is coming non-linearly. So when we talk about the utility function, what will be my MRS? MRS will be mu1 by mu2. So when I differentiate it with respect to good 1, it is 1. And with respect to 2, I will get 2 into 1 by 2 root x2. So it will be root x2. If I equate MRS to px by py, I will get root x2 is px by py. So I will get x2 is px by py whole squared. X2 is not getting affected by the level of income. Whatever comes non-linearly is not affected by income. If it is not affected by income, then when income increases by 50%, it does not matter. The demand should remain the same because there is no M coming in here. This is what we saw. So therefore, the consumption of X2 remain the same. So X2 will remain at 10 if you were initially consuming 10 units. Exactly, you're right. It's a necessity because it is not a function of income. So therefore, the answer will remain at 10. So the answer to this question will be 10. That's the answer to this question. Okay. But now I will first take the gate questions, then I will tell you what you have to do with these questions. So come here to the next question. Trisha's consumption preference on biryani and pudding is given by x plus 4y. The price per unit of biryani is 2 and price per unit pudding is 3. Trisha's total income is 120. So let's just write this information down first. X plus 4y so utility function is x plus 4y. Px is given to you as 2 and py is given to you as 3. And m is given to you as 120. But if I don't look at the remaining part of the question, then what should happen? I know that MRS is MUX by MUY. So this is coming as, when I differentiate this with respect to X, it should be 1. With respect to Y, it should be 4. So this should be 1 by 4, 0.25. If I look at PX by PY, this is 2 by 3, 0.67. Clearly, we can see MRS is less than PX by PY. So we can see that we will consume only good Y. So if no other information is given to you, then we know that I should be consuming only good Y. That should be my answer. But now read the question. She faces extra quantity constraint. She is not allowed to consume biryani more than 60 units and pudding more than 30 units. Pudding is good Y. She should be consuming all of good Y. So how much good Y should she be consuming? she should be consuming M by PY. Beta, income is 120. Price of good Y is 3. So she should be consuming 40 units of good Y and 0 units of good X. Ideally, ये equilibrium होना चाहिए था based on substitute goods. But now it is telling me that she can only consume up to 30 units. So maximum good Y that she can consume will be 30. But the price of each unit is 3. So 30 into 3 is 90. Her income is 120. Minus she has spent 90 on good Y. So her remaining income will be 30. She has to remain on the budget line. So this 30 must be spent on good X. Price of good X is given to you as 2. She has 30 rupees left with her. So how much X can be consumed? 30 divided by 2. 15 units of good X can be consumed. So she can go ahead and consume 15 units of X and 30 units of Y. This is an exceptional question where you are given substitute good, but additionally there is a constraint on the budget that you cannot go beyond some levels. I'm giving you this as a homework. Just try to go ahead and, give some time and post your answers on the group. Can you plot the budget line in this case? It is very simple, but just try and plotting the budget line. So this budget line will have constraints. Constraint on level of X and Y, right? Taking those constraints into picture, just try and plot the budget. Okay, and then just give your answer. Okay, now come to the next question. This came in GATE 2022 exam. It says, Mr. Sharma's consumption preference for tea and sugar is denoted by min of X, 2Y. So U is min of X, 2Y. And it says in the price of tea is 10 and price of sugar is 10. So PX is 10, PY is also 10. And income is 900. M is 900. What is the optimum tea of quantity of tea purchased by Mr. Sharma? Very simple. We know this. So equilibrium is at the kink. So we should have X is equal to 2Y. So PX into X plus PY into Y should be equal to M. But X is equal to 2Y. So PX into 2Y plus PY into Y should be M. So beta Y will be M divided by 2PX plus PY. Income is 900. Price of good X is 10. So 20 plus 10. So 900 divided by 30. And this is going to be 30. So Y is 30. What will be X? X will be 2 times of 30, which will be 60. So pretty simple question. They have just asked Marshallian demand. But as far as I can think, from this year onwards, maybe they will shift to Hicksian demand. So you should be very convenient in also finding the Hicksian demand. In this case, again, a homework for you, beta. Just find the Hicksian demand in this case, right? Although it will be in terms of utility, just try to do that. Just give me some answer for this utility function, find the Hicksian demand. Okay. Now come to this question. Most of the students were tricked in this question. Why? They started finding the MRS and they started doing different things with the question. Let's look at the question. But the utility function, and we discussed this in the class also, is x square plus 2xy plus y square plus 4 alpha square plus 8 alpha plus 10. This is my utility function. Look that this is nothing but x plus y whole square. X square plus 2xy plus y square. So this is just x plus y whole square. Absolutely correct, Tanishta. It's going to be perfect substitute. Plus 4 alpha square plus 8 alpha plus 10. This is just constant. Just a constant. So ideally my root function in this case is u is equal to x plus y. Then I kept doing some monotonic transformation. I would have squared both sides. I would have added some constant on both sides where constant is this entire thing, and I would have got a new utility function. But in the background, the x and y part only constitutes of substitute good function. And now I'm given a constraint that 2x plus y is 10. So my px by py is going to be 2 by 1, which is 2. And my MRS will be mux by muy. If I differentiate this with respect to, so my root function is just x plus y, na? That's my root function. So x plus y MRS is simply 1 mux by muy. So this is going to be 1. I can see that MRS is less than px by py, which means you will consume only good y. You will consume only good y. No, beta. Monotonic transformation is always assumed to be increasing transformations, not decreasing. Although, had I subtracted this completely, I would have got the correct answer. But in case of utility, we assume that it should be an increasing transformation. Now, the original definition of monotonic transformation suggests that two utility functions, as long as they have the same MRS, one is monotonic transformation of the other, right? So even if I would have subtracted everything from here, when you would have found out the MRS, right? If that MRS is 1, they could differentiate it with respect to x, you will get 2x plus 2y. With respect to y, you get 2x plus 2y. So MRS is 1. As long as MRS is 1, we call it as a monotonic transformation. So definition wise, I just want to check this. But ideally speaking, you should have increasing transformations to the utility function, right? So to answer your question, even if it is decreasing, but MRS is same, you can apply the same. Okay. Okay, so coming back here, so beta, we have seen that MRS is less than px by py, so you consume only good y, and only good y means that y star should be m by py. Income is 10, price of y is 1, so I will get 10 here. The part here which I find is is a little difficult for students is that these are not MCQs anymore, right? In IIT, the last 20 questions that you will see are very tricky for students, not because they don't know, because they don't even have a way to check whether their answer is one of the 4 options or not. So that is why GATE and IIT have their own importance, and you should be practicing numericals a lot to get into those exams. Now, these were the questions that came in GATE and IIT, but I've tried to pick 2 questions additionally from DSC papers. DSC has asked a lot of these questions in the past. But as we know, DSC is now with CUET. There are less chances that CUET will give you that level of kinked demand functions, right? But still, basic questions like this can come. So let's have a look at this question. This is from DSC paper. I think this is 2006 or 7. Look at the function. Consider a consumer having utility function 2x plus y. Suppose px is 5 and py is also 5. This is given too. And m is 100. So practicing DSC will help you get into IIT also. That's the good part. So we know that MRS will be MUX by MUY. When you differentiate with respect to x2, with respect to y1, so you have 2. Px by py will be 5 by 5, which is 1. So MRS will be greater than Px by py, which means you will consume only good x. How much x? M by Px. M is 100, Px is 5. So 100 by 5, which is 20. So 20 units of good x and none of good y. That's the answer to this question. Again, you just have to remember this rule and things would be fine for substitute puts. I'm leaving this as a homework to you. I want you to try this. It's a pretty simple question. Let me just hint you on this one. So this says you're given 2 consumers and you're given their demand curves. But a market demand is demand of individual 1 plus 2. Many students make this mistake that they will simply add these 2. That is incorrect. From here, demand, when you find market demand, it is horizontal summation, which means I must find what is the demand of first person, what is the demand of second person, and only then I should add it together. So from the first function, if P is 20 minus Q, this is demand of person A, Abhik. So demand of Abhik, if I have to find QA, it will be 20 minus P. Both face the same price, but both have different demands. Similarly, if I look at the second part, it is given that the demand by Brinda is P is equal to 5 minus Q by 2. This is demand by Brinda, B. So if I solve for QB, it is going to be 5 minus P into 2. That means 10 minus 2P. I have QA, I have QB. Now I can add the 2 together. I can only add demands together. Many students will simply go ahead and say, okay, total P is equal to 20 minus Q plus 5 minus Q by 2. No, that's incorrect. You first find the demand and only then add. That's horizontal summation, right? So once you have gone ahead and found out the 2 demands, then you can add them together. So the market demand, which is represented by capital Q, will be QA plus QB. Demand by individual A plus P. 20 minus P plus 10 minus 2P. This is capital Q. This is the demand. So you have got the market demand. You have got the market supply curve given to you. This one. P is equal to 2 plus Q. See, Q is capital here because it is market supply. And now I have market demand also. Equate the two and find the equilibrium. So the first equation, the demand equation is this. The supply equation is P is equal to 2 plus Q. So Q will be 2 minus P. So just solve the two and get the answer for Q and P. So what is important here? Both are equal to P means, I mean, this directly to this, is it? No, we can't do that, right? So in the question, if you notice, this P is equal to 2 plus Q. So it is P is a function of capital Q. And here P is a function of small q's. So I cannot directly equate them. I have to go ahead and make this P also as a function of capital Q. And that happens here after I add the two demands together. Now P is a function of capital Q. So from here, if you can find the value of P, that will be 30 minus Q by 3. Then the other, this is the demand side. Supply side is 2 plus Q. Now, yes, you can equate the two with each other. But earlier you cannot. That demand is a function of individual prices, and this is the market supply, if that's the question you're asking.
The individual demand functions, can we equate those two to each other, like irrespective of the combined price, 2 plus Q?
No, we cannot. Because if we equate the two, we are assuming that somehow their demand curves are the same. We cannot do that. They face the same price, but it's at different, I mean, they're demanding different units, right? So how do we draw this usually? We say like this, that look, this is the demand curve of individual A. Whatever equation is given to me, this is A, suppose. Suppose some other equation says this is the demand curve of individual B. One can be steep, one can be flat. Now, if I were to draw the market demand curve, I will hold price constant at any level. And I will say, okay, if this is the demand of A, at this price, this is the demand of B, then what is the market demand? So at the same price, this was A, add B to it. So maybe a very flat market demand. I have to find this to equate to the market supply curve. That's what the process we are following. Okay.
Okay, ma'am, understood.
Okay, so that ends all these questions that we had to discuss today. Now, whatever we have, whatever I've highlighted, just do those things in the background. And then at 4, you will have your regular weekly microeconomics test. Try to do the test today itself. It will be based on utility preferences, and it will be based, maybe some other questions on budget line can also be asked. Okay, thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. The aim of today's session is to take you through few of the questions from past years based on whatever we have covered till now in our classes. So, the questions are going to be based on these topics, beta, whatever we have covered in class. So we have gone ahead and done kinked ICs. We only saw this kind of question yesterday also. This came in IIT last year's paper. It was a NAT question. That means no option will be given to you. You have to simply give the answer. It's a 2 marks question. You have to fill in the blank, right? So that's the first kind of question that came in exam. Clearly, kinked demand curve is very important because you get a 2 marker question from it. So that's the first that we will discuss. Then the second topic that you should be very aware of is clearly budget lines. It is ICs. So, we will be going ahead and focusing on budget line and IC also. There are few questions I will be showing you. Within IC, we have gone ahead and seen Marshallian demand of different kind of ICs, right? So we saw Marshallian demand of min function, Marshallian demand of max function, Marshallian demand of substitute goods. So we will see how such questions are also asked in the past year paper and how to solve those questions. Other than that, beta, if you go to your basic videos now, you will see chapter on elasticity. Very basic chapter now. You must read that also once. In almost every exam, you will see question based on elasticity. So we have to be well aware of such kind of questions of what is elasticity, of how do we find elasticity using different methods. So you will find the video on your platform, but I will show you that question also comes in the IIT exam. So then see here, this is a quasi-linear function. We have gone ahead and done the Marshallian demand and Hicksian demand of quasi-linear function. It has come in IIT exam. Note that this is a substitute good function. We have done Marshallian and Hicksian demand of substitute good. That kind of question can come in exam. Then these are GATE exam papers, beta. Again, substitute good. But this is very interesting. It is substitute good with constraint. So I will show you how to do that. Then it is complementary good. And then this is what we discussed in the class, monotonic transformation. So let us go ahead and start taking one question at a time, and let us start solving these questions. As and when we complete a topic in our class, we will go ahead and take such marathons, and we will go ahead and discuss all the past year questions related to the topics that we have covered in the class. Okay, come to the first question. Beta, the utility function given to you is max 0.5 x1, 0.5 x2 plus min x1, x2. This is the utility function given. Read the question. It says she has positive income Y and faces positive prices P1 and P2 for good 1 and 2 respectively. P2 is given to you as 1. There exists a lower price P1 bar such that if price is greater than P1 bar, then unique utility function choice is to buy only good 2. So beta, you have to find when will a corner solution exist and when will you consume only good 2. This is what the aim is. But before we do that, as we have been doing in the classes, we should be plotting IC. With practice, this should not take more than 2, 3, 4 minutes for you to do the entire question. But because we are still doing this, let us just try it. So beta case 1. Kya hoga? When, please do it along with me only, when x1 is less than x2. If x1 is less than x2, clearly, if I multiply 0.5 on both sides also, 0.5 x1 will be less than 0.5 x2, right? So out of the two, what will be maximum? Clearly 0.5 x2 will be more, right? So maximum will be 0.5 x2. And out of the two, what will be minimum? Clearly x1 will be minimum. x1 is less than x2. So x1 will be minimum. So my utility function will be 0.5 x2 plus x1. When will this be my utility function? When x1 is less than x2. Now take the next case. Case 2. When x1 is greater than x2. But if x1 is more than x2, even if I multiply half on both sides, then 0.5 x1 will also be greater than 0.5 x2. Na? If this is the case, my utility function will be, so out of the two, what is the max value? The max will be 0.5 x1. And out of the two, what is the min value? The min value will be x2. This is if x1 is greater than x2. Then you can go ahead and take some values. So let's say utility level is kept at 4. If I will keep utility at 4, what will I get from the first utility function? I will get 4 is equal to 0.5 x2 plus x1. So I can just keep this like this. When x1 is 0, if I plug in 0 here, what will be x2? X2 will be 8. And when x2 is 0, if I plug in 0 here, x1 will be 4. Right? This is for the first one. Try a similar thing for the second case. So we can have 4 is equal to 0.5 x1 plus x2. When I will keep x1 as 0, x2 will be 4. And when I will keep x2 as 0, x1 will be 8. Right? So I have to go ahead and plot these two utility functions, these two lines. So look here, this is x1, this is x2. This line has the intercepts. When x1 is 0, x2 is 8 now. So 8 here or 4 here. This is the line. Let me just draw it like this. For this line, what is your utility equation? 0.5 x2 plus x. Better look at the second one. This line is either 0, 4 or 8, 0. So the line that I will be having will be like this. This is 4, this is 8. And this equation of this line will be 0.5 x1 plus x2. Right? Again, you can go ahead and find the kink line also by equating the two lines. So 0.5 x2 plus x1 is equal to 0.5 x1 plus x2. So you will get from here x1 is equal to x2. This is the line of kink you're having. Now, what did we do? We do that here you have x1 less than x2. And here you have x2 greater than x1. Sorry, x1 greater than x2 and x2 greater than x1. So when x1 is greater than x2, what is the equation that we have? When x1 is greater than x2, the equation is this one. 0.5 x1 plus x2. So we have 0.5 x1 plus x2 in this region. And when x1 is less than x2, what's the equation we have? 0.5 x2 plus x1. This equation. So beta, the shape of the IC is much clearer to us now that in this case, our IC looks like this. What is this part equation? This is 0.5 x2 plus x1. And this is 0.5 x1 plus x2. What is your MRS in this case? MRS is MUX by MUY. So MU1 by MU2. When you will differentiate this with respect to x1, you will get 1. With respect to x2, you will get 0.5. Beta, 1 divided by 0.5 is 2. Here, dekho, the MRS is going to be MU1 by MU2. When you differentiate with respect to x1, 0.5. With respect to x2, 1. So you will get 0.5. So this has a slope of 2 and this has a slope of half. Now, I will not do all the cases. We have done this multiple times in class. Just come to the case that has been asked. When will you buy only good 2? So you will buy only good 2 if your equilibrium is here. That means somehow in my mind, I can think that my budget line must have been like this. Right? This would have been my budget line, very, very steep. Right? So beta, if Px by Py, this is greater than 2, greater than half. That means it is simply greater than both the MRS. One MRS is half and other MRS is 2. So if Px by Py, in other words, is greater than MRS, then what do I get? I get consume only good Y. Because good Y is cheaper. Right? It's given to me that the price of the other good is 1. So given that Py is 1. So I want Px by 1 to be greater than 2. Right? I simply want it to be greater than 2. It has to be very, very steep. So this means that I want my Px to be greater than 2. So the minimum value of the price for which I will be consuming only good Y will be 2. So that's the answer to your question. The minimum P1 bar, that is what it is asking. Price should be greater than what value? It should be greater than 2 for me to be on the y-axis and consume only good Y. So you see how, I mean, not every time the same will come. We have done so many different kind of kinked questions, right? And any kind can come in exam. But this is how you have to go about the approach. Now it took me 15-20 minutes because I was explaining you. In exam, you should not be taking this much time. You have to practice all those assignments, all those questions multiple times, so that in exam it is quicker for you. You have to do 60 questions, right? So it has to be very quick for you in exam. Okay. Now I'm going to come to the next question. You can see how with time IIT has increased their level. 2023 people found the paper very difficult as compared to 2021. So this year it's going to be even more tough. I'm telling you in advance. Okay, come to question number 48 now. This is a consumer always spends 50% of his monthly income on food. Introduction of value added tax on food item has led to 20% increase in price of food, while his income has remained unchanged. Consumers' price elasticity of demand for food is. So beta, this is your expenditure or revenue method. Very commonly asked in multiple exams, not only in IIT, but in CUET also, in IGIDR also, multiple GATE also. This expenditure or revenue method is asked a lot of times. So what is this? This basically is, so A, if price increases, revenue or expenditure increases, or price decreases, revenue or expenditure decreases. That means they move in the same direction. Then it is inelastic. Second, when price increases, revenue decreases, or price decreases, revenue increases. That means they move in opposite direction. Then it is elastic. Third, when price changes, but your expenditure or revenue is unchanged, then beta, it is unit elastic. Now, our question clearly suggests that it is unchanged. I will always spend 50% of my income. My expenditure is always the same. And income is not changing in the question. So, if my income is 100, I am always spending 50 rupees on the good, 50% of my income. So this expenditure has remained unchanged, even when you introduced the tax, right? So which means that it should be unit elastic. Elasticity should be 1. And that's the answer to this question. So elasticity should be 1. Okay, come to the next question. This was pretty simple. And you see, this is 21 paper. Now it says the utility function given is x1 plus 2 root x2. So yesterday in the group, one of you had asked me, ma'am, will utility function of quasi-linear be always, will you always have convexity being followed, or will you always use the MRS equal to px by py equation or not? No, I've given you the example of exponent also, right? So you have to check that MRS should be diminishing for me to be able to use MRS equal to px by py. Only then I will go ahead and use it. Okay. So, okay.
Excuse
so
me,
this
ma'am.
is, yes. Yes.
In the previous question, the answer will be 1, but over there it's written -1.
Because this is demand elasticity, right, beta? So elasticity of demand is always negative.
Yes.
So this is a fill in the blank. Usually they will give you marks even when you write in absolute values. But yes, because it is elasticity of demand, it should always be negative. So it's a good idea to put a minus sign. Okay. Okay. Come to the next question. So utility function is x1 plus 2 root x2. And it says that you are initially consuming x1 as 10 and x2 as 10. And now it says income increases by 50%. Prices are unchanged. What will be the demand of x2? So let's see. Utility function given is x1 plus 2 root x2. Initially, x1 star is 10, x2 star is also 10. This is given to me. Now, prices are unchanged. Income increases by 50%. It is asking what should be x2 star now. But note that this is quasi-linear preference. And this part, it is coming non-linearly. So when we talk about the utility function, what will be my MRS? MRS will be mu1 by mu2. So when I differentiate it with respect to good 1, it is 1. And with respect to 2, I will get 2 into 1 by 2 root x2. So it will be root x2. If I equate MRS to px by py, I will get root x2 is px by py. So I will get x2 is px by py whole squared. X2 is not getting affected by the level of income. Whatever comes non-linearly is not affected by income. If it is not affected by income, then when income increases by 50%, it does not matter. The demand should remain the same because there is no M coming in here. This is what we saw. So therefore, the consumption of X2 remain the same. So X2 will remain at 10 if you were initially consuming 10 units. Exactly, you're right. It's a necessity because it is not a function of income. So therefore, the answer will remain at 10. So the answer to this question will be 10. That's the answer to this question. Okay. But now I will first take the gate questions, then I will tell you what you have to do with these questions. So come here to the next question. Trisha's consumption preference on biryani and pudding is given by x plus 4y. The price per unit of biryani is 2. And price per unit pudding is 3. Trisha's total income is 120. So let's just write this information down first. X plus 4y so utility function is x plus 4y. Px is given to you as 2 and py is given to you as 3. And m is given to you as 120. But if I don't look at the remaining part of the question, then what should happen? I know that MRS is MUX by MUY. So this is coming as, when I differentiate this with respect to X, it should be 1. With respect to Y, it should be 4. So this should be 1 by 4, 0.25. If I look at PX by PY, this is 2 by 3, 0.67. Clearly, we can see MRS is less than PX by PY. So we can see that we will consume only good Y. So if no other information is given to you, then we know that I should be consuming only good Y. That should be my answer. But now read the question. She faces extra quantity constraint. She is not allowed to consume biryani more than 60 units and pudding more than 30 units. Pudding is good Y. She should be consuming all of good Y. So how much good Y should she be consuming? She should be consuming M by PY. Beta, income is 120. Price of good Y is 3. So she should be consuming 40 units of good Y and 0 units of good X. Ideally, ये equilibrium होना चाहिए था based on substitute goods. But now it is telling me that she can only consume up to 30 units. So maximum good Y that she can consume will be 30. But the price of each unit is 3. So 30 into 3 is 90. Her income is 120. Minus she has spent 90 on good Y. So her remaining income will be 30. She has to remain on the budget line. So this 30 must be spent on good X. Price of good X is given to you as 2. She has 30 rupees left with her. So how much X can be consumed? 30 divided by 2. 15 units of good X can be consumed. So she can go ahead and consume 15 units of X and 30 units of Y. This is an exceptional question where you are given substitute good, but additionally there is a constraint on the budget that you cannot go beyond some levels. I'm giving you this as a homework. Just try to go ahead and, give some time and post your answers on the group. Can you plot the budget line in this case? It is very simple, but just try and plotting the budget line. So this budget line will have constraints. Constraint on level of X and Y, right? Taking those constraints into picture, just try and plot the budget. Okay, and then just give your answer. Okay, now come to the next question. This came in GATE 2022 exam. It says, Mr. Sharma's consumption preference for tea and sugar is denoted by min of X, 2Y. So U is min of X, 2Y. And it says in the price of tea is 10 and price of sugar is 10. So PX is 10, PY is also 10. And income is 900. M is 900. What is the optimum tea of quantity of tea purchased by Mr. Sharma? Very simple. We know this. So equilibrium is at the kink. So we should have X is equal to 2Y. So PX into X plus PY into Y should be equal to M. But X is equal to 2Y. So PX into 2Y plus PY into Y should be M. So beta Y will be M divided by 2PX plus PY. Income is 900. Price of good X is 10. So 20 plus 10. So 900 divided by 30. And this is going to be 30. So Y is 30. What will be X? X will be 2 times of 30, which will be 60. So pretty simple question. They've just asked Marshallian demand. But as far as I can think, from this year onwards, maybe they will shift to Hicksian demand. So you should be very convenient in also finding the Hicksian demand. In this case, again, a homework for you, beta. Just find the Hicksian demand in this case, right? Although it will be in terms of utility, just try to do that. Just give me some answer for this utility function, find the Hicksian demand. Okay. Now come to this question. Most of the students were tricked in this question. Why? They started finding the MRS and they started doing different things with the question. Let's look at the question. Beta, the utility function, and we discussed this in the class also, is x square plus 2xy plus y square plus 4 alpha square plus 8 alpha plus 10. This is my utility function. Look that this is nothing but x plus y whole square. X square plus 2xy plus y square. So this is just x plus y whole square. Absolutely correct, Tanishta. It's going to be perfect substitute. Plus 4 alpha square plus 8 alpha plus 10. This is just constant. Just a constant. So ideally my root function in this case is u is equal to x plus y. Then I kept doing some monotonic transformation. I would have squared both sides. I would have added some constant on both sides where constant is this entire thing, and I would have got a new utility function. But in the background, the x and y part only constitutes of substitute good function. And now I'm given a constraint that 2x plus y is 10. So my px by py is going to be 2 by 1, which is 2. And my MRS will be mux by muy. If I differentiate this with respect to, so my root function is just x plus y, na? That's my root function. So x plus y MRS is simply 1 mux by muy. So this is going to be 1. I can see that MRS is less than px by py, which means you will consume only good y. You will consume only good y. No, beta. Monotonic transformation is always assumed to be increasing transformations, not decreasing. Although, had I subtracted this completely, I would have got the correct answer. But in case of utility, we assume that it should be an increasing transformation. Now, the original definition of monotonic transformation suggests that two utility functions, as long as they have the same MRS, one is monotonic transformation of the other, right? So even if I would have subtracted everything from here, when you would have found out the MRS, right? If that MRS is 1, they could differentiate it with respect to x, you would get 2x plus 2y. With respect to y, you get 2x plus 2y. So MRS is 1. As long as MRS is 1, we call it as a monotonic transformation. So definition wise, I just want to check this. But ideally speaking, you should have increasing transformations to the utility function, right? So to answer your question, even if it is decreasing, but MRS is same, you can apply the same. Okay. Okay, so coming back here, so beta, we have seen that MRS is less than px by py, so you consume only good y. And only good y means that y star should be m by py. Income is 10, price of y is 1, so I will get 10 here. The part here which I find is is a little difficult for students is that these are not MCQs anymore, right? In IIT, the last 20 questions that you will see are very tricky for students, not because they don't know, because they don't even have a way to check whether their answer is one of the 4 options or not. So that is why GATE and IIT have their own importance, and you should be practicing numericals a lot to get into those exams. Now, these were the questions that came in GATE and IIT, but I've tried to pick 2 questions additionally from DSC papers. DSC has asked a lot of these questions in the past. But as we know, DSC is now with CUET. There are less chances that CUET will give you that level of kinked demand functions, right? But still, basic questions like this can come. So let's have a look at this question. This is from DSC paper. I think this is 2006 or 7. Look at the function. Consider a consumer having utility function 2x plus y. Suppose px is 5 and py is also 5. This is given too. And m is 100. So practicing DSC will help you get into IIT also. That's the good part. So we know that MRS will be MUX by MUY. When you differentiate with respect to x2, with respect to y1, so you have 2. Px by py will be 5 by 5, which is 1. So MRS will be greater than Px by py, which means you will consume only good x. How much x? M by Px. M is 100, Px is 5. So 100 by 5, which is 20. So 20 units of good x and none of good y. That's the answer to this question. Again, you just have to remember this rule and things would be fine for substitute goods. I'm leaving this as a homework to you. I want you to try this. It's a pretty simple question. Let me just hint you on this one. So this says you're given 2 consumers and you're given their demand curves. But a market demand is demand of individual 1 plus 2. Many students make this mistake that they will simply add these 2. That is incorrect. From here, demand, when you find market demand, it is horizontal summation, which means I must find what is the demand of first person, what is the demand of second person, and only then I should add it together. So from the first function, if P is 20 minus Q, this is demand of person A, Abhik. So demand of Abhik, if I have to find QA, it will be 20 minus P. Both face the same price, but both have different demands. Similarly, if I look at the second part, it is given that the demand by Brinda is P is equal to 5 minus Q by 2. This is demand by Brinda, B. So if I solve for QB, it is going to be 5 minus P into 2. That means 10 minus 2P. I have QA, I have QB. Now I can add the 2 together. I can only add demands together. Many students will simply go ahead and say, okay, total P is equal to 20 minus Q plus 5 minus Q by 2. No, that's incorrect. You first find the demand and only then add. That's horizontal summation, right? So once you have gone ahead and found out the 2 demands, then you can add them together. So the market demand, which is represented by capital Q, will be QA plus QB. Demand by individual A plus P. 20 minus P plus 10 minus 2P. This is capital Q. This is the demand. So you have got the market demand. You have got the market supply curve given to you. This one. P is equal to 2 plus Q. See, Q is capital here because it is market supply. And now I have market demand also. Equate the two and find the equilibrium. So the first equation, the demand equation is this. The supply equation is P is equal to 2 plus Q. So Q will be 2 minus P. So just solve the two and get the answer for Q and P. So what is important here? Both are equal to P means, I mean, this directly to this, is it? No, we can't do that, right? So in the question, if you notice, this P is equal to 2 plus Q. So it is P is a function of capital Q. And here P is a function of small q's. So I cannot directly equate them. I have to go ahead and make this P also as a function of capital Q. And that happens here after I add the two demands together. Now P is a function of capital Q. So from here, if you can find the value of P, that will be 30 minus Q by 3. Then the other, this is the demand side. Supply side is 2 plus Q. Now, yes, you can equate the two with each other. But earlier you cannot. That demand is a function of individual prices, and this is the market supply. If that's the question you're asking.
The individual demand functions, can we equate those two to each other, like irrespective of the combined price? 2 plus Q.
No, we cannot. Because if we equate the two, we are assuming that somehow their demand curves are the same. We cannot do that. They face the same price, but it's at different, I mean, they're demanding different units, right? So how do we draw this usually? We say like this, that look, this is the demand curve of individual A. Whatever equation is given to me, this is A, suppose. Suppose some other equation says this is the demand curve of individual B. One can be steep, one can be flat. Now, if I were to draw the market demand curve, I will hold price constant at any level. And I will say, okay, if this is the demand of A, at this price, this is the demand of B, then what is the market demand? So at the same price, this was A, add B to it. So maybe a very flat market demand. I have to find this to equate to the market supply curve. That's what the process we are following. Okay.
Okay, ma'am, understood.
Okay, so that ends all these questions that we had to discuss today. Now, whatever we have, whatever I've highlighted, just do those things in the background. And then at 4, you will have your regular weekly microeconomics test. Try to do the test today itself. It will be based on utility preferences, and it will be based, maybe some other questions on budget line can also be asked. Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, take this question, try to do this yourself. GATE Economics 2025, question based on consumer theory. Try it. What do you think is the answer to this question? Come on, give it in the chat. Log Q is equal to log A plus 0.5 log C. You have to find own price elasticity of demand. Okay. All of you are saying D, huh? So let's differentiate. So if I do total differentiation, 1 by Q dQ is equal to 0.5, 1 by P dP. Okay. And if I take this on the other side, P by Q, dQ by dP will be 0.5. अच्छा, एक और चीज है, हाँ? This is also a question from econometrics. So if you go ahead and if you look into econometrics, maybe if some of you have done it, it's a log-log model. It's a log-log model. And for a log-log model, whatever this part is, 0.5 in this case, it is the elasticity. So we can go ahead and we can say that 0.5 is going to be the elasticity, right? That's the correct answer. Okay. So answer will be D, that is inelastic. That is correct. It's less than 1, inelastic. Okay. Look at the next question. Try to do this yourself, beta. Try this one, all of you. Question number 38, GATE Economics paper 2025. A constant elasticity of substitution utility function is given to you. We have done production function, same ही है utility function में भी. And a quasi-linear utility function is given to you. Which of the following statement is not correct? You go by each statement. So first tell me statement number A. Is it true or false? Just for statement A, you tell me is it true or false? Write the answer in the chat window. Is statement A true or false? Okay. So I will give you the easiest way to look at this part. Okay. So you see that it says delta less than equal to 1. You just put delta exactly 1 beta. So I will get 1 z1 to the power 1 plus z2 to the power 1. Mane your utility function will be z1 plus z2. Mane perfect substitute. Perfect substitute. What is a homothetic function? Homothetic utility functions are those utility functions in which if you pass a ray through origin, MRS should be unchanged. If you pass a ray through the origin, MRS should be unchanged. In other words, MRS should be a function of the ratio of the two goods, y by x. MRS should be a function of y by x. अब पहले या इस केस में z1 z2 है तो z2 by z1 ले लो. हाँ, MRS should be a function of z2 by z1. अब पहला केस देखो. The utility function is z1 into z2. So what will be my MRS in this case? MRS will be mu1 by mu2. Differentiate with respect to z1, you will get 1. With respect to z2, you will get 1. So MRS is 1. Can I write 1 as z2 by z1 to the power 0? I can. MRS is z2 by z1 to the power 0. So it is a function of z2 by z1. Alternatively, कैसा देख सकते हैं that if you have perfect substitute, तो इसमें तो MRS हर पॉइंट पे सेम है, कांस्टेंट MRS होता है. We have studied this. So if I pass a ray through the origin, चाहे इस पॉइंट पे देखो या इस पॉइंट पे देखो या इस पॉइंट पे देखो, MRS will be constant, will be same. Same MRS means homothetic. Same MRS means homothetic. Now look at the second part, which is your quasi-linear. So you have 2z1 plus log z2. If you find the MRS, MRS will be mu1 by mu2. Differentiate with respect to z1, 1 आ जाएगा. With respect to z2, 1 by z2 आ जाएगा. So it will be z2. So your MRS is not a function of z2 by z1. It's only a function of z2. It's only a function of z. So we can go ahead and we can say that this is a true statement. Any doubt in this? Anyone? It's a true statement. Okay, better look at the second part. Tell me what about B? Try to answer B. For delta equal to 1, CES is not strictly convex. Correct? It's a line. Line is both convex and concave. जैसे हमने delta को 1 plug in किया, we get perfect substitute. Perfect substitute is a line. Line is both concave and convex. Line is both concave and convex. So we can go ahead and we can say that it is true that it is not perfectly or strictly convex. Convex तो है, but strictly convex नहीं है. Line both concave and convex, neither strictly concave nor strictly convex. So that is a true statement. Absolutely correct. B is true. What about C, beta? MRS for the CES utility function and quasi-linear are dependent on both Z1 and Z2. Is it true? Absolutely. अभी हमने देखा कि जब हमने इसका MRS निकाला, it is only dependent on Z2. It is not dependent on Z1. So correct, it's a false statement. It's a false statement. Last one. When Z1 equal to Z2, MRS is 2 for both CES and quasi-linear utility function. So when Z1 equal to Z2, but Z1 and Z2 का कोई वैल्यू नहीं दिया हुआ ना बेटा. तो सपोज Z2 का वैल्यू 4 होता है तो इसका MRS तो 4 हो गया ना. अगर Z2 का वैल्यू 5 होता है तो MRS 5 हो गया. तो MRS 2 तो नहीं आ रहा है हर बारी. So automatically this statement is also false. So it was a multiple select question and answer C and D are false statements. C and D are false. Is it clear? Any doubt, anyone? Okay, let's move on to the next question. Try to do this question yourself. A Cobb-Douglas short-run production function is given to you, where K is fixed at K bar. The unit price of labor is W, and that of capital is R, and W is 12. Which of the following statement is correct? So you have to find out short-run marginal cost, average variable cost, to produce 10 unit of output cost, and the total cost. Start by telling me the first statement. Is it true or false? Start by statement number A, beta. Is it true or false? Give it a try. Is statement A true or false? Step 1, all of you find the total cost. Find total cost. I have just taught you in class today. Find the total cost. So hint, Q is equal to 2 L. K की जगह पे बेटा लिखो K bar under root. Square both sides. Q square is equal to 4 into L into K bar. L will be Q square by 4L. यही किया था ना अभी हमने in the class. We did the similar question. So L is equal to Q square by 4, sorry, K bar, huh? By 4 K bar. Now find short run total cost, which will be WL plus RK. WL की जगह पे put Q square by 4 K bar plus R. K की जगह पे plug in K bar. This will be short run total cost. Now it is given that W is 12. So instead of W, I will plug 12. So this will cancel and give me 3. So this will be 3 Q square by K bar plus R K bar. This will be my short run total cost. Now find the first part, beta. Find out short run marginal cost. Short run total cost, how it changes as output changes. Find it. Okay, all of you are saying true, so we will take it as true. Then find the other one. Find option number B, beta. So when you differentiate, what will you get? 3, 2Q by K bar, 6Q by K bar. So this is true. Now find the short run average variable cost. अब ध्यान से देखना, हाँ. So this is, because this is a function of output now, so this is variable in nature. This is my variable cost. And this is my fixed cost. So my total cost has 2 components to it. Total variable cost and total fixed cost. And my total variable cost will be 3Q square by K bar. So average variable cost will be total variable cost divided by output. So it will be 3Q square by K bar divided by Q. So it will be 3Q by K bar. It will be 3Q by K bar. So this is also true. Okay. Option number C now, beta. To produce 10 units of output, labor required is it true or false? To produce 10 units of output, the labor required is. Okay. Just put Q as 10 and find out. So if I put Q as 10, find out how much labor will be required. So put Q as 10 here. 10 square divided by 4 K bar, 100 by 4 K bar, 25 by K bar. It means that this is also true. Third statement is also true. Now tell me about the fourth one. For K bar 3, R4, total cost is this. For K bar 3 and R4, total cost is this. Find out the total cost. Okay, just put. So this was my total cost. This was my total cost. Now I will just plug K bar as 3 and R as 4. So what will I get? 3 Q square by K bar is 3 plus R is 4 and K bar is 3. So this will give me Q square plus 12. It will give me Q square plus 12. So this is false. So I hope you have understood well that how today's class can come as a full-fledged question. Whatever we have done in cost in today's class, as is, has been asked as a full-fledged question in 2025 exam. As it is. Kuch bhi alag nahi hai. As it is, the application of today's class has been asked. Right? So nothing different. Okay. So we'll take one last question for the day. Try this one better. Oh, just leave it. This is general equilibrium. My bad. We have not done this. Okay, we'll leave this. We'll do it after we do general equilibrium. Take care. So with this, we end the cost curves today. Now, don't get overwhelmed by the number of assignments that you see after today's class. Hoga, bahut sari assignments dalengi. But that is because I am covering assignments based on 3 joint topics: producer theory, cost minimization, and profit maximization. So you will see me putting a lot of content, but it is not to be done just before the next class. The agenda is not to do that by Wednesday. You take your own sweet time and try to do all those DPPs by the coming Sunday. Take the entire week and finish off those DPPs. Okay? Take care. Thank you. Test is on 8th August, beta. Full consumer theory, producer theory, market structure on 8th of August. I didn't count how many, probably 7-8 DPPs will be there. Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. Before we go ahead and we take the lecture on dummy variables, we'll go ahead and take some questions on econometrics and let's see how much we are able to do from some past year papers. Okay. I will also go ahead and add these questions. I'm going to prepare a separate question bank now, which will be called econometrics question bank for IIT and CUET. Right? I'll prepare actually separate because the type of questions are separate in econometrics. I'll prepare separately for IIT, GATE and CUET. So I will also add these questions and whatever other questions I find to this question bank also. Okay. Okay, read out the question, try to do this. For variable x and y, we have the data, summation xy is 350, summation x 50, summation y 60, mean of x 5, variance of x 4, variance of y 9. Which of the following holds? Before you go ahead and before you try to attempt this question, try to see that this is talking about the value of beta. पहले दो ऑप्शन अगर आप देखोगे, it is saying 1 unit change in x is associated with 1.2 change in y, 1 unit change in x is associated with 0.6 change in y, covariance between x and y, regression of this passes through origin. It means that we need to go ahead and we need to find the values. So try to go ahead and try to find byx, try to find bxy. So what do? When we have a model, y is equal to beta naught plus beta 1 x1. So इसमें ये what is beta 1? How do you find this beta 1? There are two formulas. Formula number 1, summation small xi yi upon summation xi square in deviation format. The second format, which is in the absolute format, so summation capital X y. मतलब ये वाला जो second formula है ना, you can also derive from the first formula if you just try to open this up. Suppose you don't remember the second formula, you just try to write x minus x bar, y minus y bar upon summation x minus x bar whole square and just open this up. So if you will open this up, what will you get? Summation xy multiplying this with this minus y bar summation x minus x bar summation y plus summation x bar y bar upon, when you will open this up, a minus b whole square, you will get summation x square minus or plus first summation x bar square minus 2 summation x bar. So you can also, if you don't remember the second formula well, then you can also open the first formula and then you can do some tweaking around, कुछ changes कर सकते हो. जैसे like for example, you can write y bar as summation y by n. Right? Because you are given summation y, you are given the value of mean of x, है ना? And then you can write summation x as it is. So you can make some changes around, but when you will be making those changes around, the other formula of beta 1 वो आपको derive हो जाएगा. So that is summation xy minus summation x summation y by n upon. Now this is interesting. So when I go ahead and I write the actual formula, it is n summation x square minus summation x whole square. But if you look here in the options given to you, you will see that there is variance of x given to you. माने जो हमारा denominator है, whatever denominator is, it is not matching this also and it is not matching this also. I need to convert my denominator in the variance of x. Only then I will be able to get the answer. Right? So ये जो थोड़ा बहुत here in bits and pieces में you need to make these changes ना, that is what will make the question interesting for you. Right? So what I can go ahead and do? Well, if I look here, can I go ahead and can I do something like this? Summation x minus x bar, y minus y bar, and denominator में I can just write summation x minus x bar whole square, divide and multiply by n. Then I will get this as variance of x. Isn't it? So then this can be written as summation x minus x bar, y minus y bar upon, this will become the variance of x into n. Now you can open this up. Open this up. Right? So when you will open up the numerator, you will get summation xy minus y bar summation x minus x bar summation y plus, because x bar y bar is getting summed up, both are constant, n times x bar y bar upon sigma square x into n. Right? So the point here is to tweak the formula. Formula को थोड़ा सा आपने alter करना है. And how will you tweak that formula? You will tweak that formula based on the information given to you in exam. What information is given to me? Now I know what summation xy is. This is given to me here. This is given to me. So I can simply plug in. I am given summation x as 50. So which means that I can go ahead and plug this summation x here. Right? I am given summation y as 60. And I am given that the variance of x. So I am given that the variance of x is 4. Right? So I can plug the variance of x here. I am given this information. I am given this. I am given this. I am given summation y. I can plug that here. I am given that the mean of x is 5. So I am given this information. I can plug this. I am given this information, mean of x. I can plug this. Now I need to find the number of observations. Very simple. I know summation x is 50. I know x bar is 5. So what will be number of observation? Summation x by n is 5. Summation x is given to me as 50. So it means that I can go ahead and I can say that 50 by n is 5. So n will be 10. Now I know what n is. So I can plug the value of n also. I know what n is. I can plug the value of n here. Right? And I know what y bar is. Because I know that summation y is 60. And number of observations are 10. So y bar is 6. So I know what y bar is. I can plug it here. It means I have filled in all the gaps. I have filled in all the possible information. So I can go ahead and I can also solve this now. Right? Try to go ahead. I'm giving you 1 minute. Try to go ahead and try to find, using the same information, regress x on y and find beta x y. Try to do this. Try to find beta x y. Give it a minute. Use the formula of beta xy. What will be beta xy? Summation xi yi upon summation yi square. You're given variance of y. Convert this in terms of variance. Denominator in terms of variance. Okay, 5 by 9. Let's check. So I'll convert this in terms of variance by multiplying and dividing by n. Right? Now, if I try to go ahead and I try to do this, you see that the denominator has become the variance now. Right? So I will get summation xi yi by sigma square y into n. Numerator you have already solved when doing this. Numerator you have already solved. So ideally you don't even have to solve again. So numerator you already know that what will happen when you will be opening the numerator. You will get this summation x minus x bar y minus y bar upon sigma square y into n. So summation xy minus x bar summation y minus y bar summation x plus n x bar y bar upon sigma square y into n. We have already found out number of observations are 10. We have found out summation y is given as 60. So mean of y is 6. Plug in these values, try to find the answer. Go ahead. So we'll get 350 minus mean of x is 5, summation y is 60, mean of y is 6, summation x is 50, number of observations are 10, mean of x is 5, mean of y is 6, sigma square y is 9, and number of observations are 10. Plug in these values, get the answer. Okay, so it's coming as 5 by 9 for all of you. Okay, good. So if it is coming as 5 by 9, we can go ahead and we can say that the correct answer will be A. For the first one, you were getting 5 by 4 as the answer. देखो यहाँ पे जब इसको solve किया था, you should get 5 by 4 as answer, 1.25. And here you should get 5 by 9 as answer. So yes, option A itself is correct. Option A is correct. But I will not stop here. Please tell me what will be the covariance between x and y. Please check this. Quickly do this, beta. Find the covariance between x and y. It will be very easy. Quickly do this. Find covariance between x and y. What will you get? They've just approximated that to 0.6 actually. That's it. So you're right. You will not get exactly 0.6, but they've just approximated that to 0.6. What is the covariance between x and y? The covariance between x and y will be summation small xi yi by n. Isn't it? Again, you have already solved for the numerator. Summation xi yi is this. Right? So every option is linked. एक बारी अगर आपने पूरा solve कर लिया, then you don't have to solve again and again and again. So this is your numerator. Summation xi yi. And what is this value coming as? This value will come as 350 plus 300 minus okay, good. Minus 300 minus 300 upon 10. Right? And what is the mean of y? The mean of y was 5. 6. So mean of y is coming as 6. The covariance, if you solve this, it is going to not exceed 6, isn't it? So it means that we are going to go ahead and say that this option is incorrect. Option C is incorrect. And does it pass through the origin? How will we check this? How do we know if it passes through origin or not? How can we check if it passes through origin or not? Intercept 0. And how do I know if intercept is 0 or not? Find it out. So what is my intercept term? What is beta naught? It is y bar minus byx x bar. Y bar is 6 beta in this question. Y bar is 6 minus 1.25 into 5. Isn't it? Mean of x is 5. Mean of y is 6. Right? And we are assuming that we are going through this right formula and we are getting the answer as 1.25 here. So it means that here, if I try to solve this, is this giving me the answer as 0? If this is not giving me the answer as 0, it means that the intercept term is non-zero. This is the only way I can use to check this term. Right? So I will get 6 minus 6.25, which is not equal to 0. Therefore, we can go ahead and say that the regression is not through origin. The intercept term is not 0. Right? So the only thing we see here is that option A is correct. Why I wanted to evaluate all options is because in this kind of question, what if it comes as an MSQ question, multiple select question? So it is a good idea to go ahead and evaluate all the options. सारे options को आप check करोगे, and then you will go ahead and you will tell what is the right answer in this case. Any doubt, anyone? Please ask me now. Any doubt? Okay, I'll assume we are fine. We will go to the next question now, right? So try to see this one. Hello, good evening, everyone, beta. So we will go ahead and we will start taking some of the micro questions today. We'll try to see how much we're able to cover in the next few days. The aim is to go ahead and finish the microeconomics, all possible questions of microeconomics using these tests. Okay. Look at the first question. Try to answer this question in the chat window. Economic activities cover only activities that result in production that are exchanged in market, only activities that people engage for profit, only activities that can potentially be delegated to someone else, only activities that are entered into the national account. What do you think is the correct answer to this question? Economic activity. What should be the correct answer to this question? Some people are saying A, some are saying D. Okay, so the correct answer to this question, अगर हम एक official definition की बात करें economic activity की बेटा, the correct answer to this question is answer number A. Any activity which is there in the market, right? Any activity which is treated in the market is called as an economic activity. तो इसका correct answer हो जाएगा answer number A. Okay. So an activity which is related to the use of scarce resources called economic activity, which are classified as production, consumption, investment, exchange, and distribution. So economic means anything which is related to activity which is dealt in the market. National account से रिलेशन नहीं है इसका. इसका रिलेशन है कि क्या वो मार्केट में हम उसको उस एक्टिविटी को कर रहे हैं या नहीं कर रहे हैं. Is price involved or not? That is the right answer to this question. ठीक है. Okay, beta, let's go to the next question. Question number 2. Try to answer this question. The optimal point on the production possibility frontier depends on efficiency, preferences, feasibility, all of these. Optimal point on production possibility frontier. Try to answer this question, beta. What does it depend on? Okay. Some are saying answer is D. तो पहले हम बात कर लेते हैं व्हाट इज प्रोडक्शन पॉसिबिलिटी फ्रंटियर बेटा. फर्स्ट, व्हाट इज अ पीपीएफ? रिवाइज क्विकली विद मी. पीपीएफ shows maximum possible output combination of two goods. मैक्सिमम पॉसिबल आउटपुट कॉम्बिनेशन ऑफ टू गुड. माने अगर मैं यहाँ पे गुड एक्स ले लूं, यहाँ पे मैं गुड वाई ले लूं, तो ये मेरे को पॉइंट ए बता रहा है कि हम मैक्सिमम गुड एक्स का x1 और y का y1 यूनिट प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं. सो दिस इज पॉइंट ए. सिमिलरली इफ आई टेक पॉइंट बी, तो ये बता रहा है कि मैक्सिमम हम गुड एक्स का x2 और y का y2 प्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं. राइट. So therefore it goes ahead and it tells us what are the different combination of two good that can be produced. समझ में आई ये बात बेटा? इस चीज में we need to understand that the slope of production possibility frontier, that is called as opportunity cost. That is called as opportunity cost. ठीक है. So what is opportunity cost? Opportunity cost is how much of one good you have to give up to produce an additional amount of the other good. हमें एक गुड कितना देना पड़ रहा है दूसरे गुड को प्रोड्यूस करने के लिए, वो अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट है. ठीक है. अब पीपीएफ में दो चीजें हमें याद रखना है. वी हैव टू रिमेंबर टू थिंग्स. द फर्स्ट इज दैट इफ माय पीपीएफ इज कॉनकेव, जैसे ये, if my PPF is concave, it means that I have increasing opportunity cost. And if my PPF is a straight line, it means I have constant opportunity cost. अगर हमारा PPF concave है, then we have increasing opportunity cost. And अगर हमारा PPF एक straight line है, then we have constant opportunity cost. Similarly, beta, rarely, but अगर exam में पूछ लें कि what happens if PPF is convex, so it will be decreasing opportunity cost. It will be decreasing opportunity cost. ठीक है? अब बेटा एक और चीज हमें पीपीएफ के बारे में जाननी है, दैट ऑल पॉइंट्स ऑन द पीपीएफ, all points on the PPF, they represent full efficiency of resources. Full efficiency of resources. और अगर कोई पॉइंट इनसाइड द पीपीएफ है तो वो हो जाता है हमारा अंडर यूटिलाइजेशन ऑफ रिसोर्सेज. और अगर कोई पॉइंट अबव द पीपीएफ है तो वो हो जाता है अनअटेनेबल. ठीक है, दैट इज अनअटेनेबल. अच्छा, अनदर थिंग, suppose they ask you that there is a technological growth, so what will happen? इससे आपका जो पीपीएफ है it will shift outwards. It will shift outwards. Similarly, if there is any economic decline, so PPF will shift inwards. PPF will shift inwards. Yes, beta. On the curve, on PPF, it means efficient production. It means efficient production. ठीक है, अब क्वेश्चन देखो. Optimal point on PPF depends on. So all of you who have marked the answer as A, as efficiency, that is correct. जो optimal point है वो efficient points कहलाते हैं. The points on the PPF, they are called as efficient points. ठीक है, so the correct answer to this question, it will be A, efficient points. Okay, बेटा देखो. The production possibility frontier refers to graphical representation of possible combination of two goods. Optimal production ensures that resources are used efficiently. So optimal production is related to efficiency. ठीक है? Okay. Now let's go on to the next question. Question number 3. Try to do this better. An indirect utility function is defined over income and prices, assumes profit maximization, is homogeneous of degree 1, all of the above. Try to answer this. So beta, PPF is not same as contract curve. The two things are very different. No. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर्व सिर्फ जनरल इक्विलिब्रियम में जो हमने पढ़ा था, दैट इज कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर्व. feasibility is not what defines point on PPF. जो पॉइंट पीपीएफ के ऊपर है माने हम रिसोर्सेज को एफिशिएंटली यूटिलाइज कर रहे हैं, दे रिप्रेजेंट एफिशिएंसी ऑफ रिसोर्सेज. ठीक है, ट्राई टू आंसर क्वेश्चन नंबर सी 3. ओके, ए सी डी. ठीक है, तो देख लेते हैं जरा बेटा. सो यू रिमेंबर व्हेन माय यूटिलिटी फंक्शन वाज एक्स वाई, इस यूटिलिटी फंक्शन को वी वर कॉलिंग एज डायरेक्ट यूटिलिटी फंक्शन. u equal to xy was called as direct utility function. And when we had written our utility function like this, m2px, m2py, माने m square by 4px py. When we write our utility function in terms of income and prices, उसको हमने बोला था indirect utility function. It was called as indirect utility function. So indirect utility function is a function of income and prices. So definitely beta option number A is correct. अब B देखो. It assumes profit maximization. No. When we are finding indirect utility function, we are maximizing utility. या फिर we are minimizing expenditure. So there is nothing related to profit. तो ये गलत है. Is homogeneous of degree 1. देखो, if I find homogeneity, degree of homogeneity, तो कैसे निकाल सकते हैं degree of homogeneity? You will put lambda m and lambda p. तो अगर हम यहाँ पे m की जगह lambda m लिखें और p की जगह पे lambda px लिखें हर जगह पे, what will I go ahead and what will I get? Lambda square m square upon lambda square 4px py. And beta, this will give you m square by 4px py. माने lambda will be cancelled. तो इसका मतलब तो ये हो गया ना that u of lambda m lambda p is equal to u of mp into lambda to the power 0. So beta, absolutely correct. It is homogeneous of degree 0. It is homogeneous of degree 0. तो ये गलत हो गया. So the correct answer to this question is D. It is not homogeneous of degree 1. Sorry, A. It is not homogeneous of degree 1. It is homogeneous of degree 0. So ये भी गलत है, all of the above. So correct answer will be A. So all students who have answered it, A is correct. ठीक है बेटा, come to the next question. Question number 4. Try to answer this question. The market demand function of a commodity is given by dP equal to 1 by P, where P is price of commodity. Which of the following statement about market demand curve is correct? The price elasticity for this commodity is different at different points. The price elasticity is different at different points, varies between 0 and infinity. The price elasticity is equal to 1 at every point, none of the above. Try to answer this one, beta. Try to answer it in the chat window. देखो मार्केट डिमांड फंक्शन हमें क्या दिया हुआ है, dp is equal to 1 by p. तो dp means demand. Demand can be written as q beta. तो q is equal to 1 by p. माने यहां से हमारे पास आ गया p into q equal to 1. p into q equal to 1. अब बेटा P into Q is what? Expenditure. Price into quantity क्या होता है? Expenditure. तो हम कह रहे हैं कि expenditure is 1. Which means I have fixed the expenditure. मैंने अपने expenditure को fix कर लिया है 1 पे. So whenever expenditure is constant. Whenever price changes, price ऊपर हो या नीचे हो जाए, but expenditure constant रहे, then it is called as unit elastic बेटा. इसको हम यूनिट इलास्टिक बोलते हैं. ठीक है. एक और तरीका इसको जानने का, इफ आई ट्राई टू प्लॉट दिस, अगर मैं इसको प्लॉट करूं Q इक्वल टू 1 by P को, ठीक है, तो हम कुछ नंबर्स ले लेते हैं. दैट व्हेन P is 10, then Q will be 1 by 10. When P is 1 by 10, Q will be 10. When you will try and plot this, तो आपको एक रेक्टेंगुलर हाइपरबोला मिलेगा. You will get rectangular hyperbola. एंड रेक्टेंगुलर हाइपरबोला का प्रॉपर्टी है कि इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड इसमें यूनिट इलास्टिक होता है. इसका एक और प्रॉपर्टी होता है कि इसका एरिया अंडर कर्व इज ऑलवेज सेम. और यहाँ पे एरिया अंडर कर्व क्या होगा बेटा? प्राइस इनटू क्वांटिटी. माने मैं किसी भी पॉइंट पे प्राइस इनटू क्वांटिटी, इफ आई फाइंड दैट आउट, यहाँ पे अगर मैं प्राइस इनटू क्वांटिटी करूं या अगर मैं प्राइस इनटू क्वांटिटी यहाँ पे करूं, or I do price into quantity here, I'll get the same number. Area under the curve will be the same. तो ये भी यही रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है that it is unit elastic, that the price into quantity expenditure is the same. So whenever your expenditure is same, जरूरी नहीं है यहाँ पे 1 होता. I can put 4 here, 5 here, 10 here, 20 here, कुछ भी लिख सकते हैं एग्जाम में. I can give you the function Q is equal to 100 by P. तो भी this is unit elastic, क्योंकि यहाँ पे भी प्राइस इनटू क्वांटिटी फिक्स हो रहा है 100 पे. द एक्सपेंडिचर इज फिक्स्ड. ठीक है, सो इट विल बी यूनिट इलास्टिक. सो यू आर करेक्ट ऑल ऑफ यू. द आंसर विल बी यूनिट इलास्टिक. ठीक है, ओके. Try to do this question number 5. In a two good world, consumer preferences over commodity 1 and 2 are represented by this utility function. The consumer income is known to be very high. Demand for good one displays which of the following? Substitution effect is negative, income effect is positive. Substitution effect is positive, income effect is negative. Substitution effect is 0, income effect is positive. Substitution effect is negative and hence there is no income effect. Try to do this. करो बेटा ये क्वेश्चन. Try to answer this. ओके, तो बेटा देख लेते हैं. The utility function is given by u of x1 plus x2. माने this is quasi-linear preferences. Yes बेटा, you will take it quasi-linear क्योंकि it's a, यहाँ पे this kind of utility function clearly represents quasi-linear. This can be anything. U of x1 can be anything. ये कुछ भी हो सकता है. Right? This can be root x1, ln x1, कुछ भी हो सकता है. Does not matter to us. But x2 में तो it is linear ना. Right? So this function is called quasi-linear. आप u of x1 को कुछ भी लेके सॉल्व कर लो. You take it anything. It does not matter. Okay? तो अब देख लेते हैं बेटा. So suppose if I take u is equal to root x1 plus x2. Suppose मैं ऐसा कुछ ले लेती हूँ. U is equal to root x1 plus x2. ठीक है? So now try to understand this thing that where is my equilibrium? कहाँ पे आएगा equilibrium? Where MRS is equal to P1 by P2. माने mu1 by mu2 equal to P1 by P2. If I differentiate this with respect to good 1, तो मेरे को मिलेगा 1 by 2 root x1. With respect to 2, मेरे को मिलेगा 1. And this will be P1 by P2. माने I will go ahead and I will get x1 is equal to P2 by 2 P1 whole square. P2 by 2 P1 whole square. तो यहां से मुझे क्या चीज एक आइडेंटिफाई हो रही है? I can identify from here that x1 is not a function of income. x1 is not a function of income. Whichever good is coming here, जो भी good यहाँ पे नॉन लीनियरली आ रहा है, it is not a function of income. है ना? तो if it is not a function of income, it means that income के change होने पे it will not change the demand. Demand will not change when income will change. Absolutely, that's correct. It's a necessity good, essential good. Right? Therefore, there is no income effect. कोई income effect नहीं है इसमें. So we can say that answer number D is correct. There is no income effect. प्राइस इफेक्ट बेटा हमेशा कैसे निकालोगे? प्राइस इफेक्ट टोटल इफेक्ट फाइनल डिमांड माइनस इनिशियल डिमांड. So the sign will depend on whether price has decreased or price has increased. It can be +2 or -2. उससे फर्क नहीं. You need to do final demand minus initial demand if you are doing a numerical. ठीक है. Take the next question. Do question number 6. In a two good world, suppose that price of one good decreases. Which of the following holds true? If it has not tell anything about income is high or low, then also I will mark this answer. Unless it says that price, I am not able to afford the other good. जैसे for example, बेटा if you remember in the class, हमने देखा था कि जब हमने है ना? I think there was some issue. So beta, I will be spending my entire income on good 1. So then my demand will be M by P1. Then there will be income effect. But वो सिर्फ तब होगा when X2 is unaffordable. Otherwise, अगर आपका income बहुत high है, so your demand for X1 will be this. And when your demand for X1 will be this, it means that automatically there will be no income effect. I hope this is making sense. This is answered for you now. Okay. Okay. Try to take question number 6, beta. In a two good world case, the price of one good decreases. Which of the following holds true? Slutsky equation says total change in demand is exactly equal to substitution and income effect. Slutsky equation says total change in demand is less than substitution income effect. Slutsky equation says total is more than substitution and income effect. Slutsky equation does not deal with income effect at all. Okay, that is correct. Most of you have answered it correctly, beta. एकदम ठीक बात है, आंसर होगा A. तो स्लट्सकी इक्वेशन बोलती है that price effect is equal to substitution effect plus income effect. Right? So absolutely that is the correct answer to this question. So answer will be A. ठीक है. Next question. Try to answer this beta. Suppose a person's utility function is given by uxy and good x and good y are perfect substitute. Then indifference curve are straight line, L shape, U shape, none of the above. For normal good, substitution and income effect is negative. Yes, they move in the same direction and we assume them to be negative. That is correct. Only if you go by Indian authors, they take the income effect to be positive. The foreign authors say that both substitution and income effect move in the same direction and they are negative. That is correct, beta. Clear hai? So substitute goods means uxy is equal to ax plus by. Okay. So in this case, your ICs are straight lines. So answer will be A. Correct. Answer is A. For CUT, what should you choose? This statement is correct. You can choose this one. Both substitution and income effect are negative and they move in same direction. ठीक है बेटा. Next question. Bread and apple are substitute goods. A sudden rise in supply of flour making bread will result in. This is very confusing every time for students. Beta, ये हर साल question it remains the same across for students. So, see, substitution and income effect should be moving in the same direction. And to answer this question, why it happens, just refer to the numerical we did in class. अगर आप वो न्यूमेरिकल देखो तो उस न्यूमेरिकल के हिसाब से और डायग्राम के हिसाब से हमने ये बोला था कि जब प्राइस डिक्रीज होता है तो सब्स्टिट्यूशन इफेक्ट बोलता है कि क्वांटिटी इंक्रीज होती है, और इनकम इफेक्ट बोलता है कि बिकॉज माय रियल इनकम हैज इंक्रीज्ड आई शुड इंक्रीज द क्वांटिटी, देयरफॉर टोटल इफेक्ट सेज दैट आई शुड बी इंक्रीजिंग द क्वांटिटी. माने when price is decreasing, both substitution and income effect are asking me to increase the quantity. है कि नहीं? And if you look at the numerical that we had done in class, उसमें भी यही आया था that both of them had the same sign. So if both have same sign, how can we go ahead and how can we say that they have different sign for normal good? वो गलत हो जाएगा बोलना. So we will adhere to this that both have same sign. ठीक है. Bread and apple are substitute goods. A sudden rise in the supply of flour making bread will result in fall in the price of bread and rise in the price of apple. Fall in the price of bread and fall in the price of apple. Fall of bread and no change in apple. ठीक है बेटा. तो देखो फ्लावर इज यू. अब अगर फ्लावर का हमने सप्लाई इंक्रीज किया तो फ्लावर का प्राइस जो है वो डिक्रीज हो जाएगा. फ्लावर प्राइस विल डिक्रीज. फ्लावर इज यूज्ड एज अ रॉ मटेरियल. आटे को हम रॉ मटेरियल की तरह यूज कर रहे हैं टू मेक ब्रेड. So when the price of raw material will decrease, there will be increase in supply of bread. Bread का supply बढ़ जाएगा. Factor other than price, may raw material is an important factor. So if there is increase in the supply of bread, demand of bread, supply of bread is increasing, beta it will cause price of bread to fall. तो bread का price decrease हो जाएगा. Bread and apple are substitute goods. So when price of bread will fall, then everyone will shift towards bread. सब bread की तरफ shift हो जाएंगे, right? So there will be a fall in price of bread and everyone will shift towards bread. Everyone will want to demand bread now. Is this clear? So it means that we can go ahead and we can say that the price of bread will fall. But we cannot say anything about apple. आप एप्पल मार्केट के बारे में भी कुछ नहीं बोल सकते. So you cannot say what will happen to the price of apple. हमारा सारा एनालिसिस अराउंड द प्राइस ऑफ ब्रेड रहा है, right? So answer should be C. There will be fall in price of bread, but we have no change in price of apple. अभी के लिए एप्पल मार्केट में कोई असर नहीं हुआ, right? Okay, so answer will be C. Next question, beta. Try to do this one. The utility function of a consumer is given by this, where x1 and x2 denote utility. ux1, ux2 denote utility. ठीक है? Amount of good 1 and good 2 respectively. Unit price of good 1 and good 2 are 1 and 3. Consumer income is 300. Consumer attains equilibrium at. करो बेटा. Utility function दिया हुआ है 3x1 plus x2. Price of good 1 है 1. Price of good 2 है 3. Income दिया हुआ है 300. Find equilibrium. No, beta, no. Income effect less than substitution effect for normal good? No. We have not seen the magnitude of income and substitution effect for normal good. Refer to what we have done in class. हमने magnitude की बात ही नहीं की है वहां पे. We have talked about magnitude only in given and inferior goods. We have not talked about magnitude of income and substitution effect in normal good. Please don't take magnitude into consideration. Can't we say demand for apple decreases? Here in this question, we can say that the demand of apple will decrease, but we are not sure. क्योंकि जब price of bread decrease हुआ, अगर इसके बाद भी price of bread is still more than price of apple, फिर क्या करेंगे हम? Suppose पहले price of bread 10 था, price of apple 4 था. अब जब price of bread decrease हुआ, तो price of bread suppose 6 हो गया. Still price of apple is less than price of bread. So we cannot say with certainty that price of apple, has been now more than price of bread. या demand of apple पे क्या फर्क पड़ेगा? We cannot say that. Beta, don't follow HL Ahuja. Follow lecture notes, please. That will not decrease the demand of apple. I just gave you an example. They are substitute goods. But when price of bread is decreasing, there can still be a case where price of apple can be lower than price of bread. तो जरूरी नहीं है कि demand of apple decrease होगा ही होगा. You cannot say that. No. ठीक है, let's try this question. So beta, when we talk about this is a substitute good utility function. तो यहाँ पे MRS क्या होगा? MU1 by MU2. If I differentiate with respect to good 1, x1, 1 आएगा. Yeah, you can do it 3 also, up to you. With respect to x2 तो भी 3 आएगा. So this will give you the answer as 1. MRS is 1. Now beta find out P1 by P2. P1 by P2 will be 1 by 3. So compare. MRS is greater than P1 by P2. ये 0.33 है. So if MRS is greater than P1 by P2, you will consume only good 1. If you will consume only good 1, तो good 1 का कितना consumption हो जाएगा? M by P1. And what will be consumption of good 2? 0 units. You are given income is 300. Price is 1. So 300. So it will be 300, 0. So answer will be D. 300, 0. How to know substitution and price effect for any utility function? But वो पूरा जो हमने numericals किए class में, you need to revise those, in which we have done in detail how to find substitution and income effect for normal good, inferior good, for well-defined utility function, min, max. वो सारे example एक बारी देख लो, ठीक है? Okay, do this question now. If the absolute value of price elasticity of demand is greater than 1, we must have, if price increases by 1%, quantity demanded will decrease by less than 1%. Price decreases by 1%, quantity will increase by less than 1%. Price of X increases, expenditure will increase. None of the above. Try to answer this question. Question number 10. Question number 10. Absolute value of price elasticity is greater than 1. तो इसमें क्या कर सकते हैं? What is price elasticity formula? Percentage change in quantity demanded due to percentage change in price. बेटा ये greater than 1 है. It means percentage change in quantity demanded greater than percentage change in price है. So if price increases by 1%, तो percentage change in quantity demanded should be more than 1. Should be more than 1. तो ये गलत हो गया. If price decreases by 1%, quantity demanded will increase by more than 1. ये भी गलत हो गया. If price of X increases, expenditure will increase. तो बेटा when price increases and expenditure increases, it means price and expenditure are moving in same direction. Price and expenditure are moving in same direction. ठीक है. So what will be the elasticity when price and expenditure move in the same direction? What can you say about elasticity? It is going to be less than 1. Inelastic. It means that that is also not correct. So answer will be none of the above. D. ठीक है बेटा. Do the next question. Suppose price elasticity of demand of good X is 0.2. If price of X rises by 2.8%, what will be its effect on total expenditure? Expenditure will fall by 5.6%. Expenditure will rise by 5.6%. Expenditure will rise by 2.2%. Expenditure will fall by 2.2%. Try to answer question number 11. Try to answer question number 11. What will be the answer to question number 11, beta? So total expenditure. Expenditure को हम कैसे लिख सकते हैं? Price into quantity. माने अगर मेरे को इसको परसेंटेज चेंज में लिखना है, तो परसेंटेज चेंज इन एक्सपेंडिचर कैन बी परसेंटेज चेंज इन प्राइस प्लस percentage change in quantity. Percentage change in price plus percentage change in quantity. Now try to do this, beta. अब देखो, price elasticity of demand is given as 0.2. तो percentage change in quantity due to percentage change in price, this is given as 0.2. ठीक है. अब यहाँ पे ना, this is a little tricky to kind of solve this. क्योंकि यूजुअली क्या होता है कि whenever you are given the price elasticity of demand, तो we assume that the price elasticity of demand should be negative, क्योंकि डिमांड का प्राइस इलास्टिसिटी है. So thinking that it is a normal good, you should be putting a negative sign बेटा. ठीक है. यूजुअली एग्जाम में वैसे -0.2 दिया होना चाहिए, बट इफ नथिंग इज मेंशन्ड वी विल एज्यूम इट टू बी अ नॉर्मल गुड एंड हम -0.2 करेंगे उसे. प्राइस इंक्रीजेस बाय 2.8%. So percent change in quantity upon 2.8 is -0.2. तो यहां से you will find percentage change in quantity, which will be 2.8 into 0.2 with a negative sign. With a negative sign. ठीक है. ये थोड़ा सा बस इस चीज को हमें देखना होगा कि if it is demand elasticity, then we should be going ahead and we should be putting a negative sign with it. Right? So this will give you the answer as -0.56. Now you can put it here. So this is going to be 2.8 क्योंकि percentage change in price is positive. And यहाँ पे change in quantity negative है, -0.56. So 2.8 minus 0.56 is approximately 2.24. So it means that expenditure is going to be 2.24. Percentage change in expenditure will be 2.24. And because यहाँ पे एक positive sign आ रहा है, answer will be C. This is an approximate formula you can use. ठीक है. Answer will be C to this question. ठीक है. Question number 12. Try this beta. Suppose there are three alternative X, Y, and Z, and four individual 1, 2, 3, and 4. Individuals ranking or ordering of alternative is given by individual 1 X, Y, Z, individual 2 Y, Z, X, individual 3 Z, X, Y, individual 4 X, Y, Z. Then the set of Pareto optimal alternative is. Try to answer this. Try to answer question number 12. It is an interesting but easy question. बेटा देखो, इंडिविजुअल 1 X को Y के ऊपर और Y को Z के ऊपर प्रेफर करता है. इंडिविजुअल 2 Y को Z के ऊपर और Z को X के ऊपर प्रेफर करता है. इंडिविजुअल 3 Z को X के ऊपर और X को Y के ऊपर प्रेफर करता है. और इंडिविजुअल 4 X को Y के ऊपर और Y को Z के ऊपर प्रेफर करता है. राइट. So you need to go ahead and you need to answer that what is the set of Pareto optimal alternatives? X, Y. What is Pareto optimal alternative, beta? In which it is impossible to make one individual better off without making other worse off. हमें कुछ ऐसा चूज करना है कि हम किसी एक को बेटर करने के लिए दूसरे का यूटिलिटी को डिक्रीज करें. ठीक है. So which of the following is the set of Pareto optimal alternative? That is what we have to decide. The correct answer to this question will be answer number C. YZ. YZ. ठीक है. Why YZ is the correct option is what I am leaving you as a homework now. ठीक है. So I have given you the answer to this question. You have to tell me why it should be the Pareto optimal alternative. Okay. I have given you a hint also. Okay. Try to answer it in the Telegram group beta. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Today we will go ahead and we will practice a mock test. Okay. So what we are going to go ahead and do is the following. I will give you questions for ISI PEA 2023 paper. And to solve each question, I will give you 5 minutes. In those 5 minutes, you have to go ahead. It's like an exam based pattern, right? So on the spot, you have to go ahead and you have to attempt that question. After you attempt the question, you can go ahead and post your answer in the chat. And then I will go ahead and I will tell you the correct answer and the correct way to solve it. For each question, I will give you exactly 5 minutes to solve. You have to solve that within 5 minutes. Is that clear? Okay. So now what we are going to go ahead and do is we will begin with the first question. This is your first question of the day. And I am going to go ahead and begin the timer for you. You will be given 5 minutes to solve this question. You can go ahead and answer in the chat window. Let us start with the first question. Here it goes. The set of all values of lambda for which the system of linear equation, 3 equations are given to you, has a non-trivial solution. So you have to go ahead and tell when will this set have a non-trivial solution. For what values of lambda will it have a non-trivial solution? The options are lambda has 2 elements, lambda contains more than 2 elements, it is a singleton set, or it is an empty set. I'm giving you 5 minutes to answer this question. As you can see, in the window, the time is ticking by. Go ahead and try to answer this question. And then I will tell you the answer to this question. So you have to go ahead and tell what are the set of all values of lambda for which you will have a non-trivial solution. Please solve it. You can go ahead, post your answer in the window so that we know whether you're attempting it correctly or not. Last 1 minute left for you to solve this. Then I will answer it for you. Okay, time's up. Let us go ahead and see how we can solve this kind of question. And these are the kind of question that will definitely come in exam. So you are given these three equations, and first of all, your aim should be to make the right hand side equal to 0. So what I will do is I will bring everything on the left hand side. I will rewrite these equations so that I have everything on the left hand side. So just think about it. The right hand side says lambda x. Bring lambda x on the left hand side. So you will rewrite this equation like this. Can you see this? This is 1 minus lambda x. So I have taken this lambda x onto the left hand side. Similarly, lambda y can be taken onto the left hand side. So I will now have 2 minus lambda y. And the other was anyways 0. So I have rewritten these three equations. How? The three equations are rewritten such that the right hand side should be 0. I hope this is making sense. Now, after you go ahead and make the right hand side 0, what is the thing required for a non-trivial solution? Very simple. We want that the determinant should be 0. So why am I saying this? Look here. See, whenever you have three equations, please remember this, revise with me. Whenever you have three equations and the equations are of this format, a1x plus b1y plus c1z equal to 0, a2x plus b2y plus c2z is equal to 0, a3x plus b3y plus c3z equal to 0. Whenever you have these three equations which have the right hand side 0, for a non-trivial solution, you want that the determinant should be 0. So in this case also, when I rewrote these equations, I wanted that the determinant should be 0. So you just have to find the determinant beta and equate it to 0. Now it's very simple, just solve for the determinant. So when you solve for the determinant, this is how you can go ahead and find the determinant of the matrix and equate it to 0. When you do that, you will get lambda minus 1 whole cube equal to 0. So lambda's value will be 1. Very, very simple question. The only thing that you have to think is, when is there a non-trivial solution? A non-trivial solution will exist when the determinant of these equations, when I write it in the matrix form, its determinant should be equal to 0. So when you solve for it, the only value of lambda that gives you the determinant 0 is 1. So the answer to this question beta should be that it is just one value of lambda. It's singleton, and the value of lambda is 1. I hope this is clear. It is an important question from exam point of view. Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead and show you the next question. I will give you 5 minutes to solve this question again, and then I will start with the answer. So I'm starting the timer. Go ahead and solve this question. If P and Q are positive real number such that P square plus Q square is 1, then what is the maximum value of P plus Q? 4 values are given to you. Again, just think about it. P and Q are positive real number, only positive. P square plus Q square is 1. What is the maximum value of P plus Q? 5 minutes, go ahead and solve this question. Okay, I'm eagerly waiting. If few of you have solved it, please post your answer in the chat window. Let's see, it's okay. There is nothing to be scared of. We should be practicing together. So go ahead and answer it in the chat window. Whatever you think is the answer. P and Q are real numbers such that P square plus Q square is 1. What is the maximum value of P plus Q? Okay, so students are saying that the answer should be D. Let's have a look and see if that's the correct answer or not. Now, this is a very interesting question. In this question, beta, you have to go ahead and apply the AM-GM inequality. What do I mean by AM-GM inequality? Arithmetic mean, geometric mean inequality. Let my first number be P square. Let my second number be Q square. So when I talk about AM, arithmetic mean, it will be P square plus Q square by 2. All of us agree? Mean is nothing but sum of 2 digits divided by the number of digits. So P square plus Q square by 2 will be AM. What will be GM? GM is given by the first number into second number to the power of that root, right? So if there are two numbers, I have to do a square root. So it will be P square Q square under root. So when I do P square Q square under root, I will get PQ. This means that P square plus Q square plus 2 beta, which is nothing but my arithmetic mean, this has to be greater than equal to PQ. Okay. Now, this implies, if I just solve for it, that PQ will be less than equal to half. So why have I got PQ less than equal to half? Because it is clearly given to me, beta, that P square plus Q square is 1. So if P square plus Q square is 1, then can I not just go ahead and can I not just put instead of P square plus Q square 1 here? And if I put 1 here, I will just get this as 1 by 2. So what I will have is that 1 by 2 is greater than equal to half. Now, all of us know that P plus Q whole square can be written as P square plus Q square plus 2PQ. P square plus Q square is given to me as 1. So this I will replace with 1. And this I will write simply as 2PQ. But beta, PQ is less than equal to half. So 2PQ will be less than equal to 1. So if PQ is less than equal to half, I can simply write that 2PQ will be less than equal to 1. So that means this entire thing will be less than equal to 1 plus 1. So this entire thing will be less than equal to 2. So P plus Q whole square will be less than equal to 2. So that means P plus Q will be less than equal to root 2. That's the answer to this question. So very, very simple. We have to, I'm using two things here. First, the AM-GM inequality, which says that arithmetic mean, so we used this first, that arithmetic mean is greater than equal to geometric mean. And second, I just used a basic thing of P plus Q whole square to solve this question. That's it. Okay. So now let's move on. This is a question from macroeconomics. I have picked a relatively easy question. Let's see if you're able to solve this or not. I'm going to start the timer. I will give you 5 minutes to solve this question. The question is as follows. Okay, so suppose an economy's national accounts are given to you. GDP is 100. Consumption is 70. Investment 40. Government expenditure 20. NFP 0. And EX, exports 20. Find the savings rate of this economy. So you have to find the savings rate of this economy. Okay, one answer that we have received is C. Just a hint here, see that you are given exports only. Import value is missing from this question. Think about it now. Okay, time's up. Let us go ahead and let us try to solve this question on our own now. So, beta, let's go ahead and have a look at the question. सबसे important बात बेटा, first of all, understand that in this question, net factor payment is 0. In a way, NFIA is 0. So GDP and GNP mean the same thing. Just for your information, GDP and GNP mean the same thing since net factor payment is given to you as 0. Okay, now let's have a look at the question. So beta, we know the basic formula that Y is equal to C plus I plus G plus NX. Okay. What is NX? NX is X minus M. What is NX? It is very simple. It is export minus import. Import is not given to us, beta, but all other things are given to us. I know what is Y. I know what is C, what is I, what is G, and what is X. Only M is missing from this question. Find the value of imports then. So I will just go ahead and do that. 100 is equal to 70 plus 40 plus 20 plus 20 minus import. Everything else is given to me. Consumption, investment, government expenditure, and export. So from here, when I will solve for it, I will get that import should be 50. First of all, try and understand that we, from the data, from the information, are trying to find the value of import. And we are getting that imports should be 50. Now, let us move one step ahead. But the next thing that I'm using is what is current account. Current account is export minus import. Simple. So now I know that export is 20. Import is 50. What will be your current account? Current account will be minus 30. So now we have got that current account, which is export minus import, should be minus 30. Now, after we have found the current account, I must go ahead and I must use the definition of the identity that we teach in the first lecture. What is the identity? Saving is equal to investment plus CA plus current account. So beta, current account I have got as minus 30. Investment is 40. So 40 minus 30 will be 10. So savings will be 10. Right? This is just using your identity. Your identity says that S is equal to I plus CA. So I is 40. CA I have found as minus 30. So I plus CA will be 10. So my savings will be 10. Now, what is the savings rate? The question is asking. So rate is always as a proportion of GDP. So savings rate will be savings, which is 10 in this case, by income, which is 100 in this case, GDP, into 100. So that will come as 10%. This is the answer to your question. Answer should be 10%. Again, let me just explain it to you. Very simple. First of all, from the equation, y is equal to c plus I plus g plus nx, I found out the value of imports. Then I found out what will be my current account deficit by using export minus import. Then I used my savings investment identity by saying that S is equal to I plus CA. And from here, I found out the value of savings, which is 10. And using that, I could go ahead and find the savings rate, which is at 10%. Clear? Okay. Now, I will move on to the next question. But this is your next question. Please read this and try to answer this thing. Very simple question. I am going ahead and starting the timer. Consider an economy with following production function. Y is equal to, this is a Cobb-Douglas production function, K to the power 1 by 3, L to the power 2 by 3. Economy has 1,000 capital and 1,000 workers. Derive total amount earned by workers. And options are given to you. Please try this question. Okay, a lot of you are answering B. Let's see if that's the answer or not. We'll take last 1 minute and then I will tell you the answer to this question. Okay, time's up. Let's have a look at the question. So yes, indeed, the answer that you were answering should be correct. It's very simple, beta. In this case, we know that the real wage that the workers should get should be equal to the marginal product of labor. So I can go ahead and I can find the marginal product of labor. In order to find marginal product of labor, it is very simple. You will just differentiate your production function with respect to L. So when you will differentiate this production function with respect to L, power will come down, 2 by 3 will come down and power will reduce by 1. So you will simply go ahead and get something like this. This is what you will get. This is marginal product of labor. You will go ahead and equate this marginal product of labor to the real wage. So this will be real wage. Now, beta, you are already given in this question that labor and capital are 1,000 each. So K is also 1,000 and L is also 1,000. If both K and L are 1,000, so this will simply be 2 by 3 because K and L will cancel out each other. Both are equal to 1,000 in this case. So the real wage will be equal to 2 by 3. But the question is not asking about real wage. The question is actually asking what is the amount that will be earned by the workers. In order to answer the question about the amount earned by worker, you will multiply the wage with the number of workers. So if each worker is earning real wage equal to 2 by 3 and there are 1,000 workers, so what will be the total wage? 666. Right? If they would have in the question given you the value of P also, suppose they would have mentioned that price is 2. So nominal wage bhi nikal sakta tha. I could have found out the nominal wage by putting P as 2. So I could have found out W by L. But in this question, they have not given me the price, right? So I can only find the total real income earned by the workers. And that will be the real income, real wage into the number of workers. So it will come down as 667. That's the answer to your question. Okay, let us move on to the next question. This is your next question, beta. Question number 5. I'm starting the timer. I'll give you 5 minutes to solve this question. In 3 independent throws of a fair dice, let X denote the number of upper face showing 6. Find the value of expectation of 3 minus X whole square. You have 5 minutes to solve this question. Okay, so we are receiving answer as A. It's a pretty simple question. You're just asked to find expectation of 3 minus x whole square. Okay, time's up. Let's have a look at the solution to this question. So, beta, see that it is a dice that you're throwing. You are interested in the number of sixes. So getting a 6 is a success. And getting any other digit is a failure. So very simple, we can simply say that x is distributed binomially with n is equal to 3 and p is equal to 1 by 6, right? Now I have to find expectation of x. Very simple. If anything is a binomial distribution, expectation of x will be n into p. So n is 3, p is 1 by 6, so ex will be 1 by 2. Variance of x will be npq, right? So n is 3, this is my n, and this is my p. So npq will be 3 into 1 by 6 into 5 by 6. It is going to be 5 by 12. So I have been able to find out the expectation of x and the variance of x. Now let's try to open this up. So when we go ahead and open this up, I will get expectation of 3 minus x whole square as, so 3 square is, so I'm just using a minus b whole square will be a square plus b square minus 2ab. So it will be expectation of 9, which will be 9 itself, plus expectation of x square minus 6 expectation of x. Beta, now just think. What is variance of x? Variance of x is expectation of x square minus expectation of x whole square. So from here, what will be expectation of x square? Variance of x plus expectation of x whole square. This is what I have replaced it with. Minus 6 expectation of x. I know the value of variance of x. It is 5 by 12. I have written that. I know the value of ex, 1 by 2. I have written that. I know the value of ex. I have written that. When we go ahead and we solve this, we will get the answer as 20 by 3. So the answer to this question, as you correctly wrote, is going to be A, which is 20 by 3. Okay, let us move on to the next question. Again, it's a simple question, but the wording has to be thought of. Okay, so it says, I'm starting the timer first. Read down the question. Suppose that price of muffins is reduced once you buy at least a dozen muffin. So each muffin up to dozen cost one price, and after dozen is sold at a lower price. Then which of the following option is true? So you're given 5 minutes to solve this question. Post your answer in the chat. Okay, we have received one answer as A. Just think about this, okay? It's a pretty simple question. Try to graph this once better. Okay, time's up. Let's have a look at this question together. So for those of you who said B, let us have a look if that's the correct answer or not. Very simple, beta. We can just take some random prices and check. It says for the first 12 muffins, the price is high. And then the price becomes low. So let us say that for the first 12 muffin, each muffin comes at a price of, let's say, 4. And then later, each muffin comes at a price of, let's say, 3, right? Now, if that is the case, I know that, and the price of other goods is 1. So if that is the case, I know that initially the price is going to be 4. So the slope will be 4 by 1. Are you getting it? The price of the muffin is 4. Initially, the price is high for the first 12 muffins. Price of other goods is numerator. It's 1. So the slope is going to become 4. It is going to be high. But after 12 muffin, the price falls. It's a lower price. So let the price be 3. So if the price is 3, then the new slope will become 3 by 1. So initially, you have a steeper budget line, and then you have a flatter budget line. So to the right side of the king, it becomes flatter. To the left of the king, it becomes steeper. Are you getting it? So based on that, if I go back to the options, it says budget line will be kinged at 12, correct? And steeper to the right. No, it will be steeper to the left, because earlier you have a higher slope and then you have a lesser slope. So the answer, as you all of you pointed out, is correct. It is going to be B. This was pretty easy. You just have to use the knowledge of budget lines. Okay, let us go to the next question. And this is an interesting one. Actually, this question had 2 parts, but I am just giving you one part to solve. So it says, consider a couple. Let me just start the timer first. Okay. It says, consider a couple who has the preference over private consumption, CG, and public consumption, capital C. And the utility function is given to you as log CG. CG is private consumption. And plus some parameter gamma log capital C. It says this is a couple. So you have husband and wife. And we are allowing for the possibility that wife and husband can value the public good differently. Okay. But in this question, it is asking, compute the optimal consumption of public good on being single. Think about this and answer this question. You have 5 minutes to answer it. Okay, so time's up. Let us go ahead and have a look at the answer to this question. It is very simple, but it is very tricky. Why tricky? They gave all this information about a couple, about husband, wife, about etc., etc. But finally, when you read the question, It says compute optimal consumption of public good on being single. मतलब एक ही इंसान का optimization problem है. This is just the optimization problem of one person, right? So we know how to do optimization problems of one person. We just have to go ahead, maximize the utility subject to the budget constraint, right? So if we go ahead and look at the question, this is my utility function given to me. And what is my budget constraint? My budget constraint is that whatever money I spend on the public good and whatever I spend on the private good, that should equal to my income. That's it. It should be equal to YG. It should be equal to my income. That is what it is, right? So YG is the income of the individual and it should be equal to the income. That's it. That is what I have with me, right? So prices are not given. I will just take P as 1 and I will try to solve this question. So what has happened in this case then is that I am saying try to maximize this utility function subject to the condition that whatever I spend on public good plus private good should be equal to the income of the individual. Now, beta, I can convert, ya to Lagrange se solve karo, use Lagrange, or convert this into a single variable problem. That can also be done. So how will I convert this? Public plus private consumption is income. So instead of public, instead of capital C, I can go ahead and I can write income minus private consumption. That is what I have done in this case. So if I go ahead and I do this, this becomes a single variable optimization problem. ये वाला जो पूरा part है, this is just a single variable optimization problem. The only thing that I have to decide in this case is how much money I should be spending on the private good. Differentiate this with respect to CG. So when you differentiate this with respect to CG, differentiation of log CG will be 1 by CG. Differentiation of log YG minus CG will be YG minus CG. And here you will have minus 1. So when you solve for this, when you solve for the value of CG, you will get that the private consumption should be this. It should be YG upon 1 plus gamma G. This should be a private consumption. ठीक है जी, कुछ नहीं किया है. We have just tried to maximize the utility subject to the budget constraint. Now, the question is asking about the public good consumption. So what is optimal public good consumption? What is capital C star? It will be income minus private good consumption. Private good consumption, I have just found out optimal private good consumption. So I can do income minus private good consumption. And when I just put this value here and I solve for it, I will get the answer as this. Okay. That's the answer to your question. So answer will be A. So for those of you who answered it as A, that's the correct answer. बहुत simple है. अगर supposedly ये difficult लगता है, then use your normal method. What is your normal method, beta? बहुत simple है. If this is my utility function, then how do I apply my normal technique? In my normal technique, I would have gone ahead and I would have done what? I would have done MRS equal to PX by PY. ये तो करते हैं. So find MRS of this. MRS will be what? MUCG by MUC. MRS निकाल लो. Equated to price ratio. इस केस में हम 1 ले रहे हैं दोनों का price. You will get some equation, put it back in the budget line, get the optimal values of CG and C, or convert it into a single variable problem. So the answer to this question will be A. Okay, let's go on and move on to the next question. This is the next question for the day. So you are given, let me start the timer. You are given that limit x tends to 1 x to the power 4 minus 1 by x minus 1 is equal to limit x tends to 1, k, x cube minus k cube upon x square minus k square. This is x square minus k square, okay? What is the value of k? You have 5 minutes to solve this question. Find the value of k. This is x cube minus k cube, x square minus k square, x to the power 4 minus 1 and x minus 1. The two limits are equal. Find the value of k. Okay, so we are receiving the answer as D, B. Just go ahead and give more tries to it. The two limits are equal. Try to find the value of k. Try to expand the numerator and you should be able to solve it. Expand the numerator in both the cases. Okay, time's up. Let's go ahead and have a look at the solution to this problem. So what it says is that the two limits are equal. So to begin with, what I will do is, I will start with the first left-hand side, x to the power 4 minus 1 upon x minus 1. Just think about this. X to the power 4 minus 1, if I want to use the concept of a square minus b square, then can I just go ahead and say that this is a square minus b square? Can I write this as x square whole square minus 1 whole square, right? So if I think about this, this is nothing but a minus b, a plus b. So I can open this up and I can say that this is going to be x square minus 1 into x square plus 1, right? And again, I can open x square minus 1 in the similar format, a square minus b square format. So if I just think about this, then on the left-hand side, I have tried to open this up. First, x to the power 4 minus 1 can be written as x square minus 1 into x square plus 1. And then I have gone ahead and I have opened x square minus 1, and that has become x minus 1, x plus 1, right? So this is my numerator divided by x minus 1. So this gets cancelled out. Now, if I apply limit to it, if I put x equal to 1, I will get the answer as 1 plus 1, which is 2, into 2. So answer will be 4. So I have been able to solve that the left side becomes 4. Now let's look at the right hand side better. So to solve the right hand side, it is this: x cube minus k cube is coming in the numerator. Just apply the formula of a cube minus b cube. It is a minus b, a square plus b square plus ab. So x cube minus k cube will become x minus k, x square plus k square plus xk. And denominator will become x minus k into x plus k. X minus k will cancel out. So this is what you will get. But x tends to k. X tends to k. So everywhere instead of x put k. When you will put k instead of x everywhere, you will get 3 by 2 into k. So you have to now equate the two. So from this side, I have got the answer as 4. From here, I have got 3 by 2 into k. Equate the two together. So when you equate this, 4 is equal to 3 by 2k. K will become 8 by 3. So you are correct for those students who mentioned that the answer should be D. That's the correct answer. It is in fact D only. D is the correct answer to this question. Okay. Now let us go ahead to the next question. This is a difficult one, and I want you to think thoroughly before you attempt this question. I am going ahead and starting the timer for you. Consumer consumes only two goods, X and Y. Price of good X is P. And in another market, it is Q. P is greater than Q. But when you have to go to the distant market, there is a fixed cost C. Consumer's income is I. And you have smooth downward sloping convex ICs. Which of the following option is true? You're given 4 options. Think thoroughly and then solve this question. Okay, time's up. Let us have a look at this question together. Very, very good question. Okay. For those of you who said A, let us see if that is correct or not. Think about it. Let us go ahead and write the budget constraint of the local market. For the local market, the budget constraint is what? Either it's good X or I'm spending on all other good Y. Hai na? So P is the price of good X in the local market. This is what it says, right? P is the price of good X in the local market. So it is going to be P into X plus 1 into Y. Dusra good is numerator. 1 into Y is equal to income of the consumer. So if I were to find the X and the Y axis, बहुत simple है. On the X axis, the intercept will be I by P, put Y equal to 0. On the Y axis, the intercept will be I only, put X equal to 0. So ये local market का budget constraint हो गया. Now, if I want to find the budget constraint of the distinct market, what will that be, beta? The price of good X is Q. So it will be Q into X plus price of good Y is Y, 1. And I am only left up with my how much income? I minus C. C has gone as a fixed cost. So the remaining income that I have is I minus C. Clear ho gaya? Now, beta, if I were to plot this, the y-axis intercept will be I minus C. The x-axis intercept, अगर हम x-axis के intercept की बात करें, that will be I minus C by Q. So how do I find x-axis intercept? Put this as 0. If you put this as 0, you will get x as I minus C by Q. Beta, if I'm taking case 1, if I assume that I minus C by Q is less than I by P, if I minus C by Q is less than I minus P, I by P, तो बेटा जो दूसरी मार्केट की बजट लाइन बनती है, that is interior, that is internal to the earlier budget line. जो करंट मार्केट की बजट लाइन है, उसके इंटरसेप्ट I and I by P है. जो डिस्टिंक्ट मार्केट की बजट लाइन है, उसके इंटरसेप्ट I minus C and I minus C by Q है. So clearly we can see that this budget line will be internal to the other budget line. So just think about this. If I take any bundle, I will always want to be on the upper budget line. I don't want to be there on the internal budget line. Simple revealed preference concept. Preference concept, hai na? I don't want to be there on any point which is inside this budget line. I always want to be on the budget line. तो दोनों के मेरे equilibrium bundles होंगे. That would be different. I will have different equilibrium bundles in the two cases. Is this clear? Okay, beta. Now what most of you do, and I will highlight that point, what most of you would have done is that most of you would have found out the difference between the two budget line. Isko budget line 1 liya, px plus y is equal to y. Isko budget line 2 liya, qx plus y is equal to I minus c. And you find the difference between the two budget line. And the difference will come out to be p minus qx is equal to c. Difference will come out as p minus qx is equal to c. And when this difference will come, you will think, okay, this will always hold. This is the answer to this question now, that it will always hold. But nahi. But for this to hold, we are assuming that Q naught is the equilibrium consumption bundle. Sorry, X naught is the equilibrium consumption bundle, which is the same in the two cases. It's not the same now. The consumption bundle, मेरा जो X naught आया है, my equilibrium bundle, in this case is much above the equilibrium bundle in this case. That equation would have held true if you were consuming the same bundle in the two cases. Are you getting it? I am not consuming the same bundle in the two cases. I am consuming different bundles in the two cases. Therefore, it would be wrong to say that that equation holds true. Now, let's take case 2. Some people argue that, ma'am, if I look at the question, it says price in this market is greater than the price in the distinct market. Okay, no problem. Let us take the other example. Let's take case 2 in this case now, beta. So in case 2, I have taken something like this. Let's say price in your market is 2. Price in the distinct market is 1. The fixed cost is 2. And your income is 10. And let's draw the two budget lines. So if I draw the two budget lines, this is how these two budget lines will look. And these two budget lines will intersect at one point. Now you may say, ma'am, agar ye dono intersect kar rahi hain, then there is a common bundle. So if I find the difference between the two budget lines, that equation comes back into picture. But beta, that's also not correct. In this case also, when I find the optima of the two budget lines, I have to find an IC which is tangent to both the budget lines, right? But IC which will be tangent to both budget line cannot pass through the kink point, through their intersection point. So I will still not be able to find one bundle, one optima bundle that satisfies both the budget line equations. I cannot find one equilibrium bundle that satisfies both the budget equation. Is this making sense? So beta, unless your IC would have been complementary good, but it says that ICs are convex. So I cannot find one point of optima using the two budget lines. So the two budget lines will not have the same X naught. They will have different X naught. They will have different equilibrium bundles. So then this equation using the same equilibrium bundle is not possible, right? So the answer to this question is that this does not hold true. It may seem to you it holds true, but it does not. It's a very tricky question. It came in ISI 2004 paper beta. I picked up one question from ISI 2004 PEB paper, but it's an excellent question where you have to use a lot of the information. Okay. Okay, let's go to the last question for the day, a very simple question. So I'm just going to go ahead and start the timer for you. You're given fx is this. You're supposed to go ahead and find out which of the following is true. This is, I'm starting the timer. So your function is x square plus x square upon 1 plus x square upon 1 plus x square whole square and so on. Then at x is equal to 0, which of the following statement is true? Just find the answer to this question. Okay, beta, try to answer this question. So just post your answers. You're given a function and you have to evaluate at x is equal to 0. This is x square upon 1 plus x square whole square, okay? Okay, time's up. Let's have a look at the solution. So when we go ahead and we look at this is simply an infinite GP, right? You can go ahead and you can take x square common. And when you will take x square common, it will be 1 plus 1 by 1 plus x square plus 1 upon 1 plus x square whole square and so on. That's the infinite GP that we are talking about. So sum of infinite GP is a upon 1 minus r. And what is the common ratio? This is the common ratio, 1 upon 1 plus x square. So beta, if I apply infinite GP formula to this, I know that my function simply will be a upon 1 minus r. So if you solve this, you will simply get 1 plus x square. You will simply get the answer as 1 plus x square. Now, if I just think about this, then, I understand that if I evaluate this function at x is equal to 0, I will get the answer as 1. When I put x is equal to 0 in this function, I will get the answer as 1. But this question, this is missing actually, my fault. This says that this is the function at x not equal to 0. I just missed a line that the function is 0 at x equal to 0. So if the function is 0 at x equal to 0, and for any value close enough to 0, I'm getting the answer as 1. I know that the limit is not equal to the value of the function and the function is discontinuous. So I skipped that line in the question. So if that line is missing, then the function is continuous and differentiable. But if I add that line back to the question, then the function will be discontinuous. Okay, so that is it that I had for you guys. Just go ahead and try these questions again, and best of luck for your entrance exam on Sunday. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we'll first take this test. Go ahead and do question number 21 beta. Try this one. Give it a try. Let me zoom this screen. Write the answer in the chat window. Okay. Everyone should be answering this, huh? Very simple question. Consider a consumer with utility function, beta quasi-linear hai. Dekho, y plus root x. This is IIT JAM 2025 paper. X and Y are quantity of two commodities consumed. Which of the following is true? Dekho dhyan se. Utility function given is root x plus y. We have done this utility function multiple times in class. Kya hoga? What is going to be your MRS beta? MRS will be MUX by MUY. What is MUX? Differentiate with respect to x. 1 by 2 root x. MUY, 1. So beta this will be 1 by 2 root x. कैसे निकलता है हमारा equilibrium? Equate MRS to PX by PY. माने I will get 1 by 2 root x equal to PX by PY. So what will be the value of x star beta? What will be my Marshallian demand? PY by 2 PX whole square. PY by 2 PX whole square. क्या आ जाएगा? PY square by 4 PX square. तो Marshallian demand हो जाएगा PY square by 4 PX square. Isn't it? Now what is the question saying? Which of the following is true? और क्या निकालना है हमें? Income elasticity. So find the income elasticity of good x. That means how x changes as income changes. How x changes as income changes. So x तो change ही नहीं हो रहा जब income change हो रही है, right? So we can go ahead and we can say that this is going to be 0. Excuse me. This is going to be 0. How x changes when income changes will be 0. Acha, now it is also asking us for the income elasticity of good y. ठीक है? Suppose you know this was not an option. Suppose हमें good y का ही निकालना होता. So just take a minute and in the comments tell me what should be the income elasticity of good y. इसमें ये answer is correct. B ठीक है. That x का income elasticity is 0. But can you tell me what is going to be the income elasticity of good y? Anyone? Solve it. Income elasticity of good y. तो y star हो जाएगा बेटा m minus px into x by py. Instead of x, I can go ahead and plug this value. So I'll get y star as m minus px. X की जगह पे plug py by 4 px whole square by py. Right? Now find out the income elasticity of good y. तो पहले तो हम निकालते हैं. This is going to be m by py minus px py square by 4 px square by py. this will be m by py minus py by 4px. py by 4px. This is your y star. ये आपका y star आया. Now just solve. कैसे कर सकते हैं solve? How can we do this? Find out how y changes as m changes. Differentiate with respect to m. तो क्या आ जाएगा? 1 by py. So income elasticity of good y will be y by m into how, sorry, it will be m by y into how y changes as m changes. y की जगह पे substitute this value, right? m will remain as it is. Del y by del m की जगह पे substitute this value and get the answer. m divided by m by py minus py by 4px into 1 by py. I leave it to you to solve. Right, this will be income elasticity of good y. Okay. Come to the next question, beta. Answer question number 22. Answer in the chat window. Okay. Good, good. Absolutely. All of you have answered it correctly. That is the correct answer. In a consumption framework, angel curve shows. So angel curve क्या था बेटा? It is the relationship between income and consumption of the commodity. That when income is a certain amount, my consumption is a certain amount. When income increases, my consumption increases. When I plot this, I will get my angel curve. तो हम ये बोल सकते हैं that angel curve will be the locus of income and demand. Locus of income and demand. So yes, the correct answer to this question 22 will be C. Imagine that this year the paper was so easy that they actually went ahead and they gave you this question as a 2 mark. ऐसा कभी होता नहीं है. It was an exception कि इस ईयर का पेपर बहुत ही आसान आया कि एक 2 mark में इतना आसान क्वेश्चन आ गया, asking you only to go ahead and find the, to define the angel curve. Okay. Next, beta, question number 29. Answer this in the chat window. Try to do this. You are measuring level of consumption of commodity on x-axis and that of a bad commodity on the y-axis. Good commodity on x-axis and bad commodity on y-axis. Then the indifference curve will have a slope of. Beta, always draw circle. Always draw circle. जो मैंने क्लास में सिखाया है आपको. Always draw circle. What is the circle saying? Good, good, bad, good. Good, good, bad, good. Make a circle. Always draw circle. Now you have good commodity on x-axis. That means this. Bad commodity on y-axis. That means this. तो हम इस वाले क्वाड्रेंट की बात कर रहे हैं. Always draw circle. We are talking about this quadrant. So my indifference curve will look like this, beta. Good, bad. This is my IC. So what is the shape of your indifference curve? कैसा दिख रहा है indifference curve? Definitely positively sloped. D is the correct answer. It is positively sloped. Isn't it? Inverted U shape नहीं है. ऐसा नहीं है. ऐसा है. So C cannot be correct. U shape का inversion थोड़ी है. So we can go ahead and we can say that the correct answer would be D. It has a positive slope. That's the answer to this question. Again, 2 marks question. Very, very easy. Okay. Come to the next question. Try to answer this question. Question number 30. That's right. So there is nothing that I can explain in this question. It is just asking marginal utility of the good. So the additional utility you get, additional utility derived by consuming an additional unit is called marginal utility. ठीक है, यहाँ लिखा है some additional unit, some नहीं, some is not the right word, right? An additional, मतलब एक extra additional unit से, from one extra unit, right? So sometimes we also define marginal utility like this: total utility of n units minus total utility of n minus 1. माने अगर मैं बोलूं कि 10 units को consume करके, when I consume 10 units, my total utility is 40. And when I consume 11 units, my total utility is 44. So beta, my marginal utility will be 4. Additional utility from consuming an additional unit will be marginal utility. All of you are correct. Answer will be C. Okay. Now let us go ahead. That slope part of bad one. Yes, yes, yes. Very simple, beta. So we just have to make a circle. Okay. If both are good goods, then this is my indifference curve, this part. If x-axis is bad and y-axis is good, then this is my indifference curve. If x-axis is good and y-axis is bad, then this is my indifference curve. And when both are bad, then this is my indifference curve. Okay. Now, look, parallel to x-axis, now. This is neutral goods ka definition. Parallel to y-axis, nah. This is also neutral goods definition. Inverted U shape. That means a shape like this. U ka inversion. No. This is not how my utility function is looking here. My IC is looking. Having a positive slope. Yes. Because ultimately with x-axis good good and y-axis bad good, the indifference curve I'm left up with is this. And this IC has a positive slope. It is upward sloping. This is an upward slope. This is also upward slope. This is downward slope. This is also downward, right? So slope is upward. It is moving up. So therefore, it is a positive slope. D is the correct answer. Okay. Let's move on to the next question now. So now we are moving on. Always remember in IIT, question number 31 to 40, they are multiple select questions. More than one option can be correct in that case. Okay. So let's move on and this question. Directly come to question number 15. NAT question. Fill in the blanks. Try this one better. Question number 15. बहुत ही simple है. Just do this. मतलब ये सारे तो ऐसे हैं कि you should be able to do it in seconds from the advanced lectures. All of you are correct. Yes, that's right. Good. Very good. ठीक है बेटा. So this is a utility function x into y. So what will be x? M by 2px. M is 100. Px is 1. So 50. What will be y? M by 2py. M is 100. Py is 2. So 25. It is asking you x. Directly 50. That's it. 50 is the answer to this question. Okay. Sirf x पूछा है. Sometimes in exam they could have asked you find maximum utility. So you would plug 50 and 25 in this utility function. So u star आ जाएगा 50 into 25. 1250. Okay. Yes, that's it. Okay, beta. Question number 57. Try to do this. '57. Try to do this question. You are given demand curve of commodity P square Q to the power 5 is 392.67. And you have to find out own price elasticity. माने आपको क्या निकालना है? How quantity changes as price changes into initial price by initial quantity. Beta, since the powers are so big, and remember, आपको calculator दिया होगा, right? You will be given the calculator. But since the power are so big, it is a good idea if you take log on both sides. So if I take log on both sides, I'll get this. And now use the rule that I just taught you, that log mn is log m plus log n. तो यहाँ पे क्या आ जाएगा? Log p square plus log q to the power 5 will be log 392.67. And then use log m to the power n is n log m. तो क्या हो जाएगा बेटा? 2 ln p plus 5 ln q equal to ln 392.67. अब डिफरेंशिएट करते हो. डिफरेंशिएट क्वांटिटी विद रिस्पेक्ट टू प्राइस. तो इसका डिफरेंस और टोटल डिफरेंशिएशन भी कर सकते हो. सो दिस विल बी 1 by p dp plus 5 1 by q dq equal to ln 392.67. Right? Now so what I'm doing is I am going ahead and I am dividing throughout, or I can just take P common, up to you, how you want to solve it, or you can just take DP throughout. So if I divide throughout by DP, right? One way is this, that you just take differentiation with respect to DP throughout it, right? So you will get 2, 1 by P into 1 plus 5, 1 by Q, dQ by dP equal to 0. And now you just go ahead and you multiply by P throughout. So P यहाँ पे and P यहाँ पे. And you will get 2 plus 5 P by Q dQ by dP equal to 0. Right? Now just find this. So P by Q dQ by dP will be minus 2 by 5 minus 0.40. This will be elasticity of demand. So all of you who have answered 0.4, that's the right answer. It is asking you absolute value now. So you will write in positive values. So answer will be plus 0.40. It's an easy question. It's an easy question, just that you have to make sure that you know differentiation well. And that can come only with practice, right? So if you know differentiation well, it should not be that difficult. Okay, so that's it. These are the questions I wanted to go ahead and take today. The idea was to show you the kind of questions that are asked in IIT JAM paper, ताकि आपको थोड़ा आइडिया मिले कि हम जो पढ़ रहे हैं वो कैसे यूज हो सकते हैं, right? Believe me, 2025 was the easiest paper. चाहे हम IIT, in fact, GATE was difficult than IIT, right? But IIT was very, very easy. So don't think such easy questions will come again this year, but just understand the concept. कि ठीक है, you know, this is how we can apply it in questions. Okay, thank you. Better, there will be 60 questions in JAM. Decomposition bundle is always found at tangency only for Hicksian way. When we were doing the Slutsky decomposition, then no, we were passing the, we were passing the budget line through the original bundle. Okay? But here the budget line will be tangent to the original IC, if that is the question. तो decomposition bundle tangency पे तो होगा, पर क्या वो budget line original indifference curve को tangent होगी या एक नया IC बनेगा, वो depend करेगा whether it will be Slutsky or whether it will be Hicksian. First August, you mean semester classes, is it? So semester classes, I mean, I'm not sure if you have listened to your seniors' interviews. I have been taking a lot of them. But 5th and 6th semesters are where you should not be focused a lot on college and more on your entrance exam, right? So I would suggest that even when you're going to college, please carry your notes, whatever we are doing here. Sit in the library in the free period. Make sure that you go ahead and you read the notes, right? Don't just start losing the grasp of it where when you start going to the college, you have to be very, very focused on this content, right? And if you are from Delhi University, so 5th and 6th semester, the subjects which are taught, like international economics, development economics, and other subjects, most of them you will already find that on your portal. So it is going to be an advantage when you go in the college and when you read international or dev, you're just helping yourself learn for GATE exam or for IIT exam or for CUET exam, right? So it is only going to be useful. Don't worry. Intermediate lectures enough for CUET perspective. Yes, they are enough. That is an announcement I wanted to make. They are enough from your CUET perspective, but I am taking some time. Give me some time. It will take about 2 weeks time I hope 2 weeks are enough for the team to do that. So I have started uploading tests for each topic of intermediate video lecture along with notes. Abhi, if you look into intermediate video lectures, you will only find lectures. But I want that even when you're doing intermediate lectures, after every topic, you should be practicing some MCQ questions from CUET perspective. So probably 2-3 weeks it will take me. I've started doing that work from now onwards. So you will find that जैसे अगर आपने budget line पढ़ा intermediate में, उसी के नीचे उसके notes होंगे, उसी के नीचे उसका test होगा. फिर if you are reading choice, उसी के नीचे उसके notes, उसी के नीचे उसका test, so that you can revise yourself for CUET well. And yes, intermediate video lectures are mostly sufficient for CUET exam, except some more part that we do, like CUET question bank and other things, but otherwise they're enough. That is there. Yes, that's why micro is the first subject that we pick up, because it's the most lengthy subject. Sirf yahin pe nahi, while you're doing masters also, micro is the most difficult subject. So you have to make sure कि आप साथ-साथ class में करो, and you have to make sure that you finish micro early so that you can give 2 or 3 revisions to micro. Macro and stats will be comparatively easier. What about game theory? Game theory we will be doing in micro, but only as much as is required in the entrance exam. जितना सेमेस्टर के गेम थ्योरी में आता है उतना नहीं करेंगे हम. That's not required. Game theory I will only be doing simultaneous and sequential games and some oligopoly models, and that will be enough from the point of view of your entrance. How many 1 marks question are there in IIT JAM? 1 marks questions are the first 10 questions that you see, and then NAT may the first 10. So 21 marks question will be there. What to study with micro? पहले तो micro और maths करो. If still you have time, pick up on one subject. या Indian Eco pick करो या Public Eco. If it's not covered, they are not required. If variant में some chapters are not covered, not required. You can skip them. What about IIT Kanpur after that? Nothing. You have to give another round. If you qualify GATE, then you go for another round of IIT Kanpur. You have to clear that. Yeah. बेटा advance से ऊपर तो आपका masters में भी नहीं आएगा, believe me. In DSC, you will be thanking me that you have done these lectures. Don't worry. Nothing more than advanced. I mean, do you think that anything is left in micro if you open up any book that is not covered in these advanced lectures? This is more than enough. Yes, notes will be provided in the PDF format for intermediate. Give me some time. As I said, in 2-3 weeks, I'm trying to make it more formal. I'm trying to put more tests so that you have enough to practice. How much rank required for IIT Kanpur? It differs every year. It's not enough. Just as I told you, this year the paper was so easy that getting 75 was also not enough out of 100. Sometimes the paper is so difficult that getting 54 is also enough. So it depends. हर साल score क्या जाता है, that will determine how you get through the college. Can we use product rule instead of using log? Yes, you can. Up to you. You could have done direct differentiation. So you could have gone ahead and used product rule, 2p, dp, differentiation of first function, second as it is. differentiation of second function, first as it is, equal to 0. You can use this and find dq by dt, no problem. For non-math students, which college are best? Math or no math? Best colleges, DSC and IGIDR. You have to aim for that. Up, don't think that I am a non-math student, so I should be aiming a less college. No, you have to aim the best. Only these colleges will give you good placement. So last to last year, one of my students from ISI, she got a package of 28 lakhs. Aim for the best college, get good packages. Aim for 28 lakh, 30 lakh package. DSC or IIT? I will answer that in in person. I don't want to confuse you for now. Both are good. Once you get, I will tell you where to go. Aim both. They require maths at class 12, but you can give an exam, no? You can still go ahead and do that. I'm forgetting the name of the institute where you can do this class 12th maths from. Anyone who is doing it? Yes, I forget every year. NEOS. Yes, that's right. Yes, thank you. Just do it. I mean, don't aim for a lower college now if you want a good placement. Abhi to pura saal hai. Why would you aim for any other college than DSC or IGIDR? NEOS is if you have not done maths in class 11th and 12th and you want to give an exam so that you are eligible for colleges, that is where you apply. Econometrics lectures are enough. When we start econometrics, I will tell you which lectures to do from the recorded part. So you have to do those also.